In order to obtain the divine sword fairy heritage, I accepted the task of confessing my feelings to the school beauty in public. I always thought that this task was doomed to fail. However, the next second, the system informed me that being rejected in a public confession of love would earn me a reward. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Isn't this just a freebie? After 2.5 years of grueling training, the opportunity for a turnaround finally arrived. What's the point of just being a small nobody for a lifetime? I resolutely walked towards the podium of the solemn oath-taking ceremony. I've liked you for a long time, Suruwashua, will you date me? Suruwashua remained expressionless, silent. The students below the stage were in an uproar. This kid must have trained his brain into stupidity. A C-level talent is A, while Suruwashua is an SS-level ice sequence. How could she possibly agree to such a poor loser? It's like a toad wanting to eat a swan. If Suruwashua agrees, he'll eat my phone. At this moment, Suruwashua, who had been silent for a long time, seemed to have organized her refusal tactics and walked towards the podium. In the end, he only said one word, good. Then, he turned around and left. I was struck by lightning. The system I've waited so hard for failed on its first task. The audience was even more, what the hell? Just because you're handsome, you can do whatever you want? Don't stop me. Today, it's either me or Yi Cheng who survives. An aggressive dancer directly conjured a fireball, aiming it towards my vital points. Fortunately, I reacted quickly, darting into the women's restroom, otherwise my lower half would have been in trouble. Just then, an ethereal voice echoed, mission failed, but because the host stepped into the women's restroom with their left foot first, a hidden reward was unlocked, the abyssal prison. I was momentarily stunned. If I had known, I would have come every day, 17 or 18 times. As my consciousness delved deeper, a gilded small sword shot out a golden ray, and all the information about the sword domain emerged in my mind, all at once. This is a trial space that transcends inheritance, within which countless divine swords and divine-level martial arts are stored, as well as a race that was once suppressed here, capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. Therefore, the prison is also known as the prison. After a long time, I finally calmed down. Why would such an awesome system find me? And it was even more absurd that I stepped into the toilet with my left foot first. This was clearly pinning the blame on me. Could there be some ulterior motive? Can't think of the answer even with all my imagination, so let's focus on getting stronger first, and then unravel the mystery step by step. In the martial arts world, strength is revered, and the weak are to be beaten. As my consciousness continues to explore, a vast stream of information merges into my brain. I felt as if my head was about to burst in the next second, and I held my head in pain, screaming for a full 15 minutes. Sweating profusely, I stood up. The resources in the prison were more abundant than I had imagined. Some information about the ferocious beasts was so concealed that it was impossible to uncover, and it could only be unlocked after my cultivation reaches the 5th realm. The master of the prison left behind thousands of trials, among which there are 9 dance mirror trials. Just after the brain development, I directly advanced to the 3rd stage of the dancer realm through 5 paths, reaching the standard for initiating the trial. Without hesitation, I chose to initiate the trial, and with a thought, I vanished from my place and was drawn into the prison. Trial Sequence 1 challenges the rat race indefinitely. Welcome to the Great Tribe's battlefield, a space that truly exists. Here, death means real death. You can choose to withdraw, but the trial will be immediately deemed a failure. I was taken aback. Damn it, this system really has a flaw. Even exiting is a dead end. I can only bite the bullet and go for it. The trial starts in 10 seconds. Please get ready. After the countdown ends, I was transported to a vast, dense grassland, with a clear blue sky and a gentle breeze. Is this the arena of trials? It doesn't seem like it. Soon, a rumbling hiss sound approached. A group of half-meter-tall giant rats surrounded me. The trial task was to kill 1,000 Xian rats. A shiver ran down my spine. 1,000 of them. I tiptoed and gazed into the distance. Indeed, densely packed and extending for hundreds of meters, they were all black giant rats. These furry balls, each standing half a meter tall, possessed the strength of dancers in competition. In a real fight, I fear I couldn't defeat even one of them, let alone kill 1,000. Not at all. It can't be that it's dead. There must be a way to crack it. As I was pondering, I suddenly realized that these mystical rats were only surrounding me, but they hadn't attacked me actively. Several black rats gathered close to my nose, sniffing at the scent on my body, seemingly uninterested. Soon, these large rats buzzed and left in a hurry. I flipped through the prison almanac in my mind. The Xian mouse tribe is a neutral group that will not actively attack humans, and they prefer to eat a water plant called the Power Path. The Path of Magic is also easy to find. Within this arena, the golden rice fields and lush green meadows are very prominent. I've thought it over, using the magic of the Tao to attract the solitary spirit rat, taking advantage of its unpreparedness to kill it one by one. With my current abilities, this is the only way, and fortunately, there is no time limit for this task. The mystical mouse is naturally naive and cute, yet more than half of its kin have perished, and they harbor no suspicion at all. From dawn to dusk, the sky grew dark, and finally, after killing 999, there were still 2 Xian rats in front of me. What is this about? I'm a bit confused, but I've decided to kill one first. These mystical rats' attack patterns are well known to me. and I can easily evade them. With a swift slash, I aim for the heart of the mystical rat, killing 1,000 of them. The trial is complete, and the reward is a B-grade component sequence. But there is still one left. What's the matter? At this moment, the black giant rat emitted a golden glow, its body gradually shrinking to the size of a normal hamster, whether it had signed a master and servant contract with the S-class spirit pet, the king of mice. The cute Xian mouse climbed onto my shoulder, and I patted the fluffy head of the Xian mouse, signing the contract. After the trial was over, I was kicked out of the prison. A girl just walked into the restroom, her eyes instantly filled with terror. "Oh my god, a pervert," she exclaimed, and both of them fled in a panic. I took out my phone to check the time. I had been in the trial space for 20 hours, yet only 12 minutes had passed in the real world, a speed of exactly 100 times. On the small earth, there was an unread message, sent 10 minutes ago by Su Ruoshua, inviting me to meet her at the 5th training room in the back mountain. I called him after I got to the back mountain. "Can you come out here?" "I'm too scared to go in, those boys would tear me apart." Su Ruoshua hesitated for a moment, then calmly said, "Wait a minute, he'll be right there." 10 minutes later, I was led to a private training room by Su Ruoshua. As he stretched, he introduced that this was his personal training room. His body was incredibly flexible, and he raised his legs in a split with ease. Su Ruoshua suddenly spoke up, saying, "If you're going to look, do so openly." His gaze was cold, cutting through the air with a single word. "You boys, your minds are full of unhealthy things," he said, giving me a resentful glance. My aunt laughed. "I didn't see anything. Anyway, what's the point of sneaking a peek? It's only natural to look at my girlfriend, and a kiss or a hug is perfectly reasonable." Su Ruoshua was startled. This guy was even more shameless than she had imagined, yet his face still turned red. "Who allowed you to do this? You were called here to be told that what was said before no longer counted. I apologize for taking advantage of you and using you as a shield. As compensation, here is the key to the training room. You can come here to train whenever you like in the future." I did not refuse. I stepped over the threshold of the training room. "Hope you focus your thoughts on training. The concerns of the world will only hinder the pace of your cultivation." This my competitiveness, looking down on whom? Why do you think love will hinder cultivation? Chatterbox, Su Ruoshua gave me a cold look, as if to say, "Do you even have a clue about your own weight, daring to talk such big talk? If you can get into MOWU University, I will agree to date you. Prove it with your own actions." His tone was cold, and with only 3 months left until the college entrance examination, he believed it was impossible, which is why he dared to lie. I watched him in admiration, barely holding back laughter the whole time. This condition was indeed a distant hope for the me of the past, but now, the goddess seems to be offering herself freely. Su Ruochua's face flushed with a blush. "Why do you keep staring at me? Don't you know that staring at girls is impolite?" I said with a smile, "Because you look good." This statement left Su Ruoshua unable to, and she suddenly said coldly, "So skilled, you must have deceived girls quite often in your daily life, right?" I'm slightly angry. How could that be? I've always spoken the truth. This sentence once again made Su Ruoshua visibly anxious. Then she furrowed her brow. "If you beat me, you can consider me your official girlfriend." I brightened up. "That's what you said." I pressed my finger joints making a cracking sound, just coming out of the space, no chance to try the effectiveness. At first, I was worried about hurting my sister, but later on, I found out that Su Ruoshua was just playing cat and mouse with me, just like she does with a chick. However, she was still surprised. "You've become a dancer? Not bad, your skills are among the top in the Tianjiao group." She seized the moment, executing a shoulder tackle, then her legs tightly locked around my neck. There's a suffocating feeling, but this round isn't a loss. I was sipping water and gasping for breath. "You really laid into me, almost murdered my own husband." A flat sound, the glass water cup was directly crushed by Su Ruoshua, which was as skillful as the faint, shattered sound. I hurriedly asked cautiously, in jest, "Are you really angry?" Su Ruoshua was haughty, a snort escaping her lips. "You should worry about yourself," she said. "Tomorrow, I will clear this matter up, and it won't trouble you anymore." I said with a smile, "No, you needed a shield, right? This is just fine." He's a bit confused. "Aren't you afraid those boys will tear you apart?" I walked with an air of confidence, and all those were offered up whetstones. Glanced away, I was killed, but it's not my fault. Out of the training room, Su Ruoshua soared on a sword, her head not turning back as she departed. Returning home at night, as I just pushed open the wooden door, a wave of the aroma of cooked food hit my nose. The night was clear, and the apron was still on as she was serving dishes. Little Orange returned. "Let's wash our hands and eat," she said. She is my sister without blood relations. We both came from the same welfare institute. I was able to enter the Tianjia class and enjoy the best resources in the Magic and Martial Arts 2 game, all thanks to him. It was because of his help at the Research Institute and his friend at the Education Bureau. The reason I work so hard is also because I want to ensure that Sister Wanqing leads a life of comfort and ease. I smiled and said, "Let me tell you some good news. I've become a dancer." Yu Wanqing was so excited that her chopsticks fell to the ground. "Xiaocheng is so great, so you must definitely have a college education in the future." After dinner, Yu Wanqing left early due to the Research Institute's prior arrangement. and I embarked on the second round of Heartbreak, completing the trial sequence 2 with a 10-game winning streak in SwordNet, a virtual competitive battle platform. It randomly rewards an elite martial arts technique. SwordNet scans a dancer's body data and generates a completely identical virtual avatar. However, due to my low realm, I had purchased a wristband but never used it. The first time I used the Shin Shuang, it too was scanned in, and a cute little mouse perched on my shoulder, chirped twice, appearing harmless. Cover your face first, then surf the internet. The first step is to hide yourself. It's quite if you become famous and your true identity is exposed. Afterward, I designed an image of myself wearing a mask and ninja attire, and I embarked on my first battle. My opponent is a dancer, a 7-level crazy hairstylist. I couldn't help but vent a complaint. They promised to match us with opponents of equal strength, I said, but the dancer was matched against a 7th-level opponent while being only at the 3rd level. Is that reasonable? Moreover, the opponent was decked out in a cool outfit, which added an extra 10 points of attributes. At this moment, the person across from me, a killing horse, started talking. I've been losing so many games in a row, and now I've been matched with an AI. I'm not angry, but if you underestimate me, then you might as well die. With my hands folded together, dozens of parts appear behind me. Don't say. This posture scared the kill mart into a. He began to resist the parts. Then I found it to be quite weak, and that's all? Do you really think I'm as weak as Bye Key? My gear can withstand attacks from at least a level 9 dancer. At this moment, a cute little hamster jumped out from behind me, straight towards the kamikaze. That person was almost laughing himself into a fit. Ha ha, can this little short-legged creature even play? I can just stand still, can you? He hadn't finished his sentence. A burst of golden light, and the Killamart character vaporizes in place, securing the victory. Reward, 20 internet coins, 1 bonus first victory chest, and you are being rematched against an opponent. I couldn't help but complain, 20 in-game coins to dismiss me? Begging for alms? The cheapest item in the mall starts at 5,000 coins. Then I opened the first victory chest, which contains 66 in-game coins and a bottle of hair dye. I was truly speechless. What kind of garbage is this? I waited for the system to match the next game, and after a while, I raised an eyebrow, feeling something was off. It's been over 2.5 minutes. Haven't we been matched yet? It's been a full 4 minutes. A warrior enveloped in lightning appeared before me. His ID was startled as he spoke. Having reached the 3rd stage, his tone was filled with doubt. With a win rate of 65% and being among the top 100 in the warrior rankings, he had somehow been matched against a new player. I'm looking at the big guy in front of me, my scalp tingling. Now I'm sure, the SwordNet's matching system has been interfered with by the Sword Realm. The big guy across from me is not to be taken lightly. No matter how many points you hide, the lion and the rabbit will also give it their all. I won't give you a chance, not until the thunderous storm is extinguished, he said. A blue thunderous force descended upon me from above, before I could even dodge. The little Shan on the shoulder opened her small mouth, swallowing the thunder in one go, chewed a few times, and then her eyebrows furrowed tightly, as if to say it wasn't tasty. Then, he spat out the thunder, returning it to the opponent, who was instantly killed. I widened my eyes, holding Xiao Xian up to examine her closely. Ah, this is a powerful tool. Unconsciously, I've won 9 consecutive games. Throughout the process, my role cannot be said to be non-existent, but rather, it can be said to have had no effect at all. The last match, it took a full 10 minutes of filtering, and I was particularly nervous. I was making plans with Xiao Xian, waiting for the opponent to come in. After protecting Xiao Xian invincibly, you should immediately him directly. Xiao Xian nodded, having long been adept at the master's cunning plans. Suddenly, a sweet-looking cat girl appeared before me, her head adorned with a golden shield bearing a suspicious character, and she danced her way to first place. The girl curiously examined me, as if to see which unlucky soul was next in line. Dancer level 3, the big brother had a high hidden score. Before I could speak, he noticed the elementary school emblem on my shoulder. Wow, how cute. Big brother, your little hamster is so cute. Is it a projection from reality? I want one too. Can you send me the link? Alright, Xiao Xian, and she immediately jumped into the girl's arms. He held the hamster and his eyes crinkled with laughter. The next second, Xiao Xian opened her small mouth directly, a golden light shone, and the girl vanished. The trial was completed, the reward was being drawn, and congratulations were given for obtaining the king level skill, Yulong Huning. Normally, the dancer's essence is impossible to learn, and the king level skill. This excited me immensely, and I couldn't wait to start another round. One move unleashes countless golden dragons. Surround the bread, instantly eliminate. This is a message received from the cat-eared girl just now. You bastard, you didn't follow the rules of combat. Have the courage to fight me again. I smiled, a curve on my lips, just to test my skills against this first-class master of Shanghai. The girl with cat ears puffed out her cheeks, coming towards me with an angry expression. How dare you deceive me with such a cute pet? She muttered, refusing to accept defeat and demanding another round. I'm eager to try. Okay, this time I want use the little swing. Draw 10 golden swords, unfurling behind me. The girl with cat ears furrowed her brow. How could that be? Such terrifying power, it feels stronger than the oppression during my battle with my sister. Who on earth is he? He quickly regained his composure and calmly said, "Can a warrior ascending to the third stage defy the heavens?" He pulled out a pair of souls blazing with flames and, without pause, unleashed a fiery lotus towards me, a massive fireball crashing towards me. I pointed my sword, and the parts behind me transformed into a golden dragon, instantly engulfing the fireball. I'm a bit disappointed, this Shanghai dancer came in first, which was completely insufficient to watch. Perhaps tomorrow, I can practice with Su Ruoshua. The image of her cold, frost-like beauty flashes through my mind. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve into a smile. Her expression of surprise would definitely be amusing. 006 The sycophants lined up to send money. Men did the work while women managed less. By Roland, bastard, come again, I still won't accept it. Yi Chen, not coming again, you're not my opponent. By Roland continued to type on the keyboard, don't go, one bet of 10,000 swordnet coins, are you in or not? Yi Chen had already logged out of the game. Just offline, an official notification from the swordnet appeared on Yi Chen's wristband. Ding! Player Jian Shinshue, the official invites you to participate in the swordnet talent cultivation program. Click the link to sign up and become an officially certified 3-star streamer. There's even a link? This must be a phishing ad. Yi Chen was short on money, but such an obvious scam was something he chose to ignore and delete, permanently destroying it. This was his good habit of deleting browsing history after watching a certain video site. Log off, sleep. Holding the fluffy little Shen, Yi Chen fell into a dream. In the dream, little Shen transformed into a young girl dressed in a blue gauze dress. When he woke up, little Shen was nestled in his arms. Chirp chirp. The little cutie waved her short legs, protesting. Yi Chen, who had a telepathic connection with little Shen, showed an apologetic expression. Little Shen turned her head away in a human-like manner and then hid in the corner, drawing circles and cursing her master. This behavior completely melted Yi Chen's heart. He suddenly thought, in the Sword Domain Illustrated Guide, it states that the Xian Mouse King is an S-class spirit pet, and its genes continuously evolve, capable of taking human form. That blue-dressed girl in my dream can't be little Xian's final form, right? A cat girl is fine, but a mouse girl would work too. Xiao Chen, I've made breakfast. I'm heading to the research institute now. Okay, Sister Ching, I'll come out in a bit. This time yesterday, Yi Chen was still thinking about leaping off the rooftop to relieve his sorrows and restart his life. But today's sun felt exceptionally bright, and the future looked quite promising. He had a good sleep. However, a certain white-haired girl, sporting dark circles under her eyes and wearing pink cat pajamas, dragged her weary body to the dining table. The chopsticks in her hand had already turned the runny yolk egg into a mess. With a dignified demeanor and a cold expression, Bai Ruobing lectured, Xiaolan, eat properly. Did you stay up late playing games again last night? That damn Yijian Shinshue. You're the first to reject me. Who runs away after winning? Bai Ruobing tapped Bai Ruolin's head with her chopsticks. Bai Ruolin winced in pain, rubbing her head. Huh? Sis, what are you doing? This will stunt my growth. Are you even listening to me? You stayed up late playing Swordnet again? I told you, it's just a game. True martial arts masters disdain playing such virtual games. Without experiencing life and death trials and fighting real beasts, relying on game items to get stronger is called cheating. I know, who says it's useless? You're too traditional, sister. Times have changed, and I've made great progress recently. The predecessors who created the Swordnet platform are definitely talented. Bai Ruolin pouted and retorted. Then why, with your talent in Swordnet, haven't you become the top of your second year? Your talent is no less than mine, and with the best education, I had already become a martial artist at your age, while you were obsessed with games and neglecting your training, still lingering in the realm of warriors. Of course, I can't compare to you, you overachiever. With an older sister like you at home, I'm so sleepy. I want to take a day off today. Sister, don't look down on Swordnet. I was just defeated by a third-tier warrior. Mentioning Yi Chen made Bai Ruolin grit her teeth in anger. Oh, Bai Ruobing became interested. Although her sister loved to play, as a member of one of the 10 great families of the Summer Kingdom, the Bai family's resources were not lacking. In cultivation, there was a bit of laziness, but the S-level gene sequence was there, and the realm had reached the 9th stage of a martial artist. To be defeated by a martial artist at the 3rd stage was simply absurd. Sister, what do you think about asking Dad to help check this person's information? What are you going to do? Doing that would violate the Martial Artist Alliance Treaty. It's fine, a talent like this, we can recruit him for the Demon Suppression Division. That guy, although detestable, didn't spend money, he didn't rely on game items, but with just one move, he took me out, and he has a cute little hamster at the martial artist level. A genius like this, Dad will definitely help me find out. I want all his information in half an hour. I won't bother with you. Bai Ruobing sighed, although her sister was a bit willful. But based on her description, their cultivation-crazy dad might really agree to her request to scout for talent. I'm leaving now. Bai Ruobing walked out of the duplex villa, routinely refusing the chauffeur service. Like an ordinary student, she walked for 10 minutes to attend Demon Martial High School. As soon as she entered the classroom, she saw the damaged desks and chairs. Stop it! What are you doing? A cold force field spread throughout the classroom. Jia Liang jogged up to Bai Ruobing. She remembered this chubby boy. He was almost inseparable from Yi Chen. Goddess Bai, your boyfriend is being reckless. You should persuade him. His tone was urgent. Bai Ruobing was initially puzzled, then she thought about who this boyfriend was. She coldly approached Yi Chen. Can you explain what happened? Seeing Bai Ruobing arrive, Yi Chen was momentarily stunned. It's nothing. It doesn't concern you. His domineering attitude drew admiring glances from the surrounding boys. Yi Chen's demeanor only made the boy standing in front of him angrier. How dare you talk to the goddess like that? We agreed earlier that if I beat you, you would immediately leave her side. The rich second-generation heir standing in front of him had secretly liked Bai Ruobing for 3 years. He had always been too afraid to confess to her, being one of her admirers. This time, having his chance snatched by Yi Chen, he was furious and came to demand an explanation. I'll agree, but if you lose, you owe me 5,000. No, 50,000 yuan as a registration fee. Whoever wins is fine. Anyone who dislikes me can challenge me to a real-life PK. If I lose, I'll voluntarily leave Bing Bing's side. Bing Bing? Is that what you call her? Damn, 50,000? I'll reimburse your medical expenses too. If I don't beat you into the hospital today, I won't share your surname. Zhang Chao has transferred 50,000 huaxia coins to your account. Please check. The payment notification sounded, as expected of a rich second-generation heir. 50,000 was just pocket money. Sounds good. Do you have some other rich friends who also dislike me? They can come too. I'm always ready. How do you know? I also know you have a group. Zhang Chao's hand trembled. On his lit phone screen, there was a group named Bai Ruobing Support Club with 200 members. Yi Chen smiled indifferently. Where there was one admirer, there would definitely be a group of admirers. Are you in there too? Don't mind that. Hurry up and send a message to notify them. Bai Ruobing raised an eyebrow and stood beside Yi Chen. Are you crazy? Are you risking your life for money? These rich second-generation heirs and martial second-generation heirs were ruthless. How could she not know? Men do things. You should mind your own business. 007 The Seven Sons of Demon Martial, a 7th-stage martial artist, was instantly defeated. The goddess's useless boyfriend is about to face dozens of geniuses. What? Where? Although I can't stand rich second-generation heirs, I find it even more annoying that some lucky guy can win the goddess's heart just based on looks. Hurry over. Coordinates at the back mountain dual platform. And so, amidst the rush of news, this incident arose because of the goddess Bai Ruobing from the second installment of Magic and Martial Arts. The goddess's popularity, combined with the amount and hype of this wager, attracted a large crowd of onlookers. Bai Ruobing crossed her arms over her chest, her brows slightly furrowed. The intensity of the situation exceeded expectations. It had escalated. With so many people present, Yi Chen, you can't back out now. This was Zhang Chao's open scheme. Some of the people were called by him, along with a few students who were just there to watch. Even if Yi Chen lost, under the gaze of the crowd, he couldn't deny it. Yet Yi Chen remained calm and said lightly, I never intended to back out. At the center of the storm, he felt no turmoil within, because he had a reason he had to fulfill. Trial 3, defeat 10 martial artists with A-level gene sequences or above. Zhang Chao before him had awakened to the A-level Earth Rock sequence, just meeting the standard. Moreover, with Bai Ruobing's other admirers, gathering 10 people shouldn't be a problem. Not only would he complete the trial, but he could also earn some extra cash. Why not? Bai Ruobing walked up to Yi Chen. Are you satisfied with how things have turned out? If you lose, then I lose face too. Is your only concern your own face? Yi Chen asked with a strange expression. Yes, my face is worth more than your victory or defeat. Bai Ruobing said firmly, her cold demeanor making people uncomfortable. Yi Chen knew she was saying this on purpose, but a surge of unnamed anger rose within him. What if I win? As your boyfriend, can I get some rewards? Win? What will you win with? I'll listen to you when we're alone, but outside, a man's pride cannot be offended. If I win completely, you know what that means. Yi Chen pointed to his lips. Bai Ruobing was taken aback, and it took her several seconds to react. Then, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, she said, Humph. She was a bit annoyed and said defiantly, if you win completely, then we'll do as you say. My partner cannot be useless. If you lose, don't talk to me again. That would be best. The two parted ways unhappily. Did you have a fight? Ah, Yi Chen, how dare you? The goddess agreeing to you is like your ancestors burning incense. You probably saved Cupid in your past life to get this fate. If you anger the goddess, you don't deserve to be her boyfriend, Zhang Chao said with a pained expression. None of your business. I'm educating my woman. What are you getting excited about, outsider? This statement directly infuriated Zhang Chao. Looking for death. Zhang Chao clenched his fists, yellowish crystals forming on his hands. His hands had already begun to rockify. Get ready, then let's begin. Yi Chen stood still, hands behind his back, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. Some onlookers were unaware of Yi Chen's background. But Zhang Chao and Yi Chen were classmates, how could he not know? He was even a martial artist. What? You're at the martial artist level? Zhang Chao exclaimed in surprise. Because his confident strike had missed. Yi Chen simply sidestepped, avoiding his punch. Too slow. Zhang Chao was only at the 5th level of the martial artist realm, with decent talent, but as a rich second generation, he spent his days indulging in pleasures, never focusing on cultivation. When their realms were close, the contrast between Zhang Chao's unsteady steps and Yi Chen's solid foundation was evident. Damn it! You, the bottom of the class, how dare you pursue the goddess? I could knock you down with one punch. Being easily toyed with and dodging his attacks, Zhang Chao felt humiliated. The gazes of the surrounding classmates, looking at him like a clown, insulted his pride. Mountain collapse, earth split strike. He leaped up, hands pressed together, and smashed down towards Yi Chen's head. Zhang Chao no longer held back. Even if he accidentally killed Yi Chen, he wouldn't panic. But the gap between imagination and reality was too great. Yi Chen merely raised his right hand slightly, and a spiritual sword met his fists. Get lost. In a nonchalant tone, Zhang Chao felt an immense force. The spiritual sword was light, yet it gave the impression of being able to move mountains with a mere touch. It seemed that after just warming up, Zhang Chao was already sprawled on the ground in embarrassment. The entire venue fell silent, not a sound to be heard. Only Jia Liang shouted excitedly, "My brother, so cool. Not bad, just average." It seemed like he had merely done something trivial. The number of completed trials changed from 0 to 1. Useless, I have to step in. A young man in a blue robe arrived, speaking. Damn it, I was just ambushed, Zhang Chao retorted stubbornly. I saw it all, Chaozi, you're too weak. Let me take over. A dandy nearby, playing with prayer beads, said. You can't. Yi Chen's indifferent voice came. Why not? A waste with only a B-level gene sequence isn't worthy to fight me. The once graceful young man was so enraged that the prayer beads in his hand fell to the ground. Who do you look down on? I don't fight with trash. Can't you understand human language? So arrogant, overbearing, conceited. At this moment, Yi Chen was like a sharp sword, piercing to the eye. Having obtained the sword domain, Yi Chen's future was destined to be extraordinary. He had no need to hide anything. Being timid was not his character. You. The dandy was unconvinced but was stopped by the man in the blue robe. Then I'll go, is that okay? You. With the sword domain, he immediately knew the opponent's gene sequence. This man was the highest in gene sequence among everyone present. An S-level storm sequence. Moreover, his martial arts realm had reached the martial master level. Change someone else. Ha ha ha. The man in the blue robe laughed heartily, revealing a tone of disdain. It seems you're just all talk. A coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Afraid to face me head-on, right? Wrong, I'm not afraid of you. It's just that if I defeat you after you step up, what will the others do? Line up according to strength, one by one. Yi Chen stood with his hands behind his back, the spiritual sword surrounding him, already prepared for a wheel battle. Alright then, why use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? Xia, you go. Okay, young Master Shao, you don't need to step in. Just watch from the side. Kid, listen well. Second son of the Xia family in Magic City, Xia Yuxuan. Awaken A-level Overlord Blade Sequence, Martial Artist Level 7. Zhang Chao is careless, I will use my full strength. My big knife has long been eager to strike. I hope you can withstand 3 of my strikes. A blood-red knife appeared in Xia Yuxuan's hand. This blood soul knife looks familiar, Xia Yuxuan? Isn't he from Magic Martial High School 1? One of the 7 sons of Magic Martial High School 1, ranked 7th, blood knife Xia Yuxuan. You should have said so. If you said the 7 sons of Magic Martial, I would have known. So, these few are the strongest 7 of this year's Magic Martial High School 1? Wrong, the 7 sons of Magic Martial means these 7 are all second-generation martial artists. Above the 7 sons, there are still 4 great kings. Yi Chen had already engaged in a struggle with Xia Yuxuan. That blood-colored long knife was sandwiched between Yi Chen's 2 spiritual swords and was sent flying. Xia Yuxuan was blasted away by that immense force, kneeling on the ground, and when he raised his head, a golden long sword was already pressed against his neck. The most humiliating part for him was that Yi Chen completely ignored him. Next, who's up? 008 broke a sweat, and the goddess personally wiped it away. Being defeated by a master is not shameful. However, the feeling of being ignored after getting used to standing on the cloud made Xia Yuxuan feel utterly humiliated. His face flushed red as he gripped the blood soul blade, angrily roaring, "Yi Chen, let's fight again. I said, in order. I have to fight 10 people today, and if everyone I encounter asks for a rematch, how long will that take?" Xia Yuxuan was taken aback. He knew he had been inconsiderate. But being defeated, he couldn't let it go. "Then, after it's over, I want to fight you again." Yi Chen said nothing, and Xia Yuxuan continued to press. "Then I'll add money, 100,000, how about that?" "Deal." Yi Chen smiled, understanding. "Old 7, you can't do it either, let me handle it. You always say how domineering your blood blade is, yet you were defeated by such a soft sword." A burly man stepped in front of Yi Chen. This one was a strength-type warrior. A-level fortress gene sequence, and Lushan, ranked 6th among the 7 sons. His weapon was a purple gold hammer. When swung, it felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Each strike was powerful and sweeping. The 3 spiritual swords behind Yi Chen were all knocked away by the hammer. Great strength, but unfortunately, it's just brute force. Yi Chen shook his head, while Lushan snorted in defiance, exhaling 2 puffs of hot air from his nostrils. He stomped his left foot down heavily, creating a small pit in the specially made floor. Pure strength, he ranked 2nd among the 7 sons. If that hammer hit Yi Chen, it might just turn him into mush. But Yi Chen did not dodge. The spiritual sword beside him actually withstood the massive hammer. No matter how hard Lushan tried, with veins bulging on his face and hands, he couldn't take another step down. Yi Chen leaped up, concentrating his power in his legs, kicking the heavy hammer away, and with one of the spiritual swords in hand, he brought it down just within 10 centimeters of Lushan's head, stopping. And Lushan came to his senses, drenched in sweat, a chill running down his neck. If Yi Chen hadn't controlled his strength, that sword would have split his head open. The leader of the 7 sons, a young man in green, shouted, "Old 6, come back. You lost." The crowd's expressions were serious. Even 2 of the 7 sons had been defeated. Yi Chen had already proven his strength. Defeating 1 person might be luck, but 2, 3? There aren't that many coincidences. Yi Chen's foundation was already solid. If his talent wasn't enough, he would refine his basics. He practiced basic swordsmanship every day. It was just that he lacked the support of strong power. With accumulated experience, he began to stand out. This was far from Yi Chen's limit. The B-level spiritual sword sequence allowed Yi Chen to manipulate 10 spiritual swords. Against them, he only used 3. Bai Ruobing watched in shock from the side. The crowd, who didn't understand the intricacies, was even more astonished. How can the 7 sons be so weak? They can't even beat the bottom of our elite class. It's just like that. Zhang Chao isn't weak either. He's in the top 10 of our class, yet he was also killed by Yi Chen in 1 strike. I don't get it. When did Yi Chen become so strong? No wonder the goddess has her eyes on him. He's been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, just waiting to shock everyone in the college entrance exam. After defeating 3 somewhat famous elites, Yi Chen had risen as a dark horse. As Yi Chen's good friend, Zhao Liang felt a mix of emotions. His mouth was bitter as he asked Bai Ruobing, "Goddess, you must have known my friend had talent, right? No wonder you would take a liking to him." Bai Ruobing also chuckled and shook her head. Yi Chen's foundation in swordsmanship is indeed solid. If it comes to understanding basic swordsmanship, I can't compare to him. But it's just that in front of Xiaoyan, he has no chance. "Goddess, you mean the arrogant leader of the 7 sons of magic and martial arts, right? He seems quite powerful. How do you compare to him?" "Me? It's 10-0, he wouldn't have a single chance." "Impressive. Yi Chen's foundation in swordsmanship is quite solid. But he knows that if it were before, he definitely wouldn't be able to handle it so effortlessly, able to suppress these geniuses. It was only after gaining the sword domain that he exuded a hint of the aura of a swordmaster. The sword domain exists in my sea of consciousness. Even when I'm sleeping, I can comprehend swordsmanship. Damn it, he seems to have gotten stronger again. The wheel battle has reached the 9th person. No one can withstand Yi Chen's 10 swords. From start to finish, Yi Chen has only used a maximum of 6 spiritual swords. This challenger is the 2nd among the 7 sons of magic and martial arts. He also uses swordsmanship. In terms of martial arts realm, he is already at the 9th level of the martial artist realm, 6 small realms higher than Yi Chen. But once the battle began, he was continuously suppressed by Yi Chen. Damn it, this feeling is so annoying. As a prodigy, he had never felt such suppression, except against a few people he couldn't defeat. Controlling 7 swords simultaneously, using one mind for 7 purposes, where did this monster come from? He was being crazily suppressed. Now, after the battle has progressed, Yi Chen finally took it seriously. This was his thought. And for Yi Chen, not using the Dragon Soul Shadow is still a bit strenuous. Yi Chen must use all his strength to suppress the opponent. For now, he still can't perfectly control 10 spiritual swords. So frustrating. Utterly powerless to fight back. It's too tragic. To outsiders, the sword fanatic among the 7 sons of magic and martial arts was just being toyed with. Bai Ruobing exclaimed, I underestimated him. Although his martial arts realm isn't high, being able to use swordsmanship to this extent at such a young age is already enough to amaze people. As a fellow sword practitioner, she knows this is the fast sword in swordsmanship. In the world of martial arts, only speed is unbreakable. If it's fast enough, it can leave the opponent no time to breathe. The fast sword emphasizes suppression, and Yi Chen has fully unleashed the essence of the fast sword. Fast sword, defensive sword, heavy sword, flying sword. Everything he can do, I can do. What I can't do, he can do. For the first time, Bai Ruobing felt jealousy and curiosity towards someone. As her thoughts drifted, the battle had already ended. Blood splattered, staining the arena. Swords have no eyes, you're strong. Even with all my strength, I can't retract my sword. This was Yi Chen's acknowledgement of his opponent. In previous battles, he could control his movements freely. A flurry of fast sword strikes also made Yi Chen break a sweat. He walked up to Bai Ruobing. The goddess stared at him with her big, beautiful eyes, filled with confusion. What's wrong? I broke a bit of a sweat, can you help me wipe it? Bai Ruobing was stunned. She didn't know why, but she took out a snow-white silk handkerchief from her waist. Yi Chen's behavior was a bit excessive, but since she had used him first, Bai Ruobing endured it. Yi Chen smiled faintly but didn't move. He leaned down close to Bai Ruobing's ear, and a single sentence made the goddess laugh so hard that it shook the flowers, making all the beauty in the world seem to dim. Just this once, there won't be a next time. Bow your head. Yi Chen bent down. Bai Ruobing spread out the white handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat from Yi Chen's forehead. The cool touch of the icy silk took away Yi Chen's fatigue. It was simply because it was done by a beautiful person herself. 009 Sword God. You have to let me explain, I and your daughter. For the first time, Bai Ruobing found a boy cute. In that moment, Yi Chen's intimate gesture made Bai Ruobing feel a sudden urge to slap him. If he dared to overstep, she would take action to punish him. My hands are so sore, I can't lift them anymore, please. This somewhat spoiled tone made Bai Ruobing feel that Yi Chen was quite silly. Coupled with the domineering image he had shown earlier, this might just be a man's pride. In the end, she softened and agreed to Yi Chen, but there would be no next time. Sore hands was just Yi Chen's lie. There was still a tough battle to fight. This was all part of Yi Chen's routine. The goddess wiped her sweat, and as Yi Chen walked, he exuded a hint of Gao Qixing's confidence. So annoying, I really want to beat Yi Chen up but I can't win. I just got showered with dog food, so annoying. Forget about the others, but this is the one known as the Ice Mountain, the goddess of absolute zero. How did this little brat get so lucky? I still fantasize that this is fake, damn it. Yi Chen defeated the prodigies and my heart remained calm, not even a ripple inside. The goddess's smile is so sweet, but it wasn't directed at me, my heart shattered. The shock of continuously defeating 9 prodigies, after Bai Ruobing helped Yi Chen wipe his sweat, instantly made the onlookers lose their appetite for the melon they were holding. Wasn't it supposed to be a one-sided beating for Yi Chen? Although he was force-fed a wave of dog food by Yi Chen, no one moved to leave. Xiao Yan can definitely beat Yi Chen. Kaisher, the difference between martial master and martial artist is like heaven and earth. Yi Chen has no chance at all. Just crush Yi Chen. As long as he defeats Yi Chen, he won't be able to act so arrogantly. Go for it, Xiao Yan, crush him, the goddess will be yours. Without needing these people to remind him, Xiao Yan was already prepared. His calm expression had long disappeared, replaced by a serious demeanor, exuding a chilling aura. On the arena, a whirlwind began to stir. Before the battle started, the S-class storm sequence had already begun to secretly gather strength. Yi Chen, you managed to defeat my 6 good brothers, that's impressive. But, with your little flashy moves, you don't deserve to be by Ruobing's side. Even after his brothers were defeated, Xiao Yan remained calm. There were many sycophants around the goddess, and he didn't care. But, seeing the flower he had nurtured for years being picked by some unknown brat made his heart bleed. Bai Ruobing's smile, which could make someone as proud as an iceberg personally wipe sweat, was unforgivable. The venue is spacious, and today the wind is particularly loud. The advantage is mine. Yi Chen. I will beat you into a dead dog in front of Ruobing. Yi Chen was not angry. If a dog bites you, it would be impolite to bite back. It seemed no one had high hopes for him. His 10 spirit swords instantly unfolded. But in terms of momentum, they were no match for the S-class storm sequence. Storm strike. Xiao Yan was dragged in the air by an invisible airflow, looking down from above. Countless visible storms surrounded Yi Chen below. No wonder he is the strongest under the king of the Demon Martial One, the leader of the 7 sons of Demon Martial. He didn't give Yi Chen a single chance. So stable, any one of these storms carries terrifying power, capable of shredding me in an instant. But Yi Chen was not the least bit flustered. He knew he was at a disadvantage in realm, and he couldn't block any of these storms. The best offense is the best defense. Since I can't block it, I just need to avoid being hit. The pressure was immense, but it was also a motivation. The sword in Yi Chen's hand trembled with excitement. Am I going to lose? Bai Ruobing felt a sense of loss for some reason. Perhaps, deep down, she hoped for a miracle. But this storm siege was already a certain kill. The deadlock was set. Unless... Wow, Yi Chen, what kind of movement technique is that? Unbelievable, what am I seeing? No way, top-tier movement technique. Hearing the surprised voices around her, Bai Ruobing came back to her senses and looked towards the arena. Oh my! This is the top-tier movement technique in the basics of swordsmanship, the sword shadow step. This was not a particularly high-level technique. In fact, it was just one of the basic movement techniques. But in Yi Chen's hands, it had been transformed into something extraordinary. Constantly flashing and shifting, relying on 10 spirit swords, he continuously changed his position. The sword shadow step used the sword as a substitute. Wherever the sword was, that was where Yi Chen could appear. His swords kept rising, targeting the position of Xiao Yan. The speed was slow, seemingly without any threat. While dodging, he gradually moved closer to Xiao Yan. The movement is very graceful, but, in the face of absolute power, any technique is a joke. Xiao Yan manipulated the flow of air with both hands, and the storm around began to move, overwhelming, ready to crush Yi Chen in an instant. A golden point of light shot out from the storm. I've been waiting for this moment. Sword shadow substitute. Using himself as bait, he lured Xiao Yan to unleash all the storms, while Yi Chen relied on the spirit sword substitute to break through the storm's encirclement. Swimming Dragon Soul Shadow. The killing move was unleashed. The golden sword shadow behind Yi Chen transformed into a dragon, swirling with the spirit sword in his hand, piercing towards Xiao Yan. The originally calm Xiao Yan's expression suddenly changed. How is this possible? This terrifying pressure could never be released by a martial artist? Xiao Yan felt the terrifying suppression from those few individuals. The 4 great kings had always been an insurmountable barrier for him. And on this swimming dragon, he also felt that sense of powerlessness. Xiao Yan's face twisted in rage. Forget the kings, but you, a mere martial artist, what right do you have? Get lost, hurricane, hurricane. Countless hurricanes were summoned by Xiao Yan. He became frantic, with numerous hurricanes blocking the golden swimming dragon. Yi Chen had been quite confident, but Xiao Yan was not an ordinary martial master. Without some strength, how could one pursue a goddess? It should be known that Bai Ruobing was already at the half-step martial general level, just one step away from entering the martial general realm. Martial artist, martial master, and above martial master is the martial general. Xiao Yan was not as strong as Bai Ruobing, but he was also an 8th-tier martial master. Crossing a major realm, although this was a king-level technique, the power was greatly reduced when used by a martial artist like Yi Chen. Under the continuous obstruction of the hurricanes, the golden swimming dragon approached Xiao Yan, its momentum and power greatly diminished. The previous sense of crisis vanished. I didn't intend to use that move. Yi Chen shook his head, under the puzzled gazes of the crowd. He grabbed the furry creature on his shoulder, and a wave of azure golden death shockwave sent Xiao Yan flying, crashing hard into the back mountain. A boulder fell, hitting Xiao Yan on the head, and he completely fainted. Chirp chirp chirp. Xiao Xian waved its little short legs in dissatisfaction. Yi Chen comforted it for a while, giving it a piece of bear cookie before it finally calmed down. Ah, so cute. Yi Chen landed, surrounded by a group of female warriors. Was it this little guy that defeated Xiao Yan just now? So cute and can fight. Where did you get it, Yi Chen? Xiao Xian was quite timid, immediately burrowing into Yi Chen's arms, poking out a round little head. Bai Ruobing watched Yi Chen being surrounded by the flower circle, and inexplicably walked over, her expression a bit sour. The smell of jealousy she exuded could be detected from afar. With the real girlfriend arriving, the other girls left. Yi Chen smiled and pointed to his lips. At first, Bai Ruobing looked at Yi Chen with a proud and cold gaze, but as she watched, she suddenly realized something, and her cheeks flushed with 2 layers of red. Our goddess shouldn't be playing tricks, right? Yi Chen's words cornered Bai Ruobing directly. The proud woman, having made a promise, was determined to fulfill it. Yi Chen didn't expect Bai Ruobing to be so straightforward. She closed her eyes, and a fragrant breeze swept past. Yi Chen felt a chill on his face. Wait, why is it my face? Yi Chen wanted Bai Ruobing to do it again. He had been too nervous and had missed the mark. Bai Ruobing was a perfectionist. This was her mistake, and she had to make up for it. Trembling, she leaned in to kiss him, but a middle-aged man with a cold expression stood behind her. Yi Chen recognized the identity of this middle-aged man. Sword God, please let me explain. I and your daughter. Brothers who sign up, get ready for a big update tonight. 010 Swordsmanship Foundation achieved great perfection. Martial God Training Camp quota. A killing intent enveloped Yi Chen. He felt as if he were wrapped in a shroud of death. The closer Bai Ruobing's delectable lips got, the stronger the feeling became. The cold-faced Yama was true to his name. Bai Wuxiang's face was expressionless. Looking at that poker face, it was impossible to determine his current mood. But Yi Chen could be 100% sure that whatever he dared to do, the consequences would be dire. Teasing his daughter in front of the sword god? What was the difference from seeking death? He grabbed Bai Ruobing's fragrant shoulder and turned her around. Forget about benefits, staying alive was the greatest blessing. Bai Ruobing turned around and saw her father standing in front of her, her ears flushed with embarrassment. Bai Wuxiang tried to tell himself to stay calm, but his usually obedient and quiet daughter was about to do such a thing with a boy in public. The sword hilt in his hand shattered, and the sword body fell to the ground. This sword body must weigh over 100 kilograms, it has even made a small dent in the floor. If it had fallen on someone's head, Yi Chen felt a bone-chilling coldness approaching. Bai Wuxiang slowly walked up to Yi Chen, making him a bit nervous. However, in front of his future father-in-law, he straightened his back, neither servile nor overbearing. Panic was useless, it would only make the sword god look down on him. Bai Wuxiang glanced at him and coldly said, Yi Chen, right? Come with me. Yi Chen said nothing and followed Bai Wuxiang, leaving the scene. The two arrived at Bai Wuxiang's office. Yi Chen sat on the sofa while Bai Wuxiang remained silent, sitting at his desk, reviewing documents. He then noticed that the rewards for completing the trial had already been distributed. Swordsmanship Foundation cultivated to great perfection. Just this one reward, but Yi Chen didn't feel it was lacking. Cultivating martial arts was like building a house. Laying the foundation was the most important. The lower structure determined the upper economic foundation. Sword Shadow Step Initial Insight enhanced to Grand Master level. Flying Sword Mental Method learned and enhanced to Grand Master level. Piercing Sword learned, enhanced to Grand Master level. The basics of the 72 sword techniques had all been raised to Grand Master level, both what Yi Chen knew and what he didn't. As long as he stood there with a sword, people would feel its sharpness. All the foundations were just one step away. Beyond that lay the ultimate mystery of swordsmanship, the purest realm of returning to simplicity. Awesome, if I fight Xiao Yan again, I won't even need Xiao Xin to intervene. With my understanding of swordsmanship, I can toy with him at will. Understanding of swordsmanship was equivalent to Yi Chen's understanding of martial arts. This was also a boost to his strength. In the end, battles depended on overall strength. Bai Wuxiang was distracted from reviewing documents. If Yi Chen got closer, he would notice that Bai Wuxiang was holding the documents upside down. He sighed inwardly, realizing he wasn't as composed as a young warrior. His Dao heart still needed training. Yi Chen, right? Yes, Sword God. What do you need from me? Yi Chen had his suspicions but pretended not to know. The slots for this year's Martial God Training Camp were already determined, but based on your performance today, I will apply for a slot for you. In a week, before the college entrance examination, you will participate in a special training session. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. He had never heard of this before. His previous strength was too weak to qualify for this special training camp. Outstanding martial artists will receive special invitations from universities across the country, as well as from organizations like the Tribunal and the military. I represent the Magic Restriction Army of the military, and I invite you to join. Yi Chen was shocked. The sword god personally invited him. If it were another naive young man, he would surely accept excitedly. But Yi Chen was different. He possessed the sword domain and had the capital to choose. Even if he didn't join the Magic Restriction Army, he wasn't worried about his growth. It was just that the resources provided by these organizations could accelerate his development. Sorry, Sword God, can I have some time to think about it? I need to ask my sister. My sister and I rely on each other, and if I join the military, I might not be able to see her for several years. Can you give me some time to consider? Yi Chen temporarily deferred with the bond of family. Bai Wuxiang nodded gently. He had been completely blinded by anger just now. Now that they were alone, he noticed that Yi Chen showed no signs of fear in front of him. His back was straight, and his sword-like brows and starry eyes exuded the demeanor of a sword master. Although young, he had the air of a master of the sword path. As the martial god of the Summer Kingdom who had cultivated the sword path, Bai Wuxiang found that Yi Chen's understanding of the sword path even surpassed his own at the same age. Those who cultivate the sword have a clear heart. He chuckled lightly. If I agree to let you date my daughter, can you report to the Magic Restriction Army right now? A smile on a poker face is not simple. Yi Chen immediately realized this was a trap. Sword God, I'm afraid I cannot agree. If Bing is not a commodity, then even as her father, you have no right to decide for her. Choosing which organization to join is my own business. If the military aligns with my intentions and offers good benefits, I will definitely consider it first. This answer was impeccable. Even Bai Wuxiang was stunned. It wasn't the perfect answer he had envisioned, but it surpassed the standard response. Well said, you have a firm character. Yi Chen's unyielding attitude made Bai Wuxiang appreciate him a bit. But, what you said is incorrect. My daughter Bing listens to me. If you want to be my Bai family's son-in-law, you must be the top talent of the Summer Kingdom. I have confidence. Regardless of whether it was feasible, he couldn't lose momentum. Don't be too happy too soon. Today, you barely defeated this top talent. There is still a distance to the very top talents. I've heard about your situation with her, but I haven't agreed yet. First, get into the top 3 of the Martial God Training Camp. Bai Wuxiang said coldly, the Martial God Training Camp is not just for the geniuses of our Magic City. This year's training camp is held in our Magic City, and martial artists from the Imperial Capital and all over will participate. Do you still have confidence? Yes, we martial artists go against the heavens. By Jian God, I will prove it to you. You have spirit, but strength isn't just about words. You can go back now. Bai Wuxiang had said all he needed to say and was ready to send him off. Just as Yi Chen was about to leave, Bai Wuxiang called him back. Wait, play less games in the future and spend more time on sword cultivation. I know the founder of SwordNet, this game is useful, but it's not as beneficial as honing your skills in reality. Yi Chen was taken aback for a moment, then nodded, I understand. He was a bit dazed, but given Bai Wuxiang's status and connections in the Summer Kingdom, it wasn't surprising that he knew about his SwordNet. Yi Chen didn't mind this matter, he was just completing the trial of the sword domain. There is still a week left. This future father-in-law is a bit difficult to deal with, the road ahead is long. 011 Let's continue what hasn't been finished. Yi Chen returned to the classroom, preparing to ask for leave. The homeroom teacher was already waiting for him in the classroom. When she saw Yi Chen come back, a smile appeared on her face. Teacher Song, you came at the right time, I have something to discuss with you. What a coincidence, I've been waiting for you here for a while. You go first? Yi Chen nodded. Teacher, I would like to ask for a week off. Teacher Song was a beautiful and intelligent older sister. She had once retired from the front lines of the beast battlefields. There was a certain aura of sternness about her, and she looked quite heroic. Because she was a soldier, she would not discriminate against Yi Chen for his lack of talent. On the contrary, she liked hard-working students like him. Song Jing showed a kind smile. Just now, Bai Jianshan told me that you, kid, are quite impressive, managing to get a spot in the Martial God Training Camp. Not bad, Yi Chen said humbly, which also pleased Song Jing. After a few days, Yi Chen's aura had undergone a tremendous change. Song Jing immediately noticed that this kid had probably gained some opportunity. Or perhaps, Yi Chen, I need to tell you something. Song Jing's tone suddenly became serious. Yi Chen sat up straight, listening carefully. He held a great deal of respect for this retired female soldier. Compared to many teachers who preach but secretly categorize their students, Song Jing treated everyone equally. Teacher, go ahead. Song Jing said earnestly, I know you come from a poor family, and so do I. We both climbed up from the bottom. You and I are being honest with each other. Have you secretly been to the beast battlefields? Aside from the safe parts of the city, the areas where various alien beasts exist are referred to as beast battlefields. The beast battlefields have human military camps, but there are also some dangerous areas. The beast battlefields hold great opportunities. In some undeveloped places, killing various life forms might yield some chances. This is a favorite spot for desperate individuals. The beast battlefields allow for unrestricted slaughter, a chaotic place without rules. Yi Chen was taken aback. He knew that Teacher Song had misunderstood, thinking he had been to the beast battlefields. It was understandable, otherwise, it would be hard to explain why Yi Chen had suddenly risen to prominence, defeating dozens of outstanding individuals and even capturing a martial master-level beast. He smiled and didn't explain. This misunderstanding was fine, it saved him the trouble of explaining. Sigh, teacher, because of an accident, my realm completely fell, and I can no longer go to the battlefield. I won't stop you because your genetic sequence level is low, and you succeeded this time. But next time, you might not have such good luck. Song Jing's tone was very serious. Even though Yi Chen had gained benefits, she still needed to educate him seriously. This was a guarantee for his safety. A warm current flowed through Yi Chen's heart. Only those who truly cared for him would criticize and educate him. I understand, teacher, but I have compelling reasons to go. Can you recommend a few relatively safe beast battlefields for me? I want to take a week off to prepare for training in the beast battlefields. Yi Chen's gaze was firm, showing an attitude of necessity. Song Jing smiled. You are quite clever. I believe you can make good judgments. Just don't take risks in areas that have never been explored. The places where our human race is stationed are relatively safe. We, the human race, have made deals with some powerful royal families among the various races. In some places where our human race is stationed, the weaker races are destined to become prey, providing opportunities for our outstanding individuals to complete their trials. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, is an unchanging principle. It is also because the human race is not weak among the various races that we can have a territory to survive. The remaining weak tribes became the fish on the chopping board. And in that unknown area, there exist some mysterious races that do not obey the rules of humanity in the myriad tribes, establishing their own domains. That's why I came to ask you. You just returned from the front lines. You must have some acquaintances, right? Song Jing smiled. She did not dislike Yi Chen's mercenary style. Someone who rose from the lower ranks and wasn't clever enough would surely not survive long on the battlefield. Of course, but what? Yi Chen was puzzled. You little brat want to take advantage of me for free, huh? I won't do that. If you want me to help, there has to be interest. That's for sure. As a student, I definitely won't take advantage of you for free. I will pay. Teacher Song was willing to help, but she would definitely want to call in a favor. She had helped him so much, and Yi Chen just happened to take this opportunity to repay his teacher's kindness. Without her insistence, Yi Chen might have been kicked out of the elite class long ago. The resources of the elite class were the best. Without Song Jing, there would have been no subsequent opportunity to obtain the sword domain. Is your teacher really that materialistic? Would I charge my students? As a soldier, taking money would leave me with a handle to be grasped. What I mean is, do well in the college entrance examination, rank in the top 100 in the city, and get into a key martial arts university, and that will be enough to raise your teacher's salary. Each head is worth several tens of thousands. Ah, is that it? Then it's not a big deal. Yi Chen's nonchalant tone made Song Jing very angry. Don't think that ranking in the top 100 in the city is easy. Our second high school in Magic City has a much worse student base than the first high school. Aside from Bai Ruobing, who has a top 3 standard in the city, if our elite class can produce 3 students in the top 100, that would be a blessing. The gap is that big. However, my wife is really impressive. This is indeed the case. Before entering Magic Martial Arts second high school, aside from Bai Ruobing, everyone else chose schools based on their previous martial arts qualifications. It was natural for the second high school to be inferior. Song Jing also did not expect Yi Chen to necessarily achieve. Yi Chen chuckled, not explaining. Time will prove everything. Song Jing left Yi Chen a contact number. It might be a bit far, it's not on the battlefield in Magic City. You need to go to Yanjing. Don't worry about the travel expenses, the teacher will cover it. That's not necessary. He had just scrounged 500,000 Huaxia coins from some second-generation martial artists. Going to Yanjing would only cost a little over 1,000, that's pocket change. Just think of it as a trip to Yanjing. I've wanted to try the power of the capital's doji for a long time. Are you serious? Mentioning doji, Sang Jing's expression changed drastically, her face showing a strange look, and she didn't say much more. Then prepare yourself. When the time comes, you can directly enter the martial god training camp with the elites of the capital. Thank you, teacher. This bow made Song Jing very satisfied. Go ahead, and before you leave, tell that bastard I said something. Okay. After saying that, Song Jing left, and Yi Chen fell into contemplation, wondering if he should play matchmaker this time. First, let me meet that instructor. This time my trial should go smoothly. Just as he was about to head home, a well-proportioned girl was waiting for him at the door, seemingly for quite some time. Yi Chen. Bing bing, you came at the right time. Let's continue what we didn't finish earlier. 012 Only by being shameless can one find a partner. The younger brother was not raised in vain. Bang bang bang. Punches landed with force. The wooden sword kept striking Yi Chen. The damage wasn't high, but it really hurt. Just for teasing this girl a bit, he was retaliated against. The great perfection of sword Dao was useful to others. In the face of absolute speed and strength, technique was just a joke. This statement was absolutely correct. But, you just didn't fulfill the agreement, our goddess wants to renege on the deal? Bai Ruobing quickened her pace, and Yi Chen was powerless to defend himself. This was too unfair. A half-step martial general and an ordinary martial artist were no longer beings of the same dimension. Not to mention, Bai Ruobing's high talent and the resources accumulated by her family had already allowed her to be regarded as a strong martial general. In terms of understanding the sword path, Bai Ruobing was not much worse than Yi Chen. After about a venting, Bai Ruobing coldly responded, "I've done it, Yi Chen, don't go too far. We're not really that kind of relationship." The scene at that moment was difficult to navigate. Bai Ruobing didn't want them to think of her as someone who was untrustworthy. But how could she possibly kiss Yi Chen alone? Yi Chen didn't care. Knowing it was impossible was one thing. But what if he tried and succeeded? That would be a huge gain. Just getting beaten up a bit was nothing. After the fight, Yi Chen sat on the ground, pressing on his wounds. "You hit really hard. Are you okay?" "This is the bruise ointment I always use, it should help." Bai Ruobing's face was still cold, but she began to show concern for Yi Chen. He. Yi Chen didn't speak, taking the bruise ointment offered by the goddess and applying it all over. "Why did you hide your strength before?" Bai Ruobing asked, puzzled. Yi Chen felt a surge of satisfaction in his heart. He had caught the goddess's attention. "You found out, huh? Because I want to stand by your side, I definitely need strong strength. I've worked hard, but you're like the stars in the sky, so far away from me. I think I'm not worthy of you yet." Yi Chen suddenly became earnest. "I didn't want to expose myself so soon, but I can't show weakness when I'm being bullied. I hope that one day in the future, I can be your support." Yi Chen's eyes were deep like the galaxy, his expression sincere. After training, his handsome features were even more pronounced. A serious man had an inexplicable charm. Bai Ruobing's voice had a hint of panic. We should focus on our training now, romantic feelings." "I know, let's take it slow. I'll wait for you. Right now, I'm not qualified to stand by your side. When I grow strong enough to protect you and resolve the external troubles of the Xia kingdom, then I'll make you a promise." Yi Chen's words were not overly sentimental or sweet, but for Bai Ruobing, who was inexperienced and focused solely on martial arts, it was sweeter than candy. "I will give you a chance. If you can get into the martial arts university, I will agree to you." This statement was vague, but Bai Ruobing had already made a concession. Yi Chen's current strength had a great chance of getting into the Demon Martial University. Not to mention, his golden finger hadn't fully unfolded yet. After a moment of silence, Yi Chen stood up and opened up the conversation. "Bing Bing, I will go to the Imperial capital next week to challenge myself on the monster battlefield." Their relationship was very delicate now. Bai Ruobing didn't know what to say. With her personality, their relationship hadn't reached the level of concern yet. Yi Chen didn't mind, instead pointing at the hair tied up by Bai Ruobing. What's wrong?" Yi Chen leaned in, and before Bai Ruobing could react, he took the black hair tie from her hair and put it on his wrist. Her ice blue long hair flowed like a waterfall, stunningly beautiful. "What are you doing?" "This is the interest, a compensation for your kiss on the cheek." Bai Ruobing understood what this meant. She just hadn't been in a relationship before, not that she was isolated from the world. A boy wearing a hair tie, she knew what that implied. Watching Yi Chen leave with a proud smile, Bai Ruobing finally came back to her senses. Yi Wanqing dragged her weary body home. A waft of delicious food entered her nostrils, and she instantly felt awake. "Xiao Chen, this table full of dishes, wow! Dongpa pork, sauerkraut fish, braised lion's head, all my favorites." Seeing the food, Yi Wanqing was excited at first, then looked at Yi Chen with confusion. "Xiao Chen, where did you get so much money? This table of dishes can't be cheap, right?" Yi Chen didn't mention it was from gambling. "I earned it in the monster battlefield." "Sister Ching, I'm going to the capital tomorrow. I transferred some money to your card. Remember to eat on time. In the next few months, I will also join the martial god training camp." Yi Wanqing was a bit stunned and said in shock, "What? Martial god training camp? Xiao Chen, I suddenly feel like I don't know you anymore." "I know about the martial god training camp, when did you?" Sister Ching, sorry for hiding it from you. My strength improvement involves some secrets, but it's definitely a righteous method." Yi Wanqing nodded. She had raised Yi Chen since he was little, even changing his diapers herself. He could never betray humanity and side with the demon race. At most, he might sell his looks and play with a rich woman, saving 30 years of detours. That wasn't a big problem. "Aren't you going to eat some?" "I just ate. I bought a ticket for the night shift. Be careful on the road, I won't see you off. Next time, when I earn enough money, I'll take you to travel around the country. No, travel the world. Yu Wanqing laughed heartily. Good, our Xiaochen has grown up and knows how to take care of his sister. It would be best if you buy me a private research institute, then I won't have to work 996 and be drained by those evil capitalists. Yu Wanqing liked the research job but disliked the scheming environment of the institute. I will definitely do it next time. 1 million was still too little, killing monsters could also earn rewards. In a week, Yi Chen would do his best to make money. The housing prices in the Magic City were not low, starting at 100,000 per square meter, plus the private research institute that his sister dreamed of, and the imported equipment wasn't cheap. The revolution had not yet succeeded, more effort was needed. However, looking at the golden little sword in his mind, Yi Chen knew that everything would come, it was just a matter of time. After packing his luggage, Yi Chen shouted, "Sister, I'm leaving." "Okay, be careful on the road." After tidying up the bowls and chopsticks, Yu Wanqing opened her phone. "Let me see how much that brat transferred to me." The amount of money was one aspect, but the fact that he thought of her as soon as he earned it made Yu Wanqing feel warm inside. Brother, it was worth raising him. He knew to care for his sister. The transfer message read, "Spend freely, don't hold back. All expenses are on young Master Yi." Seeing this old joke, Yu Wanqing couldn't help but laugh. 5. These zeros, oh my. Yu Wanqing was stunned, her account had increased by 500,000. Seeing this money and the heartwarming message, tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. 013 A single sentence, helping the Sword Saint break through. Yi Chen was already on the magic airship. A ticket cost 2,000, which was quite luxurious. But the service was indeed worth it. Even the free dinner was steak. On the magic airship, there was also super-fast Wi-Fi. "Genie, Bei. What's wrong, Sister Chang?" Yi Chen answered the phone. "Brat, are you really going to find an old woman?" The steak in Yi Chen's mouth sprayed onto the seat in front. "Sister, do you have some misunderstanding about my taste? If not, how did you get so much money in such a short time?" Yi Chen had no choice but to recount the story of the rich second generation and their gambling match. Yu Wanqing didn't understand, but this explanation was indeed very reasonable. Is this what they call a fool with too much money? I don't understand the world of the rich. Then I'll keep this 500,000 for you, so you won't spend it recklessly. When a man has money, he can turn bad. Since you've chosen the school beauty, even though there's no hope, you should still put in the effort. Sister Qing, you really don't have much faith in me, do you? Alright, do your best. The siblings began to bicker. After chatting for about half an hour, Yi Chen said, "Sister, I've landed. Remember to eat on time, okay? Health is the foundation of revolution." "Got it. I'm going to sleep soon." After hanging up, Yu Wanqing felt a bit uneasy for some reason. Xiaochen has a girl he likes now. Why do I feel a bit blocked in my heart? Staring at the ceiling, her long legs wrapped in black silk swayed alone. In the capital, after getting off the car, Yi Chen saw a pink-haired girl with devil horn headgear standing on the platform. Before she spoke, Yi Chen thought she was very aloof. But once she opened her mouth, her cheerful and enthusiastic personality was revealed. "Hee, you must be Yi Chen, right? I'm Zhao Linger." Her smile revealed cute tiger teeth, completely different from her serious expression. The carefree senior Linger immediately linked her arm with Yi Chen's. "Junior, you look fit. Come on, I'll take you to the teacher." Before Yi Chen could finish his sentence, he was pulled away. On the motorcycle, Yi Chen felt the rush of wind. The motorcycle girl, Senior Linger. "Junior, hold on tight, I'm going to speed up." Yi Chen tightened his grip around Senior Linger's slender waist. Beneath the soft combat suit, he could feel her abs. "Junior, don't move around." "Oh, okay." The fragrance and sensation were too stimulating. Yi Chen used his pressure gun technique to force himself to calm down. The motorcycle drove out to the suburbs, away from the city's hustle and bustle. The air was filled with a bloody scent. Yi Chen felt a bit unwell, but soon stabilized his breath with the help of the sword domain. Noticing the change in Yi Chen behind her, Zhao Linger smirked. Another sudden acceleration caught Yi Chen off guard, forcing him to press his body tightly against Zhao Linger's back. He couldn't care less about the propriety between men and women. When they arrived at the capital's base, Yi Chen almost threw up. Zhao Linger covered her mouth and chuckled. "Not bad, Junior, you didn't throw up." She even patted Yi Chen's back a couple of times, not knowing if it was intentional. But the steak Yi Chen had just eaten for dinner almost came back up. "You're here." A man, gentle and handsome, appeared behind Yi Chen and Zhao Linger without them noticing. Upon seeing him, Zhao Linger respectfully called out, "Teacher, you're here." "I've brought my junior." Are you the one Teacher Song mentioned? The Thunderfire war god Gu Tianyi, the great god Gu? Gu Tianyi initially wanted to remain calm, but he couldn't help it. She introduced me like that? Gu Tianyi stumbled slightly. That's all in the past. What great god Gu? What war god? I'm just an unknown nobody at the martial saint level. The martial saint level is the strongest below the martial god. There are only 10 martial gods in the Xia kingdom, and this one, being called a war god at the martial saint level, is no simple matter. Yi Chen, can you tell me about your teacher's recent situation? Mentioning Song Jing, the military god, his eyes were filled with tenderness. Yi Chen smiled. It seemed to be as he had guessed. Sure, Teacher Song. Yi Chen reported the prepared information to Gu Tianyi. After listening, Gu Tianyi smiled broadly. You little rascal. Not being honest, huh? With Xiao Jing's personality, she wouldn't say something like that. I miss you. He could say such words, but how could that heroic woman possibly express such tender words? The only possibility was that this kid was talking nonsense. I just expressed the feelings you both have for each other. Gu Zhanshin, Teacher Song thought of you the moment she needed help. This hint shouldn't be too obvious. I'm just giving you a little courage. As an outsider, Yi Chen had long seen the mutual affection between the two. It was just that Teacher Song couldn't bring herself to lower her pride. This statement left the battle god, unafraid of a million demon clans, in silence. Ha ha ha. Gu Tianyi suddenly laughed, startling Yi Chen. Good lad, I was overthinking it. You haven't met a young man who sees things so clearly. With the knot in his heart untied, Gu Tianyi's sword soared into the sky, illuminating the wilderness for dozens of kilometers. Wow, teacher, you've broken through again. Congratulations. Congratulations, Gu Zhanshin. I don't deserve the title of battle god. Gu Tianyi shook his head, but with the knot in his heart untied and a breakthrough in his martial arts realm, he was in high spirits. You can call me Gu Jianshang, or, like Linger, just call me teacher. He didn't say it outright, but this perceptive and clear-minded young man would surely understand his meaning. Yi Chen fell into deep thought. Zhao Linger playfully pulled Yi Chen into her embrace. Her fist pressed down on Yi Chen's head. Junior, although my teacher isn't a martial god-level expert, he is one of the strongest below that level. If it weren't for that incident back then, the current cold-faced Yan Luo would. Gu Tianyi waved his hand to interrupt Zhao Linger. No need to bring up old matters. Yi Chen has his own choices and shouldn't be forced. Woo-woo. Yi Chen was almost suffocating. Cotton candy is soft, but it's not breathable. After half a minute, Yi Chen was nearly out of breath before Zhao Linger and Gu Tianyi noticed. Zhao Linger's face turned a bit red. Her usual boldness made her realize what she had just done. I'm sorry, Yi Chen. It's fine. Yi Chen, why are you bleeding from your nose? Did you get hurt inside? No need to come over. I'm just a bit overheated. It's nothing. Once Yi Chen adjusted himself, he explained, Teacher Gu, I was just thinking about how much introduction fee you two should give me if you got together, and I lost focus. Ah, Yi Chen, you agreed? Zhao Linger showed an excited expression. In her joy, she hugged Yi Chen again. Gu Tianyi smiled indulgently from the side. 014 Exceptional Sword Seed, entering the 3-star demon domain, Chaos Land. Teacher Gu, does Senior Linger treat everyone like this? The senior was too enthusiastic, making Yi Chen feel a bit breathless. Gu Tianyi smiled. Maybe it's because she's been in this wilderness for too long. With newcomers around, she seems excited. Ah, teacher, have you both been staying in this remote wilderness all this time? I have been stationed here at this beast battlefield due to my guilt over the past. Linger is a good child. She has stayed here to take care of me. It's clear she likes you very much. Gu Tianyi gazed into the distance. I also want to thank you. I was too obsessed with the past. I've lived like a dog these years, and yet no young martial artist has seen through things as clearly as you. The onlooker sees more than the player. Someone like you, a master of the sword path, is more likely to get stuck in a rut. You're right. Even at a young age, I can sense a master's aura of the sword path from you, but unfortunately, you're just a step away from being an innate sword path saint body. Who is Gu Tianyi? He could see at a glance that Yi Chen's foundation in the sword path had already reached perfection. This could only be due to talent. Relying on effort alone to cultivate the sword path to such a level would take decades, if not hundreds of years of research. Yi Chen had already reached the perfection of his sword path foundation at this age, enough to be his disciple. What is an innate sword path saint body? I am. Gu Tianyi said with a smile, and then a sharp sword intent shot straight into the clouds. The next moment, his aura was completely concealed, even resembling an ordinary person. I can control it freely. I am the sword itself. The sword and I are one. Yi Chen seemed to understand, yet also seemed not to. It was quite profound, but he truly could not control it freely. Currently, Yi Chen could only release, not retract. No need to force it. Talent is not everything. You should have seen Bai Wushang by now. The current sword god of the Xia kingdom, he is my junior disciple. When he first entered, he had the worst talent, but after all these years, his achievements surpass all of ours. Gu Tianyi chuckled self-deprecatingly. Who would have thought? 30 years of ups and downs. Yi Chen, your talent isn't bad. Linger is the orphan of my life and death friend. She is like my daughter, and you are my true disciple. The innate sword Dao holy body, this cheap teacher of mine is quite impressive. Since you have joined my sect, this top-grade sword embryo is yours. A pitch-black piece of scrap iron was thrown out from Gu Tianyi's sleeve. When it landed in Yi Chen's hands, he nearly fell over. So heavy, this small piece of iron must weigh several hundred pounds. However, its appearance made it hard to believe that this was a top-grade sword embryo. Selling scrap iron, it probably wouldn't fetch a good price. It looked like charred coal after a fire. If it weren't a gift from Gu Tianyi, left by the roadside, no one would even be interested in picking it up. Master, how do I use this top-grade sword embryo? I can't just use it like this, can I? Of course not. It currently weighs 666 pounds. You can't wield it. I can't use this top-grade sword embryo either. It just needs to be tempered with sword fire. And sword fire is the innate heart fire of our sword path practitioners. This is the technique for cultivating sword fire. You can create a spirit sword that suits you. Thank you, Master. No need to mention it. If you have any questions about the sword path, feel free to come find me. I need to enter seclusion for a while. If anything comes up, just look for Linger. Gu Tianyi had gained new insights and decided to enter seclusion to break through. Yi Chen began searching for information about the top-grade sword embryo. He actually found some on the Warrior Alliance's website. Wow, the material for this top-grade sword embryo is from a meteorite. A meteorite the size of a finger costs 10 million huaxia coins, and there's no market for it? My goodness! The material in Yi Chen's hands could already be used to make a normal-sized spirit sword. This value nearly knocked Yi Chen out. Poverty limited his imagination. However, he wasn't bold enough to sell what the sword Saint Gu had given him. So this sword fire. I see now, it's actually similar to spiritual power, just compressed and refined into a flame that can be forged, allowing me to slowly refine the top-grade sword embryo into the shape I want. Sword fire forging is the method of nurturing a sword. No rush, first complete the trial. He put away the top-grade sword embryo and found Zhao Linger. Senior Linger, I want to find a place for a 3-star demon domain trial. Can you recommend a few suitable locations? 3-star demon domain? The highest level could reach the 9th stage of the warrior realm. Yi Chen, you're only at the 3rd stage of the warrior realm, isn't that too dangerous? Zhao Linger felt that Yi Chen's choice was not very good. How about a 2-star demon domain instead? It's more suitable for you. Senior Linger, let's have a match. You can test my depth. Alright. After an exhilarating battle, Zhao Linger looked astonished. Junior, you're so abnormal. It's not that bad. We're all family now. Yi Chen didn't hide his strength, otherwise, he couldn't convince his senior sister. Zhao Linger's face turned red, breathing slightly heavier, rising and falling. After catching her breath, she took out her phone. First, let's add each other as friends. I'll send you all the information about the 3-star demon realm later. Although your strength isn't weak, there are some areas in the 3-star demon realm that are extremely dangerous. Even I might face a life and death crisis if I go in, she said seriously. Zhao Linger was already a powerful martial general, but surrounded by a group of martial master-level beasts, she didn't have the confidence to escape calmly. I understand. Thank you for your concern, Linger Sr. The demon realm will block our human satellite signals. If you encounter danger, crush this jade pendant, and the teacher will come to rescue you immediately. Yi Chen did not refuse. This was part of his trial, and he wasn't the type to act recklessly. Taking the jade pendant, Yi Chen walked into the darkness. The outskirts where they were located was an unstable space in the imperial capital, a place where all races intersected. Residential areas were built in the most stable spaces to ensure they wouldn't be invaded by other races. This desolate area connected to the entrance of various races. Yi Chen could feel the chaotic and violent aura of this place. This is it. The most difficult chaotic area in the nearby 3-star demon realm. Yi Chen activated his 4th trial task, kill 1,000 martial master-level beasts and extract blood from hundreds of races. Entering the chaotic area, the smell of blood in the air became even stronger. Wearing an N195 mask didn't help much. Humans? It's been a long time since I've seen humans in the chaotic area. Yi Chen entered the chaotic area through a spatial rift, which connected to the imperial capital and conveniently transported him to the city gate. The chaotic area was actually a city. At the entrance stood demon races with the bodies of bull-headed and horse-faced beings. Submit a treasure to enter the city. Depending on the value of the treasure, you can earn corresponding chaos points. The existence of various races did not mean that all places rejected humans. The chaotic area was precisely where civilizations and order existed among the various races. Here, the races coexisted peacefully but also constrained each other. Chaotic was because there were multiple races present. Yi Chen was curious about the value of the top-grade sword embryo. Can I test the value of an item? The bull-headed demon said loudly, humans are indeed cunning, but the item you submit will be absorbed by the Chaos City, and this is the rule and benefit for first-time entrants. All right. Yi Chen dismissed the idea. If he lost the top-grade sword embryo, Gu Tianyi would probably expel him from the sect. Then I'll use this. The horse-faced demon said nothing and took the spatial ring that Yi Chen handed him. The bull-headed demon nodded. Human kid, you're quite clever. An item, I bet there's more than one thing in this ring of yours. Yi Chen smiled. You caught me. This should comply with the rules, right? The bull-headed demon nodded. Naturally. This token is your identification for Chaos City. Each time you enter, you need to pay 1 chaos point. Yi Chen took the chaos token, which was generated from the genetic material in his spatial ring, automatically recognizing its owner. Injecting his consciousness into the token, he saw a number written on it, 5. Only 5 points? Entering Chaos City consumed 1 point. This spatial ring, along with the corpse of a Xian mouse from inside, exchanged for 6 points. The scene inside Chaos City was quite lively. The city resembled an ancient martial arts world. All the buildings were made of wood and stone, exuding a strong sense of the martial arts community. It seemed that the development here was still stuck in the ancient martial arts period. Yi Chen's entry into the city did not disrupt its normal operations. He was quite curious about everything here. However, they didn't seem to welcome Yi Chen very much. Humans and dogs are not allowed inside. Are you bullying people? Yi Chen endured. He wanted to go to the tea house for a cup of tea, but was looked down upon by a pig-headed child standing at the door. Even pigs look down on me? How outrageous! A part of the demon race resists the human race, but another part simply sees Yi Chen as too lowly in rank within the Chaos City. No wonder they say the initial points are so important. With only 6 points, he could only be the most ordinary citizen of the chaotic land, with very limited privileges. Essentially, he could only wander around the city. I need to think about how to earn points. Yi Chen came here to complete a trial task. As he strolled leisurely through the city, he heard the sounds of fighting not far away. Unknowingly, he had arrived at the center of the chaotic land. The city was built in a circular shape, and at the center of the chaotic land stood an enormous arena. A martial artist had once looked down from above, and the entire city seemed to be constructed around this gigantic octagonal cage. The surrounding buildings resembled spectator stands. The doors and windows of various shops were open, allowing countless people to watch the scene at the center from afar. Chaos Arena. On the stage, a porcupine demon was battling a black-skinned mad dog. The demon fights were quite bloody, with both sides aiming for each other's vital points. The black-skinned mad dog, with a fierce head, directly tore off the porcupine's head, blood splattering across the arena. As Yi Chen passed by, the black-skinned mad dog was still gnawing on the porcupine's head. Shaking its head, the man and dog locked eyes. Blood splattered. Yi Chen's eyes lit up as he took out a container to collect the porcupine's blood. When his palm touched the blood, it instantly evaporated, absorbed by Yi Chen's sword prison. What are you looking at, human brat? Do you want to be eaten by me too? The aura of blood was even more intense in this octagonal cage. The sound of the dog chewing was very loud, with bone fragments flying everywhere. Blood continuously dripped from its sharp teeth. I haven't had dog stew in a long time. Yi Chen's light-hearted tone angered the dog-headed man. Its head slammed against the cage, a terrifying pressure emanating from it. The intention was to intimidate Yi Chen, to scare this human brat into a panic. The dog master despised handsome human boys the most. But unexpectedly, Yi Chen's expression remained unchanged, revealing a faintly annoying smile. If you have the guts, come in and fight me to the death. Initially thinking Yi Chen wouldn't dare, the dog-headed man was surprised when Yi Chen directly paid a point of chaos to enter the octagonal cage. A grand and magnificent voice echoed. Human Yi Chen versus Black Dog Clan Dog 3. Yi Chen knew that the opportunity to earn points had arrived. Brat, hurry up and choose. A fight to the death. The dog-headed man opened his mouth, saliva almost dripping down. I really haven't eaten a human in a long time, and your scent is very pure. The overwhelming sword intent emanating from Yi Chen was intoxicating. Yi Chen knew that many demons cultivated by devouring other beasts. The Black Dog clan was like this, able to consume and digest the power of the Tao from different races. Dog 3 drooled. wagging its big tongue, and charged towards Yi Chen. Its speed was as fast as a dog. Oh no, it was a dog. Its massive mouth was about to come down, ready to tear Yi Chen's neck apart. Delicious was about to enter its belly. The aura of the sword path continuously stimulated Dog 3's nostrils. A golden spirit sword pressed against Dog 3's mouth. Yi Chen frowned. What a stinky mouth, a dog can't spit out ivory. Another spirit sword pierced into the dog's throat, going straight through. Blood dripped onto Yi Chen's spirit sword, instantly evaporating. The second drop of blood was in hand. Blood collection progress of the 100 clans, 2 out of 100. The dog is at the 8th level of the martial artist realm, not weak at all, yet he was killed by a human kid with a single sword. Another human prodigy has arrived? But he only killed a lowly race. It's been a while since a human has entered the chaotic land. Haha, entering the chaos cage, looking for death? This human kid is crazy. Didn't the elders in his clan tell him about the rule in the chaos cage? You can only leave after accepting more than 10 battles? Many races in the chaotic land hate humans to death. The surrounding demon clan members were increasingly eager to watch. The chaotic land itself is not dangerous, but Yi Chen's active entry into the chaos cage makes his situation quite delicate. 016 Battle of the 100 Clans, a level gene sequence, blood-killing sword. Yi Chen held his sword, standing with his hands behind his back. How could he not know the dangers of this place? He took the initiative to enter this situation. Because these demon clans still pose no life-threatening danger to him. Some demon clans were arrogant, but with just one sword, Yi Chen fought against 10 clans. The foul-mouthed races were all defeated. The rest depended on their appearance. Those who looked decent and were a bit humble were spared a life. That grand voice continued to resonate, defeating 10 opponents in a row, reward of second-level citizenship in Chaos City. This city is called Chaos. There is more than one Chaos City. With the second-level citizenship in Chaos City, he could purchase property there. The token also gained an additional 10 Chaos points. 10 consecutive victories, you can leave the Chaos Cage at any time. Or choose to continue challenging. I choose to continue challenging. The calm voice spread. His blood collection was not yet complete. How could he bear to leave? Ah, too arrogant. Human kid, chaos points are not so easy to obtain. You're looking for death. You killed my brother. I will fight you. A man from the Icefield Snow Wolf clan had red eyes. His parents were killed by humans, and his brother was slain by Yi Chen while seeking revenge. Your whole family died in the war at the hands of humans. What does that have to do with me? I was completely unaware. If you try to kill me, be prepared to be killed in return. Yi Chen had no trace of a saintly heart. Then accept my challenge, you coward. Do you think I'm stupid? I'm preparing to hone myself, but I'm just a martial artist. You're half a martial general, I can refuse. The Chaos Cage is quite humane. It does not allow battles that exceed one major realm. For example, if Yi Chen is at the 3rd level of the martial artist realm, he has the right to refuse challenges from those above the 3rd level of the martial master realm. Damn it! Yi Chen ignored the furious Icefield Wolf. He had another reason he hadn't mentioned. He only fought each race once. There was no need to fight more, it would just waste time. Many races challenged Yi Chen. This time, most were above the martial master realm. Of course, there were also applications from martial artists. Combined, they were enough to gather the blood of 100 races, even exceeding that. Yi Chen was afraid of scaring these races if he killed them all at once. He first chose the 10 weakest, all at the 8th and 9th levels of the martial artist realm. Without exception, they could not be Yi Chen's opponents. Yi Chen also concealed his strength. Most of them only lasted several rounds before he found the opportunity to defeat them. This human kid is nothing special. A bit impressive, but not much. He can't defeat a strong martial master. With this little strength, he dares to challenge for 100 victories? After defeating 25 opponents, Yi Chen continued to fight, and they realized he aimed for the 100 victories reward. After all, that was an enticing 100,000 chaos points, along with a 5th level citizenship status. After defeating 38 opponents, no one from the martial artist realm dared to challenge Yi Chen anymore. Is there no one left in the martial artist realm? It seems the myriad races are nothing but trash? Even those who are several small realms above me don't dare to step forward? Yi Chen said, gripping his sword with an imposing demeanor. Heh, do you think we're fools? The strongest martial artists from Chaos City have all fought you. Human brat, you must be a genius of the human race, daring to come alone to Chaos City and challenge the undefeated. You're seeking death. Yi Chen chose to accept the challenge. Next, it was the turn of the strong from the martial master realm to battle him. Of course, the outcome was no different. It was just a show of struggle. Unknowingly, Yi Chen had already achieved 90 consecutive victories. Each time, he appeared to be on the verge of collapse, looking extremely strained. In reality, he could defeat even the top geniuses of the 8th stage of the martial master realm among humans. These weaklings combined were not enough to pose a threat to him. Is there a counting, Lord? Why do I feel like this human brat is about to reach 100 victories? I'm counting. The human brat has already achieved 90 consecutive victories. What? Just a little more. He must be on the brink of collapse now. Yi Chen was already sweating profusely. How could he allow Yi Chen to achieve 100 victories so easily? Next, it was a strong opponent from the 4th stage of the martial master realm who would duel with Yi Chen. Sweating profusely, Yi Chen showed an angry expression. Shameless. You demon race not only use will tactics but also plan to suppress me with your realm? Though he said this, Yi Chen silently accepted the challenge. The 4th stage martial master from the Demon Fox clan used a charm technique against Yi Chen. The result was, Yi Chen, with clarity of mind, shattered the illusion with his transparent sword heart. Having seen countless illusions, your little tricks cannot stir the desires in my heart. The Demon Fox girl's face turned pale with fear. More than half of the demons who died under Yi Chen's sword were from her clan. Whether she could survive depended entirely on luck. If her proud charm technique had no effect, her actual combat power was inferior to that of other demon beings. Yet Yi Chen merely brushed his sword past her snow-white cheek. Then he bent down, pinched her chin, gently caressing the wound on her cheek with his fingers, before sending her flying with the hilt of his sword. In that moment, she felt that this human youth was so gentle. Unfortunately, humans and foxes are on different paths. The Demon Fox clan and the human race have long-standing grievances. Yi Chen didn't think too much. His sword could somewhat judge the nature of the demon race. This Demon Fox girl was actually simple-minded and meant no harm, so he spared her life. As for teasing her, it was merely to provoke the anger of the other demons. Damn it, Little Ro, you dare to tease me. I haven't even touched Little Ro's fingers. How infuriating. This Little Ro from the Demon Fox clan was a flower of the city in Chaos City. Countless young talents were enraged. Even a strong warrior from the demon race wanted to challenge Yi Chen. The plan succeeded. Anger was just right. Yi Chen selected 7 geniuses from the demon race. Their martial arts realms ranged from the highest being 6th stage to the lowest being 3rd stage. But none were a match for Yi Chen's sword. This left the remaining demons in shock. The Demon Fox girl trembled slightly. He could have killed me just now, why didn't he? That handsome profile standing with a sword was deeply etched in the girl's mind. What girl doesn't have a crush? The human genius had achieved 99 consecutive victories. Yi Chen frowned. It seemed all the demons had reached a tacit understanding. Everyone, don't act impulsively. As long as we don't challenge him, this human boy can't achieve 100 victories. Right. Don't all rush in, something's off. This human brat has been hiding his strength. I can see it. If we don't challenge him, he'll never reach 100 victories. Yi Chen felt helpless. These demons were indeed shameless. However, with 99 victories, plus the initial blood of the pig-headed man, 100 drops of alien blood have been gathered. The trial is complete. Sword slaying the 100 races, the blood of the 100 races condenses, gene sequence enhancement, A-level gene sequence, blood killing sword. The 10 golden phantom swords behind him began to change form. A wave of killing intent spread, and the 10 phantom swords started to split. Hundreds of blood-colored longsword phantoms filled the air, each sword representing the ability of a different race. This scene shocked all the demons present. 017 The blood-burning ice secret technique, Yi Chen's life and death crisis. Yi Chen hurriedly retracted the hundreds of blood swords. But it was too late. Such a powerful blood-killing sword, only A-level? Each sword represents an ability of an alien I have slain. This blood-killing sword is beyond standard. A genius of S-level gene sequence, Yi Chen had just finished fighting. The S-level gene sequence storm was just that, only one ability. Yi Chen had a genuine 100 abilities, far surpassing the scope of S-level gene sequence capabilities. What terrifying might, the human kid hasn't even used his full strength. The surrounding demons were all shocked. I can feel the ice crystal talent of my Icefield Wolf clan. There's a blood sword. I seem to sense the alluring fluctuations of my Demon Fox clan, making me unable to resist being drawn to him. The Demon Fox Xiao Rou, seeing such a handsome and powerful prodigy for the first time, felt as if Yi Chen was a shining sun, making it impossible to look away. You don't say. I also feel a brute force, comparable to the divine power gene of my Brute Bull clan. Could it be? I have a bold guess. This human genius came to challenge our Chaos City's hundreds of races with a purpose from the start. By defeating us, he can steal and replicate our abilities? This thought was acknowledged by the other demons. Damn human prodigy, treating us as his stepping stones. No one should challenge him anymore. Such a genius must be an unparalleled prodigy of the human race. I have already informed the elders of my clan to come. We cannot act within Chaos City, but human kid, if you dare step out of Chaos City, we won't let you return safely. Hearing their discussions, Yi-Chen directly cursed, shameless. No wonder the senior sister said this place is dangerous. With so many people talking, there were some neutral demons, but there were also several races that had a deep-seated enmity with the human race, with life and death grudges. Just like the Icefield Wolf clan. When Yi-Chen displayed his unparalleled talent, some demons who had a deep hatred for the human race began to call friends to trap Yi-Chen in Chaos City. He, however, was not worried at all, because panicking was useless. The trial was also complete, but it was a pity that he was still one victory short of completing the 100 victories task in Chaos City to earn 100,000 Chaos points. Just when Yi-Chen was about to give up, he received a challenge notification. Yi-Chen's gaze locked onto the Icefield Snow Wolf in the corner. Accept the challenge. That Icefield Wolf was also planning to give up. The next second, Han Shuang was teleported to the chaotic battle cage. Damn, what is the Icefield Wolf clan doing? Did we have a traitor among us? Why are we sending our heads to the human kid? Don't rush. I know that Icefield Wolf, he is the genius of the Icefield Wolf clan, named Han Shuang, already at the half-step martial general realm. So that's it, this human kid is also cunning. He doesn't dare to challenge our martial general realm, but the temptation of 100 victories made him decide to take the risk. How strong? Can a third-tier martial artist defy the heavens? Hearing that the genius of the Icefield Wolf clan, Han Shuang, was a half-step martial general, everyone else felt relieved. The Wolf clan boy set his brother's head aside and said coldly, "Human genius, you will surely die today. I will use your death to honor my family." First of all, your family's deaths have nothing to do with me. Secondly, your brother fought me with the intent to kill. It is only natural that I would kill him. Don't stand on a moral high ground to criticize me, you are not worthy. Behind Yi-Chen, hundreds of blood swords unfolded. Since it was already known, there was nothing to hide. Yi-Chen's sword heart was clear. How could he be affected by these few words? Han Shuang felt the same. His martial belief was revenge, and he would not give up on it because of Yi-Chen's words. Snowfield clan's secret technique, burn blood to freeze. My family is dead, and I will not survive either. Human genius, dragging you down with me is completely worth it. Yi-Chen was already on high alert. The realm of this snow wolf was almost on par with that of his first wife. Now, using a secret technique to burn life to enhance strength. Was there no way to play happily? The opponent was stronger and was fighting desperately. Han Shuang felt a surge of power gathering within his body. Crack! The barrier of realms was easily broken through. His strength was forcibly elevated to the martial general realm. The human genius is undoubtedly doomed. That Snow Wolf has enhanced its strength with a secret technique. Martial general realm against martial artist realm, two major realms apart. How can the human kid fight? With his head? Yet Yi-Chen did not give up hope for survival. He controlled the blood swords behind him, launching continuous attacks. But the Snow Wolf's body was like ice crystal, and the blood swords were constantly knocked away by Han Shuang's arms. His gaze was cold, like a death god coming to collect souls. His body was cold, but his eyes seemed to burn with flames of revenge from hell, wanting to devour Yi-Chen. The blood-killing sword has done its best. If it were just half a step into the martial general realm, I would still have the strength to fight, but the power of the martial general realm is too overwhelming. I can only use that move. The hundreds of blood swords that were knocked away transformed into a massive blood dragon at Yi-Chen's call, appearing above the snow wolf. A shadow cast down to the ground, and the wolf clan boy looked up. Dragon soul shadow, fall. The blood dragon opened its enormous mouth and swallowed Han Shuang. Too weak. Too weak. I told you, you will die today. Hatred had blinded his eyes. Mad, you don't want to live. I still want to. The gap in strength was a bit large, but Yi-Chen could see that the wolf clan boy was hindered in his movements. His hands had crystallized due to using the secret technique. Defying physics to enhance strength comes at a cost. Yi-Chen didn't care about maintaining a strong image and fled in a disheveled manner. Have the guts to face me head-on. Han Shuang was stunned. This was not the scene he had imagined. Do you think I'm a fool? Xiao Xian, push him back. Although unwilling to work, the Xian Mouse King sensed Yi-Chen's inner anxiety. It decided to take action, and afterward, it would definitely make its master feed it 2 packs of little bear cookies. Oh no, 10 packs. A blue ray shot out like an anti-aircraft gun. Although not lethal, it achieved the repelling effect Yi-Chen wanted. The damage was low, but the distance between the two was suddenly widened. At first, Han Shuang didn't feel anything, but as the side effects of the secret technique manifested, he began to panic. At this moment, the observing mole clan was shocked, shouting loudly, "How is this possible? I definitely didn't see it wrong. This is the Mouse King, the Xian Mouse clan, and this Xian Mouse, with golden fur, has evolved towards royal bloodline. How could an ancient race that has completely severed its bloodline become a companion of a human youth?" "What did you say? The Xian Mouse clan? Impossible, I've never even heard of this race. This human kid is doomed. I need to contact the 9 great royal families." 018 Tempering Trial, Liuhua Sword Reward, touching my disciple? Yi Chen utilized Xiao Xian's artillery and the mobility of the blood sword, constantly stepping on the blood-red long sword, pulling away. Han Shuang was anxious. Once the blood-burning ice secret technique was activated, it was irreversible. This meant that the blood in his body would continuously solidify into ice blocks, and when all the blood was frozen, he would become true ice, turning into an ice sculpture, losing all vitality. "Stop! Ice spike technique!" His arm transformed into countless ice spikes, smashing towards Yi Chen. Although he was fleeing for his life, Yi Chen remained calm. His agile serpentine movements grasped that sliver of life. However, this was merely Han Shuang's diversion. He took the opportunity to close the distance with Yi Chen. Just as he was about to get close, "Retreat! Retreat! Retreat! Baiyu! Baiyu! Baiyu!" Triple shot cannon. Directly lethal hit on Koan. However, Han Shuang's entire body had already crystallized into ice, every part as hard as iron. The lethal hit on Koan was ineffective, but Yi Chen's goal had been achieved. Han Shuang was helplessly pulled back by Yi Chen, creating a distance of several dozen meters. He was as anxious as King Jiji, and as time continued to pass, Han Shuang's life entered a countdown. "Wait a minute, damn it, the Icefield Wolf clan is a bunch of useless trash, using secret techniques and still being toyed with by a human kid at the martial artist level. They might as well change their name to Icefield Dog Clan. What a performance, this is just giving points to the human kid. It's over. Bai Sheng has arrived." Han Shuang's arm, while moving, attempted to release ice spikes again. What shocked him was that there were no ice spikes, but his arm turned into ice shards, completely shattering. Han Shuang could no longer feel anything, his legs gradually stiffening. In the end, he transformed into an ice sculpture without arms, and was collected by Yi Chen into a spatial ring. "Maybe it will be useful, I'll take it for now." The rewards for Bai Shang were also distributed. The number on Yi Chen's token changed to 5, and the points in the token increased by 100,000. After Bai Shang, Yi Chen did not rush to leave the chaotic battle cage. "Why don't you come out? Accept the challenge, scared now? Don't treat me like a fool, okay? If I go out, I'll be besieged by you old sixes?" Yi Chen was speechless. He had become a level 5 citizen and understood the rules of Chaos City. Although there was a clear prohibition against attacking within the city, no one from the myriad races valued their lives as much as humans did. They would secretly cultivate some death warriors, and it was quite normal for some to sacrifice personal interests, choosing to exchange their lives for Yi Chen's. The young man from the Icefield Wolf clan had just burned his own life. Yi Chen would never gamble his life on the thoughts of these myriad races. Originally, Yi Chen wanted to stay in the chaotic battle cage to think of countermeasures slowly. "Do not linger, please leave the battle cage in 10 minutes. When this voice appeared, Yi Chen's face instantly turned bitter. The myriad races outside the cage were delighted. "Ha, human kid, hurry up and come out. What are you thinking? Come out and die." Faced with the threats of the myriad races, Yi Chen actually came out. And just as he thought, these demon races did not act rashly. "As expected, with my status as a level 5 citizen, you dare not act recklessly." Yi Chen sneered. The privileges of a level 5 citizen were enormous. 2 demon races exchanged glances and decided to launch a sneak attack. As they approached Yi Chen, the Chaos City token on him automatically formed a translucent protective shield. The token shot out 2 beams of light. "Violators, die. Damn it, we lost 2 fierce generals." "Yi Chen, don't be arrogant, we have already set up an ambush outside. Today is a blatant scheme, unless you stay in Chaos City for the rest of your life. Otherwise." Yi Chen was speechless. These demons really knew how to put on a show. He had gone from victim to defendant. However, the shamelessness of the demon clan was not a new phenomenon. Now, how to get back? He still had to attend the martial god training camp in 7 days. While Yi Chen was deep in thought, several terrifying pressures suddenly descended. The sword domain within his sea of consciousness trembled wildly. The heavens and earth roared. "Damn it, you shameless demons, I'll use my sword escape." If Yi Chen didn't run, he would definitely die. He instantly hid into the void, activated the trial, and entered the sword domain space. The spot where Yi Chen had been was like a fireworks display, with the sound of explosions ringing out incessantly. blood arrows shot out, and dozens of hidden demons were killed. Where is he? Even using 13 Martial King Realm Dark Guards to kill a human genius, and he managed to escape this deadlock? Is he the child of destiny? Cultivating a Martial King Realm Dark Guard required 10 times the resources of nurturing a normal Martial King demon. Not killing him was a huge loss. Don't rush, Yi Chen is still here, just hiding in the spatial interlayer. His aura is still lingering in Chaos City. Then we'll wait for him to come out. Alive we want to see him, dead we want to see his corpse. Yi Chen, in the sword domain, could see the situation outside clearly. I give up. This group of old sixes. Let's complete the trial first. Trial Sequence 6. Detecting that the sword master carries a top-grade sword embryo, triggering the fire tempering trial. Master the 1000 forging fire tempering method within 1 hour trial reward. Liowa sword failure. Roast in top-grade inferno fire for half an hour. If the flame for tempering the sword embryo is at least several thousand degrees, after half an hour, I'd be roasted to a crisp. This was more painful than dying directly. Fire burning was one of the tortures. I must complete it even if I can't. Learning requires patience. Yi Chen entered the fire tempering space. The high temperature blurred his vision. Flames could erupt from beneath his feet at any moment, requiring caution. This was one of the disturbances to Yi Chen's sword forging. In the center stood an ancient bronze sword furnace. The method for the 1000 forging fire tempering had already been implanted in Yi Chen's mind. I need to strike 1000 times. It seems simple, but each strike requires the same force, and precise control of strength is crucial. A slight deviation can lead to failure. The surrounding high temperature would also affect Yi Chen's mind. He immersed himself completely. Outside, the sequestered Gu Tianyi opened his eyes. The jade pendant hanging at his waist shattered. Is Linger in trouble? Linger was like his daughter. If something happened to her, he would be frantic. But the moment he stepped out of the room, he was stunned. Linger, are you okay? Why did you crush the life-saving jade pendant for no reason? I didn't. Oh, something happened to junior brother Yi Chen. Zhao Linger's expression changed instantly. Where is he now? In the demon domain, but which one, he didn't tell me. However, when he left, he told me he was going to the 3-star demon domain. 3-star demon domain? With a range, it would be easier to handle. Gu Tianyi's expression darkened. I haven't been out for a long time. The demon clan, very well. First it was Xiao Jing, now it's my disciple. Important setting interlude. Newcomers please read carefully. Martial arts realms, martial apprentice, martial artist, martial master, martial general, martial sect, martial king, martial emperor, martial sovereign, martial saint, martial god. 019 no longer tolerating Gu Sword Saint's determination. Gu Tianyi had already been exploring the 3-star demon domain one by one. Yi Chen was fully immersed in the fire tempering trial. Right now, he didn't want to think about anything. The test before him allowed no room for distraction. A moment's carelessness could lead to eternal damnation. Yi Chen no longer cared about time. The flames beneath his feet burned his skin, yet they could not shake him even a little. 789 down, 799. 991. The closer he got to 1000 forges, the more distractions Yi Chen faced. Sweat soaked his eyes, but he no longer needed to observe with his eyes. After tens of thousands of forges, he had already memorized the positions of the sword and the forging hammer. The flames shooting from beneath his feet, Yi Chen gritted his teeth and persevered. It's all an illusion, this is just a mirage. As long as I endure, it will be fine. Yi Chen's belief constantly reminded him that even if he died in the illusion, so what? As long as the forging succeeded, all injuries could be healed. 999, just one last strike. The entire space was compressing towards Yi Chen, and the sword seemed to drift further away from him. Yi Chen smiled. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out, and a fire sparrow was reborn from its ashes. The sword sang, the molten fire sword was complete. The fire sparrow cheered, as if it had been liberated. Under Yi Chen's guidance, it returned to the molten fire sword. A burst of flames and red patterns appeared on the sword's body. The sword has a spirit, the fire sparrow clan. The top-grade sword embryo had been forged, and the impurities had been eliminated. The spirit of the Fire Sparrow clan was the reward of the sword domain. The sword fire tempering method that Teacher Gu entrusted to me is recorded in the sword domain as one of the lowest level sword forging methods. It doesn't even deserve to carry the shoes of the 1000 forge tempering method. With advanced forging methods combined with the spirit of the Fire Sparrow, this molten fire sword in my hand has already reached the disaster level. There was still a gap to the abyss level, but at the disaster level, it was already a terrifying divine weapon. With mastery of king-level techniques, Yi Chen could challenge beyond his rank. With the molten fire sword, he could take on 10 at once. Yi Chen was very satisfied, having completed the task, he was kicked out of the trial space. The human brat has come out. Kill! Yi Chen had long been prepared for an ambush. The moment he emerged, the molten fire appeared in his hand. Blazing fire burns the sky. The blood-killing sword replicated the secret techniques of hundreds of races. This move, Blazing Fire Burns the Sky, was the innate divine ability of the Fire Leopard clan, and combined with the fire attribute of the Molten Fire Sword, the effect was excellent. With one sword strike, he repelled the ambushing demon clan. Flames surged within a radius of several dozen meters, forming an all-encompassing protective shield. In self-defense, the token at his waist shot out a lethal ray, annihilating the demon clan that maliciously attacked him. Demon clan, you truly deserve to die. If I do not perish today, you will never have a good life in the future. Yi Chen's gaze was cold, looking down from above, his eyes filled with killing intent sweeping across the myriad races. Although his realm was not high, it made some of the myriad races feel a chill. This child must not be left alive. Even at the martial artist realm, he possesses such an aura. Kill, at all costs. The determination of the myriad races was even more ruthless than Yi Chen's. In the shadows, several emotionless mechanical puppets appeared. Human brat, you should feel honored. To kill you, I will not hesitate to use war puppets. These 5 puppets are all at the Martial Emperor realm. They are not living beings, and the Chaos City cannot detect them. Although it's a pity to lose these puppets, my mechanical dog clan has an irreconcilable hatred with the human race. You may grow to a very high level in the future, and my mechanical dog clan may suffer the deaths of hundreds of thousands of compatriots. It is better to strangle you before you grow. Yi Chen frowned. These myriad races were simply insane. He was merely at the martial artist realm, yet these guys had set up a trap capable of killing a martial emperor realm expert just because of his high potential. They were being overly cautious. Yi Chen felt immense pressure. He understood how the hatred between races came about. Yi Chen had never provoked them, yet they wanted to kill him. The Mechanical Dog Clan, the Demon Flower Clan, the Earth Ghost Clan. These races are all recorded in the Sword Domain Illustrated Guide, and he has memorized them all. In the future, whenever he encounters members of these races, he will kill them without hesitation. But for now, he must survive this crisis. Surrender is not an option. The enmity between the human race and the demon race has long been established, and it is a matter of life and death. Those 5 puppets possess peak martial emperor level combat power and are extremely fast. Yi Chen can barely keep up with them. He wants to escape, but he hears the Mechanical Dog Clan demon chanting, explode. A massive surge of energy sweeps out. Yi Chen curses. Damn it, to kill me, they are willing to self-destruct 5 precious puppets. How ruthless. This is equivalent to 5 peak martial emperor level experts self-destructing. He is just a martial artist and has no power to fight back. Am I going to die? Yi Chen closes his eyes. But the explosion does not affect him. Sorry, my disciple, I arrived late. The demon race is still as shameless as ever. Gu Tianyi, dressed in white, stands with his hands behind his back, the pressure of a martial saint instantly suppressing all races. What? Martial saint? You are the Dragon Soul Sword Saint of the Xia Kingdom. Oh, it seems there are still demons who recognize me. But for bullying my disciple, you shall die. Without making a move, just with a glance, a flash of sword light passes, and the Mechanical Dog Clan member, who was still speaking, explodes before he can even feel fear, turning into a puddle of blood. So strong. Is this the power of a martial saint? Yi Chen watches from the side as Gu Tianyi casually makes his move, being a sword saint yet not using a sword. With just his gaze, wherever his eyes land, demons turn into corpses. Master, the Chaos City prohibits martial arts. The concern Yi Chen had comes true. The tokens on those demons shoot out lasers, attacking Gu Tianyi. The 3-star demon domain's restrictions are useless against me. Dragon Soul. Exterminate. The sword behind Gu Tianyi transforms into a dragon, devouring several chaotic rays. The bull-headed horse guards at the city gate exchange wary glances and instantly teleport to Gu Tianyi's side. Martial Saint? You are the Dragon Soul Sword Master? No, now you are the Dragon Soul Sword Saint. I recognize you. You were the Xia Kingdom's prodigy who gained the recognition of my Chaos City's Dragon Soul Sword. The 3-star demon domain does not allow sword saints to enter. Then does it allow emperor level to act against martial artists? This retort makes the bull-headed horse feel a bit awkward. There's nothing we can do. The rules of Chaos City are like this. If they attack, Chaos City will retaliate. That martial artist is my disciple. I will slaughter the city, and you cannot stop me. The bull-headed horse exchanges glances, realizing this person is serious. They both break into a cold sweat. You must think carefully about the consequences. If you do this, the human race will fall out with the neutral faction. As a noble sword saint of the human race, you cannot afford such consequences. Gu Tianyi falls into deep thought, then his gaze turns sharp. 100 years ago, someone said the same thing to me. I made sacrifices for the human race. Separated from the woman I love, she has hated me for 100 years. This time, my disciple is also in crisis. If I retreat again, what face do I have to meet her again? I arrived late, brothers, there have been too many things recently. There will be updates later, and I will make up for it. 020, Dominant Sword Saint Gu, don't think you'll see me again. Greater righteousness and personal self. Previously, Gu Tianyi chose the greater righteousness. This time, he will not back down. Run! Those demons who had offended Yi Chen flee in a frenzy. But in the face of the suppression of realm and strength, these demons have no power to fight back at all. With just a glance, one demon explodes while fleeing. Disciple, do you remember who wanted to kill you just now? Of course I remember, the Demon Flower Clan, the Earth Ghost Clan, the Ground Dragon Clan. He, she, they. The Demon Clan pointed at Bai Yi Chen instantly changed color. Gu Tianyi disregarded everything else. Wherever Yi Chen pointed, no Demon Clan members survived. Refreshing. So refreshing. The bullhead sighed, then let's each take a step back. You can deal with those demons who have grievances against you as you wish. After you kill them, leave the City of Chaos immediately. There was no other way. He wanted to be tough, but as a guardian of the 3-star demon domain, his strength was limited, far inferior to Gu Tianyi's. Yi Chen, I will listen to you. Gu Tianyi turned back to look at Yi Chen. Yi Chen immediately understood Gu Tianyi's meaning. He nodded lightly, that would be very good, harmony brings wealth. Slaughtering the city is not the teacher's intention. There's no need to make it so tense. The Sword Saint could never back down. But needing a way out, Yi Chen acted as the intermediary. If this was said by Yi Chen, it would be reasonable. He was not a person who thrived on slaughter. The demons that deserved to die were enough. There was no need to escalate the conflict. Gu Sword Saint, my Golden Spirit Clan has no enmity with the human race. Why must you exterminate us? A square creature glowing with golden light said angrily. Seeing his righteous indignation, Yi Chen sneered disdainfully. On the surface, the Golden Spirit Clan has no grievances with the human race, but you harbor murderous intent towards me. One of those who ambushed me just now was you. Gu Sword Saint, my Golden Spirit Clan and the human race do not infringe upon each other. Do you really want to escalate this matter? Teacher, he is lying. Gu Tianyi extinguished him with a single sword strike. The other demons were terrified. Yi Chen coldly laughed inside. He possessed the sword domain. The Golden Spirit Clan was also recorded in the sword domain's illustrations, having split from the 5 Elements Clan. They were on good terms with the Mechanical Dog Clan, which was a mortal enemy of the human race. Yi Chen had already seen the two of them shoulder to shoulder. There was no room for misunderstanding. Too domineering. Lord Bullhead, are you really going to allow the human race to kill us neutral clans? This is too much. You human brat, relying on Gu Sword Saint's backing, are you going to slaughter the innocent? We haven't made a move against you. 3-Eyed Fish Clan, Blade Clan, I haven't even pointed you out, and you jumped out yourself? Teacher, I am not wronging them. You too, as martial generals, have been challenging me, a martial artist, in the chaos of battle. What is your intention? Yi Chen sneered repeatedly. They jumped out first. He hadn't even settled accounts with these demons yet. 2 sword lights severed the necks of the 2 clans. Gu Tianyi said to Yi Chen, continue speaking. Whoever bullied you just now, I will kill. Whether they have grievances with my human race or are neutral clans, they all have only one outcome, death. Yi Chen began to call out names. Those he named were all slain by the sword in Gu Tianyi's hand. No! Lord Horseface, Lord Bullhead, save me. Human race, we will not rest until one of us is dead. Gu Tianyi showed no mercy. The 2 city guardians were also helpless. All right, teacher, all those who should be killed are dead. It felt good. So satisfying. They hadn't considered the consequences before bullying Yi Chen. Corpses lay scattered everywhere. A massive aura of demonic energy and resentment spread around. Let's go, disciple. Yi Chen nodded and followed Gu Tianyi away. The bloodthirsty Gu Tianyi suddenly said seriously, with your current strength, entering the 3-star demon domain is very dangerous. Do you understand? Having just killed hundreds of demons, Gu Tianyi was filled with a brutal killing intent. But Yi Chen remained unwavering. Teacher, if one does not dare to challenge, how can one grow stronger? Not being able to judge one's own strength is a path to death. Ordinary martial artists are not my opponents. I have won 100 battles in the City of Chaos, killing dozens of martial artist demons, and even a martial general from the Ice Wolf clan using secret techniques died at my hands. Hearing this, Gu Tianyi's gaze softened, and his heart trembled slightly. You said you killed a demon from the martial general realm? Yes, I didn't lie. This is the corpse of an Icefield Wolf clan member. Yi Chen took out the frost-covered body from his spatial ring. Gu Tianyi sensed the aura of a martial general at a glance and nodded. Good, ha ha ha. I underestimated you. It's not the teacher's fault. Killing a martial general as a martial artist is indeed not something just anyone can do. If it weren't for these demons using despicable means to swarm attack and waste precious resources, several strong ones self-destructing, they wouldn't have been able to kill me. This was all an accident. If it weren't for these shameless individuals, I would have faced no danger entering the 3-star demon domain. After hearing Yi Chen's description and explanation, Gu Tianyi nodded in agreement. Indeed, Yi Chen had originally planned well, but an accident occurred. He underestimated the shamelessness of these demons. You can't blame yourself, it's your first time entering the demon domain. The demons are inherently shameless, and this setback will help you. The chaotic land connects to the chaotic city, and the one you entered is just the lowest level 1-star chaotic city. If it were a 9-star chaotic city, even I wouldn't dare to intrude. The chaotic city seems to be more complicated than it appears. Teacher, what secrets does the chaotic city hold? You must have gained citizenship after your 100 victories, right? Yes, I become a level 5 citizen. Upon hearing this, Gu Tianyi was taken aback. Level 5 citizen? That's great, you can purchase property in the chaotic city now. You're better than me. I only achieved 20 victories and obtained level 3 citizenship. Now, I'm just in level 8 citizen in the chaotic city. What are the benefits of being a citizen of the chaotic city? Yi Chen asked. There are many benefits. Owning property allows you to cultivate in the chaotic city. The level of the chaotic city you entered is too low. It was created by an ancient powerhouse, the Lord of Chaos. The chaotic city you entered lacks our human race's influence, and the demons are too shameless, using the rules to trap our human prodigies. Some of my powerful techniques in this dragon soul were obtained through trials in the chaotic city. You'll know once you enter. The chaotic city is not controlled by any race. However, the demons nearly trapped Yi Chen using the rules. After coming out, Gu Tianyi's phone rang. He casually answered, and upon hearing the voice on the other end, his cold expression changed instantly. Gu Tianyi, what are you doing? Linger called me. If anything happens to Yi Chen, you can forget about seeing me again. Song Jing was furious. She had thought that Gu Tianyi, being a sword saint, would ensure Yi Chen's safety. But how long had it been since Gu Tianyi's adopted daughter called her? I'm sorry, I was wrong. Yi Chen saw for the first time that decisive and proud sword saint showing that husky expression. 021 Demon Hunting Trial, the grudge between Sword Saint Gu and the principal of Xuanwu Academy. The proud Sword Saint Gu turned out to be a lovesick husky? Teacher Song, I'm fine. Yi Chen, if anything happens to you, I will never forgive Gu Tianyi for the rest of my life. I heard you became Gu Tianyi's disciple? Although this guy can be stubborn, his strength isn't too bad, right? If he didn't give you good things, just ask him for them. Whatever you owe me, make sure he compensates my student. Yi Chen felt warm inside. Song Jing truly regarded him as her child. This is the true model of a teacher. From now on, should I call you Teacher Mother? Teacher Mother? You brat. Did Gu Tianyi teach you to say that? He was very well behaved before, you've learned badly from him. Song Jing's face turned red. I have something urgent, so I'll hang up now. Gu Tianyi still felt reluctant. Yi Chen said beside him, Teacher Gu, this is a good start. I will often help you contact the teacher's wife in the future. What teacher's wife? We haven't even started. Gu Tianyi shook his head, but his mood was quite pleasant. Just as Yi Chen said, at least Xiao Jing took the initiative to call. With Yi Chen acting as a wingman to facilitate communication, the icy relationship between the two was bound to thaw soon. Speak, what reward do you want? This time you've done a great job. Teacher, I don't want any reward, but I need you to help me with something. Yi Chen said with a slightly serious expression. You can say it. As long as it's within my capabilities, I'm willing to help. You can definitely help me, but... Yi Chen leaned close to Gu Tianyi's ear and whispered. After hearing this, Gu Tianyi's expression turned strange. Disciple, are you sure you want to do this? His disciple was truly brave. This was a path he had never even considered. Yi Chen's gaze was calm and resolute. This path may offend many people, but after experiencing the matters of the demon realm, I have recognized my own strength and still need to hone it. A sharp sword is forged through grinding, and a true man should be the same. If I remain complacent, how can I progress? After hearing this, Gu Tianyi's face was full of smiles. Alright, you want to challenge the talents of the imperial capital, I will help you. However what? As my disciple, you are not allowed to lose face. You can lose, but it must be spectacular. Go all out, even if you end up bloodied, I won't blame you. Yi Chen thought it was a simple request, just this? Don't worry, teacher, as long as I have a breath left, I won't let go of my sword. Good, then I'll help you contact the principals of the 4 major academies in the imperial capital. Gu Tianyi called for Zhao Linger. Old Gu, what's up? Linger, tomorrow, take your junior brother to the 4 major academies. Yi Chen interjected, no need to be so troublesome, teacher, let's do it tonight. So anxious? Today's experience has allowed me to break through. I want to seize the moment and solidify my realm. Gu Tianyi nodded, then you should go to Xuanwu Academy first. I'll arrange it for you tonight. As a teacher, he naturally had to agree to his disciple's request. Junior brother, get in the car. Zhao Linger, dressed in black leather pants, with long legs just touching the ground. Yi Chen put on his helmet, and the two returned to the imperial capital under the night sky. Junior brother, what are we going to do? Fight. Fight? Zhao Linger was puzzled, and Yi Chen didn't explain. Trial Sequence 7, Demon Hunting. Kill the demons lurking in the 4 major academies of the imperial capital. A special prompt will appear when approaching them. This was Yi Chen's 7th trial task in the martial artist realm. This trip was probably not that simple. No wonder the pass rate is so low. The sword domain task is not that easy. For the previous 6 tasks, Yi Chen had to give his all. This time, it probably wouldn't be easy either. Xuanwu Academy at 3 in the morning, who wouldn't be grumpy when woken up? The lights by the playground were all turned on. A group of martial arts students, rubbing their eyes and yawning, were forced to gather together. What's going on? Why did you call us up so late? We're not a military academy. Why is there an emergency assembly? Could it be the demons are attacking the city? Someone said excitedly. Oh man, let's see what the principal says. I'm so sleepy, just finished showering, and my legs have no strength at all. These people were gathered together, originally nearing the martial arts college entrance exam, and their training load had already increased. A group of people looked listless. Standing in front of them was a middle-aged man with a receding hairline. He wore a comical smile and said loudly, I know everyone is very tired. I'm sorry to wake you up. I need you to complete a task. Tonight at midnight, a mysterious master will arrive at our Xuanwu Academy. Defeating his student means you won't have to attend morning and evening study sessions anymore, and you can also gain a spot in the martial god training camp. As soon as these words were spoken, a group of people suddenly felt wide awake. Great! I'm so tired of those study sessions. What is the martial god training camp spot? What? The martial god training camp spots are only available to the top 10 warriors in the seed class. The school has limited quotas each year, and this mysterious master is not simple. What a pity! I was just one short of getting a spot in the martial god training camp. I must seize this opportunity. Some were excited, while others were curious. The principal of Xuanwu Academy, a Mediterranean man, watched the students' reactions and nodded slightly. In his heart, he thought, Gu Tianyi, you are too arrogant. You can't stand being idle for just a few years. Sending disciples to challenge us and offering 10 spots in the martial god training camp? You were so proud back then, slapping my face. Today, I will teach your disciple a lesson for you. Gu Tianyi had sent Yi Chen to Xuanwu Academy right away, knowing that the principal, Gao Changyao, would definitely agree. The two had a grudge from their previous encounters on the Beast War battlefield. If you don't like it, just refuse, you bastard. My white moonlight has been waiting for you for 20 years. The more Gao Changyao thought about the girl he liked still waiting for Gu Tianyi, the angrier he became. All warriors above the 5th level of the martial master realm, stay. To deal with that guy's disciple, he had to beat him severely to relieve his pent-up resentment. A motorcycle stopped at the entrance of Xuanwu Academy. We're here. How do we get in? I don't know, call the teacher. After a phone call, 2.5 minutes later, a student brought Yi Chen to the playground. He felt that the way these people looked at him was off. It was as if wolves were eyeing sheep. Men were looking at girls. He didn't know what was happening, but for Yi Chen, it wasn't a bad thing. With passion, it would be easier to uncover the demon spies hidden within the academy. This is Yi Chen, a prodigy from the Demon City, the disciple of the Dragon Soul Sword Saint Gu Tianyi, and your challenge target for tonight. Hello everyone, there are demons infiltrating the academy. I am here on my master's orders to eliminate them. Principal, please seal off the academy and don't let a single fly escape. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed. Demons? Young friend Yi Chen, you can't say such things lightly. During admissions, everyone's background is thoroughly investigated. Although Gao Changyao had a grudge against Gu Tianyi, when it came to such significant matters between races, personal grievances had to be set aside. He asked seriously, did your teacher really say that? Yi Chen nodded firmly, his tone not sounding false. Seal it. Although Gao Changyao resented Gu Tianyi, it was precisely because of that hatred that he understood him better. Love and hate are often intertwined. Since he said so, it meant that there were indeed demon spies within Xuanwu Academy. Then, young friend Yi Chen, how do you determine there are demons? I carry a special artifact given to me by my teacher. As long as they get close to me, I will detect the demons. Gao Changyao nodded, I will watch from the side. Once you detect them, I will eliminate the demons. He usually appeared gentle and slick, but when facing demons, a murderous aura surged from him. The surrounding students finally realized that this man was also a martial emperor who had once been on the front lines. No more nonsense, I'm in a hurry. Let's begin. Yi Chen stood on the arena, exuding the aura of a sword master, naturally commanding respect. Gao Changyao's gaze was exceptionally sharp. Becoming the principal of one of the 4 major high schools in the imperial capital, with decades of educational experience, he could see at a glance that Jin Lin was not an ordinary person. The sword intent emanating from Yi Chen already bore the shadow of a swordmaster. Damn Gu Tianyi, it's one thing to eat from the same pot, but my crush likes him too. Even his disciples are extraordinary. He could see the sword rhythm in Yi Chen, who was at the martial artist level, something only a master could possess. It could only be said that Yi Chen's cultivation level was low, but in the realm of swordsmanship, he had already surpassed his peers and walked a long path. I'll go first. Xuanwu Academy, Class T2, Xiansu. Magic Martial No. 2, Yi Chen. Dressed in a white mink coat, dual blades glinting with a hint of cold light in his hands. The opponent's genetic sequence was only B-level. Yi Chen did not rush to attack, the other party observed for a while, then wielded the dual blades, flashing and moving across the arena. Instant flash, a skill of the assassin class. Not bad speed, Xiansu is not weak, at the 3rd stage of the martial master realm, a whole major level above this Yi Chen. Although combat isn't solely reliant on realm, a martial artist can. The people from Xuanwu Academy did not think highly of Yi Chen. The swordsmanship aura around Yi Chen was indeed dazzling. The future could belong to him, but for now, Yi Chen's realm was too low. Yet with just one sword, Yi Chen seized the opportunity and thrust out. This timing shocked Xiansu, he was already airborne, his move halfway through, unable to retract. The blade was perfectly positioned against his lower abdomen, a swift upward flick, flipping Xiansu over. He did not suffer serious injuries but was directly thrown out of the arena. The entire venue was in shock. At such a young age, I didn't expect him to grasp the timing of combat so precisely. Gao Chang felt a twinge of jealousy. He envied Gu Tianyi for having such a good disciple. Defeating his opponent without any change in expression proved his calm disposition. At the 3rd stage of the martial master realm, it was almost a textbook-level guidance in battle. Indeed, from start to finish, Yi Chen was merely using his opponent's strength against them, a phenomenon that only occurs when one's strength is overwhelmingly superior, allowing the opponent to remain unscathed yet still be defeated. Xiansu, you're not that great either, I'll go. 5th stage of the martial master realm, Zhong Shengyuan. The newcomer was robust, specializing in boxing. His fists glimmered with a golden hue, and his bald head gave off a fierce impression. Yi Chen threw his sword to the ground. What are you trying to do? You use your fists, I won't use a weapon, I'm afraid of hurting you. Zhong Shengyuan was furious. He looked down on others too much. Although Yi Chen's earlier strike was indeed stunning. But, I'm not that waste Xiansu, I won't underestimate you. Take my iron fist. Tongbei fist. A sandy yellow shadow of flowing sand emerged behind him. Zhong Shengyuan specialized in the earth element, and his genetic sequence was A-level red earth sequence. His fist, the size of a sandbag, smashed down towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. Come on. He struck with his palm like a sword, splitting Zhong Shengyuan's iron fist. This is the palm sword. What is the palm sword? Someone asked. The speaker was quite well known in the Metaphysics Academy. Although my cultivation level is higher than Yi Chen's, his mastery in swordsmanship is even stronger than our academy's teachers. This is the palm sword, one of the 3 devil sword styles in the basics of swordsmanship. With a sword in the heart, everything can become a sword. Lu Liang's eyes revealed a serious expression. For a martial artist to match a martial master, it shows that Yi Chen's skills have far surpassed his opponent. Not to mention, have you noticed that Yi Chen still hasn't unlocked his genetic lock? Unlocking the genetic lock allows a martial artist to draw on spiritual power and utilize the strength brought by their genetic sequence. Yi Chen could contend with a 5th stage martial master student without even activating his blood-killing sword. Compared to the 7 sons of magic martial, he's still far behind. This is nature. The 7 sons of demon martial are already one of the most formidable groups of warriors in their region. Even Yi Chen, who has not yet mastered the blood-killing sword, can defeat the 7 sons of Demon Marshal, so naturally, ordinary genius-level students are no match for him. But the opponent is quite tenacious. Although Zhong Shangyuan has average talent, his muscular build indicates that he trains hard and has decent willpower. But that only earns him a fair evaluation. Effort is useful, but in the face of talent, it is quite insignificant. A blood-red long sword appeared behind Yi Chen. Thunderbolt. Paralysis. The blood-red long sword, mixed with crimson arcs of electricity, accurately struck Zhong Shangyuan. The lightning ability of the Electric Mouse Clan has a paralyzing effect. After being hit, Zhong Shangyuan was dazed for a moment, and Yi Chen delivered a chop that sent him flying off the stage. Let's continue. Does anyone else want to challenge me? One person was about to step forward but was stopped by Lu Liang. He leaped up onto the stage, his flowing long hair dancing in the wind. Xuanshui Academy, Seed Class Lu Liang, 9th Stage Martial Master. I am also a sword master. A simple introduction, but Yi Chen knew that this Lu Liang was not simple. Come on. Yi Chen, you have to go all out, I'm afraid. I might just kill you in one blow. This statement left Yi Chen stunned. He initially thought Lu Liang seemed polite, but it seemed he had misunderstood. This guy was just putting on a show at the start. Now he was done pretending. He held a snow-white long sword. This sword is called White Fox, it won't stop until it sees blood. He just stood there, not taking the initiative to attack. Do you look down on me? Yi Chen murmured. Then I'll attack first, I hope you can take this move. All out? Then let this grand occasion unfold as you wish. Behind him, dozens of blood swords appeared, each with a different design. Each blood sword represented a unique talent. When Yi Chen attacked, Lu Liang still wore a smile. But as he smiled, he suddenly felt darkness before his eyes. When he regained consciousness, he was already on the ground. He was completely dazed. Yi Chen wore a faint smile. Showing off in front of me, young man, you still have a long way to go. 023 reverse push, provocation. He can show off, but what Yi Chen hates the most is when others act like big shots in front of him. Lu Liang wouldn't have been so easily defeated, but his arrogance was his downfall. Lu Liang came to his senses, filled only with anger and shame. So embarrassing. Let's fight again. Lu Liang was clearly unwilling to accept defeat. He had underestimated his opponent, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so easily defeated. Classmate Lu, I'm here to find the Demon Clan, I have official business. Not to mention, I won't fight a defeated opponent again. This indifferent tone drove people crazy. It left Lu Liang speechless. If he had known, he would have gone all out. Losing was too frustrating. Ignoring the furious Lu Liang below the stage, Yi Chen suddenly felt that this task was no longer difficult. It was impossible for everyone to finish fighting. So, based on reverse reasoning, the Demon Clan, which has been scheming to infiltrate the 4 major academies in the imperial capital, must be elite. Lu Liang is still lacking. The sword domain task is not easy. So, I just need to find strong opponents to easily root out the Demon Clan. With the correct line of thought, solving the problem became much easier. After Lu Liang was defeated, some people were eager to prove themselves. I'll go next. Lu Liang looks good but is useless. His usual grades are good, but in actual combat, he's a weakling. Let me go. I'll go. If I win, I'll be in the top 10 of the grade. Lu Liang's swift defeat excited these students. Winning or losing didn't matter, as long as they could last a few rounds against Yi Chen. If they could defeat him, they would gain preferential treatment from the academy. This was a great opportunity to make a name for themselves. Principal Gao. What's wrong? Gao Changyao was about to respond. His expression was not looking good at the moment. Usually, these students were quite pleasing to the eye, but it seemed that the students in the ivory tower only knew how to be arrogant in their own territory. A martial artist at the martial master level was easily defeated by a warrior at the martial artist level. Coupled with his grievances with Gu Tianyi, Gao Changyao's face was dark as could be. Principal Gao, there's no need to send anyone weaker than Lu Liang. The Demon Clan must be stronger than Lu Liang. I'm not very familiar with the strength of your academy's students, so I trouble you to send out your strongest few to battle me. Alright, Gao Changyao had been waiting for Yi Chen to say this. If he were to be continuously defeated by Yi Chen's students from Xuanwu Academy, how would he face others? But he couldn't take the initiative to suggest sending experts to fight Yi Chen. However, if it was Yi Chen who proposed it, then there would be no problem. Gao Changyao had the director bring him a list of students. Lu Liang's usual martial arts exam results ranked 10th. 9th? No, just send the 3rd one. Gao Changyao wanted to end this challenge match directly. He had been blinded by greed and had fallen for Gu Tianyi's trick. That guy had high standards, the disciples he took in were certainly not ordinary. Tang Sanshao, you go? Me? Teacher, my stomach hurts. Can someone else go first? Tang Sanshao's gaze was wandering. He was cursing inwardly. How could it be so accurate? Although the scene was sealed off, Yi Chen couldn't possibly challenge them one by one, right? As a top 3 presence in the Xuanxue Academy, Tang Sanshao felt it shouldn't be his turn. Who would have thought it would come to him so quickly? He decided to stall. You brat, at a critical moment. Just don't embarrass me by soiling your pants when you fight later. The director didn't think too much. In his view, a genius in the top 3 should not have traitors. The demon clan might just be an excuse. Then let's change. Yi Chen suddenly spoke, interrupting him. It's him, Tang Sanshao. But I have an upset stomach. Even if you win, it wouldn't be fair. You go to the restroom and clear your stomach. I'll wait for you. Yi Chen's gaze was intense, as if he could see right through him. Then wait for me for half an hour. It's best to send someone to make sure he doesn't run away. I seriously suspect that Tang Sanshao is the demon clan. Do you have any evidence? As he spoke, Yi Chen stepped down from the ring. When the two were close, Tang Sanshao's breath halted, and his heartbeat slowed for half a beat. Tang Sanshao feigned calmness and said, Can you tell if I'm from the demon clan? Yi Chen pondered for a moment and then said apologetically, Misunderstanding, you are not from the demon clan. Tang Sanshao replied defiantly, Wait for me to sort this out, don't leave. I'll fight you later. This kid was being mysterious. If he could really detect it, why would he say that? Tang Sanshao felt relieved and went to the restroom to empty his bladder. After returning, he pointed at Yi Chen's nose and arrogantly said, You wronged me, Tang Sanshao. Yi Chen, I will make you pay. As a traitor to humanity, the demon clan had spent a great deal to send him into the 4 major academies of the imperial capital. Naturally, it wasn't for nothing. During his time at Xuanwu Academy, he had secretly sabotaged hundreds of geniuses. These were all the future of humanity. His persona was also that of an arrogant type, often getting into conflicts with others. On the surface, he had seriously injured some promising martial artists, reducing their martial potential for life. This time, he could just use wronged as an excuse to directly take action against Yi Chen. If he could kill a disciple of a sword saint and erase the future of humanity, he might face some punishment. But as a genius of humanity, they wouldn't make things too difficult for him. Accidental killing could also serve as an excuse. I can't kill him, but I must severely injure the human race's Yi Chen. Just at the martial artist realm, he has already displayed such terrifying potential. If we let him grow, he will become a legendary sword saint in the future. Tang Sanshao proactively stepped onto the arena. Is this what it means to be a disciple of the sword saint, to wrong others without distinction? Your name sounds very much like a villain. Tang Sanshao had a face full of confusion. Is this really a reason? Of course not, because I have already detected that you are from the demon clan. You fool, this is my provocation tactic. If I didn't say this, how would you come up to the stage? Yi Chen sneered. Tang Sanshao's expression changed slightly. You have no evidence. Don't be anxious, once I kill you, the death of the demon clan will reveal your true form. Yi Chen's aura surged. Behind him, the blood swords multiplied. 10 blood swords were not his full strength. 14, 15, 30. By the time there were 78, Yi Chen was gradually feeling the strain. He still couldn't fully mobilize all the blood swords. 78 blood swords, condensed from the powers of various clans, exuded a murderous aura that enveloped the arena. Tang Sanshao felt a heart-pounding power from within. He would die. A scent of death gradually spread. Principal, save me. Yi Chen. He seems to be slaughtering the human geniuses. Tang Sanshao panicked. Where did this monster come from? If Yi Chen had gone all out from the start, he would never have been able to step onto the stage. He still held a glimmer of hope. But Yi Chen would not give him the chance. Principal, if I, Yi Chen, mistakenly kill a human genius, I will let you handle it as you wish. Gao Chanya looked at Yi Chen's resolute eyes, then at the already flustered Tang Sanshao. His heart already had an answer. It's not that I don't want to help you, my human race has no cowardly seeds. With your cowardly demeanor, even if you went to the battlefield, you might betray us. Tang Sanshao's reaction disappointed Gao Chanya greatly. Coupled with his identity as a disciple of Gutiani, he directly ignored Tang Sanshao's pleas. Damn it! Why? I don't want to die. He couldn't expose the powers of the demon clan. As long as he could withstand it and counterattack Yi Chen, there would be a glimmer of life. But Yi Chen's blood-killing sword was like a scythe claiming lives. Tang Sanshao's resistance was as fragile as paper. Dozens of powers, he simply couldn't defend against them. A plume of black smoke rose. Tang Sanshao didn't die, but his identity as a demon was exposed, which was no different from death. Sorry, brothers, I've been too busy, but I'm back to update. 024 Memory Alteration, the Ruthless Demon Clan. It's all your fault, human Yichen. I'm doomed, but before I die, you won't have it easy either. Tang Sanshao's face twisted with rage. He was walking on thin ice, staying among humans with his identity as a demon. Given the enmity between the two races, it goes without saying that being discovered disguised as a human meant certain death. But before he died, he would force Yichen, who had made him reveal his identity, to accompany him on this journey. Be careful, Zhao Linger anxiously reminded. Tang Sanshao and Yichen were on the same arena. In his eyes, there was only Yichen. Die for me. A torrent of hatred and demonic power intertwined, transforming into a bloodthirsty shadow that lunged at Yichen. Blood kill, stasis. The space seemed to freeze. This was the stasis secret technique of the time-space moles, absorbed by the blood-killing sword from the myriad clans. The time-space mole clan could freeze time and space, but the time-space mole that Yichen killed to seize the power was only at the martial master realm, capable of distorting only a portion of space. But as long as the technique was precise, it would be enough. The blood-red bat flew towards Yichen's side. Blood kill, 10 sword encirclement. 10 blood-killing swords transformed into a surrounding force, trapping Tang Sanshao. In the midst of the fight, Zhao Linger had already leaped onto the arena. Two athletic long legs, one in front and one behind, flipped into the arena. The somewhat naive senior sister had anger written all over her beautiful eyes at this moment. With one hand on her hip, she drew out her twin guns from her waist. 2 bolts of lightning instantly erupted from the gun barrels. This gun was actually a stun gun. It was Yichen's first time seeing a gun-wielding martial artist. The lightning accurately incapacitated Tang Sanshao in an instant. Then, her furious pink fists rained down on Tang Sanshao. Only I can bully my junior brother, who allowed you to move. The pink fists looked cute, but Zhao Linger embodied a violent aesthetic. What fast fist techniques! That leg technique is astonishing, longer than my life. Stop hitting her, senior sister. A living demon is more useful than a dead one. Yichen stepped forward to pull the furious Zhao Linger away, warmth rising in his heart. Although it was their first meeting, Zhao Linger's figure had already gained a certain weight in Yichen's heart. Who would refuse a sister who cares for them, even without blood ties? Hearing this, Tang Sanshao's expression changed. He prepared to crush the demon core to self-destruct. But soon, his face turned pale. My magic power. Raising his head, the principal of Xuanwu Academy, Gao Changyao, was already standing beside him. Take him away, notify the Department of Justice, imprison him in a 10-star. No, 10-star prison. Gao Changyao's expression was solemn and grave. A demon traitor had appeared in the academy, occupying important educational resources of the human race, which was considered a serious educational incident. Young friend Yichen, principal, my senior sister and I will go ahead. This place is up to you. We still need to go to another place to exterminate demons. Thank you, young friend. Notify everyone, tonight's events are to be kept confidential. No one is allowed to leave the academy until you complete your task, and no one is allowed to use their phones for 3 days. Yichen was taken aback for a moment, then nodded at Gao Changyao. Please keep the news under wraps, so the demon race doesn't get wind of it in advance. Rest assured. Young friend Yichen, if you need anything, just let me know. I can't leave Xuanwu Academy, but the matter of exterminating demons is not just your responsibility, the entire human race is your backing. Gao Changyao's knowing look made Yichen understand instantly. If Xuanwu Academy discovered a demon traitor, even if it had nothing to do with Gao Changyao, as the principal, he would inevitably be implicated. Assisting Yichen in exterminating demons could not completely absolve him of responsibility, but it could lessen some of it. Alright, senior sister, wait for me at the door, I'll be back soon with the principal. Zhao Linger nodded, turned around, and walked towards the door with her long legs. 10 minutes later. Feeling the weight coming from behind the motorcycle, Zhao Linger stepped on the gas, and the dark green ghost fire motorcycle roared with a mechanical growl. Vroom vroom vroom, junior brother, where to? Xiao Long Academy. This time, Yichen did not make a big fuss but blended into the crowd with Zhao Linger in advance. The two searched among the crowd. As long as they got close to the demon race, Yichen would receive prompts from the sword domain. He walked directly to the front row of people. Among them, one stood with his hands behind his back, exuding righteousness, standing out from the crowd. On his arm was engraved a powerful 5-clawed golden dragon. Sister Linger, it's him, make your move. Zhao Linger had no doubts. The twin guns were drawn, and no one was spared. Lightning instantly knocked out the top student of Qiulong Academy. The other students nearby immediately became alert. Enemy attack. You two are not students of our academy. What are you doing? Get lost. The student council president was taken down in one hit, and didn't even react. Who is this girl? A group of students from Qiulong Academy surrounded the two. An elderly figure appeared beside them. His stature was hunched, somewhat stooped. But, standing among the crowd, he did not appear small at all. Principal Kong. Principal Kong glanced at the student on the ground, turned his head, and smiled at Yi Chen, saying, "Young friend, I didn't sense any demonic energy from the top student of my academy." But, as the top student, why are you pretending to be faint? With his strength, as the head of the academy and the foremost among the 4 great academies, he could see at a glance that this student was feigning unconsciousness. Wang Yinglong from the Dragon Head class, I greet the principal. This female warrior is stronger than me, and I am showing weakness to lower her guard. This reasoning was quite reasonable. Wang Yinglong's psychological resilience was also formidable. Faced with those eyes that seemed to peer into the depths of his soul, the sharp gaze that had seen countless demons, he showed no signs of retreat or guilt. Although you are a disciple of that person, if you do not provide a reasonable explanation today for attacking a student of my Qiulong Academy, it will be difficult to settle this matter. Yi Chen looked deeply at Wang Yinglong. This guy was too good at pretending. If it weren't for his unwavering belief in the sword domain's abilities, he might have almost believed him. Even the battle-hardened old principal couldn't see that he was a demon. The methods of disguise used by demons were simply brilliant. He is a demon. Yi Chen's calm statement did not shake Wang Yinglong in the slightest. Where's the evidence? We have never met. Why insult my innocence out of thin air? A look of confusion appeared on Wang Yinglong's face. Yi Chen thought he deserved an Oscar for his acting. Principal, I am 100% sure he is a demon. You may not be able to detect it, but a demon's core cannot be hidden. If you personally take action, if what I say is false, I am willing to bear any punishment from the human race. All right. Principal Kong was also a straightforward person. He directly extended his hand, using the dragon grasp technique, and seized Wang Yinglong's heart. In that moment, both of their expressions changed dramatically. Wang Yinglong's resolute demeanor vanished in an instant. Memories of being a demon surged into his mind. Just a second ago, he had firmly believed he was human. The originally flawless plan had even included an extra layer of insurance. Before Wang Yinglong reached the martial god realm, he would steadfastly believe he was human. Principal, the human heart is on the left. Why are you reaching for my right? The demons had even considered this point, hiding the demon core. This move sent chills down Kongda's spine. For a martial saint-level expert, killing a martial master was as easy as squashing an ant. He looked at the young man in shock. Everything done was at Yi Chen's behest. It was all orchestrated by this young man. No, by the one behind him. Although Kongda was angry, he also revealed a smile. Once that person makes a move, it's a grand gesture. 025 An inescapable battle, S-Class Sword Demon Sequence. Yi Chen hurriedly took senior sister Linger to the Fire Phoenix Academy. But they were still a step too late. Sorry, we already know who the demon spy is, but it seems someone notified her in advance. She took leave and left the academy. Yi Chen frowned. The teacher from the White Tiger Academy had also called. A student left the academy early. I suspect he is the demon spy. The situation was more complicated than he had imagined. He had thought it would go smoothly and had sealed off the news. What part of the process went wrong? Clearly, they had already killed a demon. How did they relay the information? Yi Chen had no way of knowing, but he understood that this mission would likely be very difficult to complete. Junior, what should we do now? Zhao Linger had initially thought this was just a trial set by Yi Chen for herself. She now realized that the teacher had secretly assigned a covert mission to Yi Chen. With 2 demon prodigies having escaped, it would be hard to find such a good opportunity again next time. Yi Chen also helplessly spread his hands. There's no way around it, senior, let's go back. The demon clan must have special means. These prodigies of the demon clan definitely have methods similar to life lamps. After death, the demon clan will immediately know the news. Tang San was captured alive, while another prodigy of the demon clan was killed on the spot. After the demon prodigy was killed, the demon clan immediately ordered the other 2 prodigies lurking in the Imperial Capital Academy to withdraw. Either there was an insider in the Imperial Capital notifying them, or they themselves had demon seals implanted. Both possibilities might exist. But no matter which situation it was, it no longer mattered much. Zhao Linger rode her motorcycle, taking Yi Chen back. As they sped along, she only felt that the hard object behind her was getting closer. She blushed. Junior, can you tone it down a bit? Although I know boys can't help it, but... Zhao Linger turned her head, only to find that she had blushed for nothing. A substitute doll was not the real Yi Chen. Halfway through, Yi Chen jumped off the bike. At this moment, he was in a desolate area. In front of him stood two demons, dressed in the uniforms of the two top academies in the imperial capital. Clearly human, Yi Chen knew they were actually demons hidden in the imperial capital. They were also Yi Chen's final targets for the mission. He calmly unlocked his genetic sequence. Blood-killing sword. Yi Chen's expression was very serious, yet there was not a trace of panic. A man and a woman. The woman spoke first. Yi Chen, I had never heard your name before, but I have to admit, you are indeed talented enough. As a martial artist, you can slay a peak martial master, allowing you to grow unchecked. You are another cold-faced Yama. The woman's words were laced with a bewitching charm. With every frown and smile, as she moved, her uniform slipped, revealing a wine-red sheer skirt underneath. Her snow-white skin, illuminated by the moonlight, was even more alluring. Yi Chen merely sneered, completely unmoved. The young man beside him chimed in, Xing Yi, your seductive skills are nothing special. You can't even handle a martial artist. Why don't you give it a try? He's not an ordinary martial artist. Among our demon clan, being able to leap ranks is considered a top genius. You and I are merely discarded pawns of the demon clan. If it weren't for this opportunity, we might not know when we would be abandoned. The tall young man nodded. Indeed, neither of us is arrogant. If we were true top geniuses of the demon clan, we wouldn't be sent to be undercover, doing this thankless task. So, let's go together. As they spoke, their uniforms suddenly burst open, revealing their true demonic forms. The red-clad woman was a prodigy demoness of the Red Fox clan. The white-haired young man was the second son of the great elder of the Demon Tiger clan, with a human body and a tiger's face, his physique enormous. Both were at the peak of the martial master realm. You really think highly of me. Yi Chen revealed a carefree smile. Sword Domain, did you arrange this? 1 against 2? Or is it a martial artist against 2 peak martial masters? They thought too highly of him. But Yi Chen was filled with fighting spirit. In the night, the blood red of the blood-killing sword was obscured by darkness. The two demons charged at Yi Chen, unaware that dozens of blood-killing swords were lying in wait behind him. This time, blood trickled from the corner of Yi Chen's mouth, but he did not stop. 90 swords. His body was completely overloaded. Yet Yi Chen did not stop. The remaining 10 swords were still trying to resist his control. Charge! Sword users, swords or weapons, do you still want to turn the tables? Yi Chen roared in a low voice. Under the pressure of his will, the last 10 blood-killing swords finally submitted. 100 blood-killing swords transformed into a massive kingly sword soaring into the air. The eerie bloodlight cast the white moon into a blood moon. Not good. What? What kind of pressure is this? Have we fallen into a trap? Are there still experts? Whoosh! The blood slaughter sword came down without giving the two any time to react. Trial completed. Comprehended the sword technique of 100 swords. Gene sequence enhanced. Current gene sequence. Sword demon sequence. Grade. Yi Chen hadn't had the chance to examine the special features of the sword demon sequence. He only felt darkness envelop him, and he fainted. When he woke up, a pleasant fragrance made Yi Chen feel at ease. He turned his head and saw a soft, black object in front of him. The silky smooth feeling. Junior, you're awake. A slightly joyful voice came. But immediately after, Yi Chen's head was tapped, and a complaining tone rang in his ears. What do you take your senior sister for? A mount? A dedicated vehicle? You didn't even tell me about such a dangerous thing in advance. If I hadn't installed a locator on you beforehand, you'd be feeding dogs in the wild. The caring yet reproachful tone made a warm current flow through Yi Chen's heart. Thank you for your concern, senior sister. I'm fine, really. Yi Chen was reluctant to part with that soft knee pillow. He prepared to get up, but Zhao Linger firmly pressed him down. The teacher said you need to rest now. Your entire venous system is damaged. If you don't recover in 10 days to half a month and fight again, you might fall in realm, although you're just a martial artist, so there's not much to fall from. This statement stung a bit. But Yi Chen wasn't angry. If he couldn't get up, then he wouldn't. That thigh wasn't bad at all. Leaning against the black silk thigh, Yi Chen felt utterly exhausted and fell into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a medicinal barrel, completely devoid of clothing. In front of him stood a man, his scorching gaze scanning him up and down. 026 Bloodbath White Dragon Clan, team leader of the guard squad teacher, my sexual orientation is normal. He boldly displayed himself when seen by a girl. But being looked at like this by another handsome guy made Yi Chen feel goosebumps all over. Cough cough. What are you thinking, kid? I'm just curious how your body can unleash such energy. A martial artist realm cutting down 2 martial master realm demon clan prodigies, and my innate sword Dao sacred body isn't as fierce as you. Gu Jiancheng was both surprised and delighted. Teacher, you already know? Gu Tianyi nodded. I also know you went to those academies on a mission. How could I not know? Yi Chen's heart sank. He had only thought of using Gu Tianyi's reputation to complete the mission. He hadn't expected to have to explain himself after Gu Tianyi found out. Gu Tianyi noticed Yi Chen's nervousness. With a smile, he said, everyone has their own secrets. I won't interfere with how you identify the demon clan. You're quite clever, just say I taught you when you're outside. As long as Gu Tianyi knew Yi Chen's heart was with the human race, he wouldn't care about his secrets. With his clear sword heart, he wouldn't stoop to snatch his disciples' opportunities. Thank you for your understanding, teacher. He hadn't expected to get through it so easily. This teacher was really something. Yi Chen sniffed. A foul odor was permeating the room. It stinks. Teacher, can't you smell it? I've closed off my sense of smell, so I naturally can't. Your meridians are all ruptured. I've made a medicinal bath with dragon tendons to repair your entire meridian system. Your current physical body should be equivalent to a martial general. Yi Chen was delighted to hear this. Thank you, teacher. Now, he wouldn't be beaten up by that girl by Ruwabbing anymore. Next time she tried to hit him, he would pin her down. Cough cough. Not that, but corner her against the wall. No need to thank me, this is also your opportunity. If it weren't for your meridians being completely shattered, you wouldn't be able to absorb the energy from the medicinal bath to such an extent. This can be considered a rebirth after destruction. Even without the medicinal bath, I can feel a force within your body repairing you. This is your chance, isn't it? However, as your teacher, having gained benefits from you, I can't just ignore everything. Gu Tianyi's words left Yi Chen bewildered. Gained benefits? Could it be that Gu Tianyi has reconciled with Song Jing? Yi Chen didn't ask. He took out clean clothes from his storage ring and took another shower. He emerged from the room feeling refreshed. Teacher, I've prepared everything for you, you should hurry. Yi Chen, still confused, took an intelligent wristband from Gu Tianyi's hand. What is this? The titanium-colored wristband had a very smooth feel to it. It's the student wristband for the martial god camp. Teacher, how long did I sleep? A week. The martial god camp has already started for a day. I'll take you there now. Yi Chen pulled out his phone and saw a text message from the goddess and 2 missed calls. He redialed, only to receive the prompt. The number you dialed is not available. Please try again later. Using any electronic devices is prohibited within the camp. You can only wear the wristband specifically for the martial god camp, Gu Tianyi explained upon seeing Yi Chen's actions. Get on, I'll take you there. Yi Chen's eyes lit up when he saw the pure white dragon. Wow, teacher, your mount is so cool. It's from the Bloodbath White Dragon clan. I named it Xiaobai. Yi Chen couldn't help but reach out to stroke Xiaobai's snowy fur. The texture was fantastic. Hey, kid, don't touch me randomly, it tickles. A childish voice rang in Yi Chen's ears. Who is speaking? Kid, you're sitting on my back. Can't you tell who is talking? The voice of a young boy came from the belly of the white dragon. Ha! Xiaobai can talk, that's so awesome. Of course. Even among the dragon clan branches, I am a kingly existence. Gu Tianyi watched as the battle pet and disciple conversed, smiling as he explained to Yi Chen, the lifespan of dragons is much longer than that of humans. For example, the Bloodbath White Dragon clan, to which Xiaobai belongs, is a royal bloodline among dragons. Once it reaches the martial god realm, it can transform into human form, living for tens of thousands of years. Xiaobai is already 300 years old, with a mentality equivalent to that of a 7-year-old human child. The talents of the various races are much better than ours. Once it reaches 1,000 years, Xiaobai will step into the martial god realm and surpass me. Humph, master, you're impressive. In just 100 years, you've already reached the martial saint realm. Back then, you were just one step away. What a pity. There's no need to bring up the past. Gu Tianyi stopped Xiaobai, who wanted to continue. Yi Chen was a bit curious, but Gu Tianyi clearly didn't want to mention it, so Yi Chen wisely refrained from asking further. He held Xiao Xian, the Qing Xian Mouse King, and rubbed its chubby little face, quietly pressing. Xiao Xian, you're the king of the Qing Xian Mouse clan, you should be able to talk too, right? Yi Chen rubbed Xiao Xian all over, but it refused to call him master. It only squeaked and chirped. Its expression was quite human-like, staring at Yi Chen with disdain. But as long as Yi Chen offered it its favorite little bear cookies, it let him play with it. Meanwhile, Xiaobai finally noticed the little creature on its back. Wow, this is the Qing Xian Mouse clan? The Mouse King? Kid, what is your relationship with the Qing Xian Mouse clan? Ha! Xiao Xian is my battle pet. The Qing Xian Mouse clan holds a status even higher than our Bloodbath White Dragon clan. They are gentle, but their dignity cannot be infringed upon. You actually, with your own strength, changed the preferences of the Qin Xian Mouse clan. What's wrong, little white? Gu Tianyi was unaware of the origins of the myriad races. It's nothing, master. Your disciple is quite remarkable. The opportunities he possesses are terrifyingly strong. Gu Tianyi nodded. At first, I didn't think much of it, but now it seems that Yi Chen probably has great fortune. Whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, we'll only know in the future. The White Dragon clan is known for its speed. The martial god training camp base, hundreds of kilometers from the imperial capital, was reached in just a few minutes. The commotion caused by the White Dragon's landing caught the attention of the base's security personnel. Such a disturbance was hard to ignore. Little White, feeling playful, swept around with its dragon tail, breaking the surrounding trees as it landed. The area outside the base was in disarray, but no one was injured. Who dares to cause trouble at my martial god base? A dragon clan? Which big shot has arrived? A group of guards quickly came out. The leader, a middle-aged man, flew over. He was the captain of the training camp's guard team, a peak martial king. The young martial artists coming to the martial god training camp all had significant backgrounds. He had seen many big shots from the imperial capital. Being the captain of the martial god camp, strength was secondary. One must have keen insight. Yet, he had never seen this handsome youth before. 027 before the war god monument 100? My goal is to be in the top 3. But Hu Baoliang was not foolish. Such a massive dragon clan could not be easily commanded or enslaved by small fry. Haven't seen a pig run, but have you never seen a pig? Even the lowest bloodline dragon clan ranks among the top in the myriad races. To tame such a colossal creature, one must be a big shot among the human race. You two dare to. He abruptly stopped his subordinates from being servile. You thick-headed fools, this person is a big shot. Hurry up and clean up the scene. If you delay, this month's allowance will be gone. Hu Baoliang sternly criticized his subordinates. No wonder he was the captain of the guard team. Awakened by Captain Hu's words, several young security guards cast grateful glances at Hu Baoliang. The captain was helping them. The other guards began to tidy up the mess. Hu Baoliang greeted with a smile, "My lord, what brings you to my martial god camp? How should I address you?" Gu Tianyi maintained his usual poker face, exuding an imposing presence without anger, and said, "I brought my disciple into the camp. You tell Chen Changsheng that Gu Tianyi has arrived." After saying this, the massive dragon form beside him transformed into a small dragon person, resting on Gu Tianyi's shoulder. What a pity, I'm still a bit short. I can only take human form when I reach the martial god realm. Little White was not satisfied with its current form and was preoccupied with transforming into a human. Chen Changsheng? The captain of the guard team changed his expression, not daring to stop the two. This name was too familiar. The first Longsheng sword of the Xia kingdom, Chen Changsheng. The current #1 sword god of the Xia kingdom. The casual tone made the guard captain not dare to be negligent. The two walked towards the martial god camp. Yi Chen curiously asked, "Master, are you very familiar with Chen Changsheng, the #1 sword in the Xia kingdom?" "It's alright, I watched that brat grow up." Yi Chen wanted to ask about Gu Tianyi's age but felt it would be impolite. Martial artists live long lives, making it difficult to judge a martial artist's age by appearance. "Don't worry, just follow me, it'll be fine." Yi Chen remained silent, following Gu Tianyi into the martial god camp. He was very familiar with the camp and soon led Yi Chen to where the outstanding talents were located. Yi Chen also saw Bai Ruobing. With her hair tied up in a high ponytail and her tall figure, her frosty demeanor stood out in the crowd. "Master, can I go over?" "Go ahead." Just as Gu Tianyi was about to leave, a woman walked towards her. He couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Yi Chen smiled. Facing the myriad races, Gu Tianyi was domineering and decisive, but in front of Song Jing, he was at a loss, his expression stiff. The chaotic aura around him was far from the unparalleled Gu Sword Saint. "Teacher Tsong." "Yi Chen, what's going on? The training has been going on for a whole day. Why are you only just arriving?" Teacher Tsong scolded, but Yi Chen could see that she was concerned about him. Just as Yi Chen was about to explain, Teacher Tsong urged, "Hurry up and go in. Although the top 100 is a bit difficult, this training is a great opportunity for you, you can't miss it." Yi Chen nodded, swallowing back the words he wanted to say. "Teacher, I'm leaving now." Yi Chen gave Gu Tianyi a glance, gently pushing him towards Song Jing. "Xiao Jing, long time no see." Gu Tianyi's face showed a hint of embarrassment. Song Jing felt the same, the two exchanged silent glances. Yi Chen had already given Gu Tianyi the opportunity, whether he could seize it depended on whether he could figure things out. Yi Chen then walked towards Bai Ruobing in the crowd. "Good morning." Bai Ruobing was resting with her eyes closed. The intensity of the first day of training yesterday had indeed been high. Today's assessment was even more perilous, and she didn't plan to waste any of this little rest time. Slowly opening her eyes, she found the voice familiar. Turning her head, she saw Yi Chen with a radiant smile. Yi Chen? I'm here. Oh. I didn't see you yesterday. I thought you were too scared to come after hearing about the training. Are you concerned about me? Yi Chen remained cheerful, not at all angry. In her cold tone, Yi Chen could sense the high and aloof goddess's concern. She usually wouldn't say more than 10 words to others, and today, speaking so much was already a shift in her attitude towards him. Humph, who cares about you? I'm just fulfilling my duty as class monitor to check on my classmates. Don't think too much about it. Yi Chen said nothing, just grinning foolishly, which made Bai Ruobing want to hit him. But hitting someone in public didn't fit her aloof persona. As they spoke, a group of young people in matching uniforms approached them. You must be Yi Chen? Yi Chen turned to look at the four-person group. His instincts told him these four were not simple. Magic City uniforms? You are the four great kings of magic martial no. 1. Oh, you seem to know us well. One of them spoke in surprise. Last time, our academy's magic martial 7 was defeated by you. Although they were 7 useless ones, not everyone can teach them a lesson. Yi Chen realized these four had come looking for trouble. Guan Fei, it has nothing to do with me. I'm just here to greet Brother Yi and make a friend. The four were not united. Indeed, 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, let alone 4. Your little brother got beaten, and you want me to step in? I won't do it. Yi Chen, we all come from Magic City, let's take care of each other in the future. 2 of them seemed to want to befriend him. One should not strike a smiling face. The last girl had a calm expression. Her beauty was not inferior to Bai Ruobing's. She simply nodded lightly at Yi Chen. It seemed that among the 4 great kings, only one was quite dissatisfied with him. Hee, you 3 are still the same. But, Yi Chen, you really are overconfident. On the first day of training, you just quit. You should at least make it into the top 100, otherwise, I have no interest in dealing with someone like you. Good luck, Yi Chen, I hope you truly have the strength, but if you can't even make it into the top 100, that would be too disappointing. The 4 did not have any conflict with Yi Chen. This was the martial god training camp. Who would dare to cause trouble? It seemed they just wanted to get to know Yi Chen. Top 100? Is there something special about it? Yi Chen asked Bai Ruobing. They had mentioned this ranking multiple times. Bai Ruobing explained, the martial god training camp does not nurture waste, resources are limited. Every year, we recruit geniuses from all over the country. Only those who break into the top 100 within the first 3 days have a chance to enter the second phase of training. I see. Yi Chen nodded and looked at the stone tablet suspended in the air. This stone tablet is called the War God Tablet. The first-ranked Jun Wushuang has already earned 100,000 points. And his little Shui is not bad either, ranks 7th with 38,000 points. Among all female martial artists, she ranks 2nd. Trial Sequence 8. Top 3 of the War God Tablet, trial failure, the Heavenly Spirit Hall will be closed, and you will never be able to step into the Martial Master realm. 028 The Might of the Sword Demon Sequence, a single sword sweeping away hundreds of silver wolves. Fierce. So fierce. The master who created the sword domain is truly ruthless. Every task makes martial artists tread on thin ice. Especially the punishments, if one link fails, they face enormous risks. It could mean they can never advance. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Yet Yi Chen did not flinch at all. Do I have a choice? No, without the sword domain, he would still be a waste of a low-level genetic sequence. There was no turning back, he can only face the challenge head-on. Bai Ruobing noticed the change in Yi Chen's expression. She thought that Yi Chen's pride had been provoked by the 4 great kings of the Demon City. There is still hope for the top 100, if you work hard enough. The top 100? Yi Chen was pulled back to reality by Bai Ruobing's voice. My goal is the top 3. The top 3? If you can make it to the top 3, what will you do? Yi Chen teased, waiting for Bai Ruobing's next words. Nothing, I'm only 7th. It's only been 2 days, how could you possibly make it to the top 3? Woman, you look down on me. If I make it to the top 3, you have to hug me. If you don't make it to the top 3, then don't ever mention these filthy thoughts again. Bai Ruobing readily agreed. This was an impossible task. In fact, Yi Chen was not without merit. This not only stimulated Yi Chen to work harder, but perhaps he could really squeeze into the top 100, and it would also help him clearly recognize the gap between them, no longer filled with unhealthy thoughts. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Yi Chen smiled. When the opportunity arises, he would seize it. He was still thinking about how to enhance his relationship with the goddess Bingbing, and this bait had just hooked itself. The 2 thus established their second bet. Bai Ruobing was a proud girl. She did not give up just because she lost the first bet with Yi Chen. Instead, that stubbornness in her nature flared up again. She did not know that Yi Chen had to make it to the top 3. The bet was secondary. It was about his future in martial arts. Bing bing, I'm not very familiar with the martial god camp. How can I earn points the fastest? Here, Yi Chen was closest to Bai Ruobing. Bai Ruobing shot Yi Chen a glance, expressing her dissatisfaction with his affectionate address. But she was not entirely resistant. Although there was a bet in place, Bai Ruobing was not a stingy person. She still explained to Yi Chen, there are 3 ways to earn points. First, you can challenge the War God Tower to earn points, but repeating previous levels will not score any points. Second, you can kill ferocious beasts in the wilderness near the martial god camp to earn points, but it is very dangerous. The ferocious beasts nearby are not domesticated by our human race. More than half of the martial artists fighting in the wild will lose their lives. Bai Ruobing paused here. What about the third way? You can challenge other students within the martial god camp to earn their points. The competition between martial artists is the most direct. The victor is king, and the loser is a bandit. The winner can take half of the loser's points. Stronger ones kill all. The second type is a life and death battle, which offers us the greatest improvement but is also the most dangerous. The third type easily leads to enmity with other warriors. Currently, on the first day, most people are choosing the first method to earn points. Yi Chen nodded. Interesting, the martial god camp offers warriors different ways to improve. The first is to break through levels. The second is to make breakthroughs between life and death. The last one is to grow through mutual sparring. I'll go check out the War God Tower first. Bai Ruobing nodded. You go ahead, I need to go out for some training soon. Although Bai Ruobing was a girl, the aura of heroism around her was undeniable. She had no intention of pursuing the third method. She was already firmly in the top 10 and didn't need to offend other warriors for a few points. Gaining improvement through real combat was essential. As a member of the human race, one must defend their homeland. Sooner or later, they would have to engage in life and death battles with the myriad races. The true battlefield against the myriad races was even more brutal and merciless. She was not a pampered young lady. Being from a sword god family, she had long been prepared to go to the battlefield and kill enemies. Until Bai Ruobing disappeared from view as she left the camp, Yi Chen withdrew his gaze. He walked towards the War God Tower. Outside the War God Tower, many people had gathered. Most warriors chose to break through the tower to earn points. Yi Chen took out his token, and a beam of golden light shot out from the War God Tower, beginning to scan. Student Yi Chen, first time breaking through the tower, no points will be deducted. The mechanical voice of the War God Tower was heard by everyone nearby. It's the second day, and this is his first time breaking through the tower? Warrior realm? I thought those participating in our martial god training camp were at least at the master level. Hee, I've heard that many warriors got in through backdoor connections. This is probably some rich kid trying to get a chance to experience the martial god training camp. Many people regarded Yi Chen as someone with connections. Yi Chen did not explain and stepped into the War God Tower. The inside of the tower is a different world. Yi Chen marveled. The space inside the tower was vast. This War God Tower was itself a powerful spatial treasure. The cold, mechanical voice sounded again. Detection complete. Current realm of the warrior is 4th stage of the warrior realm. Coefficient point bonus is 40 times. Oh, there's such a setting. It seems that earning points won't be that difficult. The War God Tower is absolutely fair. The difficulty of the War God Tower is the same, but warriors with lower martial arts realms receive point compensation. Thus, the points system is relatively fair. With a 40 times point bonus, I might have a chance to catch up to the top 3. Originally, Yi Chen felt a lot of pressure, but now it was much less. The first level is open, time limit 1 hour. The surrounding scene changed rapidly. The originally bright environment quickly turned dark. Although inside the tower, the surrounding environment felt just like being on a real battlefield. As long as I just enter with my consciousness, even if I die inside the War God Tower, I won't truly die. Unless I self-destruct my consciousness, it could lead to brain nerve damage, causing irreversible harm. Inside the War God Tower, as long as one doesn't act recklessly, they would almost never encounter danger and could fight with peace of mind. Before Yi Chen could react, a bloodthirsty magic wolf surrounded him. Dark Moon Silver Wolf Clan, a C-class bloodline creature among the myriad races. The Wolf Clan has decent reproductive abilities and is fast. On the battlefield, they are mostly cannon fodder. They looked fierce, but in fact, they were a race enslaved and driven by others among the myriad races. I'll use you to test the strength of my Sword Demon sequence. Yi Chen's eyes turned crimson. The Sword Demon gene sequence activated, and the Liuhua sword appeared in his hand. With a single swing, without even using a sword technique, hundreds of silver wolves were swept away by one strike. 029 The points delivered to your door, the final trial sword demon sequence, terrifying indeed. One cannot become a Buddha without going mad. The path is simple. In the sword demon sequence, there is only one sword. I am the demon. Using my body as a vessel, I transform into the sword demon. The hundreds of bloodline divine abilities previously copied by the blood-killing sword are all retained. At the moment the gene sequence is activated, Yi-Chen seems to be possessed by the sword demon, able to use the copied divine abilities. Moreover, the power is doubled, at the cost of entering the sword demon state, having his own defense. Only attack, no defense. Or rather, offense is the best defense. Silver Wolf Bloodline, Bloodthirsty Wolf Claw. Not a sword technique, but the dominance of the sword demon sequence is present here. No matter what divine ability, claws or sword techniques, they can all be converted into sword techniques. The divine abilities of 101 races have all been transformed into sword techniques. Bloodthirsty Wolf Claw becomes Bloodthirsty Wolf Sword. I haven't learned any martial arts, but I have already mastered 101 sword techniques, plus the Dragon Soul Shadow reward from the sword domain, making it 102 sword techniques, and the sword demon sequence can store up to 1000 sword techniques. The power of the sword demon sequence lies here. It can transform divine abilities that were previously unsuitable for Yi-Chen into sword techniques that are pleasing and easy to use. Time to clear, 1s. Evaluation, perfect level. Reward, 4000 points. Originally, the first level only had 100 points, but with the 40 times point boost, Yi-Chen directly received 4000 points. The Silver Wolf on the first layer is only at the first stage of the martial artist realm. In other words, the first 10 layers are all just martial artist realm. Yi-Chen only used one sword to sweep through the first 10 layers. After finishing the 10th level, Yi-Chen's points reached 40,000. He suddenly surpassed by Ruobing, reaching the 7th position. So easy. But upon careful thought, for a martial artist at the 3rd stage to defeat a group of peak martial artist realm ferocious beasts, it's not that simple. One can only blame Yi-Chen's combat power for being too extraordinary. He opened the leaderboard to check, and indeed, his points had originally surpassed by Ruobing. But while Yi-Chen was climbing the tower, the goddess was not idle either. She was outside fighting ferocious beasts, and her points had long surpassed 100,000. Points are dynamically changing. While Yi-Chen was climbing the tower to earn points, others were also breaking their limits. On the first day, 40,000 points could squeeze into the top 10, but on the second day of training, 100,000 points could only rank in the 30s. Then let's continue. This isn't my limit. Yi-Chen didn't pay much attention and continued to climb the tower. Meanwhile, in the camp, someone was constantly observing the changes on the leaderboard. Wow, someone suddenly made it into the top 10. I've never seen this name before. Who is it? Yi-Chen? Never heard of him. He's a prodigy from the Demon City. He suddenly added 40,000 points. How did he do that? It's not like he went to steal points that fast. The students in the camp were shocked. Whose subordinate is this, so terrifying? In just a few minutes, 40,000 points skyrocketed. In half an hour, Yi-Chen had already fought his way into the top 3. After defeating the ferocious beast on the 17th layer, Yi-Chen looked at the leaderboard. His score was exactly 320,000 points, 170,000 points more than by Ruobing in 4th place. Pretty stable, no need to keep climbing. This score isn't hard to get. Yi-Chen felt that this time the sword domain finally treated him like a person, arranging such a simple task for him. He was too early to be happy. In a good mood, after exiting the War God Tower, an ancient voice rang out. This tone carried a hint of mockery. Yi-Chen, ranked 3rd on the War God list, has exited the tower. All prodigies, do your best. You may challenge him at any time. Yi-Chen was a bit dazed. All eyes in the venue turned to him. So it turns out, they were waiting here. The training camp encourages battles. When the martial arts realm of Yi-Chen was seen, almost all the martial artists in the camp issued challenges to him. Hundreds, even thousands of challenge notices flooded his smart wristband, ringing incessantly. So you are Yi-Chen. Goodness, how can climbing the War God Tower earn so many points? They're all martial masters. No, this kid is only at the martial artist realm. Everyone, hurry and challenge him. You can refuse challenges from those with a higher martial arts realm than yours. Fortunately, there was a user-friendly setting. When challenged by martial artists of a lower realm, refusal was not an option. If the martial arts realm is higher than yours, you have the right to refuse the challenge. A genius must undergo multiple trials. Yi-Chen initially found it troublesome and wanted to refuse, but the sword domain did not give him the chance. Trial Sequence 9, accept the challenge, continuously challenge the strongest 100. Trial failure, revoke all previous rewards, sword domain departs. This time was the last trial before reaching the martial master realm. If he failed the trial, he would lose the sword domain, but Yi Chen could still normally advance to the martial master realm. However, having come this far, who could refuse such powerful strength? As long as one wasn't a fool, they knew how to choose. Classmate AI, automatically select the top 100 martial artists by points and accept the challenges. Yi Chen stood before the War God Tower. Scared silly, right? Just a martial artist, he definitely won't dare to accept the challenge. What a pity, Yi Chen can challenge all of us, but has the right to refuse our challenges. It's over, I acted impulsively. I'm just a martial artist, how could I earn so many points? He must not be an unknown person, fighting me as a martial artist is still casual. If you have the ability, challenge me. I, Yuan Badian, am always ready. Some people realized that even if Yi Chen gained so many points due to his lower realm, there was an element of cleverness involved, but his own strength was not weak. Choose me? Yi Chen and a martial artist vanished from their spot. They entered the battle space of the war god camp. Who did Yi Chen choose? It must be a weakling. Does he dare to choose a strong one? He's not stupid. I also choose a weak one to secure points. Oh my! Yi Chen. He chose Zhao Xiaolong, ranked 108. Zhao Xiaolong? The one who plays with guns? He's not weak, he has a chance to enter the next stage. Has Yi Chen gone mad? Does he really think he can earn a lot of points just because of his martial artist realm? As soon as the words fell, Zhao Xiaolong, holding a gun, stumbled out of the battle space in a disheveled state. From start to finish, the entire fight lasted no more than 7 seconds. What happened? Someone asked Zhao Xiaolong. Although his injuries were not severe, he felt an immense sense of humiliation. In just a few seconds, his confusion and disdain turned into frustration. In those few seconds, his pride was shattered into pieces. The same situation occurred with other prodigies. The remaining prodigies were almost replicas of Zhao Xiaolong. The battles from start to finish lasted no more than 10 seconds. All were swift defeats, instantly killed. After over 70 consecutive battles, this situation finally changed. This time, a martial artist lasted half a minute. After he came out, Yi Chen continued to the next battle. What's going on? Everyone hurriedly surrounded him. Previously, no one had seen Yi Chen's movements clearly. So strong. Hundreds of swords in a second, simply unpreventable. Is he really only at the martial artist realm? As soon as this was said, the entire room was in an uproar. 030 Human Tyrannosaurus, Sword God Body. Yi Chen's frenzied actions not only attracted the attention of the camp's students, they were all prodigies of the Xia Kingdom, and every move was under the watchful eyes of the great figures of the Xia Kingdom. In front of the monitoring crystal, his name is Yi Chen? Just a martial artist realm? But to pin down a genius of the martial master realm and beat him like a dog? Those who can enter the martial god camp are all 1 in a million talents, yet they are being brutally beaten by a mere martial artist. The few sitting in front of the monitoring crystal were all masters of the great Xia Kingdom, martial saints. Even they were utterly shocked. Old Deng, we all practice swordsmanship, what do you think? I can only say that he truly lives up to being that person's disciple, even more aggressive than he was back in the day, just as combative. Which person? Are you saying? The drunkard who had been lounging in a recliner suddenly sobered up. Goo. That's right, he has come out. You all don't know yet, last night, he sent his disciples to capture all the demonic traitors lurking in the 4 major academies of the imperial capital. To come out and accomplish such a significant task right away, good. His disciples are certainly not mediocre. Upon hearing that it was Gu Tiany's disciple, many showed a nostalgic expression. Another name to add to the list, Yi Chen, when the time is right, inform him to participate in the Ember Plan. Ember Plan? One woman frowned, but as if recalling something, her furrowed brow slowly relaxed. That person's disciple indeed has the qualifications. Another genius defeated? That's already the 95th, and a 5th-tier martial master is no match for him. Just where is this kid's limit? After defeating over 90 geniuses, Yi Chen was feeling a bit tired. Especially now, he was already among the top 20 experts on the leaderboard. It wasn't as easy to deal with as before. Defeating over 90 geniuses had drawn the attention of all the students in the martial god camp, especially those led by Ruobing. Yi Chen is already second? This completely shattered her worldview. Being classmates, she knew best that Yi Chen had just left school a week ago, still at the bottom of the genius class. After a trip to the imperial capital, she couldn't comprehend it anymore. In just 10 minutes, Yi Chen had already achieved 99 victories, and for his last opponent, as long as he defeated one more, he could break the shackles and advance to the martial master realm. Without hesitation, Yi Chen accepted the challenge from the last martial artist. "Ha, you kid really have guts, daring to accept my challenge. Who are you? You look a bit familiar." Yi Chen showed a look of recollection. This made the person opposite him very displeased. "Damn brat, we just met this morning, you forgot me? You don't take one of the 4 great kings of demon martial seriously? Oh, I remember now, it's you." Yi Chen's calm tone infuriated Su Xiaoran, one of the 4 great kings of demon martial. He was one of those who couldn't stand Yi Chen. His own underlings had been beaten, and as their older brother, he had the duty to protect them. And Yi Chen was doing it on purpose. With his memory, how could he forget this king of demon martial? He only knew a few people, and he still had an impression of this one. "I'm curious, how did you defeat so many people before? You'll find out soon enough. Your mouth is quite sharp, I hope your body is as tough as your words." Su Xiaoran wielded a Fang Tianhua halberd as his weapon. "I'm not one of those worthless fish and shrimp. Choosing me as your opponent means all the points you've won will belong to me." Su Xiaoran's points ranked 4th. As long as he defeated Yi Chen and took half of Yi Chen's points, he could aim for the top spot. There was a significant difference between the top 10. At the end of 3 days, there would be a ranking settlement, and the higher the rank, the better the rewards. The rewards for first and second place were not just a small difference. Originally, following the normal procedure, Su Xiaoran would definitely not be a match for those ranked higher. In terms of gaining points, his disadvantage was too great. The Fang Tianhua Ji, grand and imposing, is indeed impressive, but when it comes to slaying monsters, it pales in comparison to the sword users. However, in a one-on-one duel, an inch longer means an inch stronger. According to the script, as a 7th-tier martial artist, he should have been able to easily defeat Yi Chen, just like swatting a baby. But the reality was the opposite. His long spear, which he had always been proud of, was utterly powerless against Yi Chen's Liuhua sword. What the hell, is this the martial artist realm? How is that possible? Did you exaggerate your strength? Yi Chen was only a 3rd, no, 7th-tier martial artist. After completing the trial task, Yi Chen's martial arts realm was also rising. It was like playing a game. Completing tasks grants experience rewards. The sword domain itself contains the essence of the Tao. The improvement of martial arts realm is essentially about absorbing the Tao essence from the world to elevate the martial artist's level. Yi Chen was unaware that the Tao essence stored in the sword domain was comparable to that of an entire world. Cultivating Yi Chen to the martial god realm was more than sufficient. However, he needed to undergo numerous trials first. The reason Yi Chen's combat power was so strong could also be explained. Firstly, his sword techniques were numerous and powerful. Secondly, the equipment in Yi Chen's hands, the Liuhua sword, was comparable to weapons of the Holy Realm. Even though these guys were all prodigies, they might not possess such high-tier weapons. Yi Chen's genetic sequence was an ancient one. An S-class gene sequence in this world, where spiritual energy was thin, was not something to be trifled with. Yi Chen did not know, but he understood that with the help of the sword domain, he could fight beyond his level. This opponent was stronger than the previous 99, including the 2 demon clan members Yi Chen dealt with last night. He could only suppress Su Xiaoran but could not finish him off in one blow. Even so, it was enough to make Su Xiaoran feel frustrated. He believed he would not lose to an ordinary martial general, yet Yi Chen, merely a martial artist, could pin him down and beat him up. Yi Chen's moves were simple and unadorned, yet at such a young age, Su Xiaoran saw the shadow of a generation's sword master in him. If it were those old monsters at the martial emperor or martial saint level, controlling their realm at the martial artist level, they could indeed beat him up. But how long had Yi Chen been cultivating? They were peers. What right did he have? Damn it, you're asking for death. Su Xiaoran's eyes turned crimson. Frustration, humiliation. He wanted to fight back, but Yi Chen's sword was as fast as lightning, and its might was heavy. This indicated that, in terms of strength, he was not Yi Chen's match. Even when facing the other 3 kings, he had never felt this helpless. Yi Chen was not in a hurry. He even regarded Su Xiaoran as a touchstone. Su Xiaoran could feel it too. Don't go too far, using me to hone your sword skills? Damn it, do as you please, just don't humiliate me. Alright, I'll satisfy you. You Long Huning. This move was still the most effective. Those sword techniques transformed from the myriad races were no match for the techniques produced by the sword domain. The golden swimming dragon was both stylish and eye-catching. Countless dragon shadows engulfed Su Xiaoran. This battle came to a close. Exiting the combat space, a golden light rose from Yi Chen. 031 Princess Carry, consuming points, trial completed, reward, sword god body, dots of starlight surrounded Yi Chen, being absorbed by him. The others could only see countless light clusters. But in Yi Chen's eyes, after receiving the baptism of these light clusters, his eyes, like sword fire, could see through everything. These light clusters, in his eyes, already revealed their shapes. They were golden little swords. No, in fact, these little swords were fragments of the sword path's laws. The laws entering his body would forge Yi Chen's sword god body. Sword god body, first level, can learn any sword technique, can absorb excess sword techniques, enhancing the sword god body's realm. Too powerful. The sword god body made Yi Chen more sensitive to the sword in his hand. He clearly knew that the materials needed to upgrade the blazing sword in his hand would determine its future enhancement direction. Not only that, but the 102 sword techniques he acquired were not all useful. It's not about the quantity of sword techniques, but their quality. Currently, he was quite satisfied with the Dragon Soul Shadow technique. Most of the other sword techniques were of low rank and couldn't be transformed into combat power. The emergence of the sword god body perfectly compensated for the shortcomings of the sword demon sequence. Besides the Dragon Soul Shadow, Yi Chen absorbed all the other sword techniques into the sword god body. Not enough, I need more sword techniques, which means I need to kill more of the myriad races. Yi Chen had a premonition that the sword domain encouraged him to slay the myriad races. Anyway, the myriad races should be killed. Yi Chen didn't mind. The most important thing was to enhance his strength. Besides obtaining the sword god body, after completing the final trial task, Yi Chen's martial arts realm directly stepped into the martial master realm. Breakthrough in battle? Goodness, Yi Chen's points ranking instantly shot to first place. Where did this genius come from, so incredibly strong? The sudden change left the other students in the war god camp stunned. Bai Ruobing suddenly walked up to Yi Chen. She had many questions she wanted to ask. Yi Chen, you broke through? Yi Chen gently nodded, moving closer to Bai Ruobing, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This made Bai Ruobing suddenly a bit flustered. Did you forget something? What? My points ranking is already first, aren't you going to fulfill your promise? Now! Bai Ruobing was taken aback, two pink blushes creeping up her cheeks. Not only that, but the back of her ears turned red. Hugging Yi Chen in front of everyone was quite embarrassing for her. But, promises must be kept. She gently closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes fluttered in the wind. After all, it was just a hug. But unexpectedly, she suddenly felt the world spinning, and when she opened her eyes, she found herself in Yi Chen's Princess Carrie. Yi Chen wore a teasing smile on his face. Not just a hug, how come you? I'm not being unreasonable, it wasn't said that I couldn't do a Princess Carrie. Bai Ruobing buried her exquisite and beautiful face into Yi Chen's embrace. But everyone else already knew her name was Bai Ruobing. This was no different from covering one's ears while stealing a bell. Quick, put me down. Bai Ruobing felt her whole body go limp, lacking strength. Yi Chen stopped teasing her. The goddess's body was very soft, and it felt great. He was a bit reluctant, but he couldn't go too far, otherwise, if Bai Ruobing really got angry, the joke would be over. At the moment he set Bai Ruobing down, Yi Chen glanced around, and countless men had already cast murderous glares at him. What are you staring at? I'm holding my wife. What does it have to do with you? Wife? The goddess is married? No way, just him? I don't agree, why should I? Bai Ruobing was stunned. She angrily punched Yi Chen, hitting his sword god body, only to feel like she had struck a hard stone. So hard, so strong? He looked so slender, yet his body was so robust. Bai Ruobing suddenly recalled that she seemed to have inadvertently touched 8 sculpted abs earlier, her mind a bit dazed, her face even redder. Who is your wife? She can only be considered a girlfriend. Close enough, did you hear? She is my girlfriend, what's wrong with me hugging her? This was a clever ruse. Yi Chen deliberately called Bai Ruobing his wife so that she would acknowledge being his girlfriend. If he had said from the start that Bai Ruobing was his girlfriend, she probably wouldn't have admitted it. In a daze, Bai Ruobing inadvertently admitted the authenticity of her pretend relationship with Yi Chen. I want to challenge you. As the number one, you won't back down, right? A handsome young man in white stepped forward, sword in hand. Yi Chen immediately sensed that this person was not simple. There is always a mutual attraction among geniuses. The number one, Jun Wuxuang. Looks like there's a good show to watch. I heard he also likes the goddess Bai Ruobing. I didn't expect her to already have a partner. They're not married yet, anything could happen. Watching the show, although Yi Chen has secured the top score, his actual strength may not be stronger than Jun Wuxuang's. It's just that no one would challenge Jun Wuxuang for no reason, and Yi Chen is unfamiliar to him, creating an information gap. This was indeed the case. Jun Wuxuang gave Yi Chen a dangerous feeling. If Yi Chen had encountered him earlier, he might not have been able to defeat him head-on. There is a significant difference between martial masters. The newcomer was clearly stronger than Su Xiaoran from before. Yi Chen might not win, and he was already tired after fighting 100 matches. Not interested. A light, dismissive reply left Jun Wushuang stunned. He had anticipated that Yi Chen would refuse, but he didn't expect it to be so straightforward. Brother Yi, you must be tired after fighting several matches today. How about we battle another day? Tomorrow, perhaps? No, you only have 400,000 points, while I have millions. Why should I fight you? Yi Chen wasn't foolish. This was an unequal challenge, and not to mention, he might not win. He had no intention of engaging in a thankless battle. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Chen took Bai Ruobing and walked aside. Bai Ruobing looked up, her fondness for Yi Chen slightly fading. Her tone turned cold again. Yi Chen, why are you afraid to fight? She could accept her boyfriend being weak, but not a coward. It's not that I'm afraid, it's just unnecessary, silly girl. He only has 400,000 points. If I lose, I have to pay 500,000. Do you think I'm stupid? Besides, I'm really tired today. Yi Chen's tone carried a hint of grievance. This made Bai Ruobing, who had originally questioned him, feel a bit embarrassed. Alright, once I spend my points, I'll challenge him myself. How about that? Really? Of course. Anyway, the task was completed, and the points didn't hold much significance now. 032 looking extravagant is cool, but secretly earning points is quite embarrassing. Bai Ruobing thought Yi Chen was afraid to fight, but it seemed that wasn't the case. She had misunderstood him. Firstly, Yi Chen wasn't confident. 1 million points is no small amount, and who wouldn't feel pained over losing half? The points in the martial god camp not only represent rankings but can also be exchanged 1:1 for contribution points. Before entering, Gu Tianyi, who had participated in the martial god camp, had explained the importance of points to Yi Chen. 1 point equals 1 contribution value. Contribution value can only be obtained through life and death battles in the monster battlefield. 1 million is definitely a huge sum, equivalent to killing a martial artist at the martial emperor level. Only the prodigies of the Xia kingdom could easily acquire hundreds of thousands or even millions of points. With points in hand, Yi Chen confidently called Bai Ruobing and headed to the merit exchange area. The soldier in charge of guarding saw that the visitors were 2 prodigies from the martial god camp and lazily spoke, "Here to exchange points? Yes, please open the treasury door." "Thank you." Quite polite, but the guarding soldier advised, "I don't recommend you exchange right now. Opening the treasury requires paying 10,000 points. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, both polite. The guarding soldier still kindly reminded them. To prevent these prodigies from recklessly spending points, a threshold was set for entry. 1 time is 10,000 points. Before redeeming, one must think carefully. Yi Chen, we. Bai Ruobing hesitated a bit. Yi Chen boldly said, "Does everyone have to deduct points?" "Yes, one person gets 10,000 points. I'll cover it, just 20,000 points." Yi Chen presented his wristband and placed it on the scanning machine. At that moment, the guard finally noticed Yi Chen's points. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. So many zeros, this. 7 digits? 1 million points? It's only the second day, and I've been in charge here for 2.5 years. This is the first time I've seen this. On the second day of training, he already gathered 1 million points? The guard was shocked. His laziness completely vanished. This person, with such great ability, must be among the top students of this cohort. You two are here for the first time, not familiar with the place, right? Let me guide you. It's worth noting that these students spend points, and he also gets a commission. In this day and age, even guards have performance metrics. It's not easy for anyone. Yi Chen immediately thought of an enthusiastic sales assistant. Along the way, this guard seemed like a different person, incredibly enthusiastic. Since he could earn 1 million points in just 2 days, he had no doubt that Yi Chen could earn even more in the days to come. Therefore, he recommended only expensive items that Yi Chen could afford. You two are majoring in swordsmanship. Why not take a look at this Lingxue Luoshuang sword? It's priced at 648,000, made from the ice lotus black iron from Snow Lotus Mountain, enough for use up to the martial king realm. Although he was speaking to Yi Chen, in reality, this sword was most suitable for Bai Ruobing beside him. It was just the right weapon for ice attributes, and its design was luxurious and elegant, perfect for a female warrior. Yi Chen already had the Liuhua sword, so he naturally wasn't interested. He turned to Bai Ruobing beside him. "Bing Bing, what do you think?" If Bai Ruobing liked it, Yi Chen would buy it. When pursuing a girl, one must be decisive. But Bai Ruobing frowned. It's average. The cost-performance ratio isn't high. As the daughter of a martial god, she didn't lack weapons or techniques. "It's fine, there are other good things. How about this necklace? 888,888, called Eternal Crystal. It can store magical and life energy, saving your life at critical moments. Not only that, it also has a calming effect, making cultivation twice as effective. This special item caught Yi Chen's attention. In the sword domain, all techniques were sword skills. He didn't lack swords. He also had the sword god body. But this type of enhancement auxiliary item was indeed not bad, especially since this necklace was very beautiful. The moment Bai Ruobing saw it, a look of desire appeared in her eyes. I think it's nice. Too expensive. Let's look at something else. I think it's pretty good. Yi Chen was puzzled. Clearly, Bai Ruobing showed a wanting expression the first time she saw it. After Yi Chen agreed, she didn't want it anymore. Wait a moment. Yi Chen pulled Bai Ruobing aside. Before he could speak, Bai Ruobing said first, "It's too expensive, you can't buy it." Bai Ruobing could sense that Yi Chen was trying to please her. But she wasn't that kind of materialistic girl. If you buy it, you'll drop out of the top 100. It doesn't matter, as long as you like it. I can reach the top of the points leaderboard in a few hours, and I still have more than a day left. Do you think I can't make it back? Yi Chen's tone was filled with confidence. Then, he turned around and paid the points, not giving Bai Ruobing time to react. He just got the Eternal Crystal. And before she could react, the necklace was already around Bai Ruobing's snow-white neck. The necklace matches the beauty perfectly. The guard beside them praised. Without giving Bai Ruobing a chance to speak, Yi Chen domineeringly said, "Since it's already bought, it can't be returned. This style is for women, and once you wear it, it's bound to you." This kind of dominance made it hard for Bai Ruobing to dislike him. Her icy heart was gradually melting. If she were in his position, risking elimination to purchase such an expensive item would be impossible. Welcome to come again next time. The guard was in a good mood. With an order worth over 800,000, his commission was substantial. It covered several months of his base salary. Feeling great, going for a foot massage tonight. The two returned to the camp. Bai Ruobing followed behind, looking as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Out of the blue, she received a good piece of equipment, and her good upbringing made her feel quite uncomfortable. No free lunch. Although there were certainly those who would fawn over him, but Yi Chen was far beyond that. What kind of fawning dog gives away such an expensive gift for free? Yi Chen, she said softly. What's wrong? Just consider it a loan from you, and I'll pay you back once I earn enough points. Yi Chen replied angrily, "Do you look down on me?" No. Bai Ruobing was a bit startled. Then just take it. This is a gift from me. Why should boyfriends and girlfriends fuss over these things? This statement was overflowing with boyfriend energy. Bai Ruobing wanted to retort, but Yi Chen had already vanished. Looking extravagant was cool, but now, Yi Chen needed to earn points again. Under the cover of night, Yi Chen left the safe zone and headed towards the outskirts of the God of War camp. Outside the camp, it wasn't completely dark. There were quite a few martial artists like Yi Chen, slaughtering monsters in the dead of night. However, most of them were registered demon hunters and soldiers from the Xia country military, out there killing monsters to earn contribution points. Hey, brother, want to team up? A group of 4, seeing the lone Yi Chen, extended an invitation. The leader was a tall man, standing at 1.9 meters, with countless scars on his sturdy body, carrying a large sword on his back. Yi Chen continued to delve deeper, looking down on the monsters on the outskirts. So he moved towards the depths of the forest. The ferocious beasts on the outskirts were even inferior to those he had killed in Chaos City. The deeper he went, the higher the value of the monster corpses. He needed to quickly accumulate a large number of points. Although it was dangerous, fortune favors the bold. He needed a lot of points. There were items in the treasury that he really wanted. Just then, he ran into a group led by Dashin. Dashin, the captain of this small team, wanted to invite Yi Chen to join after seeing him alone. After a brief chat, Yi Chen decided to team up with this adventure squad. The team consisted of 2 men and 2 women, one of whom was a charming young woman, Dashin's wife. The other male was taciturn, a skilled archer, very low-key. And there was another girl, with a good figure, not the goddess-level beauty like Bai Ruobing, but with a lovely oval face that was quite pleasing to the eye. She was around Yi Chen's age and had already reached the peak of the martial artist realm. Both Dashin and his wife were martial generals. The archer was also at the first stage of the martial general realm. Yi Chen only claimed to be a martial artist, but no one in the team regarded him as an ordinary martial artist. In the team, besides Dashin and his wife and the archer, the girl named Yuning had also joined temporarily. However, she was not a trainee from the camp but belonged to the military for training. The two quickly hit it off. Yuning was very curious about this big boy, Yi Chen. Entering the depths alone, his strength was certainly not weak. To be honest, he was handsome, which indeed gave him a significant advantage. Upon their first meeting, Yuning developed a slight fondness for Yi Chen. Stop, there's the sound of fighting nearby, prepare for battle. The group followed the sound of the fight. So it's a territorial dispute between magical beasts. Big Mountain, what is a territorial dispute? Yuning asked curiously. It's like this, the conflicts between these ferocious beasts are much more brutal than those among us humans. Some territories often see battles between magical beasts, and the various clans are inherently disharmonious. The young archer was already ready with his bow and arrow, prepared for battle at any moment. Don't rush, Lei, this time let's test Yi Chen and Yunying's strength. Big Mountain, have a good temperament, but we can't drag along a burden, can we? Yi Chen nodded, understood, I'll handle the tiger clan over there. Yuning, you take care of the other group of wolves, how about that? Yuning nodded, alright, let's see who can kill faster. With that, Yuning moved. She appeared gentle, but in battle, she was a heroine. Yunying's genetic sequence was that of an S-class fighting king. She excelled in various combat techniques, including locking techniques. During the fight, the leather gloves on her hands transformed into the shape of tiger claws, and despite her seemingly gentle demeanor, she exuded a heroic spirit in battle. Yi Chen was even more domineering. Bloodthirsty wolf sword. He charged into the crowd, sword raised and falling. The bloodthirsty wolf shadows, following the direction of his sword, devoured the tiger clan. Yi Chen's sword was a bit faster. He quickly dealt with the tiger clan. Turning his head, he saw Yuning, like a tough girl, smashing the wolf clan to death. She was splattered with blood. After finishing off the wolf clan, Yuning turned to Yi Chen and stuck out her tongue. Looks like I lost. You weren't scared by me, were you? Yuning felt a bit nervous. Her way of killing monsters was far from ladylike. There was nothing to be done, she just hoped not to leave a bad impression on Yi Chen. Yi Chen was momentarily stunned, feeling that Yuning had a bit of an unexpected charm. He gave her a thumbs up, impressive, Sister Yuning. Yuning was younger than Yi Chen, so he naturally referred to her as sister. Ha, I wasn't wrong, you two are both geniuses. Big Mountain clapped his hands and came out with his wife and Lei. The usually serious Lei also nodded at the two, acknowledging their strength. The bodies of magical beasts were treasures, and while Big Mountain and the others were dissecting them, the ground suddenly began to tremble. A crimson fox slowly approached the group. Its shining red fur lit up the entire night sky. The powerful pressure made Yi Chen's Liuhua sword tremble. His sword god body released the sword god shield, offsetting some of the pressure. Yuning was frozen in place, the pressure released by the red fox rendered her unable to move. So strong. A martial sovereign realm red fox? The expressions of Big Mountain and the others changed instantly. Why is a martial sovereign realm magical beast appearing here? This is impossible, a magical beast of that level shouldn't appear in this location. What terrible luck, such a low probability event happening to us. Big Mountain and the others were stronger than Yi Chen, but in front of a martial sovereign, they were still like younger brothers. Yi Chen felt a chill run down his spine. He noticed that the beautiful eyes of the red fox were fixed on him. There was something about Yi Chen that attracted the red fox. Is it the sword domain? Or something else? A small mouse appeared on Yi Chen's shoulder. A green light shot out, landing on the red fox as if tickling it. It was ineffective. Xiao Cheng was Yi Chen's trump card. He discovered that Xiao Qing's royal bloodline could grow continuously without the need for cultivation. Give Xiao Cheng some more time, and it will surely grow to a terrifying extent. But for now, it is merely a beast at the martial master level, not yet at the martial general level, and not a match for the red fox before it. Run! Yet this strike still distracted the red fox. Yi Chen turned and fled, heading back towards the martial god camp. The red fox ignored Deshan and the others, only pursuing Yi Chen. This relieved the others. Yuning was also able to move now. She gasped for breath, her gaze distant, filled with worry. At this moment, the usually taciturn Lei spoke first. From the beginning, it seems the red fox was after Yi Chen. It should be fine, Yi Chen is very mysterious. The battle pet he summoned at the end was extraordinary, and his life-saving methods are impressive. He might be able to escape. Yuning knew that Deshan and Lei were saying this to comfort themselves. She silently hoped for Yi Chen's safety. 033 Beast at the martial sovereign level, life and death crisis bastard, why won't you stop chasing me? After Xiao Xian transformed, Yi Chen lay on its back. Following Yi Chen's command, Xiao Xian used the innate abilities of the Qing Xian Mouse Clan to escape with him. As expected of the ancient royal bloodline of the Qing Xian Mouse Clan, its speed can rival that of a martial sovereign beast, even with just the initial level of martial general strength. Yi Chen was also surprised. he had commanded Xiao Xian to flee in advance, gaining a lead. But the gap of a few hundred meters was continuously closing. There was still a difference. But Xiao Xian was already doing its best. Yi Chen was not dissatisfied, but, if I can't shake off the pursuit, I will die here. At the martial sovereign level, no matter how talented Yi Chen was, he couldn't withstand it. Yi Chen's mind raced, and he had a question in his heart. The red fox is after me. It must be related to the sword domain. But now there was no way out. He could only watch as danger approached him closer and closer. Yi Chen steeled his heart and raised the Liuhua sword in his hand. He observed the nearby terrain. Below was a lake. The red fox slowed down, thinking Xiao Xian was exhausted. In fact, this was all part of Yi Chen's plan, intentionally making Xiao Xian stop. It was to divert the red fox's attention, giving him a glimmer of hope. Now's the time. Yi Chen prepared to jump into the lake below while the red fox was distracted. This was the chance he sought for survival. Xiao Xian also used its attacks to delay the red fox's assault, giving Yi Chen an opportunity to escape. As long as he could enter the water, his chances of survival would greatly increase. Because among those sword techniques, there was one called the water avoidance technique, which would allow Yi Chen to fight underwater without any impact. At that moment, an unexpected event occurred. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding scene changed. He and the red fox found themselves in a prison. Face to face, Yi Chen could feel the dangerous aura emanating from the ferocious beast. What's going on? Life and death trial activated. Kill the red fox to leave the sword prison. Time limit, 1 year, 1 year? By then, the flowers will have wilted, the martial god camp will have ended, and the martial arts college entrance exam will be over. No, the flow of time in the sword domain is different from the outside world. Worrying was futile. Even if he got out, missing the second phase of the martial god camp would be unavoidable. Even if he missed the college entrance exam, it would be of no use. If I can't kill the red fox, I will have to stay in the sword domain forever. This was the problem Yi Chen needed to solve now. Fortunately, if he were outside, Yi Chen would have no way to deal with it. Inside the sword domain, Yi Chen challenged the red fox. Facing Yi Chen's attack, the red fox merely glanced at him disdainfully and then contemptuously struck out with a palm. Yi Chen felt the world spinning around him, his internal organs unable to bear the immense pressure. When he woke up again, he found himself beside it. His previous injuries had healed completely. In the sword domain, I can challenge infinitely, but the red fox is a beast of the martial sovereign realm. How could I possibly defeat it? The massive body of the red fox would not attack Yi Chen unless he provoked it. It seemed disdainful of killing Yi Chen, yet its eyes remained fixed on him. A beast is still a beast. You want to kill me, but under the rules of the sword domain, you can only be at the mercy of others. Yi Chen began to contemplate how to conquer this gigantic creature before him. In the sword domain, death meant infinite rebirth. But the current problem was that the gap in strength between Yi Chen and the red fox was too vast. One was at the martial sovereign realm, while the other had just entered the martial master realm. There was a whole realm of martial general in between, which was a significant divide. If Yi Chen did not improve his strength, it was impossible for him to defeat the red fox. Not to mention, he couldn't even touch its tail. A single slap from this beautifully feathered red fox could easily kill him. Its lazy posture made Yi Chen's eyes shine. Fox, you have angered me. Yi Chen felt a desire to subdue it. Although it wasn't as flashy as a dragon, the red fox was still quite beautiful. Its red fur seemed to glow, dazzling, and striking. In the darkness, it had a strong presence. It was so beautiful, although not as imposing as a dragon, its noble and elegant aura still attracted many martial artists. For instance, if Yi Chen could tame the red fox, it would not be much inferior to his teacher's white dragon. Moreover, such a beautiful pet would surely attract the affection of many girls. Then, Yi Chen resolutely challenged it again. This time, the red fox only used its tail, its fluffy tail transforming into a weapon, whipping against Yi Chen. So strong, almost invincible. Yi Chen couldn't even get close to the red fox now. He began to release sword energy for a ranged attack, but the result was still the same. His early-stage martial master realm was like a child fighting an adult against the martial sovereign red fox. Even with a deadly weapon, the red fox, unarmed, had no reason to fear Yi Chen. Its disdainful attitude made Yi Chen very unhappy. But there was nothing he could do. The techniques he had were akin to controlled knives and could not achieve the effect of a handgun. If he could deliver a fatal blow like a handgun, he would have a chance. This thought opened a new world for Yi Chen. Yes, he could work on his techniques. As long as he continuously improved the power of his techniques, he could challenge the red fox infinitely in the sword domain. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. After all, there was plenty of time. He could enhance himself in this aspect. In the sword domain, Yi Chen could make infinite mistakes, but the red fox could only lose once. Soon, a day passed. The red fox dozed off, lazily waking up, staring at Yi Chen with boredom. It seemed curious about what this little guy was doing. Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes, joy evident in his gaze. It wasn't that he had researched his techniques to a higher level. Rather, he discovered that his spiritual power was also growing within the sword domain space. Moreover, it was faster than outside. The concentration of spiritual energy in the sword domain was thousands of times that of the outside world. It's a pity that growth in the sword domain only pertains to spiritual consciousness. Yi Chen was not physically inside. If he were, he would have died 1,000 times over. However, spiritual consciousness could be reborn infinitely. But this wasn't without its benefits. If Yi Chen could complete this trial, his spiritual consciousness would surely be strengthened to a terrifying degree. He first needed to get through this challenge. Not enough. If it's just normal cultivation, the speed is too slow. I need to elevate my spiritual consciousness to the martial sovereign realm within a year in the sword domain. Simply absorbing the spiritual energy of this world is absolutely insufficient. Yi Chen could tell that this pace was far too slow. If that's the case, it would be an insurmountable dilemma. Yi Chen began to study the sword domain, and it truly revealed different aspects to him. After completing the tasks of the martial artist realm, I successfully unlocked a portion of the sword domain's functions. This function was Yi Chen's turning point. It's so shocking, the sword domain should be renamed Sword Prison. I will probably end up completing the trials and becoming the warden of this realm. Yi Chen had completed all the challenges of the martial artist realm and could now uncover a hint of the secrets within the sword domain. The first layer of the sword domain was completely open to Yi Chen. Inside were imprisoned tens of thousands of races under the starry sky. These races were ones Yi Chen had never heard of before. They were all alien races that had perished over the generations. What exactly happened? Why did the creator of the sword domain imprison these myriad races? Such a vast number of races were confined here. There must be secrets. But for now, these had nothing to do with Yi Chen. By challenging these races, I can gain powerful strength. There were rewards. Yi Chen could kill these races at will. He was a ruler with partial authority in this massive sword prison. The power of life and death was in his hands. The alien races imprisoned in the first layer were not too ferocious. The alien races in the first layer are not very important. The power within their bloodlines is quite weak, and their potential is low. Although they were among the myriad races, they were of relatively inferior bloodline quality. However, some races had already reached the peak of their kind by the time they were captured. In fact, some of the myriad races had even grown to the martial emperor realm. They were even stronger than the red fox. To fight Yi Chen would be akin to seeking death. The master of the sword domain must be an incredibly powerful being. Just in the first layer, among countless races, I have already seen 99 races, and the weakest one is at the martial sovereign realm. These were not beings Yi Chen could currently challenge, and those who could capture them must be even more powerful. Indeed, how could someone capable of creating such a vast sword prison lack strength? Finally found it, the sky monkey race, with inferior bloodline power, can cultivate up to the initial level of the martial sovereign realm. This group of sky monkeys was at most at the martial master realm. Yi Chen was confident he could annihilate and defeat them. The challenge was not difficult. It was simply to defeat the strongest among this race. The sky monkey race was no match for Yi Chen. With just a few ordinary sword techniques, he wiped them out. Challenge completed, gaining the cultivation level and innate abilities of the sky monkey race. A blue light orb and a crimson monkey phantom merged into Yi Chen's body. He felt a surge of power. Good. Yi Chen's face lit up with joy. The innate abilities were replicated from his sword demon sequence, and completing the trial challenge actually enhanced his cultivation, which should be spiritual cultivation. Martial artists cultivate both physically and mentally. Within the sword domain, what was being enhanced was Yi Chen's mental cultivation. His spiritual consciousness continued to grow, but his physical realm remained at the martial master level. A strong spiritual consciousness is equivalent to my understanding of martial arts, putting me ahead of others. It's not useless. On the contrary, having a strong spiritual consciousness is even more challenging than physical strength. Yi Chen felt that martial arts were becoming increasingly clear before his eyes. Continue the challenge. Right in front of the red fox, Yi Chen sat like a monk in deep meditation, remaining motionless for a long time. At first, the red fox was quite concerned, wondering if this human was plotting something. 1 day, 2 days, a month passed, and Yi Chen still sat there, unmoving. This made the red fox start to admire Yi Chen's composure. Although this human was a bit weak, he was still very diligent in his cultivation. It was trapped in this broken place, with no one to talk to, feeling very bored. The Red Fox was a genius among the myriad races, belonging to the Red Fox clan. Unwilling to be lonely, it felt bored within its clan and ran out, only to encounter Yi Chen, who emitted an aura that attracted it. That aura is right here, but I'm trapped now. This place is so scary, there's a mysterious power preventing me. It originally wanted to ambush Yi Chen while he was cultivating, but unfortunately, it couldn't. It could run around this patch of grass, but it couldn't harm Yi Chen. There was an invisible protective barrier around Yi Chen. After it attacked, it was actually rebounded by this protective barrier. Being still in its juvenile phase, it didn't understand why someone it could easily kill with a slap could come back to life. How could it possess such powerful defensive capabilities? It was too strange. But as a child, it quickly stopped caring. There were other creatures in this patch of grass, and the Red Fox soon became the king of the children in this territory. All the fierce beasts submitted to it. Yi Chen's aura gradually grew stronger, which made the Red Fox feel a bit uneasy. There was nothing it could do. Yi Chen's rate of progress was simply too fast, making the Red Fox feel a sense of unease. Its own strength was steadily increasing, but soon, Yi Chen's aura rose from the Martial Master realm to the Martial General realm. So fast, you little ones, go! Usually, these little brothers were very obedient, but when it came to dealing with Yi Chen, they didn't dare to step forward. Useless, if you don't go, I won't either. It didn't dare to go either. And so, they were stuck in an awkward situation. Forget it. It didn't matter. Since there was no way, the Red Fox began to put in a bit more effort. Usually playing around, in this boring environment, it could only cultivate. After all, there was a human working hard. As long as a king of diligence appeared, those around would follow suit. Diligence is contagious. Yi Chen didn't know that he had triggered a more powerful Red Fox, but he could only do his best to improve his own strength. Not enough, the Martial General realm still can't compete with the Martial Sovereign realm. Yi Chen spent 3 months raising his strength to the 6th stage of the Martial General realm. The first time he broke through, opening his eyes, Yi Chen was surprised to find that the environment he was once familiar with had completely changed. In the months he was gone, the Red Fox had rallied its subordinates to transform this place into a settlement resembling its Red Fox clan. A few months was enough for them to work tirelessly like Palu. Just 2 days before Yi Chen woke up, the work was completed. The moment Yi Chen regained consciousness, one of his subordinates notified the Red Fox, and it immediately came before Yi Chen. Looking at the anthropomorphic expression of the Red Fox before him, Yi Chen murmured in confusion, "Are you showing off to me?" Yi Chen didn't expect that this beast, which had previously looked down on him, would value his opinion so much. However, Yi Chen was not so understanding. He directly took action to test the results of his training. With one sword strike, he flattened the grass in front of the Red Fox. The Red Fox angrily moved to the nearby open space. Its eyes were filled with rage and a hint of surprise. In just a few months, this human had become so strong. But in the end, Yi Chen was still slapped to death by the Red Fox. 034 The Wheel Battle with the Demonic Race's Talents, Open Conspiracy. Still far from enough. Yi Chen thought that even if he couldn't kill the Red Fox now, he could at least injure it. But the result was stark, he couldn't beat it. He still hadn't touched the Red Fox at all. Yi Chen still did not know that the Red Fox was not an ordinary martial sovereign. It was a late-stage martial sovereign. The gap was too great. Next time, he must wait until his strength reached the martial sovereign level before he would come out of the mountains. He did not know that outside, the Red Fox was even more shocked than he was. On the surface, the Red Fox appeared uninjured. But Yi Chen was unaware that the Red Fox was merely hiding its true feelings in front of everyone. After sending away its subordinates, the Red Fox parted its dense fur on its abdomen, revealing a scar left by Yi Chen's sword. Although it would recover quickly, the Red Fox, which had never tasted defeat since its birth, was both shocked and furious. This human must be its lifelong enemy. Within the sword domain, both a person and a fox were continuously enhancing their own strength. Outside, half a year had passed in the sword domain, and Yi Chen was about to come out of the mountains. Yet he had long forgotten that he was still in the martial god camp. Bai Ruobing frowned. She had been unable to contact Yi Chen for 2 days. This kid wouldn't. A terrifying thought crossed her mind. Outside the martial god camp, it was indeed very dangerous. Moreover, Yi Chen had spent all his savings to buy her the eternal crystal. Holding the cold crystal in her hand, Bai Ruobing silently worried and prayed for Yi Chen. On the surface, she appeared cold, but in her heart, her kindness towards others was even more profound. 99 people, why is there still one missing from the top 100? Although she had bought a necklace for Bai Ruobing, after killing the demon tiger, Yi Chen's points were still enough to place him at 98th, just making it into the second round of trials. However, he was still in the sword domain and could not attend. Yi Chen? This kid isn't afraid of facing Jun Wuxuan, is he? Ah, I bet that's it. He boasted in front of the goddess, afraid of losing face, and found an excuse not to come. So cowardly. The proud young men who had been taught a lesson by Yi Chen scoffed. Hearing these words, Bai Ruobing stepped forward. You are all his defeated opponents. If Yi Chen is truly useless, then aren't you even worse than useless? Bai Ruobing's disdainful tone made those men extremely angry. But her top 3 ranking made it impossible for others to refute her. The number 1 female martial artist, this was Bai Ruobing, her record over the past 3 days. Quite formidable. Especially since her appearance was also among the top 3 in this training camp. With the goddess saying this, many admirers could only put on a smiling face. But at the same time, they hated Yi Chen even more. How could he deserve the goddess's favor? At this moment, Jun Wuxuan also stepped forward, his handsome face calm as he spoke. I believe Yi brother must have encountered something that prevented him from attending. His previous first place in points has already proven his strength, at least stronger than many martial artists present. As for my duel with him, I believe he will not back down. Jun Wuxuan's words silenced the crowd from further slandering Yi Chen. Bai Ruobing also glanced at Jun Wuxuan with a hint of gratitude, thankful for his defense. Jun Wuxuan responded with a charming smile, but of course, Bai Ruobing, who was worried about Yi Chen, felt no waves in her heart. Turning his head, Jun Wuxuan felt a bit disappointed. He was disappointed not only in Bai Ruobing's indifferent attitude but also in his inability to confront his rival directly. You escaped this time, but next time I meet you, I will make you lose face in front of Bai Ruobing. A proud goddess would never choose a defeated waste. Jun Wuxuan's heart was not as broad-minded as everyone thought. At least, in matters of love, after seeing Bai Ruobing for the first time, he had already regarded this woman as forbidden fruit. He would not allow his woman to develop feelings for other men. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man, who was the team leader, changed his expression after receiving a phone call. Then he informed the others, Yi Chen has something to attend to and will arrive later. The remaining 99 of you, congratulations on advancing to the next round, but I must inform you that the upcoming trial is very dangerous. If any of you fear for your lives, you may withdraw now. The mortality rate may exceed 50%. This statement was made very solemnly by a martial saint-level expert. The 99 talented individuals present all changed their expressions. Do not harbor any illusions. Just because you are not among the top 50 martial artists does not mean you can be at ease. In a strong versus strong scenario, even the top-ranked Jun Wuxuan faces a 50% mortality rate. This trial is perilous, and if you choose to withdraw, I will respect your decision. Though he said this, everyone knew. Withdrawing would certainly save their lives. But what difference was that from being a coward? If one feared difficulties and did not dare to step up, they would undoubtedly become a disgrace to humanity. I accept the trial challenge. There's no reason not to accept. I, a genius of the Xia Kingdom, am not a coward. What's there to fear? I even dare to dress as a woman. What else is there to be afraid of? You brat, secretly revealing what you want to do, huh? Is there a male crossdresser? Ahem. Is this really the time to discuss that? It's just a life and death trial. We martial artists never fear any danger or difficulty. No one flinched. Long Wu scanned the crowd with sharp eyes. He did not see any signs of cowardice or fear in the gazes of the martial artists. Long Wu nodded in satisfaction. Very good. You all agree that such a dangerous trial comes with substantial rewards. All martial artists who survive the trial and defeat their opponents can choose one royal-level technique, equipment, or special item. As soon as this reward was announced, the martial artists below were shocked. What the hell, royal level? I haven't read much, don't lie to me, teacher. Awesome, my family isn't from a martial god lineage. My dad is just a small elder in the family, and he's a martial king without royal-level equipment. A royal-level weapon is worth more than our family's entire foundation. Don't think that just because you're a rich second generation you can get such good stuff. This is something that can be used until you graduate as a martial king, at least for decades. I don't even know if I can reach the martial king realm in this lifetime. Even Bai Ruobing and Jun Wuxuan, descendants of martial gods and unparalleled geniuses, were stirred by this reward. But Bai Ruobing quickly frowned. With such rich rewards, then, Jun Wuxuan was not as excited. He was the first to ask, Teacher Long, this trial is probably very dangerous, right? The mortality rate really is 50%, isn't it? What exactly is the trial? Indeed, everyone turned to Long Wu. Long Wu took a moment to gather his emotions, and when he spoke, he shocked the entire audience. This time, consider it as going to the battlefield. We have arranged with the myriad races to each send 100 geniuses below the martial general level to battle. Life and death are determined by fate. You can either fight to the death against the demon race or be killed by them. What? Everyone was stunned. They did not expect the second round of trials to be so brutal. This was even more terrifying than going to war. The unknown opponents were also geniuses of the demon race, and their strength would not be weaker than theirs. They finally understood what Teacher Longwu had said earlier. Do not be afraid, everyone, they are just demons. Today, I will slay the demon race. Ha, indeed, the demon race has always been suppressed by our human race. They are merely a strong branch of the myriad races. We have been able to suppress the demon race for thousands of years on the battlefield. Now that it is our generation, we can do the same. Longwu looked at the jovial human geniuses. However, the expression on his face was not relaxed. But he said nothing. Being optimistic is not a bad thing. Do not be too proud, but do not be afraid either. Even if the opponent may be stronger than you must take a bite out of that demon. Longwu's words at this moment revealed an unwavering determination. He was a general who had truly been on the battlefield. The students had never witnessed such a scene and were infected by Longwu's solemn tone. Yes, teacher. I will definitely slay the demons. The human race will surely win. Longwu thought to himself, I hope so. It wasn't that he lacked confidence, it was just that these talents had not undergone the true baptism of the battlefield. Although they had good talent now, they had ultimately not experienced life and death struggles. As for the final outcome, Longwu couldn't say. But this duel had already been agreed upon with the demons, and it was a good opportunity. Teacher, when will the demons come to kill us? Or should we personally take the knife to chop off the demons' heads? Longwu looked at the few who were joking and said lightly, about half an hour from now. Before he could finish, a massive demonic aura descended upon the martial god camp. A huge purple cloud enveloped the sky above the camp. Boisterous laughter came from the cloud. Human race, I, the fourth demon lord of the demon race, Ziyun, have arrived. Ziyun. This demon lord was transformed from a cloud. Quite formidable. He had the strongest survival ability among all the demon lords. This time, he was also leading the team. Demon Lord Ziyun? Is it you this time? It is I, Longwu, you old bastard, still not at the martial god realm, useless. This remark infuriated the students. Longwu remained calm. Whether I reach the martial god realm or not, my Xia country does not lack this one martial god. It's enough to kill your demons. The demons are indeed cunning, sending you here. Without more than 3 martial gods, you can't be completely killed. Rest assured, our human race is not like your demon race, we value integrity. Ziyun laughed. Do you think I believe you? Your human race would love to get rid of me, but it doesn't matter, I only came this time as a clone. If you truly violate the contract, your Xia country probably can't bear the loss of millions of lives. After all, the lives of your human race are quite precious. One death means one less. How naive. Your Xia country even has some people who believe in a monogamous ethical system. How ridiculous. It's precisely because of this that your human race becomes weaker with each generation. Ziyun's disdainful voice came through. Who would have thought that this guy, who spoke in such crude terms, was actually a demon of the demon race? When he spoke, he sounded more like a local thug. Poof. Longwu snorted coldly, less nonsense, if there are no problems, let's start now. Don't be hasty. I came this time because I think the way you proposed last time was wrong. What's the point of one-on-one? If we are to fight, it should be a wheel battle. How about that? Did we not agree on this before? What was before is before, and what is now is now. Your human race isn't afraid, are you? Afraid of being completely wiped out by my demon race's elite? Ziyun's contemptuous laughter rang out. Hundreds of uniquely looking demon prodigies began to descend from Ziyun, landing on the ground of the martial god camp. Ha, are you scared? Absolutely scared, just admit defeat. The human race is still the same, cowardly to death. After being provoked by the words, who among the Xia country prodigies could endure it? Scared of what? Your grandpa can kill 3 with 1 axe. Teacher Longwu, don't let the demons be too arrogant. This is even better, we can kill more demons. Jun Wuxuan also stepped forward, holding a long sword, standing at the front of the team, his aura suddenly rising. It drew the attention of everyone present. Oh, the human race has produced a good seedling. Bloodhand, do you have confidence? Bloodhand was a young man dressed in a black robe, seemingly lacking any presence. Without Ziyun reminding, no one could sense his existence. Until Bloodhand took the initiative to reveal himself. His tone was very hoarse as he chuckled. It's just half a step into the martial general realm. Below the martial general, I am invincible. How arrogant! Who do you think you are? I laughed. Invincible martial general, what a big boast. Ziyin was not angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "It seems the human race doesn't submit to you. What will you do? Then kill. Let me be the first to take the stage and wipe out all the humans." That's not a bad idea, but what a pity, the boss is a stubborn old man. If we kill all the human prodigies, they will definitely come after us. I don't mind, but you won't be able to go back. It doesn't matter. If the humans of the Xia Kingdom really do that, then my blood hand will truly become famous. My blood shadow clan status in the demon race will definitely rise. Blood Hand was extremely excited. The two's conversation, completely disregarding others, made Jun Wuxuan furious. It seems you don't take me seriously at all. Teacher Longwu, agree to the wheel battle. Longwu's frown deepened. The demon race was definitely not that simple. He knew that in a wheel battle, if the overall strength of the human race was inferior to that of the demon race, more prodigies would fall. Conversely, the same applied to the demon race. The wheel battle favored the stronger side. The demon race. So confident this time? Since you demons are seeking death, then let's have a wheel battle. Longwu still wore his poker face, but everyone could feel the powerful aura emanating from him. Do not back down. This was the demon race's open scheme. If they did not agree, the human race would be at a disadvantage in momentum. Death was not terrifying, fear and cowardice were unacceptable. Even if it was a trap, Longwu and the hundreds of prodigies from the Xia Kingdom had to jump in. Hee, the stage has been set, and now it's time to raise the curtain. Ziyin said something inexplicable, then pointed to one of the 100 prodigies, Tree Spirit, you go. The Tree Spirit demon lived up to its name. Its true form was a demon tree. Hee, who will fight me? Among the humans, everyone volunteered. The first battle was crucial. I'll do it. Teacher Longwu, the first battle is very important. We need a victory. Let me do it. Let me go. A clear, cold female voice rang out. Everyone fell silent. The speaker was actually Bai Ruobing. Her eyes revealed a look of hatred. Her own mother had been killed by this group of monsters. So, this grudge, she must avenge. Teacher Longwu, the first battle is very important. Let me secure the victory first. The rules for the wheel battle had long been established. During the fight, neither Ziyin nor Longwu would intervene. Only Longwu could intervene. In this battle, the martial god from the Xia Kingdom had long been waiting in the shadows. They would not give Ziyin a chance to cheat. If it was an important prodigy from the Xia Kingdom, they would also protect them when necessary. Longwu frowned and, facing Bai Ruobing's request, refused. I already have a candidate. Lu Ruofei, you go. Yes. The warrior whose name was called showed no fear at all. Lu Ruofei ranks 20th among us, not weak. Teacher Longwu wants to win. The demon race shouldn't send their strongest for the first battle. Even if he loses, Lu Ruofei is known for his defense and won't be killed. This deployment is very reasonable. No wonder it's Longwu. Indeed, having Longwu lead is very stable. The higher-ups of the Xia Kingdom watched the duel from a distance, nodding in approval. Bai Ruobing felt a bit disappointed, but she knew there would definitely be opportunities. The battle between the two began. Although Lu Ruofei was known for his strong defensive capabilities, his offense was not weak at all. He wielded a heavy hammer as his weapon. Incredible strength, as long as one is struck, even Jun Wuxuan would find it hard to bear. But the demon clan member opposite. At the start of the battle, he directly used his innate secret technique, and the demonic spikes on his body grew wildly, dominating the entire arena. Oh no! Do you dare? Damn demon clan, Lu Ruofei, run! Longwu and the others were filled with rage. This demon genius was clearly much stronger than Lu Ruofei. He never expected that right from the start, the demon clan would send a powerful opponent to disrupt his plans. Because of his decision, a genius ranked 20th was pierced by countless spikes and died in hatred in less than a minute. Anger! Especially since the cruel demon clan even chopped Lu Ruofei's corpse into pieces. All that filled everyone's hearts was pure rage. Meanwhile, in the sword domain, Yi Chen emerged from seclusion once again. 035 Master Servant Contract. Taming the Red Fox finally, a martial sovereign. In the sword domain, nearly a year had passed. Yi Chen had experienced thousands of battles, big and small. At first, he lost more than he won. But the advantage of the sword domain was that as long as the opponents were evenly matched, Yi Chen could challenge them an unlimited number of times. An opponent could keep winning, but losing once meant irreversible consequences. When he opened his eyes again, this time, Yi Chen's aura was not strong. The subordinates of the Red Fox could not sense Yi Chen's presence. Until the drowsy guard woke up drooling, only to find that Yi Chen had vanished. When they wanted to report to Lord Red Fox, Yi Chen had already found the resting Red Fox in a palace. Upon entering the palace, the Red Fox immediately sensed Yi Chen's presence. Although Yi Chen tried his best to hide, the Red Fox, also a martial sovereign, discovered him right away. I didn't expect you to enjoy yourself so much. Yi Chen sat on the Red Fox's throne, the massive stone throne split in half by his sword. Looking at the severed half of the throne on the ground, the Red Fox's heart raced with alarm. So powerful! With thousands of battles under his belt, Yi Chen's sword was already sharp and seamless. Just standing there, one felt a piercing sharpness from his gaze. A person like a sword, Yi Chen had honed his body to be as sharp as a true sword. Old friend, long time no see. Yi Chen did not rush to make a move. But the Red Fox struck first. However, the moves that had seemed incredibly fast to Yi Chen were easily dodged by him. Let me show you the grand gift I've prepared for you. This past year, I've walked on thin ice just for this day. Yi Chen easily dodged, raising the Liuhua sword, a purple sword light instantly slashing towards the Red Fox. Azura Slash. This move was a lethal sword technique that Yi Chen had comprehended by merging other sword techniques. At this moment, he resembled an Azura from hell. But this sword was not so simple. The Red Fox thought too much, but this slash formed countless sword energies. Pulling one hair could move the whole body. Touching those sword energies triggered a chain reaction. The air erupted with the sharp explosive sound of slicing blades. After a cloud of dust settled, the Red Fox lay half on the ground, injured and convulsing. Its beautiful feathers scattered and fell to the ground. Yi Chen stepped on the red feathers, slowly walking towards the Red Fox. It's over, time to go out. Just then, the Red Fox on the ground slightly opened its mouth. A magic circle rose up beside its feet. Xiao Xian voluntarily emerged from the battle pet space, standing on Yi Chen's shoulder. Chirp chirp chirp. Boss, the Red Fox sister admits defeat. She hopes you won't kill her. To express her apology, she is willing to sign a pet contract with you. This year, not only had Yi Chen's strength undergone earth-shattering changes, Xiao Xian had also reached the peak of the martial general realm. Just a little more, and he could step into the martial sect realm. This little guy, if he put in a bit more effort, would have surpassed Yi Chen long ago. But there was nothing to be done. The little guy was too playful. However, as their strength increased, the two could now communicate. Xiao Xian still needed to grow further to speak human words. Alright, tell the Red Fox that an equal contract is impossible. We can only sign a master-servant contract. There are two ways for humans and beasts to sign contracts. The Red Fox wanted to sign an equal contract with Yi Chen, but how could that be possible? At first, the Red Fox truly wanted to kill Yi Chen. He wasn't without temper. Xiao Xian relayed Yi Chen's words to the Red Fox. Initially, the Red Fox refused, proudly lifting its head and letting out a couple of whines. If you don't agree, then forget it. I don't need a disobedient battle pet, you might as well die. When Yi Chen placed the Liuhua sword against the Red Fox's neck, blood gushed forth, flowing down the tip of Yi Chen's sword. Only then did the Red Fox reluctantly kneel on the ground, indicating submission. That's more like it. The Red Fox remained proud, but it wasn't a fool. It would choose to compromise rather than be truly killed. After the contract was signed, the Red Fox was still proud, but that pride was directed at others. The heart-shaped pattern on its abdomen represented absolute loyalty to Yi Chen. With the influence of the contract, the Red Fox looked at Yi Chen with eyes full of loyalty and respect. Even if Yi Chen wanted the Red Fox to die, it would not hesitate. After subduing the Red Fox, Yi Chen learned the reason why the Red Fox had been pursuing him. As expected, it was because of the sword domain, that thing, or some kind of inheritance that greatly attracted the Red Fox, which I still don't have the authority to unlock. I should go out now. I've almost slaughtered all the creatures in the first layer of the myriad races. To further increase my strength, I need to wait for a special event to trigger and unlock the second layer. After a year, Yi Chen had become much more composed. He chuckled softly and voluntarily exited the sword domain. After subduing the Red Fox, he could leave the sword domain at any time. The deeper he went, the more he could feel the terror of the sword domain. As soon as he emerged, two fierce beasts appeared before Yi Chen. A terrifying angry bear, upon seeing a human, immediately opened its massive bloody mouth. But the young man merely stretched lazily. There was a slight collision behind the two bears. The bears instinctively turned their heads. The Red Fox slapped, directly knocking the big bear's head askew. Xiao Xian, more elegant, moved his short legs and left two claw marks on the back of the second bear. The result was the same, one strike was enough to kill it. Hee hee, let's go. Yi Chen sat on the fox's back, while Xiao Xian shrank his body and rested on Yi Chen's shoulder. The Red Fox stretched its long legs, transforming into a blood-red streak of light, rushing through the air towards the direction of the martial god camp. 036 by Ruabing was restrained, a trap. Inside the martial god camp, a demon and a human were engaged in a fierce battle. The scene was quite brutal. The standing swordsman had his left arm torn off. His right ear was also missing. With one sword, he opened the demon's belly in front of him. A heavy killing intent surrounded him. Just before dying, the demon fiercely grabbed the young man's head and bit off his eyeball. Ah! The heart-wrenching pain twisted the young man's face. Die! He brought his long sword down fiercely, stabbing into the demon's heart. Fearing it wasn't dead yet, he added 2 more strikes. Impressive, 5 consecutive victories. This was not said by the Summer Kingdom camp, but by the opposing demon. The young man covered his lost left eye, his body was severely damaged, but his gaze was incredibly sharp. He looked towards the Summer Kingdom camp, where originally 100 comrades had come together, but now only half remained. It was brutal. On the demon side, only over 20 had died. Mubai, come back. Stop fighting, it's enough. Leave the rest to us. Damn demons, I want to avenge my compatriots. Longwu was also moved. Mubai, you've done well enough? You're the only one with 5 consecutive victories so far. Come back, there will be opportunities for revenge. Don't let hatred blind your eyes. The demons will die, but in your current state, you will only bring about your own death. Hearing teacher Longwu's words, Xia Mubai smiled bitterly. Ha! He laughed, which pulled at the wounds on his lips. His body was already in a terrible state. Haitu, if you have the guts, fight me again. I want to avenge my brother. Xia Mubai was so persistent, even standing here like a strong bow at its end, because Haida from the demon camp had killed his brother and then chose to give up the fight. His brother was dead. Xia Mubai could not forget the look on his brother's face before he died. Ha! That's the rule, isn't it? That the human race prides itself on being trustworthy? Are you going to break the rules? Ziyun said disdainfully. If you want to die, then who will step up? Ha! I'll go. I love beating up drowning dogs. The human race is full of fools, just lost a brother, and they're so agitated? For a dead person, giving up their bright future, the human race is indeed full of fools. Xia Mubai was mocked. Even so, I can still kill you. I choose to continue. No! Mubai, you. Longwu was shaken. He had thought he could face the deaths of these children with indifference. But, watching these exceptionally talented, loyal children being tortured to death by the demons in front of him made him feel irritable and empathetic. Teacher, my will is resolute. The cost of rebirth with broken limbs is too great. I might as well kill more demons. The wheel battle continued. Then let me fulfill your wish. Some timid girls couldn't help but cover their eyes. They had originally thought the scene would be one-sided. But Xia Mubai displayed the true strength and perseverance of a warrior. This time, his left leg was twisted a full 360 degrees. But his opponent fared worse, having his throat sealed by a single sword strike. The audience was in an uproar. Xia Mubai became famous in battle. Many people had tears in their eyes. Before he could finish his sentence, Xia Mubai fainted from excessive blood loss and exhaustion. Longwu flew over directly, forcibly taking Xia Mubai away. Ziyun's expression turned cold, and he put away his joking tone. What a pity, I originally wanted to torment this genius a bit more. Longwu, you really can endure. Aren't you afraid that the pride of the Xia kingdom will die just like this? Well, this one is just an average genius, but his willpower is quite good. Inside the camp, 2 soldiers brought a stretcher to carry the fainted Xia Mubai away. You all should die. In the next battle, I'll go. A graceful figure stepped onto the stage. Holding an ice-blue long sword, she pointed it at the demon camp. Human race by Ruwabing, who will fight me? Her cold tone did not frighten the demons. Instead, her temper is so cold, but I'm so excited. Let big brother come, don't rush, little beauty hee. Let me go first, let the human ice beauty taste the flavor of my fiery big stick. The human side was filled with immense anger. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Bai Ruwabing also stood up at this moment. She had wanted to go up for a long time, but Teacher Longwu had always stopped her from entering the arena. And in the sky, Ziyun laughed. The bait has taken the hook. Longwu, before it was just a small skirmish, now, I want your human race's pride to die. Bai Ruwabing? The precious daughter of Bai Wushang. Ziyun quietly exchanged glances. A towering stone giant, as solid as a mountain, stepped onto the arena. His body was made of stone, but his face resembled that of a beast. His tone was not deep but rather lewd. Hee, so you're the goddess of the human race, huh? Just what I need, a warm bed servant, and you'll do. If you can serve me well, I might spare your life. Bai Ruwabing hadn't spoken yet. Upon hearing such filthy words, the humans could no longer tolerate it. Insulting them was one thing, but bullying the goddess was unacceptable. What are you, a mere plaything? Look at yourself. You're asking for death. Jun Wuxuan clenched his fists, his gaze sharp as a blade. Soon, he would wash the demon race in blood. Bai Ruobing was also furious, her body trembling slightly. But she quickly calmed down. This was a common tactic of the demon race, merely meant to provoke her. Soon, I will confiscate your tools of crime. The demon race will all die. Goddess, you're amazing. Don't kill him, let him never be a man. In the face of racial war, no one found the goddess's words out of place. Because the demon race was even more vile and unruly, Bai Ruobing's words didn't faze that stone beast at all. Little girl, when you meet my big stick later, I hope you can still be so tough. The battle began, and the hammer-wielding giant launched a surprise attack on Bai Ruobing. Bai Ruobing reacted quickly, catching the blow. But the immense force nearly made her lose grip on her sword. Her calm expression shifted slightly. However, this hammer-wielding giant was not as frivolous as he appeared. His attacks were steady and effortless. He even had the mood to taunt. Little beauty, don't hide. Just let me touch you, just once. You smell so good, I really don't want to kill you. No one expected that their third-ranked goddess, Bai Ruobing, would be suppressed by a lewd demon. The filthy words made everyone angry. Bai Ruobing, however, remained composed. It was just. The gap in strength was evident. Moreover, she felt a strange sensation. The opponent's attributes and combat style countered her too effectively. Bai Ruobing's ice attribute attacks had no effect on the stone giant. The opponent's stone armor completely immunized him against her proud ice attribute attacks. Her swordsmanship was rendered useless under the demon's hammer strikes. She was being suppressed. This was the first time Bai Ruobing had been overpowered by a warrior of the same realm. She felt a sense of helplessness. Watching the goddess retreat step by step, the humans raised their voices in anger to boost morale. You filthy stone, if you have the guts, come at me. What's the point of bullying a girl? Goddess, go for it. Bai Ruobing felt very aggrieved. After holding on for a while, the stone giant found a flaw and smashed Bai Ruobing to the ground, then reached for her arm. This startled everyone. Longwu was anxious. Zian watched everything with a smirk. Longwu, if you interfere, don't blame me for being ruthless. You are not allowed to intervene in this battle. At that moment, seeing Zian's smug face, Longwu realized he had fallen into the demon race's trap from the very beginning. Bai Ruobing was in danger. But he couldn't act. If he did, Bai Ruobing would surely die. Beauty, you. He thought he had caught Bai Ruobing, but he only grasped her sleeve. Half of the sleeve was torn off, revealing her fair arm. The stone giant lewdly brought the fabric to his nose. Hee, so fragrant. Damn it! Don't stop me, I'm going to kill him. Damn it, stone giant, you're dead. At that moment, someone stepped onto the arena, shielding Bai Ruobing behind him. 037 The terrifying Bloodhand, Realm of Blood I can still fight. Don't be stubborn, this is clearly a setup. Leave this to me. Although Bai Ruobing wanted to persist, she had to admit what Jun Wuxuan said. She was indeed restrained by this type of warrior, and if she continued to fight, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thank you, it's nothing. Jun Wuxuan suppressed his inner impulse and said. He had put on a little show in front of the goddess. The stone man could suppress Bai Ruobing, but against his sword, he was utterly powerless. Isn't this against the rules? Complained the demon clan. Bai Ruobing has admitted defeat, is there a problem? Jun Wuxuan answered for Bai Ruobing. With Bai Ruobing's proud character, she would never admit defeat voluntarily. He had to interrupt. After all, he didn't want the goddess of the human race to be taken advantage of by the demon clan. Then I admit defeat too. Facing Jun Wuxuan's battle, the stone man also chose to concede. Meanwhile, the demon clan directly sent out their top expert, Bloodhand. Jun Wuxuan frowned. He didn't sense anything particularly powerful about Bloodhand, but it was precisely because of this that it made people wary. This unknown feeling was quite ominous. Not bad, young man, you have a very rich aura, and your swordsmanship is quite good. Bloodhand stepped forward, looking at Jun Wuxuan with excitement. They were both men, and this strange expression sent a chill down Jun Wuxuan's spine. This demon kid, he wouldn't have any strange quirks, would he? Jun Wuxuan tightened his grip. He could lose in battle, but he would not accept being humiliated by the opponent. You look good, but unfortunately, you have no chance against me. Bloodhand spoke casually, as if he didn't take the powerful Jun Wuxuan seriously at all. Heh, anyone can talk big. Don't worry, I won't give you a chance to beg for mercy. Bloodhand chuckled, I'll make the proud genius of the human race admit defeat on his own. Jun Wuxuan's eyes narrowed, and his long sword slipped from his hand. At least to outsiders, it seemed that way. In reality, it was just that the speed of his sword was too fast, creating an afterimage. The person and the sword moved together. With this strike, Jun Wuxuan was filled with confidence. He had used all his strength, and the eagle struck the rabbit with full force. Although the opponent spoke lightly, Jun Wuxuan did not underestimate him at all. On the contrary, he took it very seriously and used his killing move right from the start. So fast. As expected of Jun Wuxuan, such a fast sword. I can't see it at all. This speed is probably just ordinary for a martial general. We are all martial masters, but Jun Wuxuan is already on a different level from us. How terrifying! If this sword hits me, I'm afraid I would be in grave danger. Even Bai Ruobing couldn't help but glance sideways. Stronger than me. She couldn't win, although her score ranked third. The gap with the first-ranked Jun Wuxuan felt immense. Yet even with this strike, she did not hit Bloodhand. On the arena, Bloodhand's disdainful voice came, "Is this it? The first of the younger generation of the human race? Is this all the strength you have? This generation, the human race is truly weak." Bloodhand yawned and appeared behind Jun Wuxuan. His pupils widened, and his tone was shocked. How is this possible? Even martial generals who have never seen my move before would be severely injured. How did you figure it out? Bloodhand's strength refreshed Jun Wuxuan's understanding of martial masters. "You finished, it's my turn now." Bloodhand struck out with a palm, and this simple palm overshadowed the sky above Jun Wuxuan. A blood-red aura surrounded Jun Wuxuan. "He, genius of the human race, become my nourishment." From the blood-colored clouds, countless demonic hands surged forth, closing in on Jun Wuxuan. Jun Wuxuan swung his sword, continuously severing the blood hands. The severed blood hands transformed into pools of blood, merging into the ground. But Jun Wuxuan was already enveloped by a translucent blood-colored domain. This time, Long Wu's expression truly changed. A domain? How is that possible? A terrifying genius has emerged from the demon clan, comprehending a domain at the martial master level? Long Wu had not been worried about Jun Wuxuan. But upon learning that the blood hands had comprehended a domain, he panicked. What is a domain? Why is Master Long Wu so anxious? I've never seen a martial saint so flustered. Jun Wuxuan is in danger. What? It's actually a domain. You call yourselves the pride of our Xia kingdom. Don't tell me you don't even know about domains. Ah, Bai Ruobing's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. This can't be true. A domain is a conventional weapon of a martial god level expert. There are geniuses who can comprehend it at the martial saint level, but that demon clan's blood hand is only at the martial master level, and yet it comprehended a domain. What? Once a domain is unleashed, even deities cannot save you. Jun Wuxuan, being able to force out my domain, you are quite proud. The blood hand stood within the blood domain, watching Jun Wuxuan struggle incessantly. As the #1 genius, coming from a martial god family, how could he not know of the existence of domains? Impossible. I haven't even comprehended a domain. How could you? I've never heard of anyone comprehending a domain at the martial master level. Jun Wuxuan's calm expression was gone. A domain? This was what he had longed for. He had great ambitions, planning to attempt to comprehend a domain at the martial saint level, but he never expected that such profound and mysterious domains could be comprehended by a genius from the demon clan. Ha! The blood hand is a rare genius from my demon clan in tens of thousands of years. Being able to force out his domain is already quite impressive. Ziyun laughed heartily. In the face of a domain, let alone the martial master level, this was simply against the rules. This was a divine domain that only a martial god could master. I once relied on the blood domain to counterkill a martial zone. You should stop struggling, it's a complete waste of time. But Jun Wuxuan, as if going mad, continued to struggle, like a drowning person, utterly futile, wasting his strength. A domain is the power of the heavenly way. Once unleashed, it consumes very little of my energy. You want to waste time? Then I'll indulge you. Ha. Jun Wuxuan's tactics were seen through. The blood hand appeared very relaxed. He also understood that the other party was toying with him. Jun Wuxuan was in a desperate situation, and the blood hand had no intention of killing him. But this humiliation was more painful than death. Jun Wuxuan's eyes turned red, filled with impotent rage. Outside the domain, Long Wu's mind stirred. He prepared to forcibly break through the domain. Ziyun saw through his thoughts and shouted loudly, "Long Wu, you wouldn't want to break the rules, would you? Since I dared to bring the blood hand here, I have means to protect him. If you make a move, don't blame me for notifying Sixth Brother to capture all the human race trapped in the abyss. A genius, or a group of people, you wouldn't know how to choose, would you?" 038 The shock of the blood hand. Impossible? Long Wu steeled his heart, preparing to act. But several big shots in the shadows sighed, "Stop it, Long Wu, you can't bear this responsibility. Wuxuan, he will surely die today. If you intervene, the hundreds of thousands of human race trapped in the demon abyss will also perish." Those voices made Long Wu halt in his tracks. His eyes turned red, nearly bursting with rage. Then are we to let a potential future martial god die? Long Wu was unwilling. He originally had the chance to become a martial god. It was the demon clan that had sabotaged him, preventing his breakthrough, leaving him to remain at the saint level for a lifetime. He didn't want to see Jun Wuxuang, this promising talent, being killed by the demon clan. Long Wu completely empathized. He didn't want a tragedy to unfold before his eyes. Long Wu, you can be impulsive, but what about the millions of human beings trapped in the demon abyss? If Jun Wuxuang survives alone, then those hundreds of thousands will die. Can you bear that responsibility? Moreover, Jun Wuxuang, although he has good talent, has faced many hardships on his path of cultivation. Are you sure he can truly become a god? Let it go. Sacrificing the small self is necessary. Long Wu had already dug his nails into his flesh, letting the blood flow. He tightly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he regained his calm and returned to his original position. This signified that he had given up on the plan to save Jun Wuxuang. He couldn't bear such a heavy responsibility. If you have the ability, then kill me. At this moment, Jun Wuxuang was no longer calm like a master. All that remained was the anxiety of a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. He felt his own strength continuously fading. The blood from his wounds was being absorbed by the entire domain. His face turned pale, his cheekbones sunken in anger, his handsome face twisted. He was almost drained dry. In contrast, Bloodhand was enjoying himself immensely. As expected of the pride of the human race, one person can take on 10 demon warriors. The sword path of utmost rigidity and brightness is so enticing. The reason Bloodhand didn't kill Jun Wuxuang immediately was to let him comprehend the great path, turning it into nourishment for his blood domain. This domain, like him, was incredibly insidious. It relied on absorbing the great path from the blood of warriors to continuously evolve. But this was very much in line with the demon clan's treacherous and ruthless style. Long Wu couldn't bear to watch a generation's genius die in such a suffocating manner, so he closed his eyes. At that moment, a young man burst in. Bing Bing wife, I'm back. As Yichen spoke, he sensed that the atmosphere was off. Usually, when joking with Bai Ruobing like this, she might go all out. But now, she had no mind to pay attention to Yichen. Looking at Jun Wuxuang, who had previously helped him, it wasn't love that arose, but rather a deep resentment and anger as a human towards the demon clan. Yichen was also affected by this sorrowful atmosphere. What happened? Yichen was still out of the loop, but he noticed Bai Ruobing's forearm. Her snow-white arm had a small dent from being struck, and the originally beautiful white lotus arm looked like a delicate piece of art that had been damaged. A surge of aura rose from the side. It caught the attention of the furious Bai Ruobing. She turned her head and saw a familiar figure. Yi, Bing Bing wife, who bullied you? Bai Ruobing was startled by Yichen's serious expression. It was the first time she had seen the usually playful Yichen show such a face. Which bastard did this? How dare they hurt my woman like this? It must hurt a lot. Bai Ruobing shook her head. It's just a superficial injury. It's nothing, really. How can it be nothing? It was those bastard demons, right? I'm going to teach them a lesson. Yichen also saw Jun Wuxuang fighting against the demons. That demon was gaining the upper hand. It's that stone man, but he conceded and didn't get a chance to fight. By the way, Yichen, I feel that your aura is different from before. Yichen's temperament was no longer comparable to before. He was also surprised. No wonder he had chosen such a woman. Bai Ruobing had high talent and immediately sensed the change in Yichen. However, she didn't know what this change was. Yichen's physical martial arts realm was still at the martial master level, but his spiritual consciousness had already reached the martial sovereign level. Standing in front of her, he naturally exuded the aura of a grandmaster of swordsmanship. If anyone dares to touch my woman, I will make sure he doesn't leave the martial god camp intact. Who is your woman, you shameless jerk? Bai Ruobing suddenly realized that Yichen had been taking advantage of her all along, but she wasn't in the mood to blame him now. As long as Yichen returned safely, the heart that had been hanging in her chest finally settled. Yichen also noticed the worried look in Bai Ruobing's eyes. Following her gaze, he looked towards the arena. There, kneeling on the ground and barely alive, was Jun Wuxuang. Bing Bing, are you worried about Jun Wuxuang? Yichen frowned. Bai Ruobing sensed a sourness in the air, as if a jar of vinegar had been overturned. He helped me before, he saved my life. Bai Ruobing found herself explaining to Yichen for some reason. So that's how it is. Well, let's say this kid is lucky and I'll forgive him. What? Bai Ruobing didn't understand what Yichen meant by that. But when she turned her head again, Yichen had already vanished. When she looked back, he had appeared on the arena. Someone's on stage? Looking for death. Who is sending themselves to die? Come back, Yi Chen. Are you crazy? Bai Ruobing's anxious voice rang out. Only then did everyone realize it was Yi Chen, who had disappeared for 2 days, going up to seek death. This kid is insane? So reckless. This is a domain expert. Going up there is just asking for death. Compared to the worries from the Xia Kingdom side, the demon side didn't care at all. Bloodhand certainly noticed an extra person, but he didn't mind at all. With just one glance, he saw through Yi Chen's strength. It was merely at the martial master level, but that glance gave him an unsettling feeling. Jun Wuxuan didn't give me this feeling. This kid is strange. And Yi Chen directly stepped into the blood domain. Bai Ruobing was not anxious. She was about to go crazy with anger. Remembering Yi Chen's previous actions, she realized that this guy was someone who wouldn't die unless he sought death. Ha ha ha, where did this reckless kid come from? Since you voluntarily stepped into my blood domain, I won't hold back. A wave of bloodthirsty energy descended instantly. Jun Wuxuan felt the devouring power on him lighten significantly. He looked up and saw Yi Chen standing tall. What happened next shocked both the human and demon. With just one sword, the domain attack that Bloodhand was proud of dissipated as if a mouse had seen a cat. How could this be? What is happening? Can someone tell me? 039 eating snake meat in front of the demon race my domain. Actually countered? Not only Bloodhand, who was in the blood domain, but also the onlookers had incredulous expressions on their faces. The domain has failed? Could it be that Yi Chen is also a master of advanced domains? Why is Bloodhand's domain ineffective against him? Only Yi Chen knew that it was his sword god body that was at work. Below the martial god realm, the comprehended domain was actually a false domain. But Yi Chen's sword god body was a genuine existence. In front of the real deal, this pseudo-domain was rendered useless. I don't believe it. Bloodhand began to frantically mobilize the power within the domain. He started to showcase the second form of the blood domain. Blood Demon Rising. No longer was it Bloodhand attacking. The thick blood energy transformed into a giant python with a flicking tongue. Just as its venomous fangs were about to bite into Yi Chen's shoulder, a red fox appeared out of nowhere and swatted the blood snake away. The blood domain instantly collapsed. So weak. Little Chi didn't say a word, but with a lazy demeanor, conveyed the answer to Yi Chen. As a genius of the Red Fox clan, he also possessed a domain. It was much stronger than Bloodhand's. As the innate sacred body of Red Flame, he had been favored by the main god of fire since birth, and the sacred flame domain had grown alongside him. The blood serpent was crushed, revealing the true form of Bloodhand, a giant python, pinned under the paw of the red fox. Kid, how dare you? This is the holy son of our demon clan. Looking at the barely alive Bloodhand, Ziyun couldn't believe it. The general he had confidently sent out was subdued by a pet of a human kid. While Ziyun couldn't accept this fact, he was also worried that Yi Chen would kill the hope of their demon clan. Why wouldn't I dare? Yi Chen said mockingly, bullying my Bing Bing, this is the consequence. Bing Bing, who is that? Bai Ruobing, the first goddess of the human race, the strongest frost sword. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Bai Ruobing wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. When did she become the first frost sword of the human race? Others turned to look at Bai Ruobing. Stop talking, Yi Chen. Alright, my wife Bing Bing. Wife, Ziyun muttered. The human race had a monogamous system, and the identity of a wife carried deep ties. No wonder, but this wasn't done by Bloodhand. There are debts to be repaid, deal with the stone man as you wish, but let Bloodhand go. Fine, you first hand over the stone man to me. Although the stone man harbored resentment, in the demon clan, the demon lord was the supreme existence. They could not refute. It's yours. Yi Chen summoned his sword, and the hard stone armor was as if non-existent before him. Next to him, Jun Wuxuan, using her techniques, had already restored her previous jade-like appearance. When she saw Yi Chen easily deal with the demon clan's prodigy, the shock in her heart was beyond measure. Wow! So strong! Yi Chen is the true genius, so fierce. Bai Ruobing's beautiful eyes trembled. When did he become this strong? Just a week ago, he was still being held down by her. But now, that slender figure seemed to grow taller in her eyes. Hee, wife Bing Bing, I've avenged you. Turning his head, Yi Chen revealed a silly smile. This made Bai Ruobing shyly lower her head. What girl doesn't have a crush and doesn't like strong people? Yi Chen's handsome figure was constantly etched in her mind, impossible to erase. She lowered her head, stroking the eternal crystal. At that moment, she realized what it meant for a boy to give a girl a necklace. Alright, young friend, can you let Bloodhand go? I've done what I promised you. Ziyun hurriedly said, you humans are very trustworthy, let Bloodhand go. Ha, old man, I only asked you to hand over the stone man. When did I say I would let this guy go? If you want to kill the prodigy of my human race, be prepared to die. Little Chi, finish him off. The red fox only obeyed Yi Chen, its long legs drawing a red arc in the air. Its paw struck Blood Hand like a branding iron, making a sizzling sound. Demon Lord, save me. I don't want to die. Bastard. Ziyun's eyes were filled with rage, his powerful aura trying to suppress Yi Chen. Long Wu snorted coldly, walking to Yi Chen's side, also raising his domain. Old man, you comprehended a domain? This is. Long Wu laughed loudly. Huh, Ziyun, you old man can become a martial god. If it weren't for you dog-like people ambushing me back then, I would have become a martial god long ago. If even your demon clan's holy son can comprehend a domain, how could I not? With a powerful human backing him, Yi Chen felt no fear. He was almost about to use the sword domain. Just now, Ziyun's ambush could have been fatal. This is the pressure of the martial god realm. It can kill. Yi Chen was also extremely angry. You old thing, do you want to kill me? I'll take it out on you. Blood Hand is dead. Killed by the red fox. Moreover, Yi Chen even roasted and ate snake meat in front of the demon clan. A fragrant aroma wafted through the martial god camp. Teacher Long Wu, would you like to try a bite? Long Wu was stunned. This was simply a heart-wrenching blow to the demons. Too ruthless. Ziyun trembled all over. If looks could kill, Yi Chen would have died hundreds of times. The demon clan members were shaking all over. They could at most torture the human race, while Yi Chen directly consumed the flesh and blood of their companions. More excessive than them. Long Wu's mouth twitched, then he laughed heartily. Good, but good meat should be paired with good wine. This dragon saliva wine is a perfect match. Then I won't be polite. The moment the wine cup was opened, a rich fragrance emanated. Yi Chen couldn't wait to take a hearty drink. The old and the young began to eat roasted meat and drink wine as if no one else was around. This infuriated Ziyun, but he didn't dare to act. Thousands of meters in the sky. Damn, this Yi Chen is just to my liking. I want to take him as my disciple. An old drunkard's eyes sparkled, as if he had sobered up. Ah, refreshing. Yi Chen is crushing them with strength. The demon clan has no reason to pick a fight. His pet, the Red Fox clan, is not simple. The Red Fox clan is not as humble as the Dragon clan. The Dragon clan can form contracts, but our human race has never subdued the Red Fox clan. They are the kings among foxes, born fire control experts. I didn't expect such a genius to emerge from our human race. 040 willing to self-destruct to disgust Yi Chen. Long Wu was impressed for the first time by someone, and it was a junior. Yi Chen's heart was truly big. The snake meat was delicious, but Long Wu didn't eat much. Just to irritate that old rival Ziyun, Yi Chen really finished an entire snake. He had some left and took out a jar of wine, soaking the snake's head in it. His technique was incredibly skilled. Good, good, good. Ziyun repeated good 3 times, his inner anger having no outlet. I have never hated a martial master ant so much. Yi Chen, you have angered me. You better stay in the human territory forever. If you appear in the domain of the 10,000 clans, I will personally come to kill you. As the demon lord, even Long Wu wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. The martial god realm experts of the human race had to give him some face. How dare a martial master be so cocky? You old thing, what are you pretending for? Even if I don't kill Bloodhand, would you let me go? Yi Chen rolled his eyes, looking at the demon lord Ziyun as if he were an idiot. Hearing this, Ziyun frowned. I almost got caught in your words. Among juniors, I, Ziyun, disdain to intervene, but don't think you'll have it easy in the future. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was even more disdainful. At your age, living like a dog, your words are more childish than an elementary school student. If you want to kill, then kill. A demon lord talks so much nonsense. As if I don't kill you, you won't target me. Since Yi Chen revealed his strength, the demon clan was destined to target him. Since he stood out, he had no intention of hiding. Next time we meet, you won't be so lucky. In the human territory, the demon lord Ziyun didn't dare to be too reckless. He hated Yi Chen to the core for ruining his plans. But with his strongest subordinate, Bloodhand, dead, he can only leave the demon realm in disgrace. He waved his hand to take the demon clan's prodigies away, and Yi Chen frowned, shouting loudly, "Old thing, did I let you go?" Ziyun angrily shouted, "Long Wu, we have already lost. What more do you humans want? Do you want to keep even my clone? Do you really not care about those million human hostages?" He was roaring towards Long Wu. In Ziyun's view, Yi Chen was not yet qualified to make such a decision. Long Wu was also stunned. Yi Chen's words shocked him. Logically speaking, killing the holy son of the demon clan was already a significant advantage. At this moment, when Ziyun said he wanted to leave, Long Wu did not stop him. Today was already a great victory. Although The human race had also sacrificed quite a few, the strongest among them were still alive. In contrast, the demon clan seemed to have fewer casualties, but injuring 5 fingers is not as good as losing one. The strongest young holy son of the demon clan was dead, which was a great victory for the human race. Yet Yi Chen was relentless, asserting, "You promised a wheel battle, wanting to leave before it's over? The fight isn't finished yet, next one step up." The young talents of the demon clan exchanged glances. No one dared to step onto the stage. Who would dare to face someone who easily slaughtered their holy son? "You are bullying the demon clan too much, Yi Chen. Old man, do you want to intervene? You proposed the wheel battle, and now you're backing down? You dare to threaten me? That's for later. Right now, I'm laying down the rules. The rules of the wheel battle were set by you: no death, no retreat." Long Wu, is that right? Yi Chen's light remark made Long Wu's body tremble. He had never had such awareness as Yi Chen from the beginning. I'm getting old, can't wield a sword anymore, and now a junior is teaching me how to behave. Of course, old man Zi Yun, you wouldn't break the rules, would you? Long Wu revealed a look of determination. That sharp gaze made Zi Yun quite displeased. Are you really going to go this far? 1,000,000 hostages. Don't mention that, this matter has nothing to do with 1,000,000 hostages. If you want to tear up the ticket, go ahead, it has nothing to do with my Xia country. If you can bear the wrath of the entire human race, then do as you wish. Long Wu had long been unhappy with the constant threats of 1,000,000 hostages. Good kid, I really remember you. If you want to fight, then let's fight. After all, the Holy Sun was dead, these young talents of the demon clan could at most become saints, and Zi Yun didn't care at all. Demon Lord, please don't. We don't want to die. Although they obeyed the Demon Lord, when it came to their lives, they no longer cared about offending Zi Yun. I won't fight, Zi Yun Demon Lord, I am under the first Demon Lord, you can't let me die here. This human kid is a madman, if you agree to fight, we will definitely die. Yes, Zi Yun Demon Lord, do you really want to bear the pressure of the entire demon clan? Zi Yun knew that when he agreed, such a result would definitely occur. He sneered, don't take yourselves too seriously, the Holy Sun is dead, and I will definitely be punished when I go back. You, who do you think you are, daring to teach me, Zi Yun, how to do things? Zi Yun had given up completely, and Yi Chen showed no mercy. One by one, the unwilling young demons were kicked onto the stage by Zi Yun. He said, this one is a genius under the first Demon Lord, if you kill him, you will offend the first Demon Lord. Yi Chen, however, didn't care at all, effortlessly slaying this young demon with a single sword strike. If the son of the first Demon Lord comes, I might consider it, but a dog of the first Demon Lord, killing it is no big deal. This one is the most favored male pet of the third Demon Lord, he was originally brought to gain experience, and I never intended to let him take the stage. The third Demon Lord is a woman? A man? What's wrong with that? So the third Demon Lord has such a preference, old man Zi Yun, aren't you afraid of the third Demon Lord's revenge for revealing such an important matter? Yi Chen retorted, showing no signs of holding back. So what if he killed? This is not a secret, the demon clan is not as feudal as your human race, this is not a rare thing. Why don't you worry about yourself for a change? As a fellow Demon Lord, what can he do to me? I'm going to be punished anyway when I go back, so don't think you can get off easy. This was the plan of the Purple Cloud Demon Lord. Originally, Yi Chen would have killed him. But now that he had revealed his identity as a member of the demon race, if Yi Chen still killed him, it would mean offending all the demon lords. You talk too much. I already said, if I don't kill you, you will let me go. Yi Chen said impatiently, killing these demons was as easy as chopping vegetables. The conversation between one person and one demon stirred up a storm in the hearts of the human prodigies watching below. Too arrogant. Wow, so cool. Although he will face the demon's crazy revenge afterward, still, being able to gain the upper hand against a demon lord in words is something to brag about for a lifetime. Yi Chen's mental fortitude is incredible. I can feel the pressure from the demon lord, and I probably wouldn't even dare to speak. I wouldn't support my grandma, but I would support Yi Chen. No wonder the goddess is so infatuated with him. If I could be Yi Chen's lover, I would be willing. So domineering. When looking for a husband, it should be someone like this, who won't let his wife suffer even a little bit outside. A female warrior was almost turning into Yi Chen's shape, but Yi Chen hadn't even entered the cave yet. After Yi Chen finished off the demon prodigies, the Purple Cloud Demon Lord fell silent for a moment. After a while, he slowly spoke, I almost admire you. If you were one of my demon prodigies, I would want to take you as my disciple. What a pity. The Purple Cloud, who had been cursing earlier, unexpectedly praised Yi Chen. This left Yi Chen completely bewildered. He looked up, and the purple cloud above had disappeared. But unfortunately, you are a human, which is a great threat to my demon race. I will use all means to annihilate you." As he was leaving, a wisp of demonic cloud drilled into Yi Chen's sea of consciousness. "Damn you! You tricked me!" 041 Arrogant Yi Chen, even the martial god dares to scold him to his face. "Ha! Do you think the martial god realm is something you can bully at will? Just a small clone, it has no effect on me, but you don't think you can get off easy. I'll make you regret your words." As the purple cloud demon lord was leaving, he self-destructed his clone, setting a demonic restriction within Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen's expression turned ugly. "Martial god realm, how shameless can you be? A martial god clone, is it worthless? Valuable. A martial god clone can cultivate a martial god. But this old purple cloud, his main body is purple cloud, and this is just one of his countless clones. I don't even know how much this purple cloud occupies. How do you feel now?" Longwu was also shocked. No one expected that as a martial god, Purple Cloud would sneak attack a junior in the martial master realm as he was leaving. Yi Chen was extremely frustrated. But all the human warriors around were dumbfounded. A layer of purple shadow enveloped Yi Chen's sea of consciousness. His body instantly became weak. He felt the connection with the sword path severed. Yi Chen? Longwu had a bad premonition. Far away in the demon realm, Purple Cloud sat on his throne. His expression was extremely gloomy. Gone was the arrogance he had when he left. Purple Cloud just didn't want to show weakness in front of the humans. Damn it, this kid made me self-destruct a clone. This clone at least needed 300 years to nurture. With this, I wasted 300 years of cultivation. But if I didn't self-destruct, I wouldn't be able to maintain my face, and I also need to give the demon race an explanation. Purple Cloud, being in a high position, was not foolish. It was precisely because he self-destructed a clone that weakened his combat power, that he managed to silence the other demon lords. In the martial god camp, Yi Chen spat out a mouthful of purple-black blood. Bai Ruobing worriedly stepped forward and asked, "Yi Chen, are you okay?" The worry in her eyes was sincere. Yi Chen revealed a smile. "I can't believe you can still smile. If you have nothing to worry about, then it's a sunny day." This artistic phrase made Bai Ruobing's heart tremble. She naturally understood. Although she wasn't a literature girl, she had secretly read quite a few shoujo mangas. Unexpectedly, this silly boy could actually say such poetic words. "Do you say this to other girls too?" "Of course not, my Bingbing wife, we're in the same class. When have you ever seen me flirt with other girls?" At this point, Bai Ruobing recalled carefully, and indeed, she hadn't, except for the fact that he secretly stared at her back during class. Ahem. Longwu coughed beside them. "Sorry to interrupt the little couple's chat, but Yi Chen, I'm sorry, for this incident, you are the top priority. Your injuries will be treated by the best medical team from the Summer Kingdom." "I'm not." Without giving Bai Ruobing a chance to explain, Longwu took Yi Chen away. Yi Chen didn't know how to respond. Just now, he had spat out a mouthful of blood, and in fact, the restriction imposed by Ziyun had already been lifted. But he couldn't say that the Demon Lord's restriction had been lifted. Yi Chen wasn't foolish. As a martial artist, it was unreasonable for him to easily lift the Demon Lord's restriction. He couldn't guarantee that all the elders from the Summer Kingdom were good people. In the adult world, there were only interests, not black and white. The existence of the sword domain absolutely couldn't be exposed. So, Yi Chen obediently cooperated with the examination. He was brought before a group of big shots. None of them were familiar. Of course, their eyes were filled with anticipation as they looked at Yi Chen. Besides that, what Yi Chen saw more was a look of regret. That damn Ziyun old ghost, actually willing to self-destruct just to ruin our Summer Kingdom's genius. "Yi Chen, let me ask you, do you have any discomfort in your body right now?" An old man in white asked with concern. As he spoke, a strong smell of alcohol wafted out. Yi Chen frowned slightly and said, "I feel like I've become estranged from the sword path." He described the feeling of being enveloped by Ziyun earlier to everyone. Upon hearing this, the old man with a bad nose was stunned as if struck by lightning. Then he became furious. "Damn, the demon race is really ruthless, directly cutting off the future martial path of our Summer Kingdom's genius." "What happened?" Yi Chen inquired. He actually knew that a powerful martial god self-destructing their clone and setting up restrictions was absolutely against the heavens. This kind of situation has happened before. 1,000 years ago, our human race also had a peerless genius who, at the martial king level, killed deep in the demon territory, slaying 30 royal realm experts and became famous in one battle. In the end, it attracted the demon lord to personally intervene and suppress him. That achievement was quite impressive. But Yi Chen's achievements weren't much worse than that genius from back then. He had easily annihilated a demon saint who had comprehended a domain. The middle-aged man continued. At that time, he also felt a lot of estrangement from the knife path he was cultivating. This is the martial god forcibly using the power of their clone to sever your connection with the heavenly path. Your sword path will probably be hard to advance. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes suddenly became dazed, and his body staggered several steps. Especially when he took out the Liuhua sword and demonstrated it in front of everyone. Impressive. Not bad, the sword path is at a great perfection level. In terms of comprehension of the sword path, ordinary sword martial sects can't compare to Yi Chen. Genius, in terms of sword path talent, Yi Chen might even surpass me. It's just a pity. Yi Chen showcased his sword skills, but he suddenly became irritable. He cursed angrily, that old thing Ziyun, what a vicious heart. After cursing, Yi Chen felt a bit drained, then retracted his angry expression and cupped his hands towards the few people. I am Yi Chen, the junior, and I have lost my composure. It's nothing. Given the circumstances, you have shown great restraint. Everyone could understand this feeling. Yi Chen's pride in his swordsmanship would likely never progress again. Yi Chen, feeling unwilling, asked, then, esteemed seniors, how can I break this restriction? There's no solution. The middle-aged man at the forefront said with a bitter smile, we can lift it, but this is the power of a martial god. Your current body is merely at the martial master level. If we inject our power into you, it will provoke the resistance of the martial god power within you. Your body cannot withstand two martial god powers. Yi Chen's handsome face turned pale. He felt a wave of fear. If it weren't for the sword domain, he would be stuck at the martial sovereign level for life. What a pity. The white-clad elder, who originally wanted to take Yi Chen as a disciple, remains silent. This world is so realistic, Yi Chen's swordsmanship would make no further progress, and he could not take a waste as a disciple. Seeing the expressions of the big shots, Yi Chen felt a sense of relief in his heart. This is best, let them think I can only advance to the martial sovereign. But afterwards, I can explain with other fortuitous encounters. This wasn't a bad thing for Yi Chen. By becoming a waste, he could reduce the demon clan's targeting of him before he became a martial sovereign. After all, he was already a waste, and at most, he would cultivate to the martial sovereign level. He was not the kind of genius who became famous in one battle by killing the demon clan's holy son. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave. Yi Chen found a reason and prepared to leave. Wait. Young friend Yi Chen, aside from the possibility of being cursed, I hope you can stay and cooperate with me to check your internal condition. Yi Chen stopped and asked in confusion, isn't it already determined that I will be a waste in the future? Yi Chen smiled self-deprecatingly, his acting skills on full display. No one doubted him. That is true, but... A middle-aged man in a black robe approached Yi Chen. There will be a conflict of powers, but I still hope young friend Yi Chen will accept the examination. His gaze was somewhat evasive. This made Yi Chen's expression darken. Senior, do you suspect that I might have been controlled by Ziyun? Do you suspect I am an insider? The brain domain of a martial artist is extremely fragile and cannot withstand the detection of a martial god. But, anyway, I, Yi Chen, am already a waste. You can check me. But if the examination shows that I, Yi Chen, have no issues, I need the seniors to uphold justice for me. This old man must kneel and apologize. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room was shocked. The martial god who proposed the mental probe was momentarily stunned, feeling offended. No, he was truly offended. He was being scolded by a junior at the martial master level, pointed at by the nose. A gentleman can endure, but an uncle cannot. By age, he could be Yi Chen's grandfather. What? What did you just say? Dare to say it again? He trembled with anger. See God, you little brat, you just... I'm cursing you, see God? See King? What are you so proud of? I killed the demon clan's holy son for the human race, and in the end, I still have to be subjected to a mental probe? Ridiculous. Yi Chen's tone was filled with desolation. With an attitude that disregarded life and death, the nearby martial gods were moved. When the human race was just suppressed by the demon clan, what were you doing? Hiding behind, allowing the first genius of my Xia country to be tortured by the demon clan's holy son? My Xia country's goddess was humiliated by the demon clan? Yi Chen arrived late and did not see the scene of the demon clan beating the human race. But he had witnessed the former first genius of Xia country, Jun Wushuang, almost being drained of life. The hand of my own icy wife was also broken. I haven't seen that scene, but doesn't he know math? When he came in, there were 100 people. He took a rough glance and saw that there were less than half left. Adding fuel to the fire, he made these martial gods recall the scene of the human race being suppressed. Every word was a gem. Lies do not hurt, but the truth is like a sharp knife. Each word was like a blade, piercing into the hearts of all the martial gods. Yi Chen, it's not what you think. It's not that we don't want to take action, we can't take action otherwise. I know, there are difficulties. Among the younger generation, if you take action, it means our human race is weak. So I stepped up to prove that our human race is still the father of the demon race. What he said was a bit off, but the martial gods understood the reasoning. The image of a passionate young man standing up for the human race instantly appeared before everyone. For a moment, the sea god also empathized. But in an instant, his gaze turned cold, and his expression darkened. This kid was using rhetoric to guide the direction. Even he, as a martial god, could be influenced by his words. It was truly terrifying. Well said, we shouldn't treat a passionate young man fighting for the human race like this. That's right, if we really did that, what would the other young humans think? It would chill the hearts of our human race's pride. Other martial artists echoed. Although they were opposing the sea god's words, he knew that the two martial gods speaking were actually supporting the sea god. On the surface, they opposed the sea god's actions, but in reality, Yi Chen stood on the moral high ground for the righteousness of the human race. Even if the coconut tree were resurrected and stood before him today, it would not hold water. In this situation, their contradictory words were actually giving the sea god a way out. They were all old friends, otherwise, if the sea god couldn't save face, it would be a big mess. A part of them was also trying to ease Yi Chen's situation. Being too sharp and too fierce was not a good thing. Indeed, then, the sea god took the opportunity to back down, preparing not to make things difficult for Yi Chen anymore. But Yi Chen, like a headstrong youth, was filled with passion. Come on, I, Yi Chen, am not afraid of being crushed to pieces. I will never collude with the demon race, feel free to probe my consciousness. Yi Chen had a generous demeanor, as if ready to die. It made the sea god want to kill him. It was too coincidental, he wouldn't let him finish his words. But Yi Chen wouldn't give the sea god a chance. Since he had started, there was no turning back. You provoke me? Even if you are a martial god, you can't save face today. He was so into it that he could even deceive himself. How could these martial gods see through the flaws? No need, we believe you, Yi Chen. The demon race would never waste a holy son, and besides, if you were truly controlled by the demon race, you wouldn't be able to say such righteous words. The demon race's hatred for the human race is engraved in their hearts. They would never say such insincere words. There's no need to insult our passionate young men, there's no need to investigate. The martial gods were all moved. But Yi Chen frowned, glaring coldly, his sharp gaze stubbornly fixed on the sea god. Senior sea god, if you want evidence, I will give it to you. Today, you must clear my name. After all, I can only reach the martial sovereign realm at most in the future, right? Come on. I'm ready. Alright. The intent to kill someone couldn't be hidden. Since you want to prove your innocence, I will help you prove it. The sea god prepared to take action, but Yi Chen raised his hand to stop him. No, senior, I'm afraid you will take revenge on me. Let this martial god senior do it. Yi Chen said to a martial god behind him. Me? What is your name, senior? My surname is Chen. Senior Chen, are you the #1 sword in the Xia kingdom? I've long admired your name. I didn't expect to see the real person today. You conduct the soul search, the results will be absolutely fair. The respect in Yi Chen's tone made Chen Changxing feel very pleased. Although he often confronted the heavens and the earth, and even the sea god, he held a genuine respect for himself. This differential treatment, neither servile nor overbearing, but polite, was something that the Changsheng sword greatly appreciated. Ha, stop flattering me, it's just a hollow title. Yi Chen knew well who deserved praise and who did not. Senior, let's begin, I'm ready. Chen Changxing nodded gently, his gaze sharpening, his aura transforming into a long, flowing ancient sword that entered Yi Chen's sea of consciousness. Yi Chen's body trembled, yet he felt no sharpness. This sword, although it was probed by Chen Changxing's divine sense, he could still move freely. Don't worry, it's nothing, I'm just helping you. Ha! Chen Changxing's tone was surprised, as if he had discovered something. This made Yi Chen's heart tremble. Old Chen, did you find something? Indeed, there is an unexpected gain, I'll explain later. Yi Chen felt a long and melodious sword path. The sword path could be fierce or sharp, capable of killing enemies. But this long, vibrant sword was something he had never seen before. Yi Chen's understanding of the sword path deepened anew. Alright, it's over. Chen Changsheng wore a smile throughout. This made the sea god's expression very unpleasant. What happened, old Chen? Yi Chen he. Facing the inquiries of the old comrades around, Chen Changsheng spoke softly. I can swear by my sword path that Yi Chen is absolutely not a spy of the demon clan, nor is he being controlled by them. This statement was light, yet it involved the path he had pursued all his life. Just a single sentence, and no one doubted it. For martial artists, a promise could be worth 1,000 gold, especially for those who had cultivated to their level. A sworn statement involved the heavenly path, and there was absolutely no possibility of falsehood, otherwise, Chen Changxing's sword path would collapse in an instant. Thank you, senior, for proving my innocence. Yi Chen stood tall, like a sword. The smile in Chen Changxing's eyes and the curve of his lips were almost impossible to contain. Good, come with me, I will do my best to help you heal. Our Xia country absolutely cannot lack the presence of a talent like you. Thank you, senior. 043 Dual Saint Level Cultivation Method, Honorary Elder Position? Not interested. See God, what's wrong, sweating so much? It's nothing, the weather is a bit hot. Their simple conversation revealed a lot of information. The sea god was sweating profusely. As the number one sword of Xia country, Chen Changsheng was naturally impartial. Especially since he swore by his sword path, there was no possibility of picking faults. If there's nothing else, Yi Chen, come with me. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere on site froze. Everyone turned their gaze towards the sea god. Yi Chen glanced at the sea god lightly, then obediently followed Chen Changsheng away. It was only after Yi Chen left that the sea god let out a sigh of relief. But inside, he felt a sense of being played with. Yi Chen followed behind Chen Changsheng. This number one sword of Xia country walked with a pace. This pace? Yi Chen seemed to have an epiphany and began to learn from Chen Changsheng. At first, his steps were unsteady, as if he might fall at any moment. Like a baby just learning to walk, he strained himself, his face turning red, controlling his body, trying not to embarrass himself. But as the steps increased, Yi Chen's pace gradually aligned with Chen Changsheng's rhythm. In his heart, it felt as if a gentle breeze was blowing, as if enlightenment had struck. Not bad, Yi Chen, this shadow-dragging sword step, you learned it 8 parts like on your first try. Chen Changsheng stroked his beard, smiling as he spoke. Yi Chen stopped, and the two had already arrived at a pavilion. At some point, Chen Changsheng was already sitting inside, brewing tea. For those who learn the sword, refining the heart is crucial. The state of mind is very important. Among the myriad paths to the divine, besides the sword path, my understanding of the tea path is also quite good. Would you like to try? Yi Chen was not polite and took the teacup, drinking it all in one go. Hee, good tea. I may not know much about tea, but this one is very fragrant. Ha, your personality is not suited for such a tranquil path. Chen Changsheng understood. On the surface, Yi Chen seemed very rough, but in reality, he was politely declining Chen Changsheng's goodwill. However, having learned my shadow step, you could be considered half my disciple. This thought, Chen Changsheng did not voice. Sit down. Chen Changsheng invited Yi Chen to sit on the stone bench. The tea set in front of them disappeared, and a chessboard appeared before Yi Chen. Do you know how to play? Sure, let's play a couple of rounds. What appeared was not Go, but Chinese chess. Yi Chen still knew how to play Chinese chess, and he consecutively defeated Chen Changsheng in 2 rounds. Ahem, I think this chess. Continue. That faint voice carried an undeniable tone that made Yi Chen feel he could not refuse. After winning 10 rounds in a row. Ha, checkmate. Impressive, I lost. Yi Chen looked frustrated, leaving Chen Changsheng both amused and exasperated. You brat, you really know how to put on an act. Not at all. I'm not talking about this game, but there isn't a trace of the demon clan's restrictions within you. This statement made Yi Chen's pupils slightly widen, revealing a look of surprise. Chen Changsheng said helplessly, You brat, there's no one else here. Senior, I don't know what you're talking about. I was indeed restricted by that old man Ziyun, and you were there at the time. I don't have the strength to break the restriction. Yi Chen said this, but Chen Changsheng already understood in his heart. You called me over for something else, right? He deliberately changed the subject. After all, denying it to death would suffice. Chen Changsheng no longer mentioned the matter. I plan to take you as my disciple. I already have a teacher, it's... Chen Changsheng smiled lightly, I know, it's old Gu. I knew it after you entered the martial god camp. Since you already know, you shouldn't act this way. Once a teacher, always a father. Sorry, senior, although I admire you very much, it's a pity that your time of appearance is too late. Although on paper, Chen Changsheng was stronger. Gu Laoshi had done him a favor, even if their time together was short. This protective teacher, Yi Chen had long regarded as both a mentor and a family. His firm tone shook Chen Changsheng's heart. Then, a man in white stepped out from the side. Teacher? Ah, old Chen, I told you, Yi Chen is quite stubborn. You lost, so bring out your treasure. It was the first time Yi Chen saw Gu Tianyi smile so heartily. It seemed that winning against Chen Changsheng made him as happy as winning 500 billion in the lottery. Chen Changsheng sighed, in my life of battles, I, Chen Changsheng, have not lost many times. I never expected that the only 2 times I would fail would be against you too. Forget it, Yi Chen's talent in the sword path is not inferior to ours. Having learned the shadow step, he is qualified to learn this set of sword techniques. A manual was placed in front of Yi Chen. An astonishing aura emanated from this small booklet. Keep it. This is a good thing. Thank you, teacher, and thank you, Sword God Chen. Yi Chen cupped his hands to both of them and then took the small booklet. As soon as he received it, the booklet began to tremble slightly, transforming into a stream of light that surged into Yi Chen's mind. This set of sword techniques is of holy level. If you can fully master it, you will possess the strength of a martial saint. Indeed, it was profound. Yi Chen just took a glance and determined it was not an ordinary item. Chen Chongsheng nodded. Ordinary martial artists would be extremely excited to see a holy-level martial art. Even when he first received this set of techniques from his teacher, he couldn't help but feel thrilled. But Yi Chen remained very calm, as if holy-level martial arts were within his easy reach. This mindset was too stable. He was a good seed for sword practice. A martial artist's mentality determines their limits. Chen Chongsheng shook his head. What a pity. It truly echoed that saying, timing is crucial when entering the factory. If you're late, you lose everything. Teacher. Well done. As expected of my disciple Gu Tianyi, you haven't embarrassed me. Gu Tianyi hadn't been this happy in a long time. He took out his treasured wine to share a drink with Yi Chen. Yi Chen also drank heartily. The two exchanged glances and smiled at each other. Refreshing, good wine. You did well this time, I saw it all. You have my style from back in the day. Previously, Gu Tianyi had been more concerned about Song Jing. Now, he fully accepted Yi Chen in his heart. Moreover, he felt proud and honored to have this disciple. How could I not know that guy's thoughts? I will also pass on a set of techniques to you, and it's even better than that old man's. Yi Chen smiled. Damn it, the competitive spirit between men. As a direct beneficiary, Yi Chen had no objections at all. He hit the jackpot this time. After Gu Tianyi finished imparting the techniques, he left. Before leaving, he assigned Yi Chen some homework. In 3 months, he must master the first 2 levels. He would check a phantom sword step, a top-tier movement technique, and the Jiuxiu sword technique that Gu Tianyi taught Yi Chen was even better. With fierce strength and vigor, 9 layers of clouds, once mastered, can break the heavens. Dominant, I like it. Yi Chen smiled as he accepted the Jiuxiu sword technique, planning to practice it later. After Gu Tianyi left, the illusory scene they had constructed instantly collapsed. He appeared within the martial god camp. After the demon clan left, many of these human prodigies looked as if they had lost their souls. A crushing defeat. Without Yi Chen's appearance, they all might have ended up like those demons. Once Yi Chen arrived, he attracted countless people's attention. Jun Wuxuan came before Yi Chen, revealing a grateful look. Brother Yi, thank you. Yi Chen waved his hand. It's nothing, we're all human, it's what I should do. Just a pity, Brother Yi Chen, you were set with a restriction by that old demon, and it seems you won't be able to advance any further. At first, Yi Chen thought Jun Wuxuan was sincerely thanking him, but the more he listened, the more something felt off. Damn it, if it wasn't a fool speaking, it was intentional. Don't misunderstand, Brother Yi, I've already proposed to my father. Even if you can't improve your strength in the future, to thank you for saving my life, my Jun family promises that as long as you are willing, you can directly serve as an honorary elder of my Jun family. Jun Wuxuan's eyes were full of sincerity. Wow, Jun Wuxuan is quite generous. I heard Yi Chen can only reach the martial zone realm at most in the future, and that's the best case. What a pity for such a peerless genius, but he won't have to worry about food and drink in the future. Many around them envied Yi Chen. The Jun family was also one of the 10 great families of the Xia kingdom. Becoming an elder of one of the 10 great families meant a lifetime of wealth and enjoyment. Yet Yi Chen rolled his eyes, not interested. Then he walked straight towards Bai Ruobing. Remember to urge for updates and follow up, brothers, don't just let the book sit. Crazy Thursday, Vimy 50, and there will be extra updates. 044 having been disrupted twice, a killing intent arose. Jun Wuxuan's outstretched hand awkwardly hung there. Retracting it was not an option, leaving it there was also not an option. The smile on his face became incredibly stiff. After learning about Yi Chen's family background from Bai Ruobing, he initially thought that this poor kid would definitely agree eagerly. But the result was unexpected. This was the position of the honorary elder of the Jun family. Among the 10 great families of the Xia kingdom, with their strong foundations, the position of elder was something countless people coveted. Just by looking at the envious and jealous expressions of the other martial artists nearby, one could catch a glimpse of that. If it were the previous Yi Chen, he might have really been tempted. But now, I'm not really useless. Besides, it's just the honorary elder position of one of the 10 great families. My master is the sword saint of the Xia kingdom, and the number one sword in the Xia kingdom wants to take me as a disciple. Yi Chen didn't care at all about the invitation from the Jun family, one of the 10 great families, especially since Jun Wuxuan was not sincerely inviting him. Yi Chen's current realm had already reached the level of sword heart clarity, and with his sword god physique, he was quite sensitive to hostility. That trace of hidden hatred in Jun Wuxuan's eyes was caught by Yi Chen. He didn't expose it. After all, Jun Wuxuan was indeed a genius from one of the 10 great families. If it weren't for Yi Chen's sword god physique and his clear insight, it would have been hard to notice. Approaching Bai Ruobing, the goddess slightly frowned, her red lips parted. Are you okay? I'm fine. It's not easy to earn the goddess's concern. That's good. If you don't want to be the honorary elder, if there's anything you need help with, I can talk to my father. After all, you were injured on duty, and as the sword god of the Xia kingdom, he will definitely help. I knew it. My Ice wife cares about me the most. If it were my father-in-law inviting me to be the honorary elder, I would definitely agree. In front of others, Yi Chen showed a domineering side. But when it came to flirting, having thick skin was the least useful thing. The goddess was already aloof. There was no need to melt her heart with enthusiasm. Acting aloof would only push the girl further away. Who is your wife, you shameless? The goddess's expression was cold, but the hint of blush on her ears and the slight panic in her tone betrayed her current feelings. This was the first time a boy had spoken such cheesy words in front of her. Although it was somewhat overbearing, she didn't dislike it. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Yi Chen's previous handsome performance and his current shameless demeanor created a contrast that was oddly endearing. While the two were chatting in the corner, Yi Chen prepared to reach out his hand. With the current atmosphere, he could take the opportunity to draw closer to her. The mood was right, plus he was a patient. A series of moves: lean in, lie down, cough up blood, act innocent. He was sure to win the goddess's sympathy and make his plan succeed. This was a great opportunity. But then, an unexpected guest arrived. Just as Yi Chen was about to grasp that snow-white soft hand, a voice sounded from behind. Brother Yi Ruobing, my father wants to invite all the students from the martial god camp to our home as guests. Jun Wuxuan displayed a gentle smile. Some female martial artists nearby showed infatuated expressions. Of course, Bai Ruobing had no reaction upon seeing this. Instead, she frowned, her expression somewhat flustered. The atmosphere was interrupted by Jun Wuxuan, and Bai Ruobing realized that she was almost leaning against Yi Chen. She shot a glance at Yi Chen, who feigned innocence with a shrug. Then, she shot a somewhat disdainful glare at Jun Wuxuan, certain that this guy was doing it on purpose. Brother Yi wouldn't refuse to give face, would he? Yi Chen lowered his head, pretending to think. Bai Ruobing tugged at Yi Chen's sleeve. He should go. Yi Chen was somewhat surprised, but Ice's words made him obediently nod. I'll listen to Ice. The sword of Senior Jun Wang is very elegant and powerful. I've wanted to experience it for a long time. His tone was full of admiration, but the two people beside him knew that this was just the surface act of this guy. Just prepare a little, and wait a moment, my Jun family will send a special car to pick you all up. After saying this, Jun Wuxuan left. As he departed, he gazed deeply at Bai Ruobing's back, revealing an infatuated expression. That perfect profile and body curve met his standards for a partner. Whether it was her figure, family background, looks, or strength, they all struck at Jun Wuxuan's heart. It's a pity that the boy beside her is quite annoying. Aside from strength, Jun Wuxuan believed he could easily overpower Yi Chen in every aspect. He's already a waste, he shouldn't pose any threat. But as Jun Wuxuan looked at Yi Chen, who was very close to Bai Ruobing, his jealousy continued to swell. Coming to my Jun family will make things easier. Jun Wuxuan didn't like to postpone matters that could pose risks. He preferred to nip them in the bud. Are you curious why I agreed to speak for you? Bai Ruobing was about to explain when Yi Chen interrupted her. Not curious, I completely trust my Ice wife. You. This left the usually aloof Bai Ruobing speechless. Alright, I won't tease you anymore, Ice wife you. You're not allowed to say that in front of outsiders. So I can say it in front of you? That's not allowed either. Bai Ruobing said angrily. Okay, Ice wife. Bai Ruobing. What about just Ice? That's not allowed either. Then it's still Ice wife. Bai Ruobing's face turned cold, not wanting to talk to Yi Chen anymore. Seeing the goddess about to explode, Yi Chen quickly changed the subject. Ahem. You still haven't said why. I remember you're not such a tough person. You can refuse Jun Wuxuan, but refusing the invitation from the King's Sword is absolutely unacceptable. Jun Wuxuan is a peer warrior, but the invitation from the martial god senior is something everyone attends. If you don't go and make an exception, it could. Bai Ruobing explained seriously, but didn't notice Yi Chen quietly leaning closer. With a playful smile on his nonchalant face, he asked, "Are you concerned about me?" Raising her head to meet Yi Chen's gaze, Bai Ruobing felt a bit dazed. This golden 45-degree angle overlapped with the image of Yi Chen standing on the arena, confronting the purple cloud demon god. Her long silent heart couldn't help but thump wildly. "The car is here, Yi Chen, Bai Ruobing, you two are the last ones, hurry up and get in the car." Bai Ruobing felt as if she had received a pardon. Saying nothing, she fled like a startled deer. Her steps were not as calm as usual, her hurried and lively pace made Yi Chen unable to suppress a smile. His contrasting charm was put on, but Bai Ruobing was genuinely adorable. Laughing, he looked at Jun Wushuang, who was shouting beside the car. This kid. Little did he know, someone had already developed murderous intent. "I'm typing now, brothers, just finished up, and I'm updating right away. A little gift for love, let's go 045 rather bend than break. I didn't do anything." After getting into the car, Yi Chen found that someone was already sitting next to Bai Ruobing. This was not a problem. Yi Chen directly asked the girl, "Could you please make some room? I'd like to sit here." The female warrior was taken aback for a moment, then stood up to give her seat. "Not a bother. You sit." The girl's face flushed inexplicably. Bai Ruobing had to admit that after battling the demon clan, Yi Chen's tall and domineering figure indeed left a deep impression. Even Bai Ruobing was affected. Not to mention, Yi Chen was already handsome, and when he smiled, the corners of his mouth curled up, looking both charming and sunny. Which young girl wouldn't be captivated, losing her senses and feeling as if her soul had been taken away? Bai Ruobing turned her head, shifting slightly inward. She stared awkwardly at the scenery outside, but in her mind, there was the figure of someone. Yi Chen was direct, taking Bai Ruobing's small hand. "You." Before Bai Ruobing could finish her sentence, Yi Chen rested his head on her shoulder. He didn't dare to go too far. "I'm so tired, can I lean on you for a bit?" The fatigue on Yi Chen's face wasn't entirely feigned. The contact with the opposite sex made Bai Ruobing's body tremble slightly, and then she watched as Yi Chen closed his eyes to rest. In the end, she didn't disturb him. The pleasant scent of lavender wafted into Yi Chen's nostrils, making him feel very at ease. He actually fell asleep resting on Bai Ruobing's shoulder. He didn't realize that he had slept too deeply, his head gradually sliding down to rest on Bai Ruobing's thigh. "You." Initially embarrassed and wanting to scold Yi Chen, upon seeing his steady breathing and silly expression, Bai Ruobing's feelings of shame and anger dissipated considerably. She couldn't help but stifle a laugh. In Bai Ruobing's eyes, Yi Chen's contrasting charm was no less than her own. Yi Chen had a beautiful dream. In the dream, he was holding two large white radishes. The radishes were very smooth. Then, he was abruptly awakened by a slap. The crisp sound echoed throughout the carriage. Covering his face, Yi Chen looked up to see Bai Ruobing, her ears flushed with embarrassment. What was supposed to be an opportunity to get closer had turned into a reason for Bai Ruobing to decide not to speak to Yi Chen for a month due to his sleeping. This was an uncontrollable force, but Bai Ruobing wouldn't give him so many chances to explain. However, the feel was really nice. So smooth. After a 10-minute drive, the group arrived at their destination, Jun Family Manor. "Welcome home, young master. Welcome esteemed guests to Jun Family Manor." A row of neatly arranged maids stood in two lines. This scene shocked some martial artists who had never seen such grandeur. Yi Chen had only seen such things in novels and films. The 10 great families, not to mention anything else, were indeed wealthy. With excellent mental fortitude, Yi Chen felt shocked but didn't show it. Moreover, he quickly shifted his mood. He would have all of this. There would be bread, and there would be villas. As for maids, he wanted a truckload. How impressive. Is this what the 10 great families are like? "Jun Xiao, your home is so big, can I come over often?" Many female martial artists threw flirtatious glances at Jun Wushuang. But Jun Wushuang didn't care, he simply smiled faintly, ignoring those fawning individuals. "Feel free to wander around, my family's manor is large, and there are various entertainment facilities." Everyone nodded. Then Jun Wushuang walked up to Yi Chen. "Brother Yi, since you're here, I invite you to spar in my family's training room, how about it?" Jun Wushuang's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Yi Chen frowned, his tone calm yet imposing. "You can't beat me, why seek humiliation?" Many people around didn't leave, and upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the air around them felt colder. Bai Ruobing looked at Jun Wushuang as if he were an idiot. This guy was probably really dense. She still didn't know about Jun Wushuang's hidden affection for him. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense, and everything would be explained. Jun Wushuang wasn't unaware of Yi Chen's strength, he was just trying to prove a point. Hearing Yi Chen's words, he suppressed his anger. "It's just a spar, winning or losing isn't important. You're too weak, I'm not interested." He had already been polite enough, but Yi Chen gave him no face at all. Moreover, this was in her home. This made Jun Wuxuan feel utterly humiliated. But Jun Wuxuan also felt he had lost his composure. Seeing him so close to the goddess by ruwabbing, he couldn't hold back. Even if he lost, he wanted the goddess to see his spirited side. Very childish, but this is a man's desire to win or lose. But who would have thought that he would be humiliated by Yi Chen? He was just about to explode, when a middle-aged man laughed heartily and walked towards the crowd. Dad! Senior Jun Wangjian. Wow, this is the Junzi sword of Xia country, Senior Jun Wangjian. Old Deng is well maintained, standing next to Jun Wuxuan. They look less like father and son and more like brothers. Seeing the renowned Senior Jun Wangjian approaching him, a powerful aura seemed to suffocate him. He had just dealt with the younger generation, and now the elder had arrived. Like father, like son. This Jun Wangjian was not a magnanimous person. Just now, he had been watching the scene where his son was angrily confronted. Oh, not bad. Yi Chen's aura surged, rising to the sky, his back straightening. Even though his legs were pressed down, creating a small pit in the ground, both his legs and back were perfectly straight, showing no signs of bending. Better to bend than to break. Quite tough. But Jun Wangjian sneered, overbearing easily breaks. He didn't understand this principle. Young man, your path is getting narrow. He continued to apply pressure. Yi Chen's calves sank into the ground, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. But he remained like an arrow, unyielding. This was Yi Chen's sword path. Senior Jun Wangjian, thank you for your guidance, I have gained a lot. Jun Wangjian was momentarily stunned, then laughed heartily. You're welcome, young friend. Yi Chen is indeed impressive, Schwanger is not as good as you. Both wore friendly smiles. But in their hearts, they were secretly cursing each other. Old fox, pretending, you clearly want to force me to kneel and apologize. Young fox, you've done enough. If you really break this sword, I can't take that responsibility. Jun Wangjian kindly pulled Yi Chen back. He was also showing Yi Chen who was in charge. This was his Jun residence, and it was not his place to be arrogant. But the next second, Yi Chen's expression changed. Oh, so this is how the famous Jun Wangjian treats the heroes of the human race. Yi Chen stood up and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Everyone's expression changed. They looked at Jun Wangjian with strange eyes, and Jun Wangjian's face darkened. He blurted out the grievances in his heart. I didn't do anything, young friend Yi Chen, you. As soon as he said this, Yi Chen spat out another mouthful of blood, coughing incessantly, scaring everyone. This data is a bit better than the last one. I originally wanted to do 3 updates, but due to some unexpected events, I can only do 2 for now. Tomorrow, 3 updates. If I can't do it, punish me. Punish me with 4 updates the day after tomorrow. 046 Jun Wangjian softens cough. Yi Chen's face was pale, extremely weak. He really looked like he was in a bad state. And Jun Wangjian explained, I really didn't touch a hair on young friend Yi Chen. He was truly wronged. I was already seriously injured, trapped by the Purple Cloud Demon Clan's restrictions, and you used the pressure of the martial god realm to suppress me, worsening my internal injuries. Yi Chen trembled with every step, but the stubbornness and determination in the young man's eyes moved the surrounding talents. You invited us here, you wouldn't be unaware of this matter, would you? Yet you suppress me, causing me to be injured again. Is this how the Junzi sword of Xia country treats its guests? Although Yi Chen's body was unsteady, his voice was powerful and resonant, striking at the heart. The speaker was highly infectious, and those around him were also touched by this sorrowful and painful emotion. Bai Ruobing looked at the young man with heartache and then stepped forward to support Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled gently at the goddess and leaned into Bai Ruobing's embrace. I can't accept this, Senior Jun Wangjian. Are you going to kill your junior? A direct attack is easy to dodge, but a hidden arrow is hard to guard against. I can withstand the pressure of the demon clan, but to be killed by my own people, my passionate heart, how it hurts. Pain. So painful. Even Jun Wangjian's son, Jun Wuxuan, felt that his father had gone too far. Jun Wangjian's cold face trembled slightly. He scanned the crowd. Those present were all talented individuals who had come from all over the country to participate in the training. The questioning expressions on their faces made Jun Wangjian feel troubled. Yi Chen, do you have any evidence that I harmed you? Jun Wangjian retorted. Yi Chen, disdainfully resting in Bai Ruobing's embrace, enjoyed the care of the beautiful woman. He wore a look of derision, speaking slowly. Senior Jun Wangjian, do you think we, the talented of the Xia kingdom, are blind? The moment you arrived, you suppressed me. The eyes of the crowd, and the deep pit I guessed on the ground, are the results of your unleashing the martial god domain. After saying this, Yi Chen displayed a heartbroken expression. Although I don't want to doubt, are you perhaps related to the demon clan? Impudent! Jun Wangjian suddenly erupted with a powerful aura. Your tongue is quite sharp, even if I suppress you, so what? You are still alive. As a martial god, my decisions and actions are not for you to comment on. At that moment, Jun Wangjian no longer appeared elegant, revealing the pride of a martial god. He almost fell for Yi Chen's words. A sword was thrust into the ground beside Yi Chen. If Bai Ruobing hadn't raised an ice wall for protection, Yi Chen would have been injured by the suddenly erupting sword energy. At this point, Bai Ruobing couldn't help but speak up. Senior Jun Wangjian, this is excessive. Young lady of the Bai family, do you wish to intervene? Even if I did harm him, so what? Then Ruobing will report this to the director of the Demon Suppression Division and request them to adjudicate. And the director of the Demon Suppression Division was none other than her father, Bai Ruobing. Yi Chen comfortably lay in Bai Ruobing's embrace. At this moment, Bai Ruobing, with a cold face confronting Jun Wangjian, was poised and full of spirit. Why do I feel like a little delicate wife? Although the position was a bit strange. But one must admit, Ice's figure is truly excellent. The others dared not breathe a word, while Yi Chen lightly said, Ice is right, Senior Jun Wangjian, I will report this to the Demon Suppression Division. Upon hearing this, Jun Wangjian fell silent for a moment. He raised his head again and slowly walked in front of the two. Bai Ruobing remained calm. Yi Chen was not intimidated either. The talented pair faced the martial god, their momentum completely unyielding. Bai Ruobing was already accustomed to facing such big figures, and Yi Chen was completely carefree. He dared to perform in front of a group of martial gods. What was that? Yi Chen knew that Jun Wangjian wouldn't dare to act against him in front of so many people. Jun Wangjian could not lose his authority. But this matter was indeed a bit tricky. One move could affect everything. Strength meant little in the Xia Kingdom. Touching upon some taboos, for instance, today's incident could be big or small. Yi Chen's current identity and status within the Xia Kingdom were also very sensitive. A voice echoed in Yi Chen's mind. Yi Chen, today's matter is my fault, let's talk inside. The tone was still somewhat firm, but Yi Chen smiled. Jun Wangjian had backed down. Yi Chen didn't know the secret sound transmission technique, but he knew what to do. Reluctantly straightening up from the soft embrace, Yi Chen smiled and smoothed things over. Everyone, it's a misunderstanding. Just now, Senior Jun Wangjian transmitted the truth to me. He didn't mean to do that, and what I said earlier was completely due to my poor tone as a junior. The dignity of the martial god is inviolable, Yi Chen shamelessly declared. The earlier tragic momentum had completely vanished. It was as if nothing had happened. It was all the fault of the juniors. Everyone, please disperse. Bai Ruobing was momentarily stunned. Did she make Bai excited? Everyone listened in confusion to Yi Chen's explanation. Even Jun Wangjian admired Yi Chen's shamelessness. But with things developing this way, it was easier to resolve. He was just afraid that Yi Chen was a hothead, just to annoy him. Senior Jun Wangjian has something to discuss with me privately, let's go. Everyone, enjoy your meal and have fun. Yi Chen left alone with Jun Wangjian, leaving the crowd in bewilderment. Bai Ruobing came to her senses, lowered her head, and saw her crumpled martial arts uniform. Her face instantly flushed with embarrassment as she found a secluded corner to tidy up her clothes. Everyone supervise me, I will definitely post 3 updates today. Here's the first one. 047 free is indeed the best. In the Jun family's study, which was even larger than Yi Chen's 69 square meter home. As soon as he entered the study, Jun Wangjian stopped pretending. The elegant aura around him vanished. In its place was a chilling atmosphere. The entire room didn't even need air conditioning. The temperature dropped below freezing. Yi Chen casually sat down in the chair at the desk, calmly playing with Jun Wangjian's ink and paper. Not only that, he even crossed his legs. Senior Jun Wangjian, threatening me is pointless. You wouldn't want my report to the Demon Suppression Division about your public pressure on me, would you? Yi Chen began grinding ink for himself, then picked up a brush and started writing on the paper. Jun Wangjian said nothing but retracted his imposing aura. Although he was quite displeased, he had to admit that this kid had a lot of nerve. To remain calm as water in front of a martial god was no easy feat. Speak, what compensation do you want? I just like talking to smart people like you. My requests are all written on this paper. If you agree, this matter will be settled. Jun Wangjian didn't move, lightly waved his hand from his sleeve, and the paper appeared in his hand. After examining it carefully, this is no problem. However, I have a question for you. Please go ahead, Senior. The two actually had no deep-seated hatred. One was standing up for his son, while the other was purely seeking revenge. Heaven had given Yi Chen a second chance, and with the heavenly sword domain by his side, he was unwilling to suffer grievances. Even if that person was a powerful martial god, it was the same. Why do you refuse to become an honorary elder of my Jun family? This was the reason why Jun Wuxuan suppressed him. The seemingly gentle Jun Wuxuan was actually not that easy to get along with. His heart was vast. Yi Chen's refusal had caused his dissatisfaction. I simply don't want to be someone else's dog, it's that simple. Senior Jun Wangjian should be able to sense my temperament, right? With a brilliant smile on his face, Yi Chen ignored Jun Wangjian and stood up to walk outside. Just as he reached the door, he paused, not looking back as he waved his hand behind him. Senior Jun Wangjian, don't forget to deliver the items. I've already filled in the address. Only Jun Wangjian remained in the study. He picked up the crumpled rice paper and murmured softly, the writing is good, the person is good. His state of mind is like water. The brush moves like a dragon, and the words are full of boldness. But then he shook his head, crumpled it up, and tossed it into the trash can. Ambitions are great, but without corresponding strength, one might not be able to stand firm. Jun Wangjian muttered to himself and ordered someone to prepare the items Yi Chen needed. After leaving the study, Yi Chen hummed a little tune. The bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. Although extorting a martial god is too risky, offending a martial god is a last resort. I now have the materials to upgrade the Liuhua sword. I can start the next phase of the trial. These materials weren't cheap. If he bought them himself, he might not even be able to afford them if he sold himself. If I could borrow money from the rich girl by ruobbing, that would be possible. It's not impossible, but free things are indeed the most enjoyable. I can't write anything, can I, Xiaojiu? My life is like walking on thin ice. Can I even finish this book? As I write furiously, there's still one more chapter, brothers. Given how hard Xiaojiu is working, 048 a devil has been forced out, sister. My sister brought her boyfriend home. Jun family mansion. Everyone, I have something to discuss with Yi Chen, so we will head back to Magic City first, Bai Ruobbing said to the crowd. Yi Chen was already waiting for her at the door. Jun Wuxuang frowned, Yi Chen is leaving, but why don't you stay a little longer? The banquet is already prepared. This time, my father has prepared the meat of the imperial-level demon beast, Hell Tiger, which is very rare and usually hard to come by. Thank you for your kindness, Ruobbing, but this guy is a patient, and I can't just leave him alone. Only when it came to Yi Chen did Bai Ruobbing's attitude change. Staring at Bai Ruobbing's back, Jun Wuxuan felt a surge of resentment. Until the two figures disappeared, a voice exploded in his ear. You're very unwilling, right? Being pointed at and called useless, yet unable to fight back, feeling powerless, right? Father. Being reprimanded by his father in front of others made Jun Wuxuan even more unwilling. A tiger father does not raise a dog son, he is your motivation. What you need to do is defeat him with your own hands before reaching the martial sovereign realm. But father, how should I do that? Though he was reluctant to admit it, he felt powerless when facing another peer who was always seen as the exemplary child. Jun Wangjian looked at Jun Wuxuang at that moment and smiled rarely. Without experiencing setbacks, one cannot grow. Yi Chen's appearance is also a good thing. Yi Chen, his mindset far surpasses that of his peers. In this regard, you may find it hard to surpass him. But, precisely because of his outstanding talent, he often overlooks the things behind him. The fastest way to improve your strength is to constantly experience life and death crises. Schwanger, the upcoming trials will be very dangerous, but this is your only chance to defeat him before Yi Chen becomes a martial sovereign. The probability of death exceeds 50%. Are you willing to accept it? If you don't participate, in less than 2 or 3 years, Yi Chen will be unable to improve due to the demon clan's restrictions, and you will still be the top genius of your age group. Jun Wangjian said lightly, but Jun Wuxuang clenched his fists and said firmly, I want to defeat Yi Chen, only then will I have the qualification to conquer the ice mountain. I want to defeat Yi Chen fairly in front of Bai Ruobbing and win the beauty. Good. Follow me. Pursuing women is not a bad thing. To unleash potential, various external stimuli are needed. Women, power, these are all forms of ambition. Having stood at a high position for too long, Jun Wuxuang's ambition gradually retracted. But this time, Yi Chen's appearance harshly rubbed Jun Wuxuang's pride into the ground. And Jun Wangjian's purpose was not only to teach his son but also to let him take revenge. As a martial god, he couldn't easily intervene. But if it were his son? In the competition among warriors, swords and blades have no eyes, it's normal to miss. A flash of ruthlessness flickered in Jun Wangjian's eyes. The return from the imperial capital to Magic City was quick. Taking the magic airship, it took less than 2 hours to get back. The second time riding it, there was no novelty. Moreover, with a beautiful companion by his side, time felt like it passed even faster. After getting off the plane, Yi Chen and Bai Ruobbing walked together towards the Bai family's mansion. It wasn't as luxurious as the Jun family, but the Bai family was also one of the top 10 families in the Xia country. In Magic City, they were among the top 3. Every inch of land in Magic City is worth its weight in gold. This more than 1,000 square meter duplex 3-story villa is a sky-high price. Mainly, having money doesn't necessarily mean you can buy it. Sister, you're back. A lively little girl came up to him. Did you bring me a gift? Ha? Who is this? Then, Dad, Mom, Sis brought a man home. Bai Ruolan's voice was piercing, even the maids outside the house could hear it. At midnight, shouldn't we reward him? 049 Dealing with the mother-in-law and sister-in-law, joining the demon suppression army. At the dining table, Yichen felt that this meal was even more nerve-wracking than facing hundreds of demons and confronting the demon Lord Ziyun. Come on, Xiaoyi, eat some vegetables. It was still Bai Wushang's wife, Bai Ruobing's mother, who first broke the silence. Thank you, Auntie, I can serve myself. A piece of braised pork, with a perfect mix of fat and lean. As the wife of a martial god, her cooking was excellent, not inferior to a 5-star restaurant. A 5-star restaurant? This taste is indeed quite similar to that of a restaurant. He had doubts in his heart, but Yichen didn't point it out. What if the mother-in-law's cooking was really that good? That would be awkward. Even if it wasn't, it had to be. Is it delicious? Auntie's cooking is really great. Good, Xiaoyi, eat more. The mother-in-law's test was passed. The young man looked spirited and handsome, and the smile in the mother-in-law's eyes never faded. However, the way the sister-in-law looked at him was off. Just eat, Lon, why are you staring at Yichen? Not only did Yichen notice, but the mother-in-law spoke up before him and even tapped Bai Ruolan on the head. It's nothing, I just think Yichen looks a lot like an old friend of mine. By the way, Yichen Gij, do you play Sword Net? Sword Net? I think I played it once. Yichen didn't pay much attention, he only played it to complete a task in the sword domain. Who else is like you, not doing anything serious and just playing games all day? Bai Shuwening was really worried about her little daughter. Mom, I'm not bad either, just my talent isn't as good as my sister's. You're so biased, my sister can do anything, and Sword Net can also help train strength, okay? Bai Ruolan pouted, dissatisfied. Yichen also explained, indeed, Auntie, I've played a bit too. Although it can't compare to real-life and death battles, Sword Net does have its merits, it's not as useless as you say. Hearing Yichen's words, Bai Shuwening's expression softened a bit. Let's eat first, we'll talk about other things later. Bai Ruobing clearly inherited her father's traits. Bai Wushang was also very silent at the dining table, and she was the first to finish eating, then said to Yichen, after dinner, come with me. Yichen nodded. However, Bai Ruolan was quicker than Yichen, finishing her meal first and then pulling Yichen aside. He didn't know what the little girl wanted to do, but if the sister-in-law's request wasn't too excessive, Yichen wouldn't refuse. You log into your Sword Net account, and we'll add each other as friends. Bai Ruolan had extra equipment, allowing Yichen to log in. After going online, a familiar figure appeared before Yichen. Great, it's really you. Bai Ruolan angrily took off her gaming helmet and gritted her teeth. What a coincidence. What a coincidence, I didn't expect it to be you. Yichen's mouth twitched, this world was too small. The martial artist he had brutally killed last time turned out to be Bai Ruobing's sister. Moreover, he had been continuously rejecting others' battle invitations. I've been too busy lately, no time to log into SwordNet, so I didn't see the messages. I didn't mean to, Yichen said somewhat ingratiatingly. If you want me to forgive you, you have to help me with something. Sure. Seeing a chance to ease the tension, Yichen breathed a sigh of relief. Especially between him and Bai Ruobing, it seemed their relationship had taken a step closer, but the public display of affection was still a revolution yet to be won. Building a good relationship with Bai Ruobing's family was very important. Bai Ruobing's younger sister was the closest family member to her, and meeting the younger sister's demands would provide an opportunity to gather information about her sister. Bai Ruolan also knew that Yichen couldn't refuse. Seeing Yichen hesitate, she played her trump card. If you agree, I'll give you my sister's interests and her swimsuit photos. Then, what do you want me to do first? I formed a team with my friends to participate in the 13th Sword King Cup, which has rich rewards. We are short one person, and you just need to join us. If someone could handle such self-torture, they must be a master. Bai Ruolan was indeed a girl addicted to the internet, but she was clever. A man recognized by her father must be exceptional. Her father and sister had similar personalities. Bringing him home was more than just recognition. With Yichen's participation, Bai Ruolan had other ambitions. Yichen frowned, but I might not have the time. He came here because Bai Wuxiang called him over to join the anti-magic army. He still had to prepare for the college entrance examination, and he might not have the time. It's fine, the competition is held online, you just need to log in at night. Only the finals require physical presence, so it won't affect you. Yi Chen Jiji, you should have time, right? Bai Rulan directly resorted to her cute tactics. Who could resist that? The little loli with white hair, wearing white stockings and sporting twin ponytails. Her features were very similar to her sister Bai Ruobing, but Bai Ruobing could never make such a cute expression. This, who could resist? Alright, I agree. Yay! Hee, it's settled, my big bear plushie is waving at me. Isn't it just a plushie? Can't you buy it yourself? Yi Chen asked the unusually happy Bai Rulan. You don't understand, getting it through my own efforts is different from just buying it with money. Besides, this is a global limited edition. After Yi Chen agreed and registered online with Bai Rulan, he walked towards the door. Get in the car. Bai Wuxiang had been waiting for Yi Chen in the car for a while. Yi Chen stepped into the military green off-road vehicle. He didn't expect Bai Wuxiang to be quite wild. The off-road vehicle drove up the mountain. Put on the blindfold, you don't have the right to know the location of the military base yet. Yi Chen nodded and put on the blindfold as instructed. This blindfold was very high-tech, directly blocking all of Yi Chen's senses. The sounds around him disappeared, and he couldn't even discern sounds. Everything felt muted. Most people would panic. This was also part of Yi Chen's assessment. He didn't know how long it had been, but when dawn broke, Yi Chen felt a bit uncomfortable with the bright light and squinted his eyes. Congratulations on passing the assessment and officially joining the anti-magic army. 18,291. 21, this is your number. 050 camp assessment, underestimated? Not bad, a good seedling. It's rare to see a newcomer so calm during their first camp. Indeed, but it's a pity he has been restricted by the Demon Lord. One person shook his head. Old Chen, that's hard to say. Even if his future potential is limited, a young man with such a mindset will definitely become a sharp blade. Even on a small battlefield, such talent is needed. Every move Yi Chen made was observed by the military bigwigs in the shadows. Sitting in the center was none other than the head of the Demon Suppression Division, Bai Wuxiang. He didn't speak, but a hint of appreciation flashed in his eyes. Sipping his tea, he only commented with one word, good. Indeed, not bad. You're not in the capital, I watched the whole thing. This young man, I have my eye on him, I want him in the Tiger Roar camp. What are you trying to steal? Yi Chen has joined the Demon Suppression Army. This was personally approved by the director. Director, I want Yi Chen to join my Tiger Roar camp. Can you make it happen? A burly man clasped his fists and spoke to Bai Wuxiang. Bai Wuxiang shook his head, his strength is still insufficient. Once he steps into the martial sect and passes the assessment, I will give him the opportunity. With Bai Wuxiang speaking, the camp leader of Tiger Roar camp fell silent. Yi Chen was unaware that he had become the subject of observation for the military bigwigs. He felt a bit dazed. No wonder he's the sword god Bai, he really knows how to pose a challenge. He only brought him to the military camp, leaving the rest for Yi Chen to handle himself. What if it were someone with social anxiety? Yi Chen also had social anxiety, but it was of a different kind, known as a social terrorist. He directly found a yurt, pulled back the curtain, and walked in. Wow, so fierce? This, directly ignoring discipline? I've imagined countless scenarios, but I didn't expect this kid to be so wild. Everyone was shocked, including Bai Wuxiang. No wonder, daring to tease my daughter in public and provoking the Demon Lord to set up restrictions. This kid, what else is he afraid of? Bai Wuxiang knew a bit more than the others, the military's rules were strict. But this kid might just be suitable for the Demon Suppression Army. The martial artists who were training were startled by Yi Chen's sudden intrusion. Everyone reflexively stopped their movements. Yi Chen, dressed in a black and white martial arts uniform, stood out remarkably. Seeing the astonished gazes, he quickly thought of something and shouted, "Surprise inspection! Is everyone here?" His voice was strong and steady, intimidating everyone. After a few seconds of daze, everyone put down what they were doing and lined up. The one at the front was the squad leader. Start counting off. 1, 2, 15. Stand at attention. At ease. Report. Inspector, Blood Battle Squad, a total of 15 people, all present. The squad leader saluted Yi Chen. Yi Chen, unfazed, calmly said, "Very good, but for the next training, remember to dress properly. If a female squad leader comes to inspect, it won't look good." "Sorry, Inspector, can we make an exception? This brother here made a great contribution yesterday and drank too much, so." The squad leader had already believed in Yi Chen's identity. Such surprise inspections were too common. Although Yi-Chen wasn't in military uniform, his aura was unmistakable. He looked young, but in the military, judging a person's strength by appearance could lead to a big loss. Moreover, being able to enter this military camp without a uniform meant his identity was definitely not simple. So, no one doubted Yi-Chen's identity. Yi-Chen chuckled lightly. I understand. I'll pay attention next time. Thank you, Inspector, it won't happen again. This is. A package was shoved into Yi-Chen's palm. The squad leader was making all sorts of gestures. The social niceties were in full swing. After the inspection, Yi-Chen pretended to leave, then suddenly turned back, making the soldiers a bit anxious. By the way, where do I go for the inspection of the Demon Suppression Army? Demon Suppression Army? Does anyone know how to get to the Demon Suppression Army? I don't know. I've never heard of it. This is the first time I've heard there's a Demon Suppression Army around here. Yi-Chen frowned. What's going on? If they didn't know, then he had pretended for nothing. How was he supposed to get there? Inspector, the anti-magic army you mentioned is the one that was just established recently, right? I know. If you go further in, there's a stone tablet. Okay, I got it. Yi-Chen turned around and removed his disguise. He walked out of the camp, heading in the direction the soldier indicated. Is this really possible? Director Bai intended for Yi-Chen to find it himself, but who would have thought this kid would even disguise himself as an inspector? What's going on with the blood battle camp? They can't even tell the real instructors from the fake ones? An officer from the military shouted angrily, tomorrow, the blood battle camp will all face punishment. Don't be hasty, you can't blame them. Even our elite troops might not recognize it. The people in the blood battle camp have decent intelligence gathering abilities. The anti-magic army was just established, and many teams still don't know about it, yet these guys do, so they aren't completely useless. Yi-Chen was lucky, there were experts within the blood battle camp. In this military camp, 70% of the teams were unaware of the anti-magic army's existence. This was a special operations team just formed by the military. Only teams fighting on the front lines, in the heat of battle, would have the opportunity to come into contact with the anti-magic army. With the information he received, Yi-Chen easily found the location of the anti-magic army. Here, there was only a stone tablet and a well. 3 people were standing nearby. None of them were in military uniforms. One of them waved at Yi-Chen. Huh, brother, you're here to join the anti-magic army too, right? Yi-Chen's eyes lit up, and he nodded slightly. Sure enough, we all came to join the anti-magic army. How did you find this place? Yi-Chen was curious. Generally, people wouldn't have the guts to barge into another team's territory and disguise themselves as inspectors. Find? My elder brought me here. What do you mean? The report address is written down. You didn't read it, did you, buddy? Yi-Chen's words made the others feel that he was somewhat unreliable. But Yi-Chen instantly understood that he was different from the others. Thanks to Desiaz for the generous gift, the king of gifts, the top supporter, thank you for the continuous support. And to the other brothers for their love and contributions, though not much, it's the thought that counts. So, there will be an update later. 051 The assessment begins, a brutal elimination system. A few young men misunderstood Yi-Chen. Yi-Chen couldn't be bothered to explain. 2 of them clearly stood a bit farther away from Yi-Chen. They didn't want to associate with a fool. The anti-magic army, this kind of special team, isn't something just anyone can join. This foolish kid didn't even care about such important address information, clearly not taking this assessment seriously. They had no desire to engage with someone so unprepared. Yi-Chen sensed their attitude in an instant, but he didn't mind. The young man who had been enthusiastic towards Yi-Chen at first still maintained his warm demeanor and tried to get closer to Yi-Chen. Brother, where are you from? Everyone in my village calls me Black Boy, you can just call me that too. He was indeed quite dark-skinned. Yi-Chen could also sense the simple and honest aura of the boy with dark skin in front of him. The 2 quickly hit it off. Meanwhile, the other 2 were even more disdainful of Yi-Chen and Black Boy. Black Boy was just a nickname. In reality, this simple young man was 1.9 meters tall, towering over Yi-Chen, who was 1.82 meters, by a good half a head. Yi-Chen also affectionately called him Black Boy. The name was just a code. Black Boy's simple warmth made Yi-Chen feel very comfortable. Yi-Chen, my dad sent me here. We've been standing here for an hour, and no one has come to pick us up. They aren't going to make us jump into this well, are they? Haiwa's question was also the confusion of the 2 beside him. Yi-Chen leaned closer to the well, casually picked up a stone from the ground, and then threw it into the well. What? What are you doing? The young man in a branded martial arts uniform beside him wanted to stop Yi-Chen, but it was too late. What's wrong? Are you out of your mind? If it really is an entrance and there are people down there, What if you hit someone by throwing things into the well like that? They had thought about the well being an entrance, but none dared to try easily. Each had their own concerns. Even Haiwa swallowed hard, feeling a bit nervous. Yi-chen, I know this is too reckless. Haiwa wasn't foolish to participate in the Demon Suppression Army's assessment. But Yi-chen smiled and said, it's fine. If there really are people down there, can we be blamed? If they didn't clarify beforehand and got hit, how can they blame us? Until now, a very faint sound came from below. Everyone shuddered. Did you all hear that? Yes. The few exchanged glances. Those who could participate in the Demon Suppression Army were not weak. It's probably about 1,000 meters deep. Should we go down? We'll know when we take a look. The well opening was 2 people wide. Even a 200-pound fat man could squeeze in. When Yi-chen fell, he wasn't in free fall. At such a height, even a martial artist couldn't withstand it. He initially wanted to rely on the wall for support, but the slippery wall provided no friction. Once Yi-chen went up, he couldn't slow down at all. He wasn't flustered. Instead, he showed a knowing expression. Right, it must be here. The assessment is coming. Following Yi-chen were Haiwa and the others. Yi-chen didn't speak. If he fell at this speed without any protection, although he wouldn't die, with the physical quality of a martial artist, serious injury was inevitable. Below was water, but falling at such a high speed was no different from hitting concrete. If one really thought there was water below and did nothing for protection, they would be a fool who wouldn't even know how they died. The military certainly didn't want foolish martial artists. Without brains, how could one fight against the demon race? But this little assessment won't be difficult for me. The wall couldn't be used for support. This challenge was to test how a martial artist could safely reach the bottom in such a short time. Yi-chen directly summoned Shao-Chi. Isn't this considered cheating? Relying on external strength, isn't that taking shortcuts? Some frowned, but the camp leader of the Tiger Roar camp, who had a good opinion of Yi-chen, said nonchalantly, a white cat or a black cat, as long as it catches mice, it's a good cat. I actually think Yi-chen's solution is the most labor-saving. The battle pet itself is part of a martial artist's strength. This is a red fox, the beast closest to the royal bloodline among the myriad races. If you have the ability, go capture one yourselves. This statement left some people speechless. Bai Wushang didn't express anything. Yi-chen didn't think too much. He just summoned Shao-Chi without overthinking. When he reached the underground, Shao-Chi steadily hovered on the water's surface. This lake wasn't small. Shao-Chi floated on the water and flew forward for about 3,000 meters, and the two finally arrived at the designated location. 2 people were already standing outside the door. Seeing someone riding a battle pet, they showed surprised expressions. Yi-chen landed steadily and then put away Shao-Chi. Young man, your battle pet is quite beautiful. A fox with red fur is not simple. The two exchanged glances. This batch actually had such a martial artist. Congratulations, you've passed the assessment. Not bad, your speed ranks in the top 3 of this batch, but the assessment has just begun. The Demon Suppression Army is not something anyone can join casually. Next is your final assessment after entering the camp. Seeing Yi-chen's battle pet, the 2 members of the anti-magic army had a relatively good attitude towards him. Especially since Yi-chen was the first to arrive among this batch, they had high hopes for him. Brothers, can you share some details about the upcoming assessment? Yi-chen asked directly. Interesting, you've already considered us as teammates? You kid, quite ambitious. I don't mind telling you. Anyway, the next step will test your own strength. Everything else is useless. In our anti-magic army, strength is the most important. Next is the brutal elimination battle, one-on-one combat. Once the other 3 arrive, only half of you will be able to join the anti-magic army. Yi-chen nodded, his expression unchanged. 10 minutes after him, Haiwa also crawled up onto the shore, drenched. Yi-chen pulled him up. Thanks, Yi-chen. No problem, Haiwa, your stamina is impressive. Yi-chen relied on his battle pet, but Haiwa swam over such a long distance without even breaking a sweat, indicating his good physical condition. Haiwa scratched his head shyly. I often train by the river in the village, this distance is nothing. After they arrived, a few more minutes passed before the other 2 arrived late. They looked much more disheveled, lacking the calmness of Yi-chen and Haiwa. The 2 had just reached the shore and hadn't even caught their breath. The assessment begins. Choose your opponents and fight. The 3rd watch has arrived. 052 being treated like a soft persimmon? That sword, deep as the galaxy. This is unfair. One of them retorted before he could calm down. Yeah, we just got here, at least let us rest for a bit. Yi-chen and Haiwa had arrived much earlier than them, especially since Yi-chen's martial arts uniform was as clean as new. Rest? This is the military. If you don't follow the rules, you can go back where you came from. The short-haired, red-haired soldier said disdainfully. He didn't take the two seriously at all. Do you know who my dad is? I don't give a damn who your dad is. Even if your dad is the commander of the military, he still has to follow the rules. The short-haired guy's eyes showed even more disdain. He came from a poor family and hated such connections. The nearby cultured officer smiled faintly. Sorry, this is the rule. If you don't comply, I'll consider you two to have forfeited. Sorry, my friend means no harm. He just feels it's a bit unfair. Can we have some time to adjust our breath? No, you have 10 seconds to choose your opponents. Those who arrive later have the right to choose first. They initially thought it was first come, first served. They didn't expect that the later arrivals would have an advantage. This made the two brighten up. I want to choose him. I choose this one. The two set their sights on Yi Chen. Good brother, let me have a go. I'll take him. No way, let's settle it with rock paper scissors? Their words made the two officers show a teasing expression. Kid, it seems they think of you as a soft persimmon? Yi Chen shrugged indifferently. These two had thought Yi Chen was weak from the start. After all, Heiwa, wearing only a white tank top, had explosive, knife-like bronze muscles that looked formidable, while Yi Chen was treated like a fool from the beginning. Naturally, he became the weaker one. Soon, among the two, the young man with yellow hair won the rock-paper-scissors against the other, earning the chance to battle Yi Chen in the royal city. Ha, this time I'm definitely joining the anti-magic army. The blonde-haired youth showed no regard for Yi Chen's face. In front of everyone, he said, so confident? Yi Chen replied with a smile, of course, I've encountered most of the geniuses in the Magic City Circle, and there's no one like you. You can't even find the meeting point, and you think I can't defeat you? You talk too much, instructor, can we start now? Yi Chen asked. Feel free, you can start any time, and the other two can begin as well. There are no rules, we only need two. As soon as these words were spoken, another martial artist beside the blonde youth moved. His target was not the black boy but Yi Chen. After hearing the rules, the two decided to work together to eliminate Yi Chen. Before Yi Chen could make a move, the upright and simple-minded black boy beside him got angry. We agreed on one-on-one, and you two are sneaking in attack. Behind the black boy stood a towering Buddha shadow. The two instructors nearby were shocked. This is such a strong aura. I didn't expect this rural lad to be a master. This gene sequence is at least S level. The two exchanged glances, and the short-haired man spoke, interesting, I didn't expect the quality of this last batch of reserves to be so high. The other two are not bad either, although I dislike the aura of rich kids, having money is indeed good. The two who ambushed Yi Chen were stopped by the black boy alone. The black boy also suffered, being knocked back several meters with empty hands. The two rich second-generation youths were deeply shaken. This is troublesome, I didn't expect there to be a master. That Buddha is so strong, my S-level shadow stab sequence is not as good as his. That's right, this black-skinned boy is probably a strong man with an SS-level gene sequence. I didn't expect there to be such a talented youth in the mountains, with an SS-level thousand-handed angry Buddha sequence. It's a very advanced gene sequence. This rural boy, having cultivated to the martial god realm, can directly summon the angry Buddha projection, not at all inferior to an SSS-level sequence. The potential is limitless. Indeed formidable, he stopped two S-level gene sequence martial artists with just his bare hands. Several military bigwigs commented. Yi Chen and the others were naturally unaware. The short-haired man in the crowd frowned. Did you notice? Of course, that black-haired boy leaning on his sword is the most extraordinary. I remember his name, it's Yi Chen, right? When the three had a conflict, he was completely unaffected. If he were weak, being at the center of that explosive damage would have left him severely injured. Seeing the subtlety. Only a master can discern the details in battle. The black boy wanted to go again, but his hands had already been injured by two king-level weapons. This is the power of money. Yi Chen stopped the black boy. Let me handle this, thanks, I've decided to be friends with you. The black boy was a bit confused. You want to take on two? It will be quick, don't blink. The black boy initially thought Yi Chen was being inexplicable, but he quickly understood what it meant. It was indeed very quick. Yi Chen raised the Liuhua sword in his hand, and a river of flames began to spread. Then, there was nothing more. It really was just the blink of an eye, and the black boy couldn't comprehend it anymore. The two fell awkwardly into the water hundreds of meters away. The two examiners were dumbfounded. Until Yi Chen approached them, the short-haired man swallowed hard. What? What do you want? Don't be nervous, instructors, please help those two, otherwise, they might drown. The two, regaining their senses, fished the two out. Then, very roughly, they kicked their backs to force the water out of their stomachs. The two who regained consciousness looked at Yi Chen in fear. I originally thought that Heiwa was already a master. I didn't expect there to be another master? That sword strike was terrifying. Yi Chen, right? What is the name of that sword strike? The more refined blue-haired instructor asked curiously. Even he, a martial sovereign, couldn't see it clearly. He only felt a deep galaxy flowing slowly before him. This. Yi Chen pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke. Let's call it breaking the galaxy. It can't be something you created yourself, right? You just thought of that name on the spot, didn't you? Mysterious little numbers, 7115916120053 over 50 S-Class Gene Sequence Warriors? 1000 Anti-Erosion Body. The crew-cut man placed his palm on the stone pillar, successfully unlocking the palm print. The cave opened, revealing a different world inside. Outside the cave, the rocks were jagged, but inside it was highly technological. The walls and floors were made of ultra-high-density alloy. S-Class meteorite alloy? Yi Chen exclaimed softly. Heiwa was truly like a country bumpkin entering the city, his eyes filled with curiosity. What is meteorite alloy? It feels so smooth. Heiwa even slammed his hand against the metal wall, his arm stinging from the impact, but his eyes revealed an excited expression. It was as if a wolf had seen a sheep, a man starved for desire had encountered a naked, graceful maiden, that kind of fiery excitement. Such a hard material. Brothers, if I join the Demon Suppression Army, can you make me a pair of iron gauntlets from this material? Today's battle made Heiwa realize that strength is not everything in power. If he had a pair of suitable weapons, he wouldn't have been injured just now. Do you know what this is? It's S-Class meteorite alloy, so don't think about it for now. Yi Chen, you kid, you know quite a bit. Before obtaining the sword domain, Yi Chen's strength was lacking, but his mind was sharp. If his combat power was lacking, at least he should have a skill. By the way, you little brat, that move just now, you definitely created it yourself, right? Yi Chen smiled but did not answer. Hurry up and answer me. You know the importance of S-Class meteorite alloy, right? If you really created it, I can give you some. Although it's a bit expensive, I can still manage to give you enough for an inner armor. Instructor, I want some too. Heiwa's eyes lit up. Go away, go where it's cool. The crew-cut man impatiently pushed Heiwa aside. At that moment, Heiwa realized that he, known for his strength, had been easily brushed aside. The instructor before him, though not muscular, was incredibly powerful. Inner armor? Not bad. Let's say it's self-created, right? The instructor keeps his word? Wow, you really created it? I knew it, I won, and I'm willing to accept the bet. This was indeed the content of the wager. Instructor, you won't go back on your word, will you? Of course not. What I won is worth more than just one piece of inner armor. Once you become an official member of our Demon Suppression Army, I will definitely give it to you. This statement carried significant weight. As they spoke, the group had already passed through the several hundred meters of tunnel. Noisy sounds came from ahead. More than 10 individuals appeared, all wearing purple-black uniforms matching those of the crew-cut man and others. They've arrived? You two, go ahead. Yi Chen and Heiwa, confused, stepped into the line. Everyone is here, let's begin. Before Yi Chen and the others could inquire about the situation, a grand and imposing voice rang out, silencing all the warriors instantly. Strong presence. Yi Chen also felt suppressed by this voice, as if his whole body was bound. Among the hundreds of warriors present, only Yi Chen moved his arm slightly. Ha! Yi Chen felt a gaze fall upon him. He then withdrew his struggling arm. Others could only stand there in a daze, and when they came to their senses, the entire base was already silent. Congratulations to all of you for passing the first round of assessment. Now, the 102 martial artists here have become the reserve force of my Demon Suppression Army. To join the Demon Suppression Army, one must be a rare genius among thousands. Among you, half are martial artists with S-level gene sequences or above. This statement made countless people's pupils dilate. Almost a quarter of the young geniuses in the entire Xia country were gathered here. So many? I thought my A-level gene sequence was already strong. I was the best in my town and was specially recruited. I didn't expect there to be so many geniuses. Is S-level common now? Fortunately, I'm an SS-level sequence. In this situation where SSS levels aren't appearing, it shouldn't be hard for me to join the Demon Suppression Army. No one stopped them from talking. These geniuses from various places freely discussed. The curious Heiwa beside Yi Chen asked, Yi Chen, what level is your gene sequence? Could it be the legendary? Heiwa whispered. He was honest and simple, not a fool. If Yi Chen's SSS level identity were to be quietly exposed, it might cause some negative effects. Me? Yi Chen pointed at himself. Let's just say I'm an S-level sword demon sequence. Just say? Why are you so uncertain? Although it's not very strong, Yi-Chen, your strength is still quite impressive. After learning that Yi-Chen was only an S-level gene sequence, he admired him even more. I'm an SS level 1000-handed angry Buddha sequence. Impressive. So perfunctory, Yi-Chen. The fighting spirit within Heiwa surged. Yi-Chen smiled. At this moment, that voice continued, alright, please be quiet. The self-introduction segment is over. Next, only 10 martial artists or fewer among all of you can join the Demon Suppression Army. If there are 10 or more remaining, the assessment will continue, selecting 10 out of 100, or even fewer. The elimination rate was not low. It should be noted that half of them were martial artists with S-level gene sequences or above. For example, in the Magic City No.1 high school where Yi-Chen was, there were no more than 10 martial artists with S-level gene sequences. However, Yi-Chen noticed that quite a few people were older than him. Of course, with Yi-Chen's already mature physique, he was about the same size as those in their 20s. As everyone was in shock, the assessment began. A pool appeared before the 100 martial artists. When they saw what was in the pool, everyone's expressions changed. Some even cursed loudly. What the hell, isn't that a heart-eating ant? What the heck, this is a nightmare for those with entomophobia. Damn, I'm not afraid of bugs, but what are all these ants for? Come on, you don't even know what heart-eating ants are. Are you all just a bunch of muscle-bound gorillas without brains? These things feed on flesh and blood, don't be fooled by their small size. The lowest level is Martial Master Realm. With this physique, at least peak Martial Master Realm, and some have even become Martial Generals. Damn, there are at least tens of thousands of them. Even Yi-Chen felt a bit of a chill. He wasn't afraid, but the sight of so many ants was unsettling. Very well, the first challenge is to use these heart-eating ants to train your body. We have already set up restrictions. Once you enter this pool, all the spiritual energy meridians in your body will be sealed, and you can only rely on your body to endure. 10-second countdown. Any martial artist who hasn't entered the pool will be directly eliminated. 050 for the most handsome guy. Did you cheat? The weak were still hesitating. Meanwhile, the confident martial artists leaped into the pool the moment the voice fell. These hundreds of people are the pride of the Xia Nation. Their temperament and talent are not comparable to ordinary people. More than 10 martial artists, without hesitation, dove into the swarm of ants. Their massive bodies were far too tempting for the ants, especially since many of the martial artists, having gone through the first round of assessments, bore wounds to varying degrees. These heart-eating ants particularly enjoyed feeding on blood. Moreover, the genes of these geniuses were even more enticing to them. Hiss hiss hiss. The sound of inhalation echoed continuously. The entire pool was stained red. The ants quickly crawled all over the bodies of the martial artists. Many felt unbearable itching and pain, unable to resist swatting at them. Don't move, anyone who kills a heart-eating ant will be eliminated. Those who can't hold on will also be eliminated. There are 5 seconds left. Martial artists who haven't entered the pool will be eliminated. All are geniuses, and no one is willing to back down. Those who chose to join the military had long been mentally prepared. In the final second of the countdown, everyone entered the pool. The blood had already turned the entire pool red. The last to step into the pool, Yi-Chen, gritted his teeth. If it really gets unbearable, I'll just run. One couldn't blame Yi-Chen for lacking willpower. It was just that he possessed the sword god body, and sooner or later, he would be able to take off. Why should he endure such inhumane trials? He didn't have to join the military. With that thought, Yi-Chen prepared to leave. Listening to the painful sounds of the martial artists around him, Yi-Chen was ready to give up the assessment. But something strange happened. Around Yi-Chen, many heart-eating ants clung to him, but Yi-Chen felt not a single sensation. Many heart-eating ants tried to tear through his defenses with their sharp mandibles, but in the end, they only shattered their own mandibles and could not break through Yi-Chen's sword god body. He almost forgot that he possessed the sword god body and didn't need to panic at all. Beside him, Heiwa had already held on for 5 minutes. He turned to Yi-Chen and said, Yi-Chen, these ants are too fierce. They're even crawling into my pants. It's so exhilarating. Heiwa gritted his teeth, his rough voice turning sharp. At this moment, more than half of the hundreds of martial artists had been eliminated, yet the assessment was still ongoing. No one dared to move recklessly. The martial artists sitting above had hardly any intact flesh left on their bodies. Yet Yi-Chen's voice remained strong. It's okay, keep it up. It should be over soon, don't lose heart. Enough. Enough manliness, Yi-Chen, I've never admired anyone before, you're the first person I respect. This round was not only a torment of body and mind but also an extreme test of the martial artist's willpower. Nearby, a group of instructors were chatting and laughing with great interest. Ha, this group of rookies is just repeating the path we walked before. Not bad, this batch of reserves is stronger than our last, and there's still half left. But the first round has a hard requirement to eliminate at least 1/3. The longer you hold on, the more painful it will be. In their words, these instructors were all gloating. Ha, those two kids are still in. Indeed, Yi Chen and that Hei-Wa, they are quite impressive. The refined instructor nodded slightly, acknowledging the two. However, the buzzcut red-haired instructor chuckled. That kid Yi Chen has a chance to become a formal member. I'm curious if he can still be so arrogant. Back then, even you were crying for help. The refined instructor's expression darkened at the mention of his past, clearly a very unpleasant memory. Another half-hour passed. A voice rang out, martial artist number 69, consciousness fainted, quickly pull him up. The assessment is over, the remaining martial artists can get up. Upon hearing this voice, everyone felt as if they had been granted amnesty and jumped up directly. Hei-Wa rolled on the ground, shaking off the ants. All the prodigies displayed their unique abilities, some set fire to burn the ants. In no time, the heart-eating ants on their bodies were dealt with. Hei-Wa felt a burning pain all over, especially in his lower body, which made him feel extremely humiliated. It wasn't just him, this was everyone's first reaction. Some martial artists with average physical fitness found it hard to stand or sit. Their skin was bitten all over. Hei-Wa gritted his teeth and sat on the ground. This was the most common position chosen. Others followed suit and sat down. The flesh on their butts was the most, with a relatively large area of pressure, while the soles of their feet had a smaller area, resulting in greater pressure and more pain when standing. Suddenly, a gasp broke the silence. There's someone still holding on. What? Is it true? There's a monster still using the heart-eating ants to train? Do you think it's possible that the person has already fainted? Are you stupid? If he had fainted, he would have been carried away long ago. The military can determine that, since he's still in the pool, it means this martial artist is still conscious. What a tough guy, I want to see who it is. Hei-Wa's heart was shaken, he considered himself invincible in body. Among the 100 martial artists present, most were crying out in pain. This physical pain, even if not voiced, caused many to tremble. Only he and a few other martial artists could remain calm. And he, Hei-Wa, could stand tall, becoming one of the few. He couldn't help but want to show off. Among these people, the only one he recognized was Yi Chen. He began to search for Yi Chen's figure. After scanning around, he found no sign of Yi Chen. After a long moment of reflection, he shouted, Yi Chen, where are you? Hearing Hei-Wa's voice, Yi Chen in the pool instinctively moved slightly, making a sound, and with his movement, some ants on his face fell off. He moved. Has he finally reached his limit? So abnormal, this monster finally can't hold on anymore. At this moment, Hei-Wa finally sensed something was off. What the hell, Yi Chen, are you in there? Yi Chen? The martial artist in the pool is called Yi Chen? Impressive, I've never heard of him, but he's probably an SSS level gene sequence martial artist. This invincible body is too strong. Countless people marveled. Discovered, Yi Chen pondered for a moment and decided to stand up. He slowly walked out of the pool. Countless people gasped, and the venue fell silent. Yi Chen felt the scorching gazes, hundreds of eyes widened, fixed on him. At that moment, he became the center of the world, as if he had become the sun. After a brief silence, the buzzcut red-haired instructor spoke first. Yi Chen, did you cheat? 055 The Red Lion took the initiative to apologize, the focus of the entire scene. Countless heart-eating ants that had been clinging to Yi Chen's sword god body slid to the ground. Those blood-red ants crawled back into the pool in an orderly manner. One officer closed the pool. These heart-eating ants were quite a rare species, only brought out during assessments. Everyone stared at Yi Chen's unscathed skin. They looked at themselves, and little Pearl couldn't help but feel like crying. This person was infuriatingly impressive. Even Hei-Wa was extremely angry. Why were they in the pool, being crawled on and bitten by thousands of ants, tortured to a non-human state, while this guy seemed completely unfazed? The Red Lion, the red-haired officer, instinctively thought Yi Chen had cheated. I didn't, instructor. Yi Chen's innocent tone came through. Of course, he also didn't know how to explain. Perhaps my body is relatively strong, and these ants can't break through my defenses? Yi Chen's explanation left the talented individuals present unable to accept it. But I am an SSS-level immovable king sequence, a top-tier sequence specializing in defense. Among all sequences, rank 1092, you are a sword cultivator, specializing in attack power. It's impossible for you to be stronger than me in defense. This genius was quite low-key, but he knew that after the test, he certainly wouldn't be able to remain low-key. Aside from Yi Chen, he was one of the few martial artists present who had suffered the least damage. In fact, one could say his defensive power was the highest among everyone present. Yet, even so, he was still in a sorry state, with his skin torn and flesh exposed for the first time, and he had even been ambushed by a few heart-eating ants. The surface of his skin had been trained to be as tough as steel. Just practice more? Yi Chen's words left him speechless. How could there be such a shameless person? The instructors present exchanged glances. They were merely members of the Demon Suppression Army, responsible for screening these new recruits and selecting the strong among them. The strongest among them was merely at the Martial Emperor realm. They couldn't see the profound strength of Yi Chen's sword god body at all. Just then, a voice rang out. Yi Chen recognized that familiar voice. No problem, Yi Chen's physical body is an extremely powerful defensive Dao body. In terms of physical strength, Yi Chen is even stronger than those instructors present, which is why they can't see it. There is no cheating. I, by Wushang, can guarantee that Yi Chen is fine. He hasn't used any external objects, his body has already formed a powerful defensive mechanism. Bai Wushang's explanation made some martial artists present nod in understanding, albeit vaguely. Yi Chen let out a sigh of relief and cupped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Lord Bai Jian God, for the explanation. It's nothing, I don't fully understand the specifics either. This is Yi Chen's own fortuitous encounter. You all have your own secrets and methods to some extent, right? If there are no questions, then let the assessment continue." Bai Wushang's voice faded away. He was also shocked. This kid actually had a divine aura in his physical body. He didn't tell anyone else, only used Yi Chen's strong physique to explain. It was this trace of divine aura that actively resisted the bites of the heart-eating ants. It's better not to say too much. Yi Chen has awakened his domain and now possesses a divine body. I should find a chance to have a good chat with him. The assessment continued, and the Red Lion approached Yi Chen. "I'm sorry, I was impulsive and wrongfully accused you without understanding your situation." The Red Lion was straightforward. He asked questions when he had doubts. If he made a mistake, even though Yi Chen was just a rookie, he would apologize candidly. It's fine, the other martial artists present probably feel the same way. It's human nature, even I, when encountering such a situation for the first time, would inevitably misunderstand. Yi Chen didn't dislike the Red Lion's straightforward personality. After apologizing to Yi Chen, the Red Lion turned around, revealing his wild side. The assessment continues, take a 5-minute break. The remaining 33 martial artists, if you want to withdraw, do so early. The next assessment will not be easier than this one. And his gaze sharpened, causing the martial artists present to feel a chill run down their spines. His powerful aura stunned quite a few people. The next assessment won't be as gentle as the first. Last year's death rate for this round was 20%. Even if you all have decent qualities this year, among 30 people, at least a few unlucky ones will die here. Do you have the awareness of death? The Red Lion's serious demeanor didn't seem like he was trying to scare them. After speaking, he turned and left in a handsome manner. This guy is really putting on a show. I'm not exaggerating, last year, several from our group died. That's true, but without such awareness, how can we fight against the demon race? It's far more cruel to select those warriors who lack the courage and strength than to bleed in the assessments. A group of rookies, though their talents might surpass those of the instructors, could tell that these instructors were not joking. The tragic and serious aura surrounding them made it clear that what Instructor Red Lion had just said was true. Yi Chen returned to the team. He had also fought against many demons. The enmity between the demon race and the human race is truly a matter of life and death. He knew that Red Lion was not joking. As Yi Chen rejoined the ranks, some people squeezed forward. "Brother Yi Chen, I'm sorry about what happened earlier. I didn't expect you to major in swordsmanship and have your body refined to such a powerful level. I, Li Jianlong, admire you." Even the instructor had softened. Li Jianlong didn't want to offend this outstanding talent favored by the White Sword God. "It's nothing." Yi Chen waved his hand casually. "Big brother Yi Chen, you're amazing. Yu Beishui, have never admired anyone but you. Big brother Yi Chen, you must be an SSS level gene sequence, right?" "No, I'm just an S-level warrior." Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. An S-level gene sequence, so fierce? I understand why the White Sword God values Yi Chen. You all know the White Sword God, right? He was once just a C-level gene sequence and has now reached the martial god realm. Yi Chen may not have top-tier talent, but with such formidable strength, he must have put in more effort behind the scenes than we S-levels. No one doubted Yi Chen's words. Because there was no need to. At their level of S and above, some S-level sequences could even unleash more powerful combat capabilities than SS-level gene sequences. Gene sequences are merely a form of talent. It is the effort and opportunities that determine future achievements. Yi Chen had no intention of forming deep connections with these geniuses. Warriors who approached him only after realizing his strength could be friends, but they valued his power. On the contrary, Yi Chen walked straight towards Hei-Hua. Those who actively showed kindness before knowing your strength could be true friends. 056 Forming a group? Yi Chen's choice? Yi Chen, you're the strongest warrior I've ever seen. Hei-Hua didn't know what to say. He smiled shyly, praising Yi Chen. Thank you, you're not bad either. I noticed you performed similarly to those SSS level gene sequence warriors. The difference between S level and SSS level is just one rank, but they belong to different classes. Those who had approached him were all SSS level. Of course, in Yi Chen's eyes, there was no difference. Not really, I often plant rice in the fields and do farming, so I get bitten by mosquitoes a lot. The bugs from my hometown are quite poisonous, this is nothing. Hei-Hua's words caught Yi Chen's attention. Oh, Hei-Hua, where is your hometown? Yi Chen became curious. The bugs from Hei-Hua's hometown were even higher in rank than the heart-eating ants. The crops grown there were probably not ordinary agricultural products. Wuming village, that's what our village is called. Don't tell anyone else, my great-grandfather said I can only tell my closest friends. Yi Chen, you have to help me keep this secret. We've just met, why do you consider me your closest friend? What if? It won't happen, Yi Chen. My grandma told me to just follow my instincts. My gene sequence can determine whether a person's heart is pure. Yi Chen, your sword heart is clear, you are a person of pure thoughts. Then we are friends. Can I visit Wuming village next time? Outsiders can't enter, but I'll help you talk about it. If it's you, it shouldn't be a big problem. It's fine, if it doesn't work, I won't force it. How long will you be here? I'll treat you to something to eat. The mouth-watering chicken at the restaurant near my house is cheap and satisfying. As a foodie, Hei-Hua instantly drooled. Mouth-watering chicken, I've only had it once when I went to the city. Listening to this, Hei-Hua couldn't help but drool. Besides mouth-watering chicken, there's also sticky rice duck intestine rice rolls. Just hearing Yi Chen's descriptions made Hei-Hua feel like he was about to float away. If you treat me to a meal, no matter what, I'll take you into the village. This simple rural boy had no idea that this was all part of Yi Chen's scheme. Or rather, it wasn't a scheme, it was a genuine exchange of sincerity. With such a robust physique, that nameless village was clearly not simple. Although I have the sword god physique, who wouldn't want to be stronger? Especially since Xiao Yi Chen also needed to strengthen himself. The warriors nearby formed small teams, getting to know each other. During this time, other warriors wanted to interject, but Yi Chen merely nodded politely. Whether they could become comrades still depended on the upcoming tests. Friends are not about quantity, but quality. These people should first survive the next challenge. Time's up, who wants to withdraw? Hongshi stood at the front, his eyes wide open like an angry lion, scanning the crowd. Some people looked nervous, but no one withdrew. After staring at everyone's faces for a while, Hongshi smiled faintly, his mouth twisting. Follow me, enter inside, and kill all the magical beasts inside to come out. This round of assessment is either you being wiped out or the magical beasts being wiped out. Everyone was sent into an arena. As the young talents stepped inside, their wounds had yet to heal. The smell of blood lingered in the air. Roar! Kakiko-wo! Countless eyes appeared silently. Crack crack! The surrounding iron bars opened. Dust flew up as 33 young talents were surrounded by hundreds of ferocious beasts. These magical beasts were far from weak, and some even had bloodstains around their mouths. 33 warriors, 66 magical beasts, each person must kill an average of 2 magical beasts. There is also competition among you, only the top 10 warriors in kills can enter the next round. Not only did they have to wipe out the magical beasts, but there were also requirements for the number of kills. At this moment, they were not just comrades but also competitors. Seng is quite clever. Hei-Hua, this rule is pretty much what we thought. Yi Chen, you're really sharp, you guessed it. From now on, I'll listen to you, definitely can't go wrong. The two exchanged smiles and formed teams as previously agreed. The others nearby all had their own thoughts. Earlier, Li Jianlong found Yi Chen, and beside him were several warriors whose aura was not weaker than his. Yi Chen, I know you two have teamed up. Including me, there are 4 warriors on my side. We all have SSS level gene sequences, so with you two, we have 6 people. At this moment, a 4-person group walked over. Brother Yi, Brother Li, we 4 have agreed from the start to advance and retreat together. We all come from the same place, the weakest among us is S level, including me, and the rest are SS level. Li Jianlong frowned, somewhat dissatisfied. Although joining their 4 made exactly 10 people, they were only SS level. Why should that be? In his view, those ultimately selected must be the strongest. Although Hei-Hua was only an SS level gene sequence, he had a good relationship with Yi Chen, and the two were almost bound together. Moreover, Heiwa truly lived up to his rural origins. He was strong and robust, appearing tall and sturdy. His performance in the first round was also commendable, barely earning the recognition of their small group. Don't be in a hurry to refuse us. We four know that our strength is inferior to yours. But we only seek to advance. As long as we meet the minimum number of monster kills, the rest can go to you. Upon hearing this, Li Jianlong's furrowed brow relaxed. Such a proposal was not entirely unacceptable. This young man was clever, he preferred to collaborate with intelligent people. I think it's feasible, so. Yi Chen did not speak, but Heiwa interjected, however. I don't really want to team up with you. I've already discussed it with brother Yi Chen, we will form a team just the two of us. Heiwa spoke very directly. It wasn't that he looked down on these people, but he genuinely found it hard to accept such group behavior. In his view, a strong person should earn their advancement fairly. This kind of clumping together did not align with his martial philosophy. Especially if, due to such clumping, the weak pushed out the strong, that would be even worse. Not far away, the instructors were watching the commotion. As expected, just like before, they are not thinking about dealing with the monsters, but rather about profit distribution first. I'm curious, what will this Yi Chen do? Will he take charge, or? Thanks to It's Lu, not Lu Air for the explosive updates *1. Thanks to Kamisato Ayaka for the update charm *1 and to the other brothers for their love and support. There are too many to list, please forgive me. In a hurry, I won't say more, still 3 updates today. The results are gradually improving, so let's keep writing 057 not of the same dimension brother Yi. What do you think? Li Jianlong was quite disdainful of Heiwa, but he did not express it directly. He knew that ultimately, whether their group could form a team depended on Yi Chen's decision. Yi Chen did not disappoint Heiwa. He straightforwardly rejected the proposal of the two groups. Sorry, everyone, I never considered teaming up with anyone else from the beginning. Yi Chen's calm voice rang out. He threw a punch. The speed was incredibly swift, startling Li Jianlong. Before he could react, a fierce wolf that was about to ambush him was sent flying by Yi Chen's punch. Yi Chen frowned. Huh? Not dead? If a fierce beast was killed, the counter on the wristband would increase by 1. Thanks, this fierce beast is mine now. Although his punch did not kill the wolf, it struck the wolf's temple. The blue wolf, hit at a vital point, lay on the ground twitching. The surrounding martial artists knew this was a great opportunity to pick up the spoils. Sorry, Yi Chen, but I'm taking this one. Although I feel bad, brother Yi, this monster is nothing to you, but for us, killing one more gives us a better chance of advancing to become official members. A group of people, like wolves, wanted to pick up the spoils. This magic wolf had already lost its combat ability in a short time. Be careful, if you don't want to die, get out of the way. A martial artist suddenly said. The martial artists surrounding the magic wolf instinctively dodged. A sharp sword pierced the magic wolf's heart. Precise and swift. Everyone turned their heads, revealing their anger. Yi Chen, are you being ungrateful? Are you crazy? Do you want our lives? It's just a magic wolf, is it worth being so petty? Yi Chen, your vision is too narrow. Yi Chen showed no signs of hesitation. If it weren't for a martial artist noticing and warning them in advance, those who dared to touch Yi Chen's spoils would be furious. Yi Chen wore a cold expression. Did I ever say I would let you have it? I'm just finishing off my prey. In the stands. How cold-blooded. I didn't expect this seemingly polite person to change so drastically on the battlefield, the refined instructor remarked, somewhat surprised. This year's group is quite strong, but did they underestimate the assessment? This isn't a casual simulation like they usually play. Underestimating the battlefield will come at a cost. The Red Lion cast a disdainful glance. Just as his words fell, those martial artists still fuming with frustration were suddenly attacked by the magical beasts. These beasts had been confined for a long time and had undergone countless life and death trials. Their crimson eyes represented slaughter. Yi Chen could easily kill the magic wolves, but that didn't mean others could handle it with ease. The two small teams led by Li Jianlong, who had been rejected by Yi Chen, fought separately. Without Yi Chen as their big leg to lean on, the entire team led by Li Jianlong had no interest in the other 4 deadweights. They found this assessment not difficult. Yi Chen was relaxed, but he didn't exert his full strength. Even so, his performance was the most stunning among everyone. This kid, is it like playing? Unbelievable. I knew Yi Chen would be strong, but this is too easy. These magical beasts are either the rare beast kings among martial masters or some have even grown to the martial general level. When we just became official members, we could kill them, but it wasn't this easy. The refined instructor's expression turned serious. He can still hide his strength, he's on a completely different level from the others. A freak, he's even creating a battlefield for his companions to test themselves. It's too exaggerated. Indeed, this trial put pressure on others. Although Yi Chen was merely a martial master, his strength had long surpassed the ordinary martial master level. In fact, to stimulate Haiwa's strength, he killed enough magical beasts and deliberately vacated the battlefield, allowing Haiwa to face 2 opponents. While he stood by, showing no mercy to any martial artist or magical beast that dared to approach. Thanks, Yi Chen. Go for it, Haiwa. I won't help you, this is the path you chose. Don't let me down. I really like your character, but I also don't want my companions to be weak. Yi Chen didn't need to say superficial words to Haiwa. The simple, dark-skinned boy responded with a smile. As long as I have breath left, I, Haiwa, will never give up. At that moment, both of them smiled. Although it wasn't a life and death separation, the 2 early-stage martial general magical beasts before them could truly take Haiwa's life. Come on. Haiwa's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had already disregarded life and death. In his eyes, there were only the 2 big guys in front of him. Although not as good as Yi Chen, this Haiwa is also a monster. If it weren't for Yi Chen setting the bar, this guy would probably be the most terrifying presence in this cohort. Haiwa fought barehanded against the 2 martial general magical beasts, battling in the most primitive way. He surprisingly didn't fall behind at all. This stamina is incredible. How was this body trained? It's like a human Tyrannosaurus. He won. He really won. Covered in wounds, Haiwa excitedly tore off the heads of the 2 magical beasts, roaring with full momentum. The wounds on his body, torn by the beast's sharp teeth, bled profusely, but he didn't care at all. Do you want to continue? Yi Chen spoke lightly. Haiwa chuckled. Of course, I want to continue. I haven't had enough fun yet. At this level, I can't break through. I don't have the qualification to advance with you. Crazy. This monster. The battle continued. This time, Haiwa was not so lucky, surrounded by 2 magical beasts. His stamina was exhausted. Just as the fierce beast was about to devour him, a young boy stood in front of him. Countless sword shadows swayed and danced. The 2 magical beasts he had been entangled with for a long time were easily dealt with. Haiwa lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for air. He completely forgot that this was an assessment. The last time he was this exhausted was when he was 5 years old, fighting for his life against a tiger in the forest. What a relief! Haiwa, who always prided himself on his unmatched stamina, was utterly worn out. Impressive. Yi Chen pulled Haiwa up from the ground, smiling at him. Haiwa forced a smile. I'm still far from you. Ha, no need to compare with me. How could he compete with someone who was so extraordinary? Among the martial artists without technology, Haiwa's strength was already formidable enough. The talented individuals present, even the SSS-level martial artist team led by Li Jianlong, with their 6 SSS-level martial artists surrounding and hunting 2 magical beasts, were not as fierce as Haiwa. This black-skinned boy is really fierce. After tearing apart 2 magical beasts, he fought to a standstill with 2 others. What does that even mean? The truly strong one is the one standing beside him. He was dazzling in the first round, and now, with just 1 move, he easily dealt with the magical beasts that took all 6 of us to surround and kill. No need to look anymore, these 2 have already secured their spots for advancement. After a round of discussion, they still had to face the assessment. Yi Chen had no intention of continuing to kill magical beasts. The number on his arm had reached 13, with a total of 66, while Haiwa closely followed, having killed 9 magical beasts. Together, they had slain 22 magical beasts in the arena. There were only 10 spots for advancement, and the 2 had already locked in 2 of them. The 2 leaned against the edge of the arena, chatting. There were no reckless magical beasts daring to provoke them. In fact, they were too afraid to provoke the fair-skinned, handsome boy. The corpses of the magical beasts in front of them were enough to intimidate all the beasts. At this moment, the refined instructor and the Red Lion approached Yi Chen. Instructor Red Lion. Instructor by Feng. Haiwa wanted to get up, but his body was completely drained. Although he grew up in the mountains, drinking spring water and ignoring worldly affairs, his upbringing was excellent. It's fine, you can sit. You too, are you interested in joining our White Lion team? Hearing this name, Yi Chen curiously asked, there can't be only 2 instructors in the White Lion team, right? You guessed it right, it really is just the 2 of us. In the eyes of Red Lion and Bai Feng, Yi Chen and Haiwa were the 2 most outstanding among all the talented individuals present, and joining the anti-magic army was already a done deal. As the instructors who had the most contact with Yi Chen, they invited the 2 to join the team in advance. Yi Chen fell silent, lost in thought. They turned their gaze to Haiwa, who quickly shook his head. I'll follow Yi Chen. Haiwa was already tightly bound to Yi Chen, Wherever Yi Chen went, he would follow. Yi Chen, what do you think? Instructor Red Lion, what are the benefits if we join the White Lion team? Although Yi Chen had a good impression of the two, he would not make a decision so easily. Bai Feng smiled wryly, it's fine, no rush. The two of them hit a wall. But this kind of genius, who was far ahead in the assessment, indeed had the qualifications to be proud. They were not dissatisfied about joining the anti-magic army in advance. After the two left, Heiwa spoke up, Yi Chen, you clearly want to join, right? Why didn't you agree earlier? Don't rush, let's talk after the assessment is over. If something is too easily obtained, it won't be cherished. This sentence nearly burned out the simple-minded Hei Pai youth's CPU, but as long as he knew he could follow Yi Chen, that was enough for him. Half an hour later, in the arena littered with the corpses of magical beasts, only 10 youths remained. Their eyes were either filled with excitement or brimming with confidence. Of course, there were a few who were calm and collected, fully prepared. Good. You few are all elites who have passed through numerous challenges. Hongshi's sharp gaze softened considerably. The quality of this batch was indeed excellent. Hearing the acknowledgement from the official members of the Forbidden Magic Army, even the proud SSS-level gene sequence geniuses couldn't help but smirk. Many prodigies felt a pang in their noses. Life had been a tightrope walk for them, and among them, a few looked particularly miserable. The most unfortunate one had originally been a handsome young man in white, but from the root of his left ear, an ugly scar slashed diagonally to the corner of his right eye. It looked quite disturbing. But, don't celebrate too early. In the final round, the martial artist who completes the assessment can officially join the Forbidden Magic Army. There is no limit on the number of people. If all of you can complete it, you can all become official members. All of you, step forward according to your rankings from the previous assessment. Yi Chen, who killed 11 ferocious beasts, stepped forward. Yi Chen took half a step forward, stepping out of the line, attracting everyone's attention. Originally, you could choose one from these 10 tasks, but I'm sorry, I have to tell you something. Among these 10 tasks, there was originally another martial artist who could also choose. But, if you don't choose this task now, the last place in the assessment will be eliminated. The pressure was on Yi Chen, and the martial artist in last place was nearly numb. He forced a bitter smile, but that smile had lost its former charm. He was Lu Yu, the white-clad martial artist who had lost his handsome appearance in the previous assessment. Everyone looked at him. Lu Yu's friend asked, Instructor, why not give him a chance? Lu Yu held his friend's arm. I'm not as skilled as others, I can't blame anyone. If I had killed one more ferocious beast, I would have ranked 9th. He and the one before him were actually tied, both having killed 2 ferocious beasts. But, he was slower in dealing with the beasts, so he ended up at the bottom. Yi Chen remained cold and unaffected by this matter. Instructor Hongshi, why is this task something only I can complete? Do you want to know? Hongshi's expression was somewhat strange. Yes, otherwise it wouldn't be fair to the other martial artists. We need an explanation. Then I'll tell you. Because your looks are the best among these 10. This task is meant for you. Arriving late, I am punished with 3 updates today. 059 Sacrificing for humanity, the enchanting serpent demon queen. Upon hearing this, all the martial artists present had somewhat unnatural expressions. Instructor Hongshi, your statement is too absolute. Everyone's aesthetic is different. Whether Yi Chen is the most handsome is not for you to decide. Can you say that with more confidence and not so quietly? Fine, I admit it. Yi Chen's looks are indeed a bit higher than mine. Everyone couldn't hold back anymore. This guy was ranked lower among the 10 martial artists. Heiwa was just dark-skinned, but his features were quite regular. Even the disfigured Lu Yu was better looking than this prematurely aged youth who resembled a 30-year-old uncle. There was originally another candidate, Lu Yu. This task requires you to infiltrate the lair of the demon race's snake queen and become her male pet. Without a certain level of attractiveness, you won't be able to complete this task. Upon hearing the Red Lion's explanation, everyone suddenly understood. Lu Yu also felt a deep sorrow. A bitter smile appeared on his lips. What was this all about? It seemed that heaven was playing a big joke on him. If Yi Chen was unwilling to take on such a task, he would have no chance and would be directly kicked out by the anti-magic army. Yi Chen frowned and asked, are there different rewards for these tasks? They're all the same. Completing any of them allows you to join the anti-magic army. However, for each task, I only require you to complete the first part, but martial artists who exceed the task will receive additional rewards. Yi Chen, I want to remind you that this task may not necessarily be the most suitable for you. Please consider it carefully, the Red Lion advised. He had high hopes for Yi Chen. Although Yi Chen was powerful, he was also quite attractive. But this task that relied on looks was definitely not the best choice. If it were someone else, he wouldn't even bother to remind them. Thank you, Instructor Red Lion, I understand. I choose this task. Luyu was extremely nervous, and upon hearing Yi Chen choose the Snake Queen task, his heart finally relaxed. The Red Lion frowned. Are you sure? Yi Chen nodded. I'm very sure. Alright, this is your choice, and I respect it. Next, Heiwa stepped forward. Back in the line, Luyu found Yi Chen and said gratefully, Thank you, Yi Chen. No need to thank me, I was already a bit interested in this task. Yi Chen, no need to explain. Instructor Red Lion has already reminded us that there are tasks more suitable for you. Regardless of whether this one succeeds or not, I want to thank you for giving me a chance. No matter what, I'll treat you to a meal. Okay, then you can owe me that meal for now. Having more friends while out in the world isn't a bad thing. Luyu was quite perceptive and emotionally intelligent, which made Yi Chen willing to befriend him. The way other martial artists looked at Yi Chen also changed. Everyone had acknowledged Yi Chen's strength before, but now, Yi Chen's choice this time earned everyone's admiration. Integrity, the unity of humanity, thinking of the collective's interests. Possessing such excellent qualities is truly admirable. Very good, Yi Chen, you have the demeanor of a great general. Ah, this young man Yi Chen is quite capable. After the assessment, I, Lu Xiaowu, will personally host 10 or 8 tables to thank Yi Chen. Yi Chen was still unaware that Lu Yu's father was a high-ranking official in the military. This opportunity was extremely precious. Even he had no right to interfere. Yi Chen had given his son a chance. If Lu Yu successfully entered the anti-magic army, then his future in martial arts would surely be bright. Heiwa also chose a task, which happened to be in the same location as Yi Chen. After everyone had made their choices, Yi Chen and Heiwa took the military's special vehicle to head towards the territory of the myriad races. In a dense primeval jungle, Heiwa and Yi Chen got out of the car. Then let's part ways here. Good luck, Yi Chen. I just heard that the Snake Queen is fierce and ruthless, you need to be careful. Looking at Heiwa's innocent and clear eyes, Yi Chen couldn't bear to tell him what 30 like wolves meant. Many talented humans have been unable to withstand the torment of the Snake Queen, drained to the point of becoming husks. Those as strong as an ox, after returning, look so emaciated, it's a pitiful sight. Heiwa didn't know how to describe it, but Yi Chen had a term he wasn't sure whether to say or not, drained to the point of death? What does that mean? It describes being completely exhausted of strength, looking very weak. So that's what it means. Yi Chen couldn't bear to corrupt an innocent young man. He bid farewell to Heiwa and headed alone towards the base. According to the location provided by the military, Yi Chen found a small wooden cabin. He gently knocked on the door. A hoarse and muffled voice came from inside. Who? It's me, the lonely square root of 3. Come in. This was the military's special rendezvous code. Upon entering the room, a snake demon appeared before him. Oh, not bad, young man. With your looks, your chances of being chosen are quite high. The snake demon began to flatter him, making Yi Chen feel a bit embarrassed. Although it was true, being praised to his face would make anyone shy. Follow me, you know about the mission, right? The queen is selecting a male consort, and in this batch, your competitiveness is not great, so you have a good chance of being chosen. Your task is to serve the queen well. Let's see if you can handle it. The most enduring ones lasted 7 days. The snake demon's eyes were ambiguous, revealing a lewd smile. You mustn't think this is a good job. It might be enjoyable at first, but you know how it is with human bodies, the endurance is limited. Engaging in such activities also carries life risks. Yi Chen nodded seriously. Don't worry, fellow cultivator, I have already made up my mind to sacrifice myself for the human race. Good lad. Everyone has to go through this process. Yi Chen was led by the snake demon insider to the queen's chamber. As soon as he entered, a lewd atmosphere hit him. Yi Chen braced himself, preparing for the snake demon queen to be very ugly. But quite the opposite, the queen, in human aesthetic standards, was no less than the movie stars he knew in his past life. Your Majesty, a beautiful young man from the human race, I have brought him to you. Upon seeing Yi Chen, the queen rose from her throne, twisting her snake waist, and gracefully moved her snake tail towards him. Thank you all for your gifts, I'm working overtime. Speaking of which, today is Crazy Thursday, cough cough. I got hungry in the middle of the night, and as a rural kid who has never tried KFC, can I fulfill this young man's dream? Extra updates are negotiable. 060 promoted to the #1 male consort, fully powerful. Dressed in a hazy, transparent blue gauze dress, the snake demon queen, with her lotus steps. Oh no, dragging her lotus tail, descended the steps in a winding manner. As her snake tail swayed, her slender water snake waist made Yi Chen worry that she might break it. Besides that beautiful blinking tail, the snake demon queen's face was completely human. Only her skin was adorned with colorful scales. But it looked as if she had sequins on, stunningly beautiful. Every move, every frown and smile was full of charm. Yet the queen's own temperament was very aloof. But it didn't feel contradictory. The charm was innate to the queen, but as the queen of the Snake Demon clan, her inherent aura was extraordinarily noble. That kind of kingly aura was high and mighty, cold and proud. Approaching Yi Chen, the queen extended a hand, lifting his chin to examine him closely. Yi Chen remained silent, like a sharp sword, standing still. The insider beside him was also quite nervous. Although Yi Chen was outstanding in appearance, he couldn't be sure if the queen would take a liking to him. From the queen's perspective, she pretended to be aloof. Having seen countless men, she felt a slight tremor in her body. A gem! This human youth was clearly a virgin. Not only that, but the overwhelming aura he exuded, that indomitable spirit, captivated the queen. Especially Yi Chen's face, handsome and fair. It wasn't the kind of beauty that was so enchanting it surpassed even that of girls. The beautiful men she had favored numbered not less than 800, if not 1,000. Yi Chen's looks could rank in the top 10. Especially his aura as a prodigy, akin to the cool school beauty in the eyes of boys. At this moment, the Snake Demon Queen regarded Yi Chen in just this way. However, she did not show excessive affection in front of everyone. She lowered her fingers and turned away. This left both Yi Chen and the insider feeling disappointed. Especially Yi Chen, who wondered, was his charm not enough? Was he not as good as those flamboyant male pets from before? This simply couldn't be. The queen's behavior almost shook Yi Chen's resolve. Almost, but it could only be said that he was not to the queen's taste. As a strong individual, Yi Chen was incredibly confident in everything about himself. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "It's him, take the others away." The queen sat back on her throne, propping her chin up with one hand, her expression lazy and full of allure. Those watery eyes seemed to see right through Yi Chen. "What is your name?" "Yi Chen." The voice was resolute yet tinged with a hint of unwillingness. Within that unwillingness was the steadfastness of youth. The tone was perfectly measured, striking a chord in the heart of the Snake Demon Queen. At this moment, the insider from the Snake Demon clan had already taken the other human boys away. The great door closed tightly, and Yi Chen was brought into the queen's chamber. He stood there dazed, making the queen find him shy and adorable. Especially that bewildered look made the queen even fonder of him. "No need to be nervous, the next part will be very enjoyable." As she spoke, Yi Chen turned his head and involuntarily swallowed. This scene was truly spectacular, not something to be shared with outsiders. The Snake Demon Queen shed her outer garment, revealing the scaled straps underneath. That flash of snow white was quite dazzling. "Come to the bathroom with me. I was bathed by that lord before I came here." Yi Chen's tone was slightly tense, with a hint of fear and youthful innocence. "You don't obey?" "No." Yi Chen's answer pleased the queen greatly. "You should know that you human boys can never go back. I am very gentle. If you obey me, you will experience pleasures you have never enjoyed before. But if you are disobedient..." The queen's snake tail coiled around Yi Chen, pulling him closer, then pointed to a sculpture placed at the door. She caressed the statue made of human bones, revealing a nostalgic expression. "He was once my favorite male pet, but unfortunately, he developed thoughts of rebellion against me, so I had to part with him painfully." A hint of panic flashed across Yi Chen's face. This made the Snake Demon Queen show a gentle smile. "Don't be afraid, rest assured. As long as you can satisfy me and serve me well, I will cherish you." The queen lifted Yi Chen's martial arts robe, and her eyes lit up at the sight of his bronze 8-pack abs. "Queen, let's go inside first." Yi Chen's compromise was very pleasing to the Snake Demon Queen. "All right, you, carry me." The queen pouted and said in a spoiled tone. How could an ordinary boy resist? Yi Chen instinctively picked up the queen in a princess carry. The two walked toward the bathroom. The sound of splashing water echoed in the bathroom. When they emerged, Yi Chen tightened the bathrobe around him, his fair skin glowing with a rosy hue. This was not something he was pretending. Rather, the scene and actions in the bathroom were simply too stimulating. This was not feigned shyness, which only fueled the queen's desire to conquer. The queen crawled onto the big bed ahead of Yi Chen. Then she gently patted the soft edge of the bed with her arm. Yi Chen obediently sat beside the queen. The closeness allowed Yi Chen to feel her burning warmth. "Come, help me dry my hair." He had thought the Snake Demon Queen would make some excessively stimulating request, but instead, she asked him to dry her hair. That hint of disappointment did not escape the queen's eyes. The Snake Demon Queen chuckled lightly. "I haven't seen such a lovely male pet in a long time." Yi Chen remained silent, quietly drying the queen's hair. His movements were gentle and relaxing. "Your technique is quite skilled. You must often dry girls' hair, right?" the queen suddenly asked. Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat. Serving the queen was like accompanying a tiger. Before he came, he had received a warning from an insider. He had to meet all of the queen's demands. This was a mandatory lesson for a male pet. However, Yi Chen found that all his actions were quite beneficial. Thus, the queen's attitude towards him was very gentle and kind. But, if he mishandled even one thing, the queen could change her expression at any moment. Until the final step, unexpected events could occur. It's fine, I don't mind, dear, feel free to speak, she encouraged. It's nothing much, I have an older sister. She works at a research institute and is usually very busy. After taking a shower, she still has to work, and letting her hair dry in the wind can make her sick. Every time, I help her dry her hair. Yi Chen spoke sincerely, without a hint of falsehood. As a result, the queen's expression softened considerably. What a good little brother you are. In a moment when Yi Chen wasn't paying attention, he was pushed down by the snake demon queen. The hairdryer in his hand fell to the edge of the bed. He remained in a lying position as the queen's bathrobe slipped off, her eyes filled with desire for Yi Chen. I'm not ready yet. Just as he was about to speak, his mouth was covered. Then, the lights in the room were extinguished. In the darkness, Yi Chen couldn't see the queen's body. But the intoxicating sandalwood scent in the room gradually made Yi Chen's spirit dissipate, wanting to drift off to sleep. The queen whispered softly, "Come, let me help you become a man. There are still updates. I'm working so hard, isn't it reasonable to ask for a little gift?" 061 This is just a beautiful dream woven by the human race. That night, the clouds and rain of Wushan rose and fell, with the warbling of orioles. It was no longer just one night. Yi Chen finally understood what it meant to be 30 like a wolf, 40 like a tiger, and 50 able to suck the earth. Farming is tiring, and the land isn't so easily damaged. A beam of delicate sunlight filtered through the window, landing perfectly on little Yi Chen. He was truly exhausted, unable to even maintain his usual morning vigor. Is this really all I can do? 1,000-year aircraft carrier. Cough. The foundation of a 1,000-year snake demon is too stable. Feeling the glaring sunlight, the snake demon queen let out a soft her smooth snake tail coiling around Yi Chen's waist. She gave him a death coil. Leaning against Yi Chen, the snake demon queen was as satisfied as a little girl who had just received a lollipop. She lazily nestled in his arms for a while. After an unknown amount of time, she slowly woke up. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly. Yi Chen felt movement in his embrace. Opening his eyes, he saw the queen's perfectly angled profile at a 45-degree angle. You woke up? Are you hungry? Should I make you something to eat? The queen's eyes lit up. You can cook? During the morning court of the Snake Demon clan, she had directly announced that Yi Chen would be her first male pet from now on. This had drawn the hatred of the other male pets in the human harem. Not only handsome, but also gentle and able to cook. The most crucial part is, he's bigger and stronger than all of you combined, and lasts longer. What do I need you for? If it weren't for Yi Chen still feeling a bit unsteady on his feet, she might have even considered disbanding the harem. After finishing the court affairs, the Snake Demon Queen clung to Yi Chen. Although there was no public display of affection, her clingy attitude left Yi Chen with no opportunity to act. He had infiltrated to complete a mission. During the day, Yi Chen accompanied the Snake Demon Queen to admire flowers and listen to music. At night, it was time for pleasure. A few days ago, Yi Chen was still holding up, but on the third day, the angles of his face became more pronounced and his body grew stronger. He just needed to drink the nourishing soup every day. What kind of soup is this? It's quite delicious. The effects of the nourishing soup were quite obvious. Yi Chen felt that his slightly depleted body was being compensated. The Snake Demon Queen lazily leaned in Yi Chen's embrace, holding his large hand, studying the lines on his palm, the lifeline. She didn't feel bored at all. Hee, it's good, right? This is. Suddenly, the Snake Demon Queen's pretty face flushed. It's a secret, just drink it. She wouldn't tell Yi Chen that the soup made from the tails of the Snake Demon clan had the effect of nourishing and protecting the liver. Although such days were quite indulgent, Yi Chen also appeared intoxicated, as if he were immersed in such a gentle haven. On the fourth day, an insider from the Snake Demon clan came to pay a visit. Your Majesty. Inside the room, the Snake Demon Queen was almost snuggling into Yi Chen's arms, in a very intimate posture, sticking close to him. The originally delicate voice of the Snake Demon Queen had a hint of impatience. What is it? Sorry to disturb the Queen, but I have a report regarding the human clan, related to Yi Chen. Upon hearing this, the Snake Demon Queen sensed Yi Chen's body stiffen. Your Majesty, don't get agitated. Since I promised to let you report safety to your family, I won't go back on my word. At this moment, the queen regained her royal demeanor. Reluctantly, she got off Yi Chen, dressed neatly, and restored her regal posture. "Come in." Yi Chen stood aside while the queen sat on the throne. The insider from the Snake Demon clan quietly glanced at Yi Chen, who looked somewhat disheveled, and silently gave him a knowing look that only men understand. This is information from the human clan regarding Yi Chen's family. Yi Chen has been missing for a few days, and they are searching everywhere for him. The phone is unreachable, and they have reported this matter to the police department. Your Majesty, let me report safety to my family. Don't worry, I won't leave you. It's just, my sister has taken care of me since I was little, and she still has to work during the day. You treat me well, but I can't sever this bond of over 10 years. If the queen won't let me report safety. At this point, Yi Chen revealed a sorrowful expression. He held the flowing fire sword against his neck. I won't disclose the queen's information, just let me talk to my sister, so I can personally tell her that I am valued by a certain hermit master from the Summer Kingdom and am surviving and training in the northern region. This reason was good, and seeing the boy's resolute expression, the tenderness in her eyes could no longer be concealed. Don't do that, I promise you. The queen reached out and gently took the flowing fire sword from Yi Chen's hand. Although Yi Chen seemed to be going with the flow, the snake demon queen herself was not weak. With 1,000 years of cultivation, even if she indulged in romance all day, her cultivation was still at the martial emperor level. If it came to a direct confrontation, even if Yi Chen called upon Shao Qi and Shao Xian, they wouldn't be able to win. Your Majesty, Yi Chen is a bit agitated right now. Should I take him down? The snake demon queen looked at Yi Chen and then said to him, Yi Chen, you should go with the national master. You're not stable right now. The national master is a renowned psychological expert in our snake demon clan. You need to calm down. Every time the male pet was emotionally agitated, the national master could handle it well. She had no doubt that the national master, whom she trusted, was an insider of the human clan. Without the national master, she wouldn't have been able to establish this male pet harem. In fact, she didn't know a cruel truth. In the back mountain, Yi Chen and the national master of the snake demon clan sat in a pavilion, enjoying the cool breeze. The queen of the snake demon tribe is quite pitiful. The most trusted national master is an undercover agent from the human military, and those humans are soldiers sent by the military for trials. She is immersed in the paradise created for her by the humans, in an ideal world. The national master took a sip of tea and spoke lightly, but it can't be said that way, weak races are like this. Among the myriad races, there are countless that are more cruel than our human race. The snake demon tribe can obtain a legacy, if the queen of the snake demon tribe, a beautiful and strong little clan leader, falls into the hands of a big figure among the myriad races, she would only become a plaything. Yi Chen nodded. Everything the queen of the snake demon tribe currently possessed was merely a dream crafted for her by the humans. However, I admire you. Among the human youths I brought, you have persisted the longest. Your strength is quite formidable, making others envious. The teasing tone left Yi Chen unsure how to respond. Many human youths are lost in the gentle embrace. The gentle embrace, the tomb of heroes. Very good, Yi Chen, your temperament, I will report truthfully to the military. This snake demon tribe insider actually also served as their examiner. He held Yi Chen in high regard. It's about time, let's go back. The purification ceremony has gone on too long, the queen will start to suspect. The big brother of the rankings spoke up, and the screws were no longer tightened. The update was brought forward in the afternoon. It has been raining these past few days, and I caught a cold. Brothers, remember to dress warmly and drink more hot water. Doghead. 062 The snake pearl is in hand, that touch. The fallen petals. After Yi Chen left, the queen of the snake demon tribe felt an emptiness in her heart. Just a few days of companionship surpassed 1,000 years of time. The joy encountered in 1,000 years could not compare to these 3 days. She lay back on the large bed, lightly inhaling the scent on Yi Chen's body. It was pleasant, a clean scent of hormones. Perhaps, only he understands me, the snake demon queen murmured to herself. Outside the door, a knock was heard. Queen, we are back. Come in. The two entered the room, and the queen of the snake demon tribe was already seated on the throne. Seeing Yi Chen's state stabilize, she gently nodded to the national master. Feeling better? The queen of the snake demon tribe lovingly stroked Yi Chen's face with her delicate hand. Much better, your majesty. Yi Chen held the queen's hand in return. Then, national master, could you give him the phone? Your majesty, this is. Yi Chen showed a surprised expression. Make a call to your sister, don't let her worry. After that, you can stay by my side with peace of mind. The gentle tone of the snake queen made Yi Chen unable to contain his joy, and he excitedly took the phone the national master handed him. The call connected. Yi Chen switched to speakerphone. A sweet female voice came from the other end. Xiao-chan, what's wrong? Sister, a big shot from the Summer Kingdom has taken a liking to my talent and wants to take me to the northern border for training. I might not come back for several years. Yi Chen's voice was filled with excitement. On the other end, Yu Wanqing spoke with concern. So long, Xiao-chen. You haven't traveled far before, I'm worried. Don't worry about me, sister. When I return from training, I'll make a lot of money and buy a house in Magic City with cash. What Yi Chen said moved even the Snake Demon Queen beside him. You rascal. My little Chen has grown up. Then you should go, remember to call me every day. Okay, but, sister, I might often be in the territory of the demon race. If I have time, I will definitely contact you. Good, remember to take your medicine on time, and don't be forgetful at home. After that, it was a bunch of family talk. The Snake Demon Queen listened the whole time. She didn't hear anything wrong. After finishing the call, Yi Chen proactively tossed aside his phone and then embraced the queen. The perceptive national master, under the subtle hint in the Snake Demon Queen's gaze, took the initiative to step back and helped close the door for the two. Inside the room, the two little beings began to fight. The night grew deeper. The beautiful woman beside him breathed steadily. Yi Chen quietly shifted away from the snake-like creature that had wrapped around him like an octopus. His hands were slick with its smoothness. He didn't know how the Snake Demon Queen maintained her skin, but it was as smooth and delicate as a baby's. Yi Chen straightened up, moving slowly to avoid making any noise. After sitting for a while, he noticed that the monster girl beside him had not woken up. Instead, she was hugging a pillow, treating it as if it were Yi Chen. Only then did Yi Chen get out of bed. He took out the Liuhua sword, controlling the light to a dim level, just enough for his vision. Where is it? In the past few days, he and the Snake Demon Queen had explored life in various positions and places. He had come to understand the entire layout of the sleeping quarters. The floor, the corners of the walls, the bed, the stool, even the sink and the toilet were all places where one could fully utilize their value. As a martial artist, he found it easy to do a handstand. Yi Chen began to search the room with familiarity. He had completed the first phase of the task assigned to him by the organization. The previous human failures had all succumbed to the Snake Demon Queen's tenderness and were ultimately assimilated. Only Yi Chen. Although he appeared to obey the Snake Demon Queen, he remained clear-headed and did not indulge in it. A martial artist who could resist beauty and temptation was considered qualified and could become a formal member of the anti-demon army. But there was still the next phase of the task, and upon completion, he could receive additional rewards. Yi Chen could never give up. He could leave under the cover of night. Yet, he was unwilling. Find a pearl called the Snake Pearl, which contains the Snake Demon Queen's 500 years of cultivation. Although it cannot be used directly, it is an excellent supplement for other beast-type monsters. Whether to keep it for himself or hand it over to the military, it would be beneficial. Yi Chen's first thought was to give it to the Red Fox or Xiao Xian. Found it. The Snake Demon Queen had carelessly tossed such an important item into a pile of junk. Yi Chen searched for an hour before discovering it here. I was thinking in the wrong direction. The queen probably never considered that someone who had completely submitted to her would do such a thing. Yi Chen had been thinking it would be hidden in some obscure corner. He never expected to complete the task so easily. As Yi Chen dressed and prepared to leave, he looked at the queen on the bed and approached her, gently kissing her forehead like a dragonfly touching water. He silently thought, "Thank you for the wonderful memories you've given me during this time. If I have the chance to return in the future, I will repay you." A look of tenderness appeared in Yi Chen's eyes. As a form of compensation, Yi Chen placed an envelope by the bedside and left behind the items he had obtained from Gao Chang at the Xuanwu Academy for the Snake Demon Queen. However, he almost scared himself with this parting act. Suddenly, the Snake Demon Queen extended her tail and coiled it around Yi Chen. This made his body tense up with nervousness. "Don't go, Yi Chen. Stay by my side forever. I won't have any new male pets. You are my eternal first, the only one." Such sweet words were not something the queen usually said. Although she was gentle with Yi Chen, the queen was quite proud. She often pretended to be the aloof type, but only Yi Chen, who had spent several days with her, could see that this queen of the snake demon tribe was simply lacking in a sense of security. Those male pets were under her control, and as a ruler of a high and mighty tribe, she was quite lonely. In these past few days, aside from applauding for love, the queen clung to him like a little girl, wanting Yi Chen to play with her. Yi Chen was ready to force his escape, but after a few seconds, the queen released her serpentine tail, then turned over, revealing her steady breathing. Yi Chen covered the queen with a blanket and, under the cover of night, left the Serpent Demon clan. Outside, it was still that little wooden house. An insider from the Serpent Demon clan had long been waiting for Yi Chen. "Yi Chen, congratulations, This is the token of the Forbidden Magic Army. Yi Chen nodded and tucked the token away. From now on, he would be a formal member of the military, and his rank was not low. Each member of the Forbidden Magic Army held considerable power. They could command a team of 100 people. The Forbidden Magic Army was also quite free, able to take on military tasks at will. Not bad. There weren't so many restrictions. Yet Yi Chen did not know that his token for the Forbidden Magic Army was different from others. His uniqueness and these privileges were specially approved. What's wrong, Yi Chen? Nothing. Yi Chen withdrew his gaze. Take good care of the queen for me. If there's any danger, notify me in time. No matter what the queen of the Serpent Demon clan thought, he had already regarded her as his woman. After all, on that night in the bathroom, although she tried hard to conceal it, washing it away with water, as a healthy young man, how could he not know what that drop of crimson blood represented? Caught a cold, the update is a bit late, sorry for the wait. 063 The Mysterious National Master. The girl's embarrassment. The National Master was momentarily stunned, staring at Yi Chen's retreating figure in a daze. After Yi Chen left in the military's special vehicle, the National Master did not leave but suddenly spoke to the air beside him. Nanyu, you just let Yi Chen go like that and even gave him the serpent pearl? It really surprises me. The National Master lit a cigarette, which made Queen Nanyu frown. I don't like others smoking in front of me. Just this once, it won't happen again. Nanyu wanted to say something more but decided to hold back. She couldn't understand what this person was doing. On the surface, he was the National Master of the Serpent Demon clan. In reality, he was an undercover agent for the human military. But, secretly, he had revealed his identity as a human undercover agent to her. Nanyu was shocked at first, but for the survival of her clan, she agreed to his conditions and cooperated with him in the act, pretending to know nothing, to train the human genius. On the surface, she was a lewd queen, but in reality, she was quite conservative. The reason those human youths thought so and believed they had relations with the queen was merely due to Nanyu's enchanting techniques, creating illusions that led these human geniuses to fall. And this National Master, as a double agent, also reported false military information to the organization. Covering for Nanyu. Did you really get into it? When asked, Nanyu's face flushed slightly, then she coldly replied, so what? What does it have to do with you? I haven't done it in hundreds of years, and Yi Chen is my type, is that wrong? Fine, why are you so agitated? This boy is indeed loyal and righteous, you bet right. I'm curious, what exactly do you want, and why help me? You don't need to know that. Just continue being your demon queen. The National Master seemed happier than usual. Perhaps it was her illusion. She had never been able to see through the strength of the person before her. This time, waiting specifically for her to come over. What was his intention? Nanyu was not a serpent demon skilled in scheming. Whatever, I'll continue being my queen. As she left, she gently touched her forehead, as if still lingering with warmth. Remembering that when she left, she actually hadn't fallen asleep. The serpent pearl was also intentionally left for Yi Chen. The boy with such outstanding temperament must be an important figure among the human race. She couldn't kill him. At first, Yi Chen was not affected by her charm technique, and she couldn't ruin her own persona. Otherwise, if the human race found out, her demise would be imminent. So, she made a bold decision to give herself to that human. However, after spending a few days together, she developed feelings for this boy. When it was time to leave, she wanted to help Yi Chen but couldn't bear to part with him. Nanyu sighed. In the end, it's an unrequited love. Leaving behind a beautiful memory is enough. She tried not to think too much, but then her youthful face showed a mix of shyness and anger. You fool, so clueless about romance. What use do I have for this thing? The girl's thoughts were completely lost on Yi Chen. Yi Chen thought he had compensated her with a valuable spiritual crystal. Although it wasn't as valuable as a snake pearl, it was still helpful for cultivation. But Nanyu didn't care at all. A ring or a necklace would be fine, even a pull-tab ring would do. Idiot! She threw the spiritual crystal on the ground. After a few seconds, she picked it up, carefully wiped off the dust, and then began to carve words on it. After that, Nanyu hugged the spiritual crystal and returned to her chamber. Yi Chen returned to the military department after completing his mission. He was among the last to finish, with some people being eliminated on the first day. Most warriors returned after completing the first phase of the mission. For them, the second phase was far beyond their capabilities. Yi Chen, you're back. Hongshi and the others were not surprised that Yi Chen could complete the mission. Congratulations. Instructor Hongshi, who passed. Don't call me instructor anymore. From now on, we're comrades in the same trench. Just call me Hongshi. I'm older than you, so you can call me brother too. Hongshi gave Yi Chen a friendly fist bump. Then I'll call you Brother Hongsher. You guys did well this year. In our last batch, only Hongsher and I completed the mission. We formed our own team. Besides Heiwa, who is still participating in missions, Luyu, whom you helped before, also did well and completed the mission. He said that when you come out, you should give him a call, he'll treat you anytime. Bai Feng added, Luyu's dad is a high-ranking official in the military department. I suggest you don't rush to refuse. He winked, and Yi Chen understood immediately. Got it, Brother Bai Feng, thanks. But why hasn't Heiwa come back yet, with his strength? Could it be he got stuck in the second phase? That's right. But before he could finish, there was a commotion in the distance. A massive figure suddenly landed. The ground trembled slightly. A hearty laugh rang out. It's me, Heiwa, back alive. Welcome back. Yi Chen stepped forward, genuinely happy for his good brother. Although they had only just met, the simple and kind-hearted dark-skinned boy was very much to Yi Chen's liking. Male friendship is that simple. Just fighting side by side and having common topics is enough. Heiwa felt the same. They hit it off immediately. Heiwa wanted to say something, but as soon as he took a step forward, he collapsed to the ground, exhausted. 064 Little Luo Baby Team vs. Ranfeng's substitute team. Is he okay? Heiwa lay on the hospital bed, snoring steadily, deep as a bull. The military doctor in a white coat looked at Yi Chen and the others and said, no problem. His expression was one of great surprise. This is the first time I've seen a warrior with such good physical quality. 12 ribs were broken, and logically, he should be in so much pain that he can't walk, but he actually managed to ignore the pain from the fractures and fought for 2 hours straight. The military doctor became more and more excited as he spoke. This is nothing. His cell activity is over 100 times that of an ordinary martial artist at the martial master level, which gives him a repair ability 100 times greater than that of a martial master. He can even rival a martial king. Staring at Blackwa's body, the military doctor felt as if he were looking at the highest quality experimental material. Yi Chen and the others felt a bit uneasy under the military doctor's fervent attitude. Yi Chen couldn't help but ask, Brother Red Lion, will Blackwa be okay here? He won't lose an arm or a leg, right? Hard to say. Bai Feng spoke up, speechless. Don't worry, this is the military department. Our anti-magic army people won't get into trouble here. Blackwa's body is tough, and his martial arts talent is more important to our Xia country. If we want to requisition some of the cells in his body, we need to apply specifically. Our military department is not like those unscrupulous organizations. Everything is based on the humanitarian principles of martial artists. Bai Feng was different from the reckless type of martial artists like Red Lion. He had rich professional knowledge and was well-versed in Xia country's martial arts laws. He knew that doing so would definitely be illegal. He originally wanted to stay here to take care of his good brother, but Yi Chen's phone rang. A red line crosses deep into the cycle of reincarnation. Who is it? A sweet yet slightly annoyed voice came from the other end of the line. Yi Chen, where are you? What day is it today? Did you forget? If my big bear doll is gone, I'll tell my sister. Bai Rulin was very angry. Yi Chen really had forgotten. Little sister-in-law, don't be mad. How long until the competition starts? Only 3 minutes left, hurry up and log in. If the number of participants isn't enough, the results will be cancelled. Bai Rulin had already logged into her account in advance, waiting for Yi Chen in the lobby with 3 other friends. What's going on? Xiaolan, is your friend reliable? I even skipped my brother's 10th anniversary concert for you. Exactly, you swore he was a master. Now it's not even a guaranteed win, the 500 registration fee is wasted. That could have booked a male model for the whole night. Bai Rulin's girlfriends chattered and complained non-stop. This made her, as the big sister, feel quite embarrassed. Alright, enough. He said he'll be here soon. In her heart, Bai Rulin had already imagined a little figure of Yi Chen, wanting to stab him. Back in the military hospital room. Brother Red Lion, you have something urgent, right? Here, I'll take care of it. You two are also part of my Red Lion team. I won't just sit by and do nothing. Okay, thanks. Let me know when Blackwall wakes up. I have something to attend to, so I'll leave first. It had only been a few minutes, but Yi Chen carried the Sword Network wristband with him. After agreeing with Bai Rulin that day, he had kept the wristband on him for emergencies. He found the restroom and closed the stall. His consciousness instantly entered the Sword Network. Bai Rulin was almost dying of anxiety. Although Yi Chen had promised, there was only 1 minute left now, and she felt that this cheap brother-in-law was quite unreliable. After returning, she would definitely complain. An insincere, unreliable man must be a scumbag. At this moment, he might be flirting with some girl in a nightclub. Maybe even more than one. One in his arms, chatting with another on his phone, and telling yet another, I'm in the shower. Just as Bai Roland was wildly imagining, a voice pulled her thoughts back to reality. Here it comes, how do I join the competition? Seeing the countdown for the competition start at 57 seconds. Hurry up and come in, I invited you. Where is it? I don't play this much, I don't understand. No time left, hurry up, it's right there in the social section, in the friends list, click on my avatar. Bai Roland transformed into King Gigi, and there are only 47 seconds left. All the teams have already entered and are waiting. Only their team has fewer members and is still standing outside. Entering from outside will match them instantly. Reminder, there are 30 seconds left, the match is about to start. Please confirm again. Okay, I'm coming. Yichen clicked on Bai Roland's white cat avatar and was instantly teleported to the side of the 4 girls. Quick, join the team. 13 seconds, okay. 6 seconds. In the arena, the Ranfeng team was very relaxed. What a joke, the opposing team, the little Luo baby team, isn't coming, right? A bunch of young ladies, at this hour, they must be asleep. Not bad luck, we got a bye in the first round. 1 second, battle begins. Oh, what's going on? Finally caught up. Random map, Flame Canyon, the scene changed, and the environment around the 10 people on the stage transformed into a volcano. The flat platform beneath their feet became rugged and uneven, filled with pits. So hot. What a realistic environmental simulation system. Even though it's not my first time playing SwordNet, this simulated scene is too realistic. Beside Yi Chen, the other 3 girls, apart from Bai Roland, were extremely excited. Yi Chen frowned, these 3 seemed a bit too loud and not very impressive. He spoke up to explain, Flame Canyon is a region inhabited by fire-type creatures like volcanic lizards and fire beasts, very suitable for those who specialize in the path of fire and flame. Wow, big brother, you're amazing. Sister Lan, you found a genius. So handsome, big brother, do you have a girlfriend? Bai Roland held her forehead, was it easy for her? To get the bear plushie, she had to gather this team, especially since these girls were starstruck by Yi Chen's looks. Truly the little Luo baby, so funny. What's going on? The only one in the team doesn't seem like a top-tier double-faced turtle? Little Luo baby must have found a substitute, dragging 4 along. But, is this set of newbie gear a joke? Victory is certain. Showing up at the last second, not knowing to prepare in advance, this little Luo baby team must be a bunch of clowns brought in by a monkey. Brothers, let's send them home. Little sisters, remember our Ranfeng team, after we go out, add me as a friend. We are a professional substitute training team. Yi Chen was a bit confused. He could only look at the only normal person in the arena, Bai Roland. Sister-in-law, what do you say? The battle has started, should we make a move? 065 Super Rare Support Sequence. A group of little fans don't mind those 3, I remember you have a pet. Including your pet, the 3 of us can take on the 5 of them. Hearing this, Yi Chen understood immediately. He was about to speak when Bai Roland continued to command, I didn't expect such bad luck in the first match. We ran into the little Dai team. But, no one can stop my determination to get the bear plushie. A bit of pressure, but my title as the #1 flower of the Magic City isn't for nothing. Bai Roland's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. The other 3 deadweights, one was wiping sweat. The other 2 took out the in-game visual capture system to take screenshots. These 3, in some aspects, were also exceptionally talented. At least their mindset was quite impressive and stable. The Ranfeng substitute team didn't take these young ladies seriously at all and weren't in a hurry to deal with such a trivial team. Sister, we are professionals at substitute training and gold farming, add me. Attack! Bai Roland had been building up her strength, and at the right moment, she suddenly struck. I'll add you a big-headed ghost, can't you move when you see a girl? Bai Roland sneered, what kind of leveling team is this, with such skill? Underestimating her would come at a cost. You 3, give me buffs. Got it, big sister. Coming. Hee hee, let me try my newly learned buff skill. The 3 of them took out their staffs and added various statuses to Bai Roland. Even Yi Chen received a collective buff from the team. Is it actually a rare support series? Yi Chen felt a bit shaken. At first, Bai Roland said not to mind the 3 of them, and Yi Chen thought they were just there to relax. But the result was different. Although the 3 had no combat power, this kind of support series was quite rare. Each support series counted as a strategic resource. A powerful support series could even change the course of a battle. Yi Chen gained a buff of Sword Intent Enhancement. How does she know I use a sword? If not, then it must be that rare skill that can randomly enhance professional abilities? Yi Chen had no time to think, as Bai Roland had already charged in with her spirit ring, ambushing one member of the Burning Wind team. Fire wheel dance. A big-nosed boy was instantly killed by the suddenly attacking by Rulin. What are you dawdling for, Yi-chen? Quickly summon your pet, it's 3 against 4, there's a chance. Although she had instantly taken out one person, Bai Rulin was now fully in battle mode. Her gaze was cold and serious. The overall strength of the Burning Wind team was actually not weak. 3 against 4 still required full effort. That was Bai Rulin's view. Alright. Yi-chen summoned Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian, take care of that flashy guy with the red scarf over there, I'll handle these 2 non-mainstream ones. In the Sword Network, most martial artists had taken off their usual martial arts uniforms to cosplay in various styles. The style of the team in front of him was very unified, all non-mainstream flashy guys. Their IDs were all non-mainstream names like Cold Young Master, the one who is not here, and the Prosperity still awaits. Yi-chen, leave the team leader Cold Young Master of the Burning Wind team to me, he has some strength. You hold off the other 3, and once I deal with Cold Young Master, I'll come help you. Bai Rulin quickly identified the strongest fighter of the Burning Wind team, who was also the team leader, Cold Young Master. She didn't pay attention to Yi-chen and threw herself into the battle. Bai Rulin's martial arts realm had also made some breakthroughs recently. She had already reached the peak of the martial master realm, almost stepping into the martial general realm. Her opponent, Cold Young Master, as a small agent, had decent strength. But just decent. After 5 minutes of close combat, finding the opponent's flaw, Bai Rulin pushed her dual rings and sent Cold Young Master into the lava. In battle, you have to use your brain. Bai Rulin easily resolved the fight and immediately went to help Yi-chen and the others. Not bad, I'm here to help you. Seeing Bai Rulin finish her battle, Yi-chen stopped his actions. Whether it was Bai Rulin's illusion or not, when she approached, that member of the Burning Wind team had a hint of relief in his expression. She didn't pay it any mind. At this moment, it was 2 against 1, and under Yi-chen's instructions, Xiao Xian slapped that member to death. Now, only the last person remained, who directly chose to surrender. Little Luo Beatty team, accumulated victories, 1, the 5 were teleported out of the arena, waiting for the next battle to begin. At this moment, Bai Rulin angrily approached and questioned Yi-chen, what's going on with you? With her hands on her hips, her angry look was quite cute. The lively version of Bai Ruobing, who knew she could be this adorable. Sorry, I was participating in the military's trial and lost track of time. Beside him, Yi-chen didn't put Xiao Xian back into the pet space. Xiao Xian had already been touched by 3 little girls in turn, but it seemed very resistant, protesting towards Yi-chen with Gigi. What a cute little blue hamster, big brother, where did you buy it? I want to buy one too. Brother, can you give me this little hamster? I wouldn't mind agreeing to date you. One of the girls, wearing a cute little dog hoodie, pulled Yi-chen's hand and acted cute. Meanwhile, Bai Rulin walked over with an imposing aura, naturally exuding a big sister vibe. She directly tapped the little girl's head. Don't even think about it, this is my sister's boyfriend. Ha? The big sister's sister? So fierce, I didn't expect. Do you boys all like this kind of thing? Why does no one like gentle girls like me? Boohoo, stop pretending to be cute, I'm about to lose it, don't squeeze. Bai Rulin knew what these girls were really like. They were indeed cute, but now they were overdoing it, making her feel nauseous. Alright, the girl named Wan Baobao stuck her tongue out at Yi-chen. By the way, although I know Big Brother should be quite handsome, can you take off the mask and let us see your real face? This, come on, it won't hurt. Besides, you wouldn't dare betray my sister, right? Bai Rulin didn't mind and thought Yi-chen was being too shy, not straightforward at all. All 4 girls dared to show their faces. Yet Yi-chen was wearing a mask, trying to look cool. Fine then. Yi-chen took off the golden mask. Wow, so handsome? You girls are so excited, he's just an ordinary looking guy, is it really that thrilling? Bai Rulin looked at Yi-chen's face, he was indeed quite handsome, but not to that extent. No way, I need to swing a hoe. Yi-chen, do you prefer Balenciaga or Mona? This brother-in-law is extraordinary, he can't possibly lose? Alright, so you girls want to play like this? Bai Rulin rolled up her sleeves and taught these little girls a lesson. Wrong, big sister. We were just joking, why did you take it seriously? Yi-chen, save us. The 3 huddled together and scurried away. The bond is really nice. Yi-chen watched the girls play around, having no intention of stopping them. Instead, he was enjoying it. Ahem. In this joyful atmosphere, he also learned that these 3 were actually super rare support sequence warriors. 2 of them were A-class support sequences. And the least reliable, Wan Baobao, was an S-class random blessing sequence. The increase in Yi-chen's sword intent just now was precisely the result of Wan Baobao's random blessing. There are still 2 battles today, if we win them all, we can get the big bear plushie. Yay! With Yi Chen joining, it will definitely be fine. It should be okay, I'll do my best. Yi Chen was just there as external support. He didn't think too much about it. But the sword domain didn't let him rest. Trial activated, ensure victory in the upcoming battles. Trial failure, whole body weakness for 3 months trial reward, distributed based on battle performance. Let's go, the next battle is starting. What's wrong? Yi Chen? It's nothing, nothing. Yi Chen looked at the cheerful team in front of him. This bizarre configuration, guaranteed no losses? A bit difficult. But if the trial failed, the next 3 months would be very dangerous for him. Now I have the determination to win. Although he could refuse the task from the Demon Suppression Army, as a warrior, being weak for 3 months was a terrifying thing. There was also the martial arts college entrance exam coming up. If nothing unexpected happened, the sword domain would likely issue trial tasks as well. What kind of existence are you? Do you need me to stand out among the human race? Stepping back onto the battlefield, Bai Rulan's 3 supportive younger sisters were incredibly excited. The randomly assigned map this time was very beautiful, a stunning forest. The magic of the sword network lies in its ability to replicate even the sense of smell. The scent of the earth in nature can relax both body and mind. Only Bai Rulan gasped, how is this possible? We encountered them so early? Big sister, why are you so shocked? Is this team very strong? Yi Chen had a bad premonition. This was too coincidental, just assigned a trial task, and he was already facing a strong opponent. Bai Rulan bitterly nodded, our luck is too bad. In a single elimination tournament, there's no turning back. I thought that after you joined, we could at least win the first 3 rounds. The big bear doll would definitely be able to get it. Now, it's impossible. A sense of despair lingered over Bai Rulan. It was the first time Yi Chen had seen her so disheartened. Even after being defeated by him, she still wouldn't accept it. Aren't you particularly curious? I, Bai Rulan, am not the type to give up easily. But these guys are a seed team, all of them are half-step martial masters. Moreover, each one is a descendant of ancient martial arts families. I can only deal with one, and at most, it would be a draw. Just as she finished speaking, a young man from the other side walked towards Yi Chen and the others. The few of them instantly went on high alert. Only Bai Rulan waved her hand, signaling them not to move. Ah, don't be nervous, I know your team leader. Little Lon, long time no see. I didn't expect to run into you again. I didn't think we'd meet in the second round. How about surrendering? Humph, even if I'm bound to lose, I won't surrender. Ambitious. Yi Chen silently praised. This team was indeed very strong. Bai Rulan frowned, feeling immense pressure. How about this? I'll challenge you one-on-one, giving you a chance to challenge me. Although it's unfair to your team, you have no chance at all. It's fine, big sister, this is a good opportunity for you. Don't worry about us, you decide for yourselves. Yeah, that works too. It's already enough, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Bai Rulan slightly parted her lips, no need, just fight normally. Yi Chen initially thought Bai Rulan would agree, he certainly couldn't accept it. He came with a mission, and if Bai Rulan insisted on going her own way, he might have to think of another way. Is it because of that boy? A sense of hostility emanated from that boy. You don't like my little Lon, do you? Your little Lon? Whether I like her or not is none of your business, but when did she become yours? The young man's tone clearly became agitated. Since that's the case, then let's go all out. I will personally defeat you. Sorry everyone, the next part might be brutal, be mentally prepared. Especially you. Sheep brother-in-law, you've angered him, you might be targeted. We haven't even started fighting yet, don't be so disheartened. Leave the next part to me to command? Whatever, as long as I can drag one down, I'll do my best. From the previous battle, Bai Rulan realized that it wasn't her illusion. Her cheap brother-in-law was hiding his strength. Now he was going to take over the match? But there really was no hope. Even if her sister came, it would be impossible to take on 4 by herself. These 5 were all super geniuses from major ancient martial arts families. We'll only know after we fight, anyway. When the battle starts later, you 3 put all your enhancement skills on me. They should underestimate us, we don't have no chance at all. Although facing 5 martial artists at the half-step martial general level, Yi Chen still appeared calm and unruffled. Opposite him, everyone, that kid with the dragon pattern mask, leave him to me. You just watch and let me beat him up. Sure, no problem. This kid has a connection with Bai Rulan? Ha, I support you, show off your manly charm. The 5 on the opposite side completely disregarded Yi Chen. The moment the battle began, no one moved. The young man in black tight-fitting clothes raised his spear, pointing it at Yi Chen's head, and spoke domineeringly, you, come fight me. One-on-one, you shouldn't be afraid, right? You really underestimate us, then I'll oblige you. Yi-chan stepped forward, not exuding any aura at all. Can we start now? It's up to you, just let me know when you start. So confident, huh? Can you take this sword strike from me? As he spoke, Yi-chan's aura erupted in an instant. In the quiet mountain gorge forest, there was no wind, but Yi-chan's clothes were blown up. The sword demon sequence was ready to strike. One sword, kill. 067 by Roland's attitude changed, and even the 5 tigers couldn't help. Zhao Zihu was killed, exiting the forest battlefield. The news of the kill came. Everyone finally reacted. Zihu was killed in an instant? The other 4 were in disbelief. Although Zhao Zihu was not the strongest among them, they had no confidence that they could kill him so easily. The strongest among the 5 didn't have such a large gap. The other 4 members of the 5 Tigers team cast cautious glances at Yi-chen. This man wearing the dragon pattern mask indeed had the strength to carry 4 girls to victory. Wow! Sister! Brother-in-law? So awesome! Originally, Yi-chen only had 3 fans for his looks, but now he gained a sister-in-law fan. The other 3 girls were fans because of Yi-chan's appearance. Bai Ruolin was not so superficial, she had seen many handsome guys. Take the 5 disciples from ancient martial arts families opposite them, for instance. Zhao Zihu, who was killed by Yi-chen in one strike, was also quite good-looking. Although he didn't have Yi-chen's ethereal charm, if we were to score, Yi-chen would be a 99, while Zhao Zihu would be around 91. And with his combat power, Yi-chen could reach a perfect score of 100. It's just a pity that this one is her brother-in-law. So handsome. Her impression still lingered on when Yi-chen relied solely on his battle pet. But now, as soon as Yi-chen made his move, he shocked the entire audience. Brother Yi-chen, so handsome, you 3 assist me, you've helped me a lot. This emotionally intelligent statement increased the girls' fondness for him even more. If there were a favorability system at this moment, the pink progress bars above their heads would definitely increase significantly. Bai Ruolin had already taken their contributions for granted. With Yi-chen's compliment, the girls couldn't help but feel shy. Hee, brother Yi-chen, I'm glad to help you. We're not useless either, go for it, brother. There are still 4 left, brother Yi-chen, can you handle them? Yi-chen's instant kill of 1 made the previously hopeless crowd reignite their hopes. They said it was all about participation, but how could these 3 young ladies not wish to win effortlessly? Bai Ruolin pouted, I can hold one. Seeing Yi-chen's true strength, her attitude changed. From previously wanting Yi-chen to be the tank, it was now her turn. Yi-chen stepped forward, ruffled by Roland's little head. You're already very impressive, so leave that big meat shield on the left to you, and I'll handle the remaining 3. Don't worry, I can take care of it. I'll make sure to get your big bear plushies for you. This gentle smile, like that of a neighborly older brother, brought a sense of reassurance. Even Bai Ruolin, who had always been the big sister, couldn't care less about her pride. Her strong demeanor was merely a facade. Yi-chen's words seemed to possess a magical power. Bai Ruolin had no doubt that Yi-chen had such abilities. Suddenly, I feel a bit envious of my sister. The charming Bai Ruolin, faced with difficulties that could crush her, still couldn't remain calm. She realized that she was merely following in her sister's shadow, pretending to be stubborn. I want Yi-chen to pat my head too. Damn it, big sister, what does it feel like? I've never seen the big sister make that expression before. It must feel really good, right? Facing the 3 girls who had come over to seek favor, Bai Ruolin playfully punched each of them lightly. You 3, go assist my brother-in-law properly. If you keep asking questions, I'll knock your heads crooked. In front of the 3 girls, Bai Ruolin displayed the domineering side of being the big sister. Okay, big sister, be gentle, I'm not that tall to begin with. Here it comes, Yi-chen, I'm giving you a full buff. But the 3 girls were already used to it, eagerly boosting Yi-chen. Blessed by the ancient god, receive the ancient gods will buff. Ancient gods will buff, all attributes plus 250%, ignores any control or curse type techniques. Gene sequences below divine level will be affected by the ancient god's will and automatically reduced by 1 level. The 3 girls stacked 5 or 6 buffs on Yi-chen. Only this ancient god's will buff left Yi-chen in shock. He almost couldn't hold the sword in his hand. This randomly blessed gene sequence is much stronger than I expected. This buff was equivalent to giving Yi-chen a divine weapon. Unfortunately, it was only a temporary buff for 5 minutes, but it was still incredibly powerful. If used well, it could change the entire battle situation. That girl named Late Baby had a bright future in martial arts ahead of her. It seemed, however, that she herself was unaware of this. The 3 girls were like a support team, cheering for Yi-chen from behind. Bro, who are you? The 4 tigers opposite were quite curious about Yi-chen's identity. Being able to take down 3 of their 5 tigers in Magic City was no small feat. No need to know, you 3, come at me together. I'll leave the little chubby one over there to Shaolan. Alright, I promise to complete the task. Bai Ruolin, full of fighting spirit, had already adapted to the role of a helper. In the face of strength, she had no choice but to comply. The key was that she surprisingly didn't dislike this feeling. This made her a bit shy, so she could only use her overwhelming fighting spirit to cover her embarrassment. Arrogant. Presumptuous. Do you think this will scare us? We, the 5 tigers of Magic City, weren't raised to be scared. In this sword network competition, no one can stop our rise. The 4 were instantly enraged. Especially the 5th tiger, the chubby one who took a defensive route. He trembled with anger. Wasn't this just being looked down upon? 5th brother, you fight Bai Ruolin, we'll deal with him. 5th brother, the other 4 girls are up to you. This little brat is too arrogant, I can't stand it anymore. Even his own people looked down on him. This made the chubby one, Jin Yuan, very unhappy. After the battle began, he realized the disadvantages of taking a defensive route. Brother-in-law, this little chubby one is really no match for me. I can kite him easily, and the task is complete. Bai Ruolin said proudly. Yi Chen gave Bai Ruolin a thumbs up. Bai Ruolin initially showed a sweet smile, but when she turned to see the 3 girls huddled together, they had the same mischievous grin as Anya. She stiffly turned her head and scolded the 3 girls. You brat, you really have a big heart. I can't tell if you're confident or just arrogant. 1 against 3, in the martial master realm, it's impossible for anyone to achieve that. Not necessarily? Yi Chen smiled faintly. He tightened his grip on the Liuhua sword, feeling the power bestowed by the ancient god. It was a bit difficult at first, but now, with all 5 of you here, you don't have a chance at all. Don't neglect the updates, big brothers and sisters. You've pushed me to the brink, and I'm about to break. After finishing my work every day, I still manage to update 3 times. Is this how you treat me? My fragile heart is about to shatter. Woo 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 0680 seal. Why is there such a huge gap among martial masters? The 3 exchanged nods and prepared to strike first. A chilling aura emanated from Yi Chen. They lacked the confidence to defeat him alone. Strike first for the advantage. Sword light, knife light, fist wind. 3 different attack methods rushed towards Yi Chen. Although they were 3 completely different techniques, the 3 worked in perfect harmony. They had rehearsed countless times in private. There was no formation, no combination technique, but it achieved the effect of 1 + 1 + 1 greater than 3. Come on! Yi Chen's lips curled up, the sword demon sequence, his momentum soaring. He grabbed the Liuhua sword, performed a side flip, and skillfully dodged 2 attacks. The Liuhua sword in his hand faced off against the sword tiger, the top of the 5 tigers, with a sharp confrontation. What? A sharp confrontation? So precise? The leader of the 5 tigers, Wei Wuxiang, who specialized in swordsmanship. He understood better than anyone how difficult it was to use such techniques in actual combat. This indicated that the young man behind the dragon pattern mask had a far deeper understanding of swordsmanship than he did. Only in a guided battle could one show off such skills. But this is just a competition in the martial master realm. The Sword Network's anti-cheating system must be flawless. He had no doubts about the Sword Network. Who exactly are you? Boss, be careful. Big brother, watch out for that guy. Hearing the warnings, Wei Wuxiang snapped back to reality and instinctively reacted, blocking a few of Yi Chen's sword strikes. But he could only see a sigh escaping from beneath that mask. Too slow. I thought you were some strong fighters. With this level of strength, I really can't muster any interest. With a clear conscience, Yi Chen was not mocking. He was stating a fact. Wei Wuxiang was furious and was about to retort. But then, the frenzied and domineering sword moves fell like raindrops, rapid and chaotic. Wow, such fast swords. Is this really at the martial master level? It seems too fake. I have to say, the blessing from the ancient god is truly powerful. Yi Chen could unleash hundreds of swords per second. Striking Wei Wuxiang, his hand speed simply couldn't keep up with Yi Chen's. This single man's speed, honed over more than 10 years, was fully unleashed. Out of hundreds of strikes, Wei Wuxiang only managed to block a few dozen. The remaining hundreds hit without fail, instantly killing him. At that moment, his brilliance was fully displayed. Awesome, brother Yi Chen. So cool, brother Yi Chen's swordsmanship is so stylish I don't even want to expose you. One baby, you clearly didn't see brother Yi Chen's swordsmanship. How can you say it's cool? Are you just attracted to brother Yi Chen's body? Ahem. I can't see the moves clearly, but that doesn't stop me from feeling the coolness of the sword moves. Ying Bao, you shallow woman. Although brother Yi Chen is indeed very handsome, but that's a different matter. After killing one, the other two of the 5 tigers didn't even react. The battle had just begun for less than 10 seconds. They never expected that their strongest leader would be defeated so easily. Yi Chen turned his head. Over there, Bai Rulan had not defeated that turtle shell, and the defensive powerhouse among the 5 tigers had too weak an attack. With such a large tonnage, it was impossible to defeat the agile Bai Rulan. She was like a nimble little cat, jumping around. The two were locked in a fierce battle, and Yi Chen shifted his gaze back to the other two. The pressure on them suddenly increased. They couldn't understand how they had ended up in this situation. The 5 tigers had come to win the championship, yet now they were about to be defeated by a team with such a name? What a joke! In the arena hall, many teams had already finished the second round of matches early, staying in the hall to rest and wait for the final match of the night to begin. "Boss, look at the 5 tigers general team." A member of the Night Shadow team reported to their leader with a shocked expression. "The 5 tigers general team? They are one of our opponents for the championship. Have they encountered other seeded teams? Is it the Fire Phoenix? Or the Golden Fertilizer team? Neither. The Dark Horse team? You could say that. What's the name? We might run into them in the later matches, so we need to pay attention." The member paused for a moment, then somewhat shyly said, "This team is called the Little Rolo Baby team. The members are Rulan, Wan Baby, Ing Baby, and a male warrior named One Sword Dust Snow." What? The last ID is normal, but he isn't a strong player active in the Sword Network ladder. He's probably a wild expert. This year's Sword Network competition has better rewards than usual, attracting many ancient martial arts families to participate. It seems these 5 from the ancient martial arts families are quite weak. I remember the name Roland. She was first in the casual matches before this competition. But after the appearance of us contracted martial artists in the Sword Network, she can only rank in the middle. Indeed, besides the latter, the Sword Network also has peak matches. Roland can only rank in the top 3 in her region. Compared to them, the officially contracted streamers, she still falls short. I'm afraid the main force is this One Sword Dust Snow. Has the match ended? Let's watch. It's over, and no one died. It was a complete wipeout. Another competitor has emerged. Not only the Night Shadow team noticed Yi Chen's team, but many teams regarded the 5 Tigers general team as their strongest competitors. And those who wiped out the 5 Tigers general team, like Yi Chen and the others, naturally became the focus of attention. Yi Chen and his team returned to a separate lounge. While Yi Chen felt it was just a routine task, the other 4 girls were unaware. The baby trio surrounded Yi Chen, almost hanging on him. It was still Bai Rulan who firmly pushed the 3 away. Otherwise, Yi Chen would have been overwhelmed. All 3 were beautiful girls, although the benefits were plentiful. With his sister-in-law right next to him, Yi Chen dared not have any physical contact. Bai Rulan asked him alone, "Brother-in-law, are you really a martial artist?" Yi Chen nodded, Bai Rulan fell silent. This martial artist level was too extraordinary. They were all martial artists, so why was the gap so large? I asked the big boss, and he said it was for testing retention? Brothers, remember to keep up with the updates these days, still 3 updates a day, just remember to keep up. That's all I ask. Gifts depend on you, just do your best. First, eat your fill, then consider tipping. Thanks to the great certification from Desires *1, thanks to Hongmeng Jianshan for the show *1, thanks to Ji for the update charm *1, thanks to Bailan Desai Honey for the character summon *1, thanks to Izue Qingxing for the inspiration capsule *2, and to the brothers for their love and support. There might be some omissions, but anyway, thank you all. Jojo's mood is much better, let's get to work. 069 Surrender, attracting official attention. Hehe, if we win one more match, we can get the doll. Oh ho, with brother Yi Chen here, we will definitely win. The members of the Little Luo Baby team were full of confidence. Brother Yi Chen is terrifyingly strong. Brother Yi Chen plus them is also terrifyingly strong. After a 10-minute break, the battle continued. Just as they entered the fight, the opposing 5 showed expressions as if they had eaten a cockroach. What the heck, how is it the Little Luo Baby team? Ridiculous, is that the team that defeated the 5 Tiger Generals? No way. Such bad luck? Yi Chen and the others still didn't know what was happening. Is the 5 Tiger Generals team very famous? Yi Chen asked the girls. Ing Baby, pouting cutely mother hen. One Baby, shaking her head wildly. It seems really strong, but brother Yi Chen is the best in the world. Sakura Baby, Anya Nani, Aboba. Bai Rulan rolled her eyes. Of course, they are a seed team specially released by the official Sword Network, certified by the officials. You guys are too naive, not paying attention at all. Although she had 3 burdens, Bai Rulan, at her core, was not willing to admit defeat. Moreover, with such a large promotional poster on the official page, it was hard not to attract hatred. Neither team made a move. This random map was quite spacious, a vast, endless grassland. Little Chi and Little Shen both ran out from Yi Chen's battle pet space. You too, can you give your master a break? My pet space is just for show. Little Shen was lively and jumping around. The environment he grew up in was extremely similar to this simulated scene. This patch of grass made him feel a familiar aura. Little Chi was completely bored from staying in the battle pet space. She looked up at the 5 battle weaklings across from her, her eyes revealing disdain from her royal bloodline. Then she leisurely lay on the grass, lazily resting. Just now, that red fox, did it just give me a look? I thought I was the only one who saw it. It seems to look down on us. It's not an illusion, you all felt it too? Being looked down upon by a pet surprised them, but they didn't underestimate it at all. Such anthropomorphized battle pets must have a high rank. Disdain means they think they are weak. Humans can disguise themselves, but these pets are the most genuine beings. Aren't you angry about being looked down upon? Are you kidding? This is a team that defeated the 5 tiger generals. Those 3 cute girls are so infatuated, they don't look like big shots at all. That cute little hamster, I feel like it's not simple. Clearly that red fox looks down on us, but it can tolerate the little hamster's harassment. Not simple, definitely not simple. What should we do? Should we still fight? The few of them discussed loudly, not treating Yi Chen and the others as outsiders at all. Fight for what? Do you want to be bullied? What's the point of a one-sided fight? Yi Chen and the others weren't in a hurry to make a move. The 3 little Luo combinations were dissatisfied. What the heck? Why do you look down on us? Exactly. Cheering for us is tiring too. Our little Luo combination can earn thousands just by posting a video online. Exactly, they are just sour. Being able to team up with brother Yi Chen is also a skill. The 3 little ones felt no shame at all. They gradually convinced themselves. And across from them, they really chose to surrender. No ambition at all. Originally, Bai Rulin was full of fighting spirit, but the other 4 showed relaxed expressions instead. The trio finished work early, feeling quite pleased. Yi Chen also didn't want to waste time on these lazy fish. Clocking out early to find a foot massage shop, how delightful. Why are you 4 so happy? Facing the scrutinizing gaze of the big sister, the little girls nodded in unison, not really. Then, like a rattledrum, they shook their heads wildly. What a pity, the other side is too cowardly. Yi Chen said the standard answer that Bai Rulin wanted to hear, even though it didn't match his heart. Facing Bai Rulin's suspicious gaze, Yi Chen remained incredibly calm. Just a little girl's questioning gaze, naturally, was even less pressure. 3 consecutive victories. They got the Big Bear plushie reward as they wished. Goal achieved. Yi Chen asked, Captain, for the next match. Bai Rulin replied somewhat dissatisfied, since it's a competition, we must give our all. Having defeated the championship favorites, our goal is the championship. Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief inside, this was good. The other 3 little girls had no competitive spirit at all. With the passionate captain around, Yi Chen could continue to complete his sword domain tasks. Alright. Applause erupted. Only then did everyone realize they were not in the lounge. Instead, they found themselves in a luxurious entertainment and leisure hall. Wow, so beautiful. This is the first time I've seen such a beautiful place in the Sword Network. It can be compared to my home. Buying such a property in the Sword Network is not cheaper than in reality. Although it was a virtual existence, the realism of the Sword Network and its popularity made the property market within it even more inflated than in the real martial arts world. The 3 little girls wandered around like curious babies. Bai Rulin and Yi Chen became somewhat vigilant, with such technology to bring them over. No need to be nervous, my surname is Zhang, here's my business card. I am the general manager of the Sword Network in the Xia country region. Miss Bai Rulin, you are the captain of the little girl team, right? Saying that name made Zhang Wei feel embarrassed. However, looking at the other 3 little girls, he indeed didn't get the name wrong. That's me. So, what do you want? We saw your performance. You know, the 5 Tiger Generals team is an official team we actively promoted. We created the hype, but they were defeated by your team. So, we interrupted the officials' plan to create a star and slapped you in the face? Is that why you're here to trouble us? Bai Rulin's tone was not very good. When she defeated the 5 Tiger Generals team, she was initially very excited. Being from a martial god family, Bai Rulin had also developed a sense of vigilance. Zhang Wei, dressed in a black tailcoat, revealed a smile. Sorry, Miss Bai Rulin, you misunderstood. I didn't mean that. Although you did indeed slap the official in the face, The Sword Network has existed for so long, it can't be that petty. Not to mention, you. And that young man's identity. Bai Ruolin was the daughter of the Sword God, he knew that. But Yi Chen's identity had been hidden by the military the moment he joined the anti-magic army. It was completely untraceable, quite mysterious. Don't sleep, there's more. 070 originally didn't want to agree, but couldn't let the little sister-in-law be sad. So what do you mean? Bai Ruolin's little head could only think of the second layer, but she couldn't imagine the reason this strange uncle was looking for them. Could it be, you have a thing for Lolas? Zhang Wei, who was sipping Sprite from a tall glass, choked on this sentence, desperately holding back his composure in front of everyone. He was about to explain. The three little lowly babies widened their eyes, showing looks of disdain. No, uncle, I felt something was off with your gaze just now. Were you peeking at me? You all. I suspect there are pinhole cameras in this place. Stop explaining, you perverted uncle. I'm going to summon the spirit. Zhang Wei didn't want to talk anymore. The way these three little Lolas looked at him made him speechless. I'm not. There's nothing. You three, just go outside for now. After kicking out these three troublesome little lowly babies, Zhang Wei seriously slapped the table. Let's get down to business. Captain Bai Ruolin, stop guessing. I almost had to go in for tea. Ahem. I'll get straight to the point. You defeated the 5 Tiger Generals team and disrupted my plans. So we need to launch a new team. It's you who defeated the 5 Tiger Generals team. So, what's in it for us? Of course, there are benefits. The 5 Tiger Generals team has endorsement perks, and I will offer the same to you. What perks? Bai Ruolin's eyes lit up. The contract is here. By being the official endorsers, you will receive benefits. They failed in the second round and got nothing. If you place in the top 3, you can gain these benefits. The contract listed a bunch of reward clauses. Bai Ruolin looked at it, her eyes hurting. Brother-in-law, look, every time I see words, I get a headache. I'm really not cut out for studying. The little girl rubbed her head, feeling sleepy. Yi Chen took the contract and listed the key terms. If the team enters the top 3 as required, you can receive a reward of 100,000 Sword Network coins, and also, you will get a set of 3 upgrade items for martial artists, cleansing liquid, calming pill, and dirt clearing powder. Besides these, there were various rewards from the Sword Network. In Yi Chen's view, these were the main points. Bai Ruolin was dissatisfied. No way. What Sword Network coins? I don't need those, they are useless. I want a limited edition Sword Network mascot doll. Well, of course, that's not a problem. Wait. I want a 1-to-1 scale, so she could hug it to sleep at night. Then let's change the rewards to these? Hold on, little Captain, isn't this a bit hasty? As the captain, shouldn't you consult your team members? No problem, the 3 little ones will definitely not refuse. Bai Ruolin, who was a bit slow on the uptake, finally noticed Yi Chen's winks. She forgot about the great contributor in the team. Then, these are additional conditions, and the previous ones must be retained. Bai Ruolin forgot that she was the daughter of a martial god and didn't lack money. The other 3 little lowly babies sent videos to streamers every day, earning a fortune with just a few clips. Not to mention, these 3 were also second-generation martial artists. They didn't have to worry about food and clothing. For the 4 girls, a limited edition doll was their goal. But Yi Chen was a poor guy. Although he might not be poor in the future, right now, 100,000 was no small amount. These rich girls looked down on it, but Yi Chen needed it. A foot wash, cough. He could even hire a lady on the side. Zhang Wei frowned. He wholeheartedly supported Bai Ruolin's request. Dolls or whatever, as long as someone custom-made them, it wouldn't cost much at all. Okay, but you all have to come in first? Bai Ruolin was hesitating. Although she was confident in Yi Chen, she also had faith in herself. But the other 3 in the team were just dead weight. 3 support players and 2 warriors, could they really win? She wasn't very sure. But Yi Chen spoke up, alright. Trust me, we can do it. Well, okay. Bai Ruolin chose to believe in Yi Chen. Then it's settled, but I have one more request. Bai Ruolin frowned, Uncle, why do you have so many requests? I'm tired. She was really tired, the competition was at night, and she had stayed up all night yesterday. During the fight, the adrenaline could keep her going, but now that it was over, she felt sleepy. Zhang Wei felt a bit overwhelmed. Why did this team feel so unreliable? But even with so many problematic members, one couldn't deny the strengths of this battle team. It's this unique team that makes it appealing. So, he had to force himself to calm down. Just one last request, I want to sign a contract with someone from your team? Sure, I agree. Bai Ruolin was no longer tired. Her talent was finally recognized. The officials had come to invite her to be a streamer. Yi Chen and Zhang Wei both looked at her in surprise. Bai Rulin was lost in her own world. Just as Zhang Wei was about to speak up to break the little girl's daydream, Yi Chen took the initiative. So, Agent Zhang, do you have any intention of signing me? Our officials want to invite you to become our 5-star streamer. What about me? Am I a 4-star? That's not bad. He. Bai Rulin showed a smile like Anya. Yi Chen secretly gestured. I think Agent Zhang would want to sign both of us, right? Zhang Wei understood. Although he wasn't interested in Bai Rulin, it seemed that if they didn't sign her, Yi Chen probably wouldn't agree. Ahem, how about a 3-star streamer, Miss Bai? That's a bit low, but I suppose I can reluctantly agree. Brothers, please comment more. There's no heat, give a rating, and the heat will improve, and Jojo will be more motivated to update. 071 Mercenary Home A-level initial rating, The Art of Disappearing Smiles. The gap between a 5-star streamer and a 3-star streamer is not just a little bit. The benefits are vastly different. But Bai Rulin was incredibly excited. Gold will shine no matter what. I don't even look at those small guild streamers. Agent Zhang, the previous leaders you had were just too short-sighted. Indeed, if I had known there was such a powerful presence in your team, I definitely wouldn't have signed the 5 Tiger Generals team. Zhang Wei followed Bai Rulin's words. This little girl took it seriously. She didn't care about the money. What she wanted was recognition of her strength. Even if her skills were a bit lacking, with her looks, figure, and personality, plus her title as the daughter of the god of war, signing a 3-star streamer wouldn't be a loss. Looking at the happy expression on the little girl's face, Zhang Wei thought, maybe there will be unexpected results. Whether this deal was worth it would depend on the effects after Bai Rulin started streaming. And the real big fish tonight was the boy in front of him. Bai Rulin was too tired and logged off to sleep. Only Yi Chen and Zhang Wei remained in this virtual space. Zhang Wei snapped his fingers, and the luxurious villa disappeared without a trace. The two found themselves in an office. Yi Chen pulled out a chair and sat down. Zhang Wei had already reclined in the boss's chair. In this space, our conversation won't be overheard by others. You don't have to worry about anyone from Sword Network knowing the content of our discussion. Yi Chen remained remarkably calm. Agent Zhang, is there something you want to say to me? I enjoy talking to smart people. That 5-star contract you just saw, you probably don't think much of it, right? You want Bai Rulin to get a 3-star contract, and I can help you with that. Another snap of his fingers. Yi Chen felt a slight heat in his hand. The contract he held began to burn without fire. This is the contract I want to sign with you. A golden-edged contract smoothly extended from Zhang Wei's hand, stopping right in front of Yi Chen. Yi Chen picked up the contract with one hand and examined it carefully, not missing any detail. After reading it, he fell into silence. Not satisfied? If you have any additional conditions, I can add a clause. As long as it's within my capabilities, consider it making a friend. Your identity is classified as top secret SS level. I can't find out, but the ones I can't find out about are just those few organizations. And you are close to Bai Rulin, her father is. Zhang Wei revealed a knowing smile. He didn't continue, but the answer was already apparent. The military. Don't worry, this contract won't affect the organization you're currently in. The Sword Network is spread all over the world. Even the Sword God, Bai Wushang, is a mercenary for my Sword Network. Moreover, he is a top tier 1. Yi Chen did not doubt the truth of this statement. After all, Zhang Wei had no reason to deceive him. If he actively inquired about Bai Wushang, it would be self-defeating. Alright, I agree, but can I advance a portion of my salary? Zhang Wei was taken aback for a moment, then the curve of his mouth widened even more. He looked even more like a creepy uncle now. Agent Zhang, when you smile, it really gives off a criminal vibe. Do I really look that much like a bad guy? Zhang Wei wasn't angry, because Yi Chen had decisively signed the contract. Good, very decisive. How much do you want to advance? I can give it to you in advance? Let me calculate. 3 months' salary, 9 million. Then I'll advance you an extra 100, just to make it a round number, 10 million. This amount of money was nothing to Zhang Wei. As the general agent for the Sword Network in the Xia country, a virtual reality system that monopolizes globally, the monthly revenue of the Sword Network was in the billions. He held 1% of the shares in the Sword Network, and the profits from that were quite staggering. 10 million was just a string of numbers to him. But gaining the favor of a talented young man was definitely worth it. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Wei retrieved the contract from the table. He placed the contract into a machine, which automatically bound Yi Chen to this world. The scene changed again. A bare 100 square meter unfinished room appeared before Yi Chen. Welcome to the Sword Network's free mercenary home. Your initial rating is a level. Unfortunately, this is the highest authority I can grant you. This property belongs to you. If you need money, you can sell it, but I wouldn't recommend doing that. If you need money, just call me, I can lend you some. The value of the Sword Network's properties is worth more than Xia currency. Yi Chen nodded, he understood this principle. Young man, I have high hopes for you. Don't let me down. Zhang Wei maintained his smile as his figure slowly faded away. Yi Chen didn't expect that behind the Sword Network there was such an affiliated organization. The Mercenary Home. The largest free organization in the world. A door to a new world began to unfold in Yi Chen's mind. This mercenary home was filled with elites. Yi Chen's current authority was insufficient. The sections he could view were very limited. Established for thousands of years, with a total of 230,000 mercenaries. Mercenaries can post tasks and complete tasks. Some diamond-level members of the Sword Network don't need to become mercenaries but can also post tasks. Interesting. Now, there are only a few hundred martial gods publicly recognized worldwide, but the number of martial gods in the mercenary house has reached 4 digits. The full picture of this world began to be revealed little by little. Yi Chen wasn't feeling sleepy at all. The nourishing soup fed to him by the queen of the Snake Demon clan in the past few days lingered in his mind. If only I could drink that soup every day. Unfortunately, no matter how much I pleaded, Nan Yu wouldn't tell me before I left. The queen had revealed her true name to Yi Chen. Although he had been working hard these days, Yi Chen's endurance, physical strength, and energy had actually increased. The nourishing soup played a significant role. After going offline, it was already 2:30 a.m. He returned to the hospital room. Red Lion yawned and walked over. He's fine, that kid is as strong as an ox, he'll be out of the hospital in 2 days at most. If he weren't in the military, he would have been captured by the mysterious organization for research long ago. Yi Chen nodded, then I'll head back first. After completing the assessment, Yi Chen left the military camp and appeared near his home. The confidentiality measures are in place. Yi Chen wasn't surprised, he had walked that path hundreds of times. He hurried home, very familiar with the way. With 10 million in hand, should I buy a regular apartment outright, or make a down payment on a small villa? After that, with the military subsidies, I should be able to handle the tasks from the mercenary house without much pressure. Life was getting better. Yi Chen couldn't make up his mind, so he decided to listen to Sister Wanqing. Tomorrow is the weekend, I'll surprise Sister Wanqing in the morning. As he inserted the key into the lock, his smile gradually faded. The slightly ajar door. A wave of immense fear swept over him in an instant. Thanks to Hongmeng Jianshan for the 5 bubble teas, 2 update charms, and 1 knife letter. Also, thanks to Desayas for the God certification sent by Brother Nan. The 2 big brothers treated Jiao to a late-night snack, and here's the extra update. 072 The invasion of the One-Eye Tribe, suppressing the trial. After the fear, Yi Chen became calm instead. He pushed the door open and turned on the light. The dim light illuminated the messy room. On the sofa, women's clothing was casually strewn about. Not only on the sofa, but even on the fan, there was a piece of women's size D intimate wear. Sister Wanqing? Yi Chen called out twice, but no one responded. He searched the room but found no one. He picked up a pink lace nightgown from the sofa, still carrying a hint of warmth. This made Yi Chen feel even more uneasy. Sister Wanqing, something really happened? Yi Chen's expression instantly darkened. The feeling of unease grew stronger. He took out his phone, trembling as he began to dial a familiar number. He, who was usually calm, had never felt nervous even in front of the Demon Lord. But when it came to his loved ones, he couldn't help but feel a psychological fluctuation. Sister Wanqing was his Achilles heel. Is it the Demon Clan? Or someone I offended before? While waiting for the phone to ring, Yi Chen's mind raced. The moment the call connected, a familiar voice came through, and Yi Chen's anxious heart immediately relaxed. Sister Wanqing, why did you leave without closing the door? Yi Chen said with a hint of concern. But on the other end, there was a noisy commotion. His keen senses immediately detected something was off. Sister Wanqing, what's going on over there? What happened? Why is it so noisy? Xiao Chen, you're back. There's a new spatial wormhole at the Research Institute. A race that has never appeared before is invading here. We've already notified the Demon Suppression Department, and they are sending people over. Just as Yi Wanqing finished speaking, Yi Chen's phone rang. A special text message appeared on his phone. He knew it was a mission dispatched by the military. All members of the anti-magic army are to mobilize. A large number of unknown creatures have appeared at the Pearl Research Institute in Magic City. Nearby members of the anti-magic army, please proceed to participate in the rescue as soon as possible. Those carrying the military special badge will have their points automatically assessed, please do not lose it. Meanwhile, the wristband in Yi Chen's hand, upgraded and certified by Zhang Wei, was also beeping incessantly. His permissions had been elevated. The mercenary house had also issued a mission. A large number of unknown creatures have appeared at the Pearl Research Institute in Magic City. The following missions are now released. Mission 1. Investigate the source of the wormhole and obtain important information about it. Based on the information obtained, different levels of rewards will be given. Mission 2. Take advantage of the chaos to acquire some of the research results from the Pearl Research Institute. Based on the research materials obtained, different levels of rewards will be given. Mission 3. Eliminate the unknown life forms in the wormhole and preserve their complete bodies. Rewards will be determined based on the value of the submitted bodies. Mission 4. Personal mission assist in rescuing a researcher named Manny. Reward, 288,000 summer coins. Compared to the missions released by the anti-magic army, the missions from the mercenary house were numerous. There were missions released by the Sword Network organization, as well as some personal rescue missions. The one who posted the personal mission must be this researcher Manny's family. Yi Chen checked the mission information and immediately headed towards the research institute. His family was in danger, and he had to go. The research institute was not far from his home. He rented here precisely because it was close to both the research institute and the school. Yi Chen gathered all his spiritual energy in his legs and sprinted with all his might, reaching the research institute in just 3 minutes. At that moment, above the research institute, a strange rift continuously spewed out unknown creatures. The massive rift that spanned the sky cleaved the clouds apart, stretching for hundreds of meters. A peculiar one-eyed creature kept crawling out from the rift. A dense swarm of these strange beings surrounded the research institute. Besides a few organizations that had issued missions, the Sword Domain had also come to join the fray. The One-Eyed Tribe has been released. As the new administrator of the Sword Domain, I have the authority to suppress their kind. Trial successful, unlock partial administrator privileges. Trial failed, permanently lose the right to suppress the first layer of races in the Sword Domain, leading to a riot of the first layer races in the Sword Prison, re-emerging. Yi Chen's gaze sharpened, the Sword Prison in his sea of consciousness began to tremble. This was the first layer of races starting to riot. They saw the familiar One-Eyed Tribe escaping from another prison and began to stir. Yi Chen's consciousness delved into the Sword Domain. Calm down. The sealed races should just stay put. As the administrator, he also had some authority to mobilize the Sword Domain. The suppression from the Sword Domain made them much more docile. But the invasion of the One-Eyed Tribe still needed to be dealt with, otherwise, it would truly descend into chaos. For me, a martial master, to suppress a race, they really overestimate me. Yi Chen forced a bitter smile. Approaching the source, the Sword Domain will automatically suppress. For the first time, the Sword Domain responded to Yi Chen. This relieved him. If he had to eliminate a race by himself, that would be impossible. But right now, there's no chance to get close. I need to find Sister Wanqing first. All the missions had to be put aside for now. He took out his phone. Sister Wanqing, where are you? I'm coming. Hearing Yi Chen's voice, Wanqing paused for a moment. I'm at. Beep beep beep. Damn, out of battery at a time like this? No, it wasn't out of battery, the signal was blocked. To carry out the rescue, he first needed to get into the research institute. Outside, they were surrounded by a dense mass of one-eyed creatures. As one of the most important research bases in the Xia Kingdom, the Mingzhu Research Institute had long been protected by special prohibitive formations set by the Xia government. A transparent protective shield rose above the institute, resisting the invasion of the one-eyed creatures. However, it was uncertain how long this shield could hold. Yi Chen did not act impulsively, he was anxious, but his strength alone was definitely insufficient. The uniforms over there, are they from the military? Seeing the military green uniforms, Yi Chen felt as if he had found his organization. He moved towards the military side and took out the token of the anti-magic army, placing his hand on it to retrieve the purplish-red uniform of the anti-magic army, and walked towards the military personnel. Who? Yi Chen was stopped by a few of them. Yi Chen frowned, about to speak. One of them showed a look of surprise. Anti-magic army personnel? Let him in, he's one of us. A group of people was astonished. The speaker was their commander, whose uniform was clearly different from that of ordinary warriors. Brothers from the anti-magic army, sorry, they aren't qualified to engage with the anti-magic army at this level yet. It's fine. Yi Chen remained remarkably calm. He had just joined the Demon Suppression Division and did not understand the military's hierarchy. The Demon Suppression Division was merely a department of the vast military, but it seemed that the anti-magic army held significant weight within the entire military. I didn't expect to see brothers from the anti-magic army, over here. Not far away, a familiar uniform stood out among a group of military green uniforms, a team of over 10 people, clearly an elite squad distinguished by their glaring blood-red attire. 073 Night Owl Operation, was this still the little witch they knew? Yi Chen. You made it. Brother Red Lion, you're here too. The uniforms worn by those 10 or so people were very eye-catching. Yi Chen's uniform was exactly the same as theirs. This was the Special Operations Team of the military, the exclusive uniform of the anti-magic army. They had become a purplish-red flower among a bunch of green leaves. Come over, let me introduce you. This is our boss from the anti-magic army, Wanwegwa. A warrior with a scarred face and a square jaw stood there, exuding an intimidating presence without saying a word, giving off the feeling of a dormant volcano. Just looking at him felt very imposing. You are Yi Chen, right? I know you. In the newcomer assessment, you ranked first, scoring full marks in all evaluations. Even in the most difficult practical simulation task, you completed all 3 phases. Such a person standing there felt severe. Yet when facing Yi Chen, he revealed a smile. Although that smile was hardly more pleasant than a frown. But this statement left all the members of the anti-magic army nearby astonished. Wow, impressive, young man, full marks? I only completed the first phase of the last task and almost died in the territory of the 10,000 races. Anyone who can join the anti-magic army is a rare genius, Yi Chen. I, Situfeng, have never admired anyone, but you, kid, are truly a monster. To be called a monster by these proud geniuses of the anti-magic army was already a very high compliment. Are you interested in joining our team? After the mission ends, let's go have a drink together. Add me on WeChat first. Everyone was incredibly enthusiastic. Red Lion watched from the side, feeling a bit envious. He felt like a little transparent figure in the team. But Yi Chen said nothing and directly became the focal point. The gap was significant, but he also knew that although he had joined the anti-magic army early, Yi Chen's talent and achievements promised an unlimited future. I'm sorry everyone, but I've already promised Brother Red Lion that I would join his team. So, I appreciate your kindness, but I must decline. If any of you seniors encounter difficulties, just call for me, and I will definitely come to help. Yi Chen politely rejected the others. Red Lion was stunned. Previously, Yi Chen hadn't agreed. He was still in a daze. He received envious glances from the others. Red Lion, you kid, you're about to take off. What great luck. If only I had applied to be an instructor back then. Next time, I will actively apply to be an instructor. Talents like Yi Chen are hard to come by. Red Lion seemed to be hit by a huge surprise. You kid, agreed? Yeah. After spending some time together, he decided to agree to be with Red Lion and by phone. Along with Heiwa, the 4 of them formed a team. As for strength, that's another matter. Their personalities suited Yi Chen perfectly. Anyone who could enter the Demon Suppression Army wouldn't be too bad. By the way, Boss 1, when are we going in? My sister is a researcher at the Pearl Research Institute. Yi Chen said anxiously. Oh, as expected, the younger brother has outstanding martial arts talent, and the older sister is a research talent. I was planning to wait a bit longer. Since Yi Chen's sister is trapped inside, let's act early. Wanwegwa saw the anxious look in Yi Chen's eyes and knew that now was the best time to attack. Thank you, Boss 1. Yi Chen said gratefully. The others didn't waste any words. Then let's get started. Yi Chen, don't feel pressured. We were already discussing this. We were still debating, after all. This is a newly appeared spatial crack, and we are uncertain about the level of this wormhole. But, seeing you so worried, there are also family members of our Xia country warriors among the researchers inside. It was our hesitation, as soldiers, we should not care about losses, but rather prioritize protecting the scientific talents of Xia country. Yi Chen nodded, not being pretentious. At this moment, he was eager to save his sister. The longer it dragged on, the worse the situation might become. Wanwegwa also thought of this, right, just like Xiaofang said, don't feel psychological pressure. To save your sister and to protect the scientific talents of Xia country, codename Night Owl, let's begin the operation. Each of you take a group, Xiaoyi, Red Lion, you two take some military personnel and break through from different directions. Yes, understood. Yi Chen and Red Lion were assigned together. Although they weren't very clear about the plan, it was fine. Brother Red Lion would tell him the specific details later. Just as Wanwegwa began to assign tasks, a girl in a purplish-red uniform rushed in. She had been running for too long, and her tight uniform couldn't contain. Her rapid breathing drew everyone's attention. The female warrior instantly caught the attention of the male comrades. "Sorry, Boss Wan, I'm late." Hearing that voice, Yi Chen felt it was familiar. Upon closer inspection, it became even more familiar. Yi Chen furrowed his brows, tying his hair back neatly. Twin tails for speed, single tail for strength. "You, go back to the team, just follow Yi Chen and Red Lion." Upon hearing the name Yi Chen, the girl frowned, as if she thought of something. Then she suddenly turned to look in the direction of Yi Chen and Red Lion. Her eyes lit up, and she walked towards Yi Chen. In the astonished gazes of everyone, she gave Yi Chen a bear hug, startling those around them. Yuning was extremely excited, almost hanging on Yi Chen. "Yi Chen, I thought I wouldn't see you again. You're not dead. You are Yuning." The girl's face was flushed, unsure if it was from running or the excitement of seeing a familiar face again. Last time you were chased by that red fox, I thought I would never see you again. Hee, I didn't expect you to join the Demon Suppression Army too. We can compete now," Yuning said excitedly. "You know each other? Yi Chen, you know the little witch too?" The Red Lion beside them exclaimed in surprise. He had done his background check and knew that Yi Chen had some connection with the daughter of the Sword God. He didn't expect that one of the standout figures in the Demon Suppression Army had been snatched up by this kid Yi Chen. "Little witch, Red Lion, are you itching for a fight?" Yuning said through gritted teeth. Hearing her nickname mentioned like that, especially in front of a boy she had feelings for, made the usually fiery girl feel shy. "Yi Chen, don't listen to Red Lion's nonsense, Yuning was a bit nervous and wanted to explain, but Yi Chen calmly replied, "It suits you well." "Really? Yeah. It's very close to your fighting style. Indeed, I think it's quite good too." Yun Ying's reaction left the other squad leaders present utterly astonished. Was this really the little witch Yuning they knew? 070 for the Lazy Master team, one sword to deter. "Yi Chen, what happened last time? I was so worried. You suddenly disappeared, and I thought that red fox had." Yuning asked curiously. Yi Chen explained, "Ahem. Actually, last time the red fox was interested in my talent and wanted to sign an equal contract with me, which is why it kept chasing me." You see, Yi Chen summoned the red fox. It still had that proud demeanor. In front of everyone, it maintained its arrogant attitude. "Ah, so that's how it is. Yi Chen, you're amazing." This reason was something Yi Chen made up on the spot. One dared to say it, and the other didn't suspect a thing. Yun Ying's eyes sparkled. Here, she unexpectedly encountered Yi Chen, who had come back to life. She didn't doubt what Yi Chen said, even though she had never seen such a case. But for some reason, upon seeing Yi Chen, her usually calm mind turned to mush. She didn't understand this feeling, but she always wanted to get closer to Yi Chen involuntarily. "What a beautiful fox, can I touch it?" "Sure, no problem." Yi Chen gestured with his eyes. Although the red fox was reluctant, it absolutely obeyed Yi Chen's command. It could only let Yuning awkwardly stroke its beautiful fur. But just for a moment. Yuning pulled her hand back a bit embarrassedly. The red fox clearly didn't want to be touched. She didn't mind too much, after all, it's a beast of the martial sovereign realm. It's normal for it to have a temper. Sorry. This battle pet was playing word games with him. It really only allowed one touch. The red fox showed a sly look and then ran back into Yi Chen's beast space. "Since you all know each other, that's even better. Red Lion, you and Yi Chen take some soldiers and break through from the side, the beasts aren't dense there." "Understood." Red Lion led the two of them, selecting a few soldiers from a division, advancing along the side of the research institute. The front was surrounded by a dense mass of one-eyed beast monsters, making it impossible to pass. The side was much better. The signal was blocked, and the few of them held military department-specific walkie-talkies, which had special formations engraved on them, unaffected by the signal interference here. Red Lion, Yi Chen, and Yuning walked at the front of the team. The hundreds of people behind them looked quite lazy. They seemed unwilling. Behind them, various noisy discussions could be heard. "What does this mean? Who are these three young warriors? I don't know them. Two of them look so youthful, so what if they're handsome or beautiful? This isn't a beauty pageant. Why did a few warriors we don't recognize suddenly drop in to oversee us? Less talk. Who knows? They might be the sons and daughters of some big shot in the military, here to gain some experience. True, information is confidential. I haven't even heard of which elite military unit these warriors in purple-red uniforms belong to." Clearly, under military orders, hundreds of soldiers were willing to follow. But mere obedience to orders did not equate to respect for the strength of Yi Chen and the other two. They even regarded the three as mere show-offs. After all, There weren't many from the One-Eyed Clan on this side. The One-Eyed Clan still focused on attacking from the front. With hundreds of them, they didn't feel particularly useful, thinking they were just going through the motions, hence their casual demeanor. Yuning, however, was somewhat angry. Which division is this? So disorganized and undisciplined, daring to casually discuss the commander? Didn't their commander teach them military regulations? Though she hadn't been in the military for long, Yun Ying's demeanor was quite outstanding. She was exceptionally familiar with the military, having grown up in a military camp. Though she hadn't been on the battlefield much, she was born in a military environment and had long been influenced by it. Hongshe remained calm. He had seen this kind of situation many times. Yi Chen was also indifferent. Yuning, don't be anxious. It's normal for us to be underestimated since we haven't shown our strength. It's not a good thing to clash with them now. Soon, they will obediently listen. Alright, I'll listen to you. Hongshe understood this principle as well, but he silently gave Yi Chen a thumbs up. You kid. Impressive. Our demon suppression army's flower of the battlefield, who doesn't bow to anyone. If it were in the past, these people would probably have to be beaten up by her, but you, kid, are amazing. One sentence and it's settled. Hongshe made a face, leaving Yi Chen helpless. Just as Hongshe finished speaking, he felt a chill behind him. Turning around, he saw a cold glare and icy eyes that sent shivers down his spine. Hongshe, team leader, are you secretly gossiping behind my back? Yi Chen, don't listen to what he says. Seeing Hongshe's help me expression, Yi Chen smiled and explained, Team leader Hongshe was just discussing the upcoming breakthrough plan with me. He said you are a very gentle girl. I'm not that gentle, but I'm definitely not the violent type. I know. That's good to know. So, what are your plans next? I'm listening to you. Yi Chen nodded and then addressed the two. Plans? He smirked, drew the Liuhua sword. The plan is to just do it. Force our way through. With such a staggering number of one-eyed warriors, what other plans were there? Break through the defenses and charge in. Wait for my command, everyone, release your strongest strike with me. The two had no objections and nodded in agreement. But the soldiers behind them were lackadaisical, some sitting idly to rest. Yi Chen, however, exuded an overwhelming aura, swinging his sword fiercely at the hundreds of people. This startled both Hongshe and Yuning. What the hell? What are you doing? That strike will kill someone. Are you crazy? You madman, are you trying to strike our own people? That vast and profound sword strike shocked everyone. Soldiers who were sitting or lying down jumped up. Yi Chen's cold gaze swept over everyone. Isn't this good? Full of spirit, right? This is the military. I don't care which division you're from, and you don't need to discuss our identities. Here, there are only the commander and the subordinates. Military orders are as solid as a mountain. This strike is just a warning. If you defy military orders again, I will execute the violators on the spot. Yi Chen turned around, ignoring the cries of the people on the ground. The more than 10 soldiers in the front row were directly injured by a single sword strike. The one who was hurt the most even had his arm severed. The power of this sword was terrifying. These soldiers felt a chill in their hearts. Accustomed to idleness, they had not realized the seriousness of the situation. But seeing their comrade without an arm, fear gripped their hearts. No one dared to speak, standing there in military posture. Not scared, are you? Yi Chen resumed his usual gentle demeanor. The Red Lion trembled slightly but ultimately gave Yi Chen a punch. I'm your captain, next time you act, give me some psychological preparation. You little brat. The Red Lion smiled. Wasn't this the best way to resolve things? Beside them, Yuning pouted, dissatisfied. I wanted to do that too, you stole my thunder. Then next time, it's your turn. Then I forgive you. The girl's smile was radiant. Her eyes were filled with the image of the young man's upright figure. Yet, the seriousness of that sword strike lingered in her mind. 075 Researcher Mani, the charm of a mature blonde sister. Yi Chen's somewhat domineering behavior did not provoke dissatisfaction from the two companions. They had long been displeased with the hundreds of soldiers behind them. Yi Chen's actions instead made the Red Lion and Yuning feel immensely relieved. Yi Chen did what they were unwilling to do. After establishing his authority, things would be easier. With the goal achieved, Yi Chen did not care whether these soldiers would hold a grudge against him. After this operation, they would likely not have another chance to interact. Everyone, listen to my command. Attack together at the same location. Disobeying orders leading to failure in battle. I will report to the military department, and I will remember all your faces. Yi Chen's cold expression left them with no doubt about the credibility of his words. A young genius like him certainly had this level of memory. I will count down from 3 seconds. Everyone will launch a unified fire suppression at the marked location. Yi Chen's plan was simple and brutal. Everyone would attack a specific point to create a breach. The plan was executed successfully. Yi Chen had calculated that the place he was attacking was precisely one of the building's windows. There were too many one-eyed creatures at the door. It wouldn't be easy to break through anytime soon, but the window was relatively weak. Yi Chen also noticed a researcher beside the window. Yi Chen raised the fire sword, a dazzling flame shining brightly in the darkness shrouded by the one-eyed army. Quick, make your move. The fastest to act were still Yuning and the Red Lion. Although Yuning was a melee fighter, she was not incapable of ranged techniques. Clenching her fists, a silver-white stream of light formed a wave of air vibration. The Red Lion was a rare talent with firearms. He picked up his sniper rifle. With a gunshot, the sharp and swift bullet followed closely behind Yi Chen's red sword energy, arriving in an instant. But that alone was not enough. The hundreds of soldiers behind also reacted. They all used various techniques. Fireballs, lightning spells. A variety of flashy ranged attacks emerged one after another. They could barely be considered well-trained. Yi Chen and the two others had already set off. Taking advantage of these attacks to tear through the one-eyed creature's defenses, they seized the opportunity. Wow, these two youngsters are fierce. I might not make it in time. The Red Lion's attack was actually the most effective in breaking through the defenses. His sniper bullets had the greatest power, but the recoil was equally powerful. Although he reacted quickly, by the time he completely eliminated the effects of the recoil, the gap he had cleared was almost closing. Yi Chen and Yuning had already broken through the encirclement, one in front and the other behind. The researchers standing by the window had long lost their composure. The colorful and dazzling attacks momentarily left her in a daze. Yi Chen shouted, "Quick, open the window and unlock the permissions to let us in." The super alloy glass showed no signs of damage under the onslaught of everyone's attacks. The researcher knew that they were absolutely safe until the energy in the entire research facility was exhausted. So, she boldly stood by the window, gazing at the scene outside. She never expected the rescue team to arrive so suddenly. Oh, good. Her tone was somewhat excited. Although the man and woman in front of her looked a bit young, it didn't matter. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, that was good enough. She opened the door, and the two quickly slipped inside. Then she skillfully closed the window. Yi Chen, you're being too reckless. What if the research facility personnel don't have permission? That won't happen. My sister is also a researcher. Ahem. I still know some information. This plan had no real risks. The only risk was that Yuning had come along with him. After all, Yi Chen had the sword domain. If things went wrong, he could instantly retreat into it. But for Yuning, if necessary, he might also expose the sword domain. But Yuning had to become one of his own. The sword domain was a secret that absolutely could not be revealed. You two are military personnel, right? My name is Manny. What's going on outside? A woman with golden hair asked excitedly. She didn't seem nervous at all. After all, at this moment, standing by the window observing the alien race showed she had quite a big heart. You are Manny? Do you know me? I don't know you, but your family has issued a bounty. If you can safely get out, there's a huge reward. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected gain. Just entering the research facility, one personal employer's task was completed. Then this task is considered completed by you, little brother. She spoke fluent summer language, but Yi Chen and Yuning could immediately tell that she was not from the summer country. Researcher Manny, you're not from the summer country, are you? I'm a mix of eagle sauce and summer country. My father is from the summer country, and my mother is from eagle sauce. Manny clearly inherited more of her mother's qualities. If she hadn't said anything, it would have been hard to detect much summer blood in her. Her personality was also very cheerful and generous. A pair of beautiful, large Castellan eyes unabashedly fell on Yi Chen. She was clearly very interested in this cool and proud young man, almost leaning against him. Researcher Manny, why are you getting so close to Yi Chen? Little brother, your name is Yi Chen. Yi Chen frowned. He was somewhat unaccustomed to this form of address. No boy wants others to call him little or short. Yi Chen was no exception. Sorry, I just feel you're younger than me. I'm 27 this year, and my gene sequence is a rare S-level sequence, a super strong perception sequence. This sequence amplifies my perception of anything by hundreds of times. Although martial artists shouldn't judge by appearances, you should be around 20, right? Manny said with a confident smile. She was right. This gene sequence was indeed impressive. It was also very suitable for scientific research. Researcher Manny, you don't seem nervous at all? The one-eyed race outside is getting more numerous. Manny lifted her golden hair, letting it cascade behind her white lab coat. With her movements, the already short lab coat rose, revealing her straight, long legs wrapped in ultra-thin black fabric. A mature feminine charm inadvertently radiated from her. Beside her, Yun Ying's eyes were filled with hostility. She pursed her lips, revealing 2 small tiger teeth, looking fierce yet adorably youthful. Manny smiled gracefully, completely seeing through Yun Ying's youthful thoughts. Instead, she moved even closer to Yi Chen. Yun Ying was so angry that her body trembled slightly, but Yi Chen remained utterly calm. I prefer Yi Chen to call me Sister Manny. I used to be quite troubled by this strong perception sequence. But now, I have a feeling, and I want to believe that the strength of the Summer Kingdom and the one-eyed alien is not enough to breach the research institute. It's just, things might not be that simple. The king of the one-eyed tribe hasn't appeared yet. Kings do not meet. When the one-eyed tribe becomes anxious, the crisis will be resolved. 076 embraced on both sides. He has become stronger. Yi Chen was momentarily stunned, unsure whether Manny had truly perceived the identity of the one-eyed tribe or if she had temporarily given them a name. After all, the characteristics of the one-eyed tribe were too obvious. None of that mattered. Manny's calm demeanor in the face of danger piqued curiosity. The scent of high-end perfume on her was mature and alluring. However, Yi Chen was not the kind of boy who had never seen women. During his time with the Snake Demon Queen, Nanyu, he had long since evolved. Faced with the temptation of a mature woman like Manny, he remained indifferent. This only made Manny more curious about Yi Chen. His ethereal and composed aura caught her attention. Manny Institute, do you know my sister, Yi Wanqing? Yi Chen suddenly spoke up. He didn't care about anything else now, he just wanted to see his sister quickly. You mean Wanqing? Of course, I know her. Not only do I know her, but Wanqing and I are also good friends. Thinking of this, Manny's smile became even brighter as she directly linked her arm with Yi Chen's. Sister Manny, you and my sister are very close? Of course. Manny showed Yi Chen her phone. In the album, his sister Yi Wanqing was standing next to Manny. Manny playfully rested her head on Wanqing's shoulder, while Wanqing maintained her usual serious demeanor. But Yi Chen knew that Wanqing would not let unfamiliar people get close. Being so intimate, Manny and Wanqing's relationship was indeed, as she said, extremely close. With this connection, Yi Chen relaxed a lot. She should still be in the lab. I'll take you to find her. The people in this research institute are all a bunch of boring folks. Once they entered the research institute, Yi Chen and Yuning understood why Manny had said that. Because when Yi Chen stood in front of his sister Yi Wanqing, she was at the instrument, studying a mass of flesh. She seemed to radiate light when immersed in her research, completely serious. She is a true genius. Once she enters research mode, she doesn't notice her surroundings. While researching, Yi Wanqing would smile, frown. It wasn't until she finished that she noticed the presence of the 3 around her. Xiao Chen, why are you here? Has the crisis been resolved? Yi Wanqing instinctively thought the crisis was over. Otherwise, how could Yi Chen have come in? It was inexplicable. No, it's a long story. The military is already clearing the one-eyed tribe outside. I'll take you out first. I'm not at ease with you in the research institute. I'll see you out. Yi Wanqing was not being pretentious. Although she loved research, she also knew Yi Chen's feelings for her. If she insisted on staying here, it would only worry her brother. Yi Wanqing took off her gloves and followed Yi Chen and the others outside. Manny, what are you doing? What's wrong? I'm just getting close to my brother. Are you jealous? Could it be you're a brother complex? Seeing Manny's exaggerated surprise, Yi Wanqing impatiently swatted away Manny's hand that was linked with Yi Chen's. He's still a child, Manny. Are you an old cow eating tender grass? Yi Wanqing knew her best friend's character well. The way she was acting clearly showed she was interested in Yi Chen. Even if you want to make a move, wait until Yi Chen finishes the martial arts college entrance exam, okay? The exam was coming up soon, and Yi Wanqing didn't want Yi Chen to be distracted. Your brother hasn't taken the martial arts college entrance exam yet? But Manny was shocked. That earlier display of power was not something a high school student could achieve. Manny didn't explain, but seeing Yi Wanqing's protective attitude left her speechless. Her super perception sequence had already sensed that Yi Chen was not innocent. Her judgment had never been wrong, which was why she made her move. This little boy was not honest. Xiao Chun, for now, don't get involved with this. After the exam, I won't mind what you do. Yi Chen obediently nodded. In front of Yi Wanqing, he would always be that child who never grew up. This is Xiao Chen's classmate, right? Hello, sister. Yuning revealed her little tiger teeth and smiled sweetly. Known as the Little Witch, her expressions could switch freely. All girls are born actresses. Switching between various states was not difficult for Yuning. Compared to her sexy and enchanting little fairy best friend, she preferred Yi Chen to be with this youthful and cute girl. How nice it would be to be cute and obedient. Whether Yi Chen could handle that fairy was one thing, but it was still too early. After all, Manny had half a warrior's bloodline and might drain Yi Chen dry. Wanqing, your brother. Hee, don't say anything. Before the exam ends, I won't let you contact my brother, and don't even think about getting his contact information. Yi Chen, you too. I will listen to my sister. This made Manny feel wronged. She didn't want to say that, she wanted to tell Yi Wanqing the truth. Your cute and obedient brother is no longer innocent. He's already a man. The group arrived at the previous window. How do we get out? Yi Wanqing asked curiously. Yi Chen smiled confidently and took out a walkie-talkie. Brother Red Lion, can you hear me? Red Lion was bored, chewing on a dog-tail grass he picked from the roadside. Hearing the voice from the walkie-talkie, he quickly picked it up to answer. Yi Chen, how's it going? I found my sister, and there's an unexpected gain. Good. What do you want to do? I'll cooperate with you. Wait, stay at the original position, follow my orders, and create a passage for me. Understood. Yi Chen hung up the phone and then had Manny remove the restrictions. Although it was dangerous, she trusted Yi Chen. In an instant, the one-eyed tribe wanted to rush in. But Yi Chen exchanged glances with Yuning beside him. Yunying's fists were already itching for action. There was no room to unleash my power earlier, close combat is my domain. Facing the ugly one-eyed tribe that was so close, Yuning showed no fear, her fists sending hundreds of them flying. So impressive, Sister Yuning. Yi Wanqing and Manny were utterly astonished. All being girls, they looked at the delicate and petite girl, who turned out to be a powerful warrior. Before they could finish being shocked, Yi Chen also moved. The fiery sword in his hand struck out suddenly. The sword light was like a blazing flame. The two girls couldn't see clearly at all. Even Yuning could barely keep up with Yi Chen's speed. Because she was a genius martial artist, Yunying's shock was greater than that of the two women. Yi Chen. He wasn't using his full strength just now. This swordsmanship is far beyond my fist techniques. I can barely keep up with his speed. During this time apart, he has improved again. Yuning stared intently at Yi Chen's movements. Wherever the sword light reached, the one-eyed tribe was ruthlessly exterminated. It was extremely brutal, and on the periphery, the support from Red Lion and others tore open another gap. Yi Chen picked up Yi Wanqing and Manny, one on each side. Let's go! Outside this starry sky, can we talk now? Ah! The two women were embraced by Yi Chen. Manny appeared excited, weaving through the one-eyed tribe, which thrilled her, while Yi Wanqing covered her eyes in fear. Behind them, Yuning looked enviously at the two women, then leaped forward, wrapping her arms around Yi Chen's neck. This almost destabilized Yi Chen's mind. It wasn't obvious with their clothes on, but why was the impact so shocking? Who could explain this to him? Almost because of this, everyone was on the verge of annihilation. Fortunately, Yi Chen's sword heart was quite stable. In the end, he steadied himself, with three women hanging on him, and the Liuhua sword in hand, he cleaved through all illusions. Behind him, Yunying's feet kicked away the rushing one-eyed tribe. In this life-and-death moment, Yi Chen and the others broke out of the encirclement. After seeing Yi Chen and the others land safely, Red Lion ordered, "Everyone, listen up, escort Yi Chen and the two researchers back safely." The few of them were in a safe area. However, Yi Chen and the others' crisis was not yet resolved. If it were just him, he wouldn't be afraid at all. But the combat power of the two women was not strong. Protecting their safety was challenging. Hold on tight to me. Yi Chen didn't mean to take advantage. Yi Wanqing didn't hesitate, wrapping around Yi Chen like an octopus. Manny was stunned, so she could only. Yi Chen looked down, and Manny held on. At this moment, there was no time to care about so much. With two women on him, both had great figures, looking curvy, but each weighed no more than 100 pounds. Adding less than 200 pounds of weight was nothing for Yi Chen. Calm. The sword domain in Yi Chen's sea of consciousness began to tremble. The invisible shockwave immobilized the one-eyed tribe. For the first time, fear appeared on the faces of these one-eyed beings. And in that crack, a massive single eye slowly opened. The gaze was filled with immense anger, as if it had transcended all time and space, locking its sight onto Yi Chen. Yi Chen's body hair stood on end, as if he were being targeted by something extremely dangerous. He only wanted to use the suppression function of the sword domain to buy some time. And he indeed succeeded. Taking advantage of this moment, he then threw off the two women. Red Lion, please catch them. Don't worry, got it. Red Lion's genetic sequence was S-class telekinetic control. He placed his hands in front of him, and the two women slowly stopped in front of him, then he controlled them, gently placing them down. However, Yuning did not come out. Red Lion turned his head, only to see the One-Eyed Tribe, as if going mad, surging wildly towards the direction of Yi Chen and Yuning. It made his scalp tingle. Those with a fear of crowds would probably faint on the spot. From the massive single eye suspended in the crack, seductive sounds emerged. %yuan and %yuan and asterisk plus, children, kill that human, kill him, and we can transcend this cycle. The one-eyed being revealed a cold gaze, but turning his head, he saw 4 men standing beside him. One of them was dressed in a purplish-red uniform. It was the leader of the Demon Suppression Army, Wanli Kingdom. I've been waiting for you for a long time, you finally couldn't hold back and showed up. Make your move. The great battle was about to erupt. That enormous single eye wanted to retreat back into the crack, but the 4 did not give it a chance. Now that you've come out, don't think about going back. One of the men, dressed in a black night suit, spoke in a hoarse voice, revealing a strange laugh. The massive single eye trembled wildly, but the 4 pulled hard, and a purple chains phantom emerged. I've been waiting for you for a long time, you've been so impatient. It's easy to come out, but hard to go back. The 4 had been holding back, waiting for this moment. The single eye began to struggle. It slowly opened its mouth and surprisingly spoke human words. Humans, do not provoke me. Are you seeking death? It was furious. As the king of the single-eyed race, if not for its power being sealed, how could these 4 humans have the chance to restrain it? Seeking death? Don't think I don't know, your single-eyed race are fugitives. If we take action and eliminate you, my human race will receive rewards from the Star Alliance. Ha, just a fugitive, your strength is nothing. How dare you speak so arrogantly? The ray shot from the single eye had no effect on the 4 at all. Single eye, the biggest mistake you made was choosing to invade the territory of my human race. The might of the human race cannot be infringed. The 4 of them were all at the early stage of the martial god realm. How infuriating. That single eye was filled with anger and frustration. If it were at its peak strength, it could have wiped out these ants with just a glance. But now, it had only a fraction of its power left, suppressed and sealed by the thunder god who controlled the thunder prison, only able to exert the strength of the mid-stage martial god realm. It was being heavily suppressed by the 4. It was originally very cautious. If it had stayed in the crack, it would have faced no danger at all. Behind the crack was its divine kingdom. But after Yi Chen used the sword domain, although it couldn't be sure what the boy possessed, with its experience of becoming a god, it could sense that this thing, which made its divine essence tremble, was definitely a super treasure. It smelled the scent of recovering strength and breaking free from shackles. It was tempted and lost its mind. You humans are too cunning. I've fallen into a trap. It then realized that the boy was the trap of the human race beneath this starry sky. Trap? I can only say you are too foolish, thinking that becoming a god makes you invincible? Ignoring the power of rules, even gods must fall. In this starry sky, it is not your place as an outsider to run wild. The 4 had serious expressions. A dead camel is bigger than a horse. The other humans did not know what this crack represented. The 4 of them were very clear. Beyond this martial arts continent, there was an even broader starry sky. And this single-eyed race was a powerful race that broke through the shackles from a plane similar to theirs, entering the vast starry sky. When the crack appeared, they had already been on guard. Hence, this scene unfolded. But they did not know that the king of the single-eyed race was very cunning. It was still Yi Chen who played a crucial role in the shadows. Suddenly, the king of the single-eyed race calmed down. Humans, let's make a deal. A deal? What scheme are you plotting? Hee, now that we have you under control, what storm can you stir up? Why should we make a deal with you? Wanli Kingdom and the others showed no respect for the single-eyed race. They all understood the principle that those who are not of our kind must be exterminated. Just based on this, you can see for yourselves. A huge explosion sounded behind them. The few turned their heads. They saw one of the buildings in the research institute collapse in an instant. How could this happen? Are you seeking death? Everyone was furious. The building collapsed, and a mournful sound echoed in the sky. A wave of chaotic and mournful energy swept across the vast land beneath their feet. Can we talk now? Anyone who harms my loved ones must be punished. In the distance, Yi Chen heard the sound of explosions. But at this moment, he couldn't care less about that. What the hell? What's going on? I'm being targeted? Yi Chen gradually realized the seriousness of the situation. The One-Eyed Tribe surged like a mountain or a tide, their eyes glowing crimson, rushing towards him as if possessed. Yuning, you need to leave. Yi Chen said gravely to Yuning beside him. They are after me. I won't go. Yuning was very stubborn. She didn't want to feel useless. However, the tide of one-eyed beasts around her was about to swallow her whole. Her fists gradually weakened. Yet her gaze remained resolute, revealing a determination to fight alongside the boy. If she could die in battle with him, then death would have no regrets. At that moment, she broke through. Yuning found her path. Unfortunately, although she had made a breakthrough in her understanding of martial arts, her body was already quite exhausted, unable to fight any longer. Sorry, I have to do this. Yi Chen struck out with a palm, sending Yuning flying away. Brother Red Lion, take them and leave quickly, these one-eyed beasts are coming for me. Stay away from me. If something happens to my sister or Yuning, I won't forgive you. Yi Chen's words were crystal clear to Red Lion. Red Lion nodded, not angry at Yi Chen's warning. No, little Chen. The girls wept, while Yi Chen wore a smile. As long as the ones he protected were safe, that was enough. At that moment, a sudden clarity washed over him. Yun Ying's breakthrough was the result of accumulation. Yi Chen knew that his understanding of martial arts was already profound. To break through would be dozens of times more difficult than Yun Ying's. Come at me. A breath of the great Tao surged into Yi Chen's body. However, this mysterious aura was drowned out by the presence of these beasts. Yi Chen was surrounded, while Red Lion led Yuning and the others away from here. It seemed he was encircled, and those millions of beasts were about to tear Yi Chen to shreds. But Yi Chen comprehended a new sword path. With something to protect in his heart, his sword was filled with power. In the sword domain, energy continuously flowed into Yi Chen's body. Coupled with that suppressive force, Yi Chen surprisingly stood his ground amidst the beast tide. He resembled a true sword master, casually wielding his sword. The beasts that lunged at him were like being blocked by a protective shield of flames. Numbers mean nothing to me. These one-eyed beasts were probably around the level of martial generals. Yi Chen's current strength was incomparable to before. His sword moved effortlessly. Unless the combat power exceeded his by a large margin, no matter how many ferocious beasts there were, they were useless against Yi Chen. His stamina could be replenished by the energy in the sword domain. However, there are too many beasts, I must approach that one-eyed creature. It must be behind this. Surrounded by the tide of beasts, Yuning and the others believed Yi Chen had no chance of survival. Yet, within the obscured surroundings, not only did Yi Chen hold his ground, but he also slowly moved towards the enormous eyeball in the distance. In the high sky, what have you all decided? If you choose to fight me to the death, I will die, but your human race won't fare any better. Aside from the four of you, the rest will die by half. The words of the one-eyed king left the four human powerhouses in silence. The collapse of the building had caught them off guard. The kingdom of Wanli hesitated. Suddenly, one of the men spoke, everyone. As martial gods of the human race, we are the steadfast support of humanity. But sometimes sacrifices must be made. Let him go, and we cannot guarantee whether he will lie. The one-eyed figure showed a disdainful expression. Who do you think I am? As a deity, I disdain to act in such a manner. Heh, with those cold-blooded, unfeeling eyes of yours, how can your words be trusted? Let's take action. If he dares to act, then let him sacrifice. Our human race should have some backbone. If we keep retreating, he will only take more. Several others echoed in agreement. But they could not make the decision. It was clear that among the four, the one making the decision was Wanli Gua. He laughed heartily. You seniors are more clear-headed than I am. I have only been cultivating for a few decades. I did hesitate just now. Those are thousands of lives, and they are the scientific talents of my Xia kingdom. I feared he would annihilate our human geniuses. But your words have awakened me. There is no mercy when dealing with enemies. Kill him, one-eyed king. If you truly have the means, then those scientific talents of my Xia kingdom can be considered sacrifices for our nation. Afterwards, we will compensate their families as a nation. Wanli Gua's gaze became resolute. His aura gradually elevated. A hint of shock finally appeared in the one-eyed figure's eyes. What? Just a few words, and he has solidified his martial path. The embryonic form of divinity? At this moment, behind Wanli Gua, a golden bell slowly emerged. The one-eyed king, as a deity, knew that this was the initial form of divinity. As long as the divinity solidified into substance and a divine kingdom was created, this human, who was not yet 100 years old, could become a true deity, breaking free from the shackles of this low-level plane and wandering among the stars. What kind of existence is the human race? The one-eyed king was still in shock, and suddenly, the chains on his body tightened. A flame from hell began to burn continuously. Ah, mental attack, you seek death. Of course, the one-eyed king was merely impotently furious. Then let it be a mutual destruction. Humans, you will pay the price for your foolishness. He was enraged. The dignity of a deity could not be trampled by these ants. Yi Chen felt the pressure lessen significantly. The one-eyed king began to summon his minions to slaughter the human race. Knowing this, Yi Chen was filled with rage. His gaze turned cold. One-eyed race, very well. And Yi Chen unleashed his full power, no longer conserving his strength. Sword domain, lend me a portion of your power. This was the first time Yi Chen was so furious. The sword domain did not hesitate and assisted Yi Chen. At this moment, Yi Chen was so powerful that he found it terrifying. These one-eyed minions were endless, but as long as the root cause was resolved, all problems could be solved. He soared into the air, riding his sword. In the sky, Wan Li Guo and the others were doing their utmost to eliminate the one-eyed king. But although they tried their best, and the one-eyed king's strength had decreased significantly, he was still a deity. The body of a deity was incredibly strong, and ordinary means found it difficult to kill him. They unleashed all their methods, yet they could not kill this big eye. Until a handsome figure appeared. Seniors, I have a secret technique that can instantly suppress him. You all take action. I don't care what you are, if you tread upon my human race and harm my family, you shall be punished. 079 Suppressing the deity, the great Xia, shall not be infringed upon. Where did this junior come from? What are you making a fuss about? This is not a place for a mere martial artist like you. Leave quickly. If you get caught up in this, you will die. This place is very dangerous. The other three martial god seniors shouted loudly. Only Wan Weiguo frowned. Yi Chen, what are you doing here? This is not a place for you to be. Master Wan, I can help you. Nonsense. What can you help with? You're just a martial artist. Martial artists should stay below. Being here will only cause trouble. However, Wan Weiguo stopped the others, staring solemnly at Yi Chen. Although Yi Chen was merely a martial artist, recalling his outstanding assessment results, he sensed an overwhelming sword intent emanating from Yi Chen. This prodigious talent did not seem like someone who would cause chaos. Give it a try. Wan Wuxian, what are you doing? We have no better options now, so let Yi Chen give it a shot. He is a prodigy of our demon suppression army, more outstanding than I was at his age. I don't think he's lying. There's no need to risk our lives just to show off. Wan Weiguo's words plunged the others into contemplation. In just a few seconds, the one-eyed king became even more agitated upon seeing Yi Chen. The chains binding him began to crack under his resistance. Among the four, the weakest martial god suffered a backlash. Forcibly suppressing the chains left him pale and extremely weak. Quick! I can't hold it much longer. Seniors, trust me just this once. Wan Weiguo decisively said, Yi Chen, you come forward, we will assist you. Yi Chen nodded at Wan Weiguo. Thank you, Master Wan. Kid, our lives are in your hands. Don't worry. If I can't handle it, I'll also fall here. I'm in the same boat as you seniors. Ha, you kid, your mindset is quite good. One of the martial gods chuckled. Yi Chen remained calm and composed under immense pressure, exuding an aura that drew attention. Some people are born to be the protagonists. Watch my gestures, I will do my best to distract this big-eyed creature. The rest is up to you, seniors. The one-eyed king remained silent, but his enormous dark pupil, like an abyss, stared at Yi Chen. All the pressure was directed at Yi Chen, but, with the sword god physique and the suppression of the sword prison, the pressure Yi Chen felt was reduced by tens of thousands of times. This kid must have a great opportunity. Ordinary martial gods would be momentarily stunned by my mental pressure, yet this kid seems largely unaffected. The one-eyed king was certain that there was some treasure on Yi Chen that could help him break free from the restrictions of the Starry Sky Alliance. Under this temptation of liberation, he even burned his own divine essence. Black flames began to spread from the surface of the one-eyed king's body to the four martial gods. What is this? My soul is being burned? What's going on? Are you crazy? This is a secret method that burns souls, sacrificing limits to burn our souls? Ha, one-eyed alien, we old fellows have long since disregarded life and death as our end approaches. If we can leave your corpse on the territory of the great Xia, we will die without regrets. The other three had made up their minds to sacrifice themselves. Even if their souls were burned, they would not let go. Countless cold sweats flowed from Wan Weiguo. As a martial god, he shouldn't be drenched in sweat, so one can imagine how excruciatingly painful this black flame was for the soul. You despicable human race, I've heard that humans are as hard and foul as stones in a latrine. The one-eyed king was anxious. He initially wanted to instill fear in these humans, but he was wrong. The human race was united precisely because they were different from other races. Yi Chen suddenly snapped his fingers. Although the sound was not loud, the four martial gods began to tense up. The one-eyed king also sensed something unusual. Suddenly, he felt the world grow quiet. No! As he revealed a look of terror. An invisible sword hung above his head. He dared not look up. He could only be ruthlessly suppressed. What is this? My soul essence is still a mid-level deity. Why? In front of this sword, I can't even lift my head. Fear. A fear that spread to the very core of his being. Seniors, please take action, I might not be able to hold on much longer. Yi Chen continued to exert pressure, shocking the four powerful figures to the point where they almost dropped the chains in their hands. What? How long can you control it? About 10 seconds, hurry up. They had initially thought they could only hold it for a moment, and they had already taken action. But the defense of this one-eyed king was too strong. The four of them couldn't even take him down in a surprise attack. They thought it was the end. But that eye suddenly went blank, even showing a look of terror. This indicated that Yi Chen's suppression was still ongoing. What they could not achieve was actually done by a martial artist at the martial master level. He suppressed an existence whose soul was that of a mid-level deity with his martial master body. The so-called experienced old monsters, those who had lived for 1,000 years, almost threw out their backs. Take action, don't be surprised. Seniors, hold nothing back. This eye is stronger than we thought. He was probably once a mid-level deity. Bring out your trump cards. Wan Weigui calmly commanded. The other three nodded in agreement. In the territory of our Xia kingdom, no foreign race is allowed to invade. Not even gods. The four of them took out their ultimate moves. Even Wan Weigui burned part of his vital energy. This vital energy was precious, and one could say it was an irreversible loss. But to ensure absolute safety, he had to make sacrifices. Forbidden spell, frost and snow for thousands of miles. Koan technique, heaven and earth 8 trigrams / Dragon soars the 8 desolations. The three seniors unleashed their ultimate moves. Radiant light pierced the sky, attracting the attention of all the human beings on the ground. A majestic voice echoed. All living beings on this land were shaken. The golden blade light condensed in Wan Weigui's hand. This is the great Xia. Gods are forbidden to tread here. Wan Weigui looked up, shouting towards the void sky. This sentence was not only directed at the one-eyed king but seemed to also pointed towards the deep starry sky beyond. The blade light descended. Dust returns to dust, earth returns to earth. Everything came to an end. The dark clouds shrouding the territory of Great Xia dissipated. I'm back, sorry for the wait, brothers, feel free to scold me. My state isn't great, I need to adjust, don't want to write carelessly. The current reading data for a book with 200,000 readers is really poor. I feel like there's something wrong with my writing. I haven't cut anything, but my mind is a bit chaotic. I really want it to be normal like other books, with daily updates. I'll do my best to improve the quality of each chapter. 080 After the great battle, SS-level sword prison sequence. The gloom receded, and the setting sun pierced through the clouds, shining on the people of the human race. What a comfortable sunlight. I have broken through. I've heard that killing invading foreign races will enhance our human luck. My long-standing ailment has disappeared, and I can walk normally now. An old man tossed aside his cane, his excited smile infecting those around him. On the ground, the human crowd rejoiced, filled with joy. Yi Chen himself, as the main participant in killing the one-eyed king, felt the waves rising in his sea of consciousness. His sea of consciousness had expanded by more than double. An invisible luck of the human race enveloped Yi Chen, tightening his connection to the heavenly path. Stroking the body of the Liuhua sword, Yi Chen's understanding of the sword path reached a new level. The Liuhua sword seemed to have gained sentience, gently trembling in response to its master. The once overwhelming aura around Yi Chen had completely vanished. The current Yi Chen was like a treasured sword sheath, conserving energy and sharpening its edge. He was entirely restrained, yet the surrounding martial god realm experts were utterly astonished. Can you feel the aura on Yi Chen? I can't determine his realm anymore. Impressive. At such a young age, his understanding of the sword path is so profound, able to control it freely. The originally sharp brilliance has been tempered. In this battle, he has made another breakthrough. The expressions of the other three martial gods looking at Yi Chen had completely changed. The earlier accusations were no longer present. Congratulations, young friend Yi Chen, you can now control your aura. At your age, I was still at the stage of displaying overwhelming power. Wan Weigui walked towards Yi Chen, his aura the most intense. It only stopped now. After killing the alien race, all humans received rewards from the heavenly Tao based on their contributions. Wan Weigui had contributed the most and received the most rewards from the heavenly Tao. His aura rose, drawing the admiration of the human race below. A leader's charisma naturally emerged from Wan Weigui. But there was not a trace of happiness on Yi Chen's face. He frowned at Wan Weigui, unsure if it was due to possessing the sword domain or this time's heavenly Tao reward allowing his sword path to break through. His eyes displayed two overlapping images. With his eyes open, there was a vague sense of overlap. With his eyes closed, a grayish haze enveloped Wan Weigui. This feeling was very much like, thank you, seniors, for coming to help this time. Without you, our human race would likely have faced a calamity. Wanwegwa ignored Yi Chen and bowed in gratitude to the 3 seniors beside him. No need for such formalities, Wan Martial God, your contributions are the greatest. Ha, an old bone like me should have long been buried in the earth. It is the human race that has helped us continue our lives. The chick grows strong and can fly, feeding back to its parents. This is what we should do. Little Wan, I don't dare to take credit. The 3 old seniors looked at Wanwegwa with great satisfaction, already considering him the future leader of the human race. This time, we must also thank young Yi. Young friend Yi Chen, let me introduce you to the identities of these 3 seniors. This one is Senior Lu Ling, skilled in using spells, Senior Hu Wenbin, skilled with the spear, once the number 1 spear god of our Xia kingdom. And this one is the master of the 8 trigrams palm of our Xia kingdom, Senior Wang Chang. The 3 old seniors were all founding figures of the Xia kingdom, having experienced countless battles between humans and demons. These were figures that could only be seen in the history books of the human race, now appearing before Yi Chen. Yet Yi Chen remained calm and composed, neither servile nor arrogant, greeting and communicating with the 3 old seniors. They even exchanged contact information. The 3 elders took out their old phones and left 3 numbers. The significance of these 3 numbers was extraordinary. Lu Ling, little Yi, call me more often to play chess, I'm quite bored alone. Hu Wenbin, my granddaughter is about your age, let's spar a bit. She happens to use a sword as well. You come teach her the sword path, and my Hu family will pay you 3 times the price of a top-tier sword teacher. It's good to exchange ideas among peers. Wang Chang, are you interested in learning about Tai Chi and the 8 trigrams? If you enroll, I'll give you a 50% discount. The 3 elders left early for their own matters, leaving only Yi Chen and Wanwegwa. Speak, what reward do you want? This time, you have made a great contribution. Wanwegwa smiled with appreciation. This new recruit who had just joined the anti-demon army was truly unexpected. Seeing Yi Chen frowning, Wanwegwa put his arm around Yi Chen's shoulder. Don't worry, every martial artist has their secrets. Your heart is with the Xia kingdom. The country will not treat you unfairly. It will never. Stab a loyal contributor in the back. You don't want to say, no one can force you. Who dares to experiment on you? I'll be the first to kill him. Thank you, Boss Wan. But, are you okay? Me? What could possibly happen to me? Are you talking about the last bit of my burning vitality? Wanwegwa raised his hand, showing his arm to Yi Chen. The body of a martial god, the recovery power is terrifying. The huge gash on his arm was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. His pale cheeks were flushed with red. That's not what I meant, there's a death aura around you. This statement made Wanwegwa's smile disappear for a moment. You child, where would the death aura come from? I've only practiced for a few decades to reach the martial god realm. My spirit is quite good. You've exhausted yourself too much in battle, you must be seeing things. Go back and rest well. I'll help you apply for your reward. Wanwegwa turned and waved to Yi Chen, disappearing before him. In the martial god realm, one could already tear through space for brief teleportation. Yi Chen shook his head, no longer thinking about it. Trial completed, gene sequence upgraded to SS level sword prison sequence, Yi Chen, you're fine, that's great. Yi Chen slowly descended back to the ground, and Yuning rushed over excitedly, throwing herself into Yi Chen's embrace. The warm, soft jade-like body in his arms, her black hair tickled Yi Chen's nose. The red lion beside them showed an envious and jealous gaze, and silently thought, being handsome is really damn appealing. I hate this face value world. Let it be destroyed, let it be destroyed. Ahem. A cough sounded, and Yunying's pretty face turned red as she escaped from Yi Chen's embrace. Xiao Chen, I was so worried. I thought. Yi Wanqing's nose and eyes were red. It was clear she had just been crying. Yi Chen took the initiative to wrap his arms around Yi Wanqing, comforting her, Sister Wanqing, I'm fine. I'm terrifyingly strong now. That youthful, boastful smile made Yi Wanqing laugh. You. Looking at the dusty but spirited Yi Chen before her, Yi Wanqing took out a handkerchief to wipe the dirt off him. My little Chen has grown up. At that moment, she knew her brother was no longer the one she had to worry about. Sister, let's go home. I have good news to tell you. 081 just got an S-level invincible sea view room, Zhang Wei's big gamble. While Yi Wanqing went to the restroom, Manny seized the opportunity to find Yi Chen. Sister Manny, what's the matter? Yi Chen's height had reached 187 meters with his cultivation level. Although tall, his body proportions were still a perfect 0.618 ratio. He was more than a head taller than Manny, who was 1.7 meters. Hearing Manny's words, Yi Chen looked down and saw something he couldn't take his eyes off. Little Chen, let's add each other on WeChat. If you don't agree, I won't count you as having completed the task. Sister Manny, what task? Manny leaned in close to Yi Chen, whispering in his ear, the task from the Sword Network, don't you want to complete it and get the reward? How do you know? Yi Chen asked in surprise. Manny pointed to the flashing light on Yi Chen's wristband. She also had a pink wristband of the same shape on her hand. Yi Chen instantly understood. Alright. Yi Chen hadn't planned to refuse anyway. As she was leaving, Manny gave Yi Chen a light kiss. When Yuan Qing returned, she saw the rose-red lipstick mark on Yi Chen's ear and pulled him, lecturing him for half an hour on theoretical knowledge. In a small alley in Magic City, laughter and chatting could be heard from inside the house. Sister, you don't need to bring this. How many years have you used it? Yuan Qing put down the miscellaneous items in her hands and glared at Yi Chen. You brat, have you become arrogant just because you have money? Don't worry about paying off the villa loan. Since you've chosen to buy a villa, you need to work even harder to earn money. Old quilts and old clothes can still be worn, so why throw them away? Just wait until you can pay off the remaining loan in one go. Yuan Qing scolded Yi Chen for being wasteful, but the smile at the corner of her mouth was harder to suppress than a Gatling gun. The hard days were over. After Yi Chen told Yuan Qing that he was making money, she originally thought that the frugal Yuan Qing would choose to pay in full for a community house. Instead, Yuan Qing took out a card and boldly threw it to Yi Chen. Don't ask, just know it's for the villa. Why? I said don't ask, and you're still asking. Do you dare not listen to me? Yuan Qing put her hands on her hips, not giving Yi Chen any chance to question. Alright, I'll listen to you. Yi Chen was also inclined towards the villa in his heart. He could get 10 million, but in reality, adding the money earned from completing tasks and selling some good things, it should be enough. He had originally thought about gathering some money to persuade Sister Wan Qing, but now that was unnecessary. Out of curiosity, since Sister Wan Qing didn't want to say, Yi Chen didn't ask. When Yi Chen put the neatly packed boxes into the storage ring and left the old, shabby place, Yuan Qing sighed softly. That girl is not an ordinary person, wearing Balenciaga stockings, the latest Hermes bracelet, and if she doesn't live in a villa, her parents probably won't agree to let their daughter be with my foolish brother. Yuan Qing was worried sick for her thick-headed brother. Stepping out of the room, Yi Chen made a phone call. Are you packed? The things you taught me, I've taken care of. By the way, Yi Chen, I have an even better one here. If you're short on cash, I can advance you part of the signing fee. Agent Zhang, thank you, but I don't want to trouble you any further. Good kid, I've heard about your situation. I've arranged a better villa for you. All you need to do is give us some of the genes from the One-Eyed Clan. How about it? Yi Chen pondered for a moment, then slowly replied, alright. He didn't mind much himself, and to ensure Sister Wan Qing lived better, giving this up was no big deal. I won't treat you unfairly either. Your mercenary points will be credited normally. Let's have a pleasant cooperation. After Zhang Wei hung up, he turned to his secretary beside him and said, Shadi, change the A-class mountain villa originally prepared for Yi Chen to the S-class seaside house. President Zhang, the points needed for the S-class seaside house are at least 100 times that of the A-class. Especially the S-class seaside house, which has a defense system capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a martial saint. Although Yi Chen has strength, is it really worth it for you to do this? The beautiful female secretary didn't understand. Zhang Wei held the confidential information about Yi Chen before his identity was concealed, along with blurry footage taken last night of Yi Chen standing with the other four martial gods. Although it was unclear, his probing today had suddenly revealed Yi Chen's identity. A martial artist who can give up greater benefits for his family has absolutely excellent character and integrity. But that's not enough to move me. The most important thing is, Zhang Wei didn't continue but smiled as he issued a strict order, just do as I say. I told the headquarters. If they don't agree, I'll personally cover the points to make up for Yi Chen. That calm demeanor standing next to the four martial gods, as long as he doesn't fall, will surely become the next sword god of Xia country. The secretary was shocked, but having followed Zhang Wei, she had witnessed his rise from the bottom, step by step. From a small salesman who could be replaced at any time to obtaining the agency for Xia country. How incredible it was. Shocked as she was, she followed his orders. After the little secretary left, Zhang Wei felt it wasn't enough and raised the original 10,000 mercenary points he had given to Yi Chen to 50,000. High risk, high reward, young man, don't let me down. Yi Chen was unaware of this. He only felt that everything was worth it when he saw Yi Wanqing's excited expression after they took a taxi there. Yi Chen, you aren't hiding anything from me, are you? This seaside villa, it feels like the down payment is more than 20 million. Not to mention Yuan Qing, even Yi Chen found it absurd. A 3-story duplex, exquisitely decorated, covering over 800 square meters of seaside property. There was also 1,500 meters of land included as a gift with the purchase. This made Yi Chen feel a bit unreal. He even called Zhang Wei to ask, "I applied for you, and the headquarters agreed." Yi Chen was taken aback for a moment, then replied, "Thank you, Agent Zhang. I have a fragment here that I don't recognize, do you want it?" Zhang Wei smiled and said, "I'll take it personally." Of course. The two had a perfect understanding. Yi Chen privately sold a skull fragment left by the slain one-eyed king to Zhang Wei. This way, he could accept this unbeatable seaside villa with a clear conscience. Zhang Wei was an adult and would definitely express his gratitude to Yi Chen. And Yi Chen, valuing loyalty and gratitude. This was Yi Chen's way, the way of brotherhood. Just one decision, and Yi Chen's swordsmanship, which had been somewhat stagnant, gained a touch of emotional sword spirit. "My sword is for protection." Looking at the happy yet puzzled Yuan Qing beside him, Yi Chen touched the fiery blade at his waist and explained to Sister Yuan Qing, "Your brother is a genius. Just enjoy the blessings in the future. It won't be long before I build a private base so that you can research more freely without constraints. This, I'll give you a heads up. This," Yuan Qing showed a shocked expression. "This is." The massive spherical skeleton on the ground left Yuan Qing speechless in shock. Working people moving, busy looking for a house. "Sorry brothers, I'll write a chapter first after finding a place at dawn. The small hotel doesn't even have chairs, it's so uncomfortable. I'll finish writing and go to sleep." 082 Unlocking the gene pool of all races, Blue Phantom Shoe. "Sister, keep it low-key." Yi Chen covered Yuan Qing's mouth, which had opened in surprise, and made a silence gesture. Yuan Qing nodded, her eyes revealing astonishment. She never expected that the missing corpse of the one-eyed alien would appear here. "Sister Yuan Qing, now you believe me, right? Just this skull can buy a villa. Let me calm down." Yuan Qing steadied her emotions and then said seriously, "You mustn't tell anyone about this, it could lead to a deadly disaster." "Don't worry, I've only told you, Sister Yuan Qing. What I gave to Zhang Wei was only part of it." Yi Chen knew how much commotion this would cause. The corpse of a deity, even the marrow was golden. Placed on the ground, it released a tremendous pressure. "Quick, put it away. Sister Yuan Qing, this is for you. It's useless for me to keep it. After a while, I will build a base in this villa for you. You can come and research." Can I really research it?" Yuan Qing initially showed a worried expression, but upon hearing she could study the bones of alien deities, her eyes lit up, and she swallowed hard. Yi Chen smiled, "I'm going to take a shower. After a big battle, I'm exhausted." After turning his back and leaving, he glanced back with his right eye and saw Sister Yuan Qing, like a lovesick girl, hugging the large bone and analyzing it with professional equipment. He returned to the villa. "Zhang, you're quite generous, so let's pick a bigger piece for him." Yi Chen extended his consciousness into the sword domain, revealing a pile of bones as tall as a small mountain. Even what he intended to give to Yuan Qing was merely a larger piece of the skeleton from the one-eyed king. The corpse of a deity is indeed massive. That eyeball is just the avatar of the one-eyed king. Its true form is unimaginably large. The one-eyed king actually hid the divine kingdom within its own body. How ruthless. Yi Chen now possessed partial authority within the sword domain and had accessed some information. After killing the one-eyed clan's king, the data about the one-eyed clan was recorded in the sword domain. He was also qualified to know the secrets beyond the starry sky. Above the martial god is the deity, and this one-eyed king is a mid-tier deity. However, when entering a lower-tier star domain from a higher tier 1, its realm is suppressed due to the power of the heavenly Tao rules. But it is still a deity. Any piece of its bone could drive all factions mad. One should not underestimate the power of human research. Humanity is the most imaginative race. If a piece of divine bone could be studied to extract the divine gene, it could even lead to the mass production of pseudo-deities. It doesn't hold much use for me, but these bones were absorbed by the sword domain, and one transformed into a member of the one-eyed clan. Hidden trial completed. Collected the 18,921st gene of the myriad races. Reward, unlocked the complete gene database of the myriad races in the sword domain. A vast amount of data from countless races flooded into Yi Chen's mind. This starry sky is unexpectedly vast. The Starry Sky Alliance. The territories of myriad races. What exactly is the sword domain? The tens of thousands of races suppressed within the sword domain came from various places. Some even belonged to civilizations beyond their martial arts continent. At this moment, Yi Chen's perspective was no longer limited to the Great Xia. It had transcended this martial arts world. Becoming a deity as soon as possible and creating my own divine kingdom will allow me to explore the vast Starry Sky Alliance and the territories of myriad races. Adventure, to roam the starry sea, is a man's romance. But right now, he still needed to earn money to pay off his mortgage. Although Zhang helped a lot with the down payment, the monthly mortgage pressure is still immense. 1 million a month, and I'm currently broke. Yichen stepped out of the 100 square meter bathroom and entered the Sword Network. I thought you forgot. Since we've signed the contract, I will definitely stream according to the agreement. But, Zhang, can I not show my face? Yichen was already wearing the specially customized uniform that Zhang Wei had prepared for him. Clothes make the man. Yichen was already handsome, and this exclusive martial arts outfit accentuated his advantages even more. With your looks, not showing your face is really a waste. Zhang Wei frowned. Yichen's looks ranked among the top 3 of the streamers he had signed, and that was a conservative estimate. However, preferences vary, and it wouldn't be right to say he appreciated Yichen just because he could attract all the girls. I can take less, but not showing my face is a matter of principle. Alright, the same conditions as before. Here's the mask for you. A red dragon patterned mask complemented the fiery glow in Yichen's hand, matching his aura perfectly. Thank you, Zhang. Zhang Wei showed a helpless expression typical of an elder. Go on, what a pity, there are many wealthy ladies in the Sword Network, and the tips in one night might even exceed your base salary. This casual remark made Yichen's body stiffen for a moment, but after a moment of thought, he still put on the mask. There's plenty of money, but if I become popular, it could lead to big trouble. There are no handsome men who are unaware of their charm. How could Yichen not know the allure of his own face? Because of this, he kept a low profile. Leaving the office, he activated the streamer privilege feature in the game. As soon as he started streaming, 1,000 viewers flooded into the room. What's going on? Why did it automatically switch to a strange stream? 5-star streamer? Not showing his face, but his figure is quite good. Another martial artist who will die in the light, huh? The number of viewers continued to soar, stabilizing around 2,500. Yichen knew that Agent Zhang had promoted him, and today's task had long been planned by the platform. Let's start matching. Yichen didn't interact with the audience but began the cross-tier matchmaking in Sword Network. A knight in blue armor appeared before Yichen. Blue Phantom? What a collision! Wait, isn't he a martial artist? Blue Phantom has long become a martial general. This kid is matching across tiers, he's got guts. The blue knight opposite him paused for a moment, then began to pay attention to Yichen. No battle record? 5-star streamer? He was taken aback for a moment, then erupted with overwhelming fighting spirit. A martial artist becoming a 5-star streamer is too arrogant. Let me show you. Arrogance requires strength. Yichen didn't respond, coldly raising the sword in his hand. His persona had also been designed by the platform. Not showing his face, nor speaking, he would use the sword in his hand to cut through all illusions and obstacles. What he needed to do was complete the platform task and earn the consecutive win bonus. The blue broadsword slashed towards Yichen's head. The blue phantom, who intended to intimidate Yichen, missed his confident strike. In the moment the attack missed, he felt the hairs on his body stand on end. Looking around, there was no one in sight. A beam of sword light fell from above. Before he could see clearly, his head was severed from his body. He returned. 083 The sword hilt Long River, a stance of equal contest. Did you see that? Wow, Blue Phantom was killed in an instant. Impressive, mute streamer, I'm following. Yichen realized that he had defeated the veteran 3-star streamer Blue Phantom with a single sword strike, gaining 14 followers. Meanwhile, the veteran streamer on the opposite side, who had been streaming for 2 years, only had a little over 30,000 followers. So aloof, not talking? Yichen silently continued his ranking. It seemed like he had done something trivial. In fact, it was indeed so. Although this Blue Phantom had a higher martial arts realm than Yichen, the actual strength gap between the two was like a chasm. Yichen continued to match opponents. Although he was still in the martial artist realm, his true strength had long surpassed that. Martial artists in the martial artist realm could no longer pose a threat to him. Ordinary martial generals were not even his match. Soon, Yichen achieved an astonishing 23 consecutive wins. His undefeated record caused his follower count to keep breaking through. So refreshing, everyone only needs one sword. Comparing goods should be thrown away, comparing people should die. Why is there such a big gap among martial artists? Let's continue matching. This time, he's definitely going to lose. It's him, this kid's luck ends here. Against this meteor sword, the streamer has no chance of winning. Everyone was watching the show. Yichen also noticed that his opponent was already a martial sect master. Meteor sword? ID 1 second 300 million descendants. A young man in white, looking quite fiery, held a feather fan, standing opposite Yichen. The scene before the two transformed into misty peaks. Only dozens of mountain peaks were visible in the mist. The two stood on the farthest ends of two peaks, gazing at each other from afar. The Cloud Mist Peak map, one of the 12 wonders, has been encountered by the two. Being a streamer is tough. On the opposite side is a martial sovereign, capable of releasing spiritual energy and flying with a sword, while the streamer is merely a martial master. It seemed to validate the audience's words, as the young man in white, known as the Meteor Sword, drew the long, slender sword from its sheath with a whoosh, performing a 7,200-degree Thomas spin in the air, tracing a graceful curve before landing at his feet. An image of a dashing swordsman stepping on his sword appeared before everyone. The Meteor Swordsman slowly approached Yi Chen, stepping on his long sword. Yi Chen, wearing a mask, remained silent, feeling the powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy from his opponent, activating the sword prison sequence. Did you feel a chill? Look at the streamer. Wow, I originally thought the Meteor Sword was just a fantasy Sword Immortal, but this streamer looks pretty cool too. Let me take a look. I've never seen such a domineering sword. He actually makes the sword a servant, paving the way for him. Yi Chen, wearing a fierce and handsome dragon mask, stood atop countless swords that converged into a small sword-shaped throne for him to sit upon. Then, countless swords transformed into a silver river elevator, slowly transporting Yi Chen forward. Such a shocking scene attracted even more onlookers. This was one of the abilities of Yi Chen's sword prison sequence, mastering all sword hilts within his controlled universe. His current realm was still too low, he could only control 10,000 swords at most. Once his realm improved, the place he occupied would become the sword prison, or he could not only control his own swords but also those of others. Yi Chen murmured, the power of this sword prison sequence has already surpassed the ordinary SSS level sequences. It probably relates to the sword domain suppression I possess. At the very center, on the largest peak, the two met at the summit. The young man in white stepped on his sword, drifting with the wind. The boy sitting on the throne exuded an unruly dominance. The two formed a momentum of equal standing. Surprisingly, they were evenly matched. Apologies, everyone, I've been moving and feeling unwell these past few days, and I fell seriously ill. Thank you for your patience. I'll write something and post it first. 084 attention from all major figures, the reversal of the Heavily Gang. At this moment, the two were already immersed in battle. They had not noticed the surge in the number of spectators. Even in a special VIP viewing room, several powerful martial artists gathered together. If Yi Chen were here, he would probably discover that these people were indeed the martial gods of the Xia Kingdom. Besides the Xia Kingdom, there were also some golden-haired, hook-nosed martial gods from various countries gathered together. This young man with the dragon-patterned mask has quite the talent. With the realm of a martial master, he can match a martial sovereign in momentum. Which country's hidden genius is this? He's hidden too deeply. The speaker was a martial god from the Mao Kingdom, looking towards the other martial gods. This young man wields a sword. There's a high probability he is a prodigy from the Xia Kingdom, the Eternal Life Sword. Could it be? Everyone turned their gaze to Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng shook his head. If he were truly my disciple, I would certainly acknowledge it openly. Everyone sitting here today is just hoping to recruit this young man, right? Chen Changsheng had articulated the purpose of everyone gathering here. Due to wearing a mask, Yi Chen's entire being was virtualized. Under the special shielding of the sword network, no one knew Yi Chen's true identity. His powerful sword prison sequence had already attracted the attention of the martial gods present. Their realms were high, and they no longer confined themselves to countries or species. As long as they were of the human race, these individuals would spare no effort to recruit this prodigy. Chen Changsheng suddenly spoke, in terms of swordsmanship, our Xia Kingdom has the deepest sword culture. I fear you all have come in vain. That may not be the case. A martial god snorted coldly. Chen Changsheng looked over, a blonde Valkyrie coldly said. He recognized her as the Valkyrie of Wisdom from Eagle Sauce. She tossed her golden hair and took out a small black sword from her spatial ring. Then, with a provocative raise of her eyebrow towards Chen Changsheng, she said, if this young man is willing to join my Eagle Sauce, besides this black dragon sword, we will also invest all our resources. This, the Summer Kingdom cannot do, right? This made Chen Changsheng frown, and indeed it was true. He was the first sword of the Summer Kingdom, yet he could not command the entire kingdom. The Summer Kingdom could not possibly pour all its resources into one person. Chen Changsheng simply replied lightly, you really are generous, nurturing the holy relics in the ruins, but that may not necessarily be a good thing. It's like a child holding a gun without having mastered any power. I will persuade him in my own way. The battle for talent had already begun, just waiting for Yi Chen's response. However, Yi Chen was completely unaware. During the battle, the sword network had long been blocked. Zhang Wei was keeping a close watch. A secretary rushed into the conference room. Zhang Wei and several other sword network leaders were sitting together. Agent Zhang, The overly excited female secretary gasped for breath. She attracted the attention of all the men in the office. With a broad chest, it was almost like they wanted to pee. I know what you want to say, it's about this battle, right? Zhang Wei, fearing the female secretary would reveal any details, spoke up first. The female secretary turned her head and saw the scene projected on the big screen, which was exactly what she wanted to say. Yes, the viewership for this battle exploded. It attracted over 50 Supreme Mercenaries to watch. The Supreme Mercenaries, a few of them exchanged knowing glances. Usually, only those at the Valkyrie level could become Supreme Mercenaries in the Free Mercenary House. I was just about to tell you this. Put this battle on the homepage, max out the resources, and top-tier banner promotion. But, isn't the banner promotion spot already? Zhang Wei didn't speak, and another leader beside him chimed in. Normally, doing this would dishearten our streamers. But, the application from above has been approved, and we will compensate that streamer later. Right, every minute is money lost. It's been hundreds of years since such a phenomenal genius has appeared. Agent Zhang, this streamer is under your name, you've hidden it so well? An agent from Eagle Sauce said enviously. Usually, these agents from big countries look down on Zhang Wei. But now, with the streamer he signed about to explode in popularity, they naturally understood that Zhang Wei's status had changed. Zhang Wei knew Yi Chen could achieve great things, he had always believed in him. But he didn't expect Yi Chen to surprise him this much. Others were trying to pry information from Zhang Wei, but no matter what, he did not reveal Yi Chen's details. Besides these colleagues, many powerful Valkyrie-level experts couldn't contact Yi Chen and privately messaged Zhang Wei. But Zhang Wei did not betray Yi Chen, because he understood that the feelings between people are mutual. If I betray the young man, then I will create a trust crisis in his eyes. Temporary benefits are useless to me. Zhang Wei was very clear about what he needed. The two did not speak. The young man in white enjoyed this battle of experts. The sword beneath his feet trembled slightly. Meteor, are you excited too? The martial heart within the young man in white was also feeling this intense excitement. He hadn't encountered a worthy opponent in a long time. Yi Chen's realm did not concern him, he just wanted to engage in a thrilling battle. And Yi Chen felt a threat from the young man in white, but not much. Let's use you to test my current strength. To be honest, Yi Chen doesn't even know how strong he is right now. He knows he is strong, but he needs a reference point to understand where his limits lie. The young man in white before him is a good candidate. With a thought, the sword hilt beneath his feet, the long river, dissipated and gathered in the palm of Yi Chen's hand, transforming into a silver long sword, dazzling and boundless. This sword is called the Galaxy. The young man in white felt a heart-pounding power emanating from this sword. Yi Chen said nothing, and the Galaxy sword flew from his hand as he sat on the throne, relaxed and at ease. Meanwhile, the young man in white summoned the meteor sword beneath his feet into his hand and began to defend himself. The fight has begun. This, remote control? How pretentious. If I didn't already know that the one sitting in the seat is a martial master, I really wouldn't believe that the one at a disadvantage, caught in a fierce battle, is actually that martial sovereign? What is wrong with this world? It's upside down. In truth, Yi Chen was not just sitting back and enjoying himself. The Galaxy was not attacking automatically, but he was simulating the battle in his mind. It just appeared as if the Galaxy sword was fighting on its own while Yi Chen sat leisurely, making countless spectators feel that he was incredibly pretentious, exuding an air of superiority. They had no idea that it wasn't that Yi Chen didn't want to wield the sword, but that this Galaxy, condensed from tens of thousands of swords, was too heavy for him to lift. After battling dozens of martial sovereigns, the masked battle got ignited. At first, the young man in white handled it with ease. As a martial sovereign, he faced only a martial master. By normal reasoning, he should have completely crushed the dragon pattern masked man in terms of combat power and realm. But in reality, Yi Chen merely sat there, remotely controlling the Galaxy sword, yet he was suppressing him. Initially, he was excited and didn't use his full strength. But as the battle continued, the beads of sweat on his back and forehead became denser, and he increased the force in his hands, trying to use brute strength to knock away the sword that had entangled him for so long. However, the sword was merely deflected and quickly stuck to him again. Let's add some fire. Yi Chen, sitting on the throne, was at ease. The throne shrank a circle, but he gathered another Star River sword, and together with the Galaxy sword, began to suppress the young man in white. No one expected such a result. The two swords posed no difficulty for Yi Chen to control. But the young man in white could no longer maintain his composure. As the battle continued, his stamina began to falter. Finally, Yichen seized the opportunity, and the Star River sword found an opening in the young man's defense, stabbing towards his ribs. Seeing this, the martial gods watching from the super VIP room shook their heads. The battle is over. Where is this young man's limit? Impressive, this kind of remote sword control can exert such strong combat power. This masked young man has a profound understanding of the sword path. Countless martial gods marveled. Those in the know see the subtleties, while outsiders just enjoy the spectacle. Yi Chen's fighting style ignited the restless hearts of all young martial artists. So cool. Wow, I want to learn too. Sitting still and defeating the opponent, that's so pretentious. Pretentious streamer, followed. After this battle, Yi Chen found that his number of fans instantly surpassed 100,000. For him, it was just a battle, but he became famous in one fight. At this moment, he noticed that on the Sword Network platform, countless strangers wanted to add him as a friend. Disable friend requests from strangers. One battle, gaining 100,000 fans. Yi Chen had no concept of this, but the backend gifts indeed poured in a lot. Rejected. He disabled the friend request function, refusing to add any strangers as friends. I can only look for other opportunities. When everyone applied to be friends again, they discovered that Yi Chen had blocked all strangers, and Yi Chen chose to continue fighting. Great, we can still fight? Not going to sleep, snacks, sunflower seeds, and soda are all ready. Again. Another martial sovereign? That's ruthless, just finished one and now facing another? Yi Chen was full of fighting spirit. The previous battle was just an appetizer. He chose to continue fighting. The trial of the strong has begun. Trial content: continuously challenge 10 martial sovereigns and achieve victory. Reward: based on the battle results. Failure: 7 days of punishment. This was about a man's dignity. Must fight. The next opponent appeared before Yi Chen. Another martial sovereign, but he was a master with a knife. This time, the scene was very simple, just a pure white arena. When the narrow path met, they began to clash. Yi Chen did not sit on the throne again but held the galaxy sword, with the Milky Way sword hanging by his side. The battle began, one man, one sword, surrounding and killing that martial artist. The Milky Way sword was quick, the galaxy sword was extremely sharp. Yi Chen did not give his opponent a chance to breathe. He delivered a different style of battle. Extreme pressure. Fast, very violent, giving a strong sense of oppression. This violence was not unpleasant, instead, it conformed perfectly to the aesthetics of violence. Yi Chen's extreme sense of oppression reignited the atmosphere. The sword fell, and the head separated from the body. 086 Martial Sovereign Level 7, Euro spent lavishly. 2 consecutive victories. The second opponent was far inferior to that white-clothed swordsman. Yi Chen felt no pressure at all and easily secured victory. The sword domain sequence was truly terrifying. Yi Chen felt no limits and continued to match, achieving 5 consecutive victories. Yet, there was no sign of fatigue on him. The number of spectators had already surpassed 500,000. This was an incredibly exaggerated number. He was on fire. 300,000 fans in one night. Among them, there were dozens of martial god-level existences. When Yi Chen wanted to continue matching, several martial sovereigns challenged him. Among them, several were even stronger than the initial white-clothed meteor swordsman. Yi Chen hesitated for a moment and chose to agree. A martial sovereign-level streamer was boasting in the live broadcast room. I challenged that masked war god at the request of the top brother, but you all should know, he is just a martial master, there's no way he would accept my request. The people he defeated earlier were all robots arranged by the platform. How could a martial master? Before he finished speaking, he was teleported into an arena. Around him was the vast starry sky. The show effect is maximized. So bold, he actually dared to agree. Although the Crazy Lion's talent is average, he is an old-school streamer. With the strength of a martial sovereign level 7, he might not even be at a disadvantage against an average peak martial sovereign. He really agreed? Regardless of whether he can win, this masked war god has commendable courage. Originally, the Crazy Lion did not plan to fight Yi Chen. Because the gap in realms was too great, winning would be bullying, and losing would be a huge loss of face. But the gifts from the top brother were too many, and doing live broadcasts was originally to make money, so he had to choose this risky decision to earn money. The bullet comments exploded. Awesome, martial sovereign level 7? Crazy Lion? I've watched his live streams, he's an old-school Sword Network streamer, does he not care about his face anymore? The winning streak is about to end, there's no way he can win, the gap between Martial Master and Martial Sovereign level 7 is too big, there's absolutely no chance of winning. What if? There's a miracle? Before, the masked war god won effortlessly. Yi Chen remained silent, holding dual swords, his fighting spirit palpable. It should be noted that previously, Yi Chen mostly fought from a distance using his sword. The 7th level of the martial sect was an unknown challenge for him. The opponent is strong, give it your all. In this battle, few people were optimistic about Yi Chen. Even in the VIP lounge, dozens of martial gods who had previously believed in Yi Chen's talent were shaking their heads. His courage is commendable. To choose to challenge at this age, rather than pursue ultimate fame and fortune, I have high hopes for this young man's martial future. Chen Xiangshan gave Yi Chen a very high evaluation. Moreover, he thought of another young man in his heart. Among the myriad races, calm and unhurried, confronting the demon lord head-on. But he had never associated Yi Chen with this masked war god. In terms of talent, this one was far superior to Yi Chen. However, in terms of character, he favored Yi Chen more. This one was still a bit too frivolous. Both talented youths had their own merits. Yi Chen's rapid progress made it impossible for Chen Xiangxing to recognize his true identity. There were too many sword-wielding warriors, and Yi Chen's fighting style in the sword network was vastly different from his usual self, so it was no wonder Chen Xiangxing couldn't recognize him. Even those who had more contact with Yi Chen were completely unable to identify him. Although this battle is undoubtedly a loss, it should force this young man to reveal his true strength. Several martial gods' eyes lit up, nodding in agreement. Failure was not terrifying, Yi Chen just wanted to test his limits. The Mad Lion nodded in appreciation. Brothers, although this masked youth has no chance of victory, the future belongs to him. He was very relaxed, still interacting with the barrage of comments. He was completely unaware that danger was about to quietly approach. If he loses, I will unfollow. The top commenter said, if he wins, I'll send 10 rockets, if he loses, I'll unfollow, and send the other side 10 rockets. The Mad Lion replied, he must win. Thanks in advance for the 10 rockets. The barrage was also very relaxed. Many viewers hoped to see the show-off Yi Chen get beaten down. This heated battle hadn't even started, and the Mad Lion had gained several thousand new fans. As long as he won, he would reap both fame and fortune. Bullying a kid was his favorite. As an established streamer, he felt no burden from bullying a newcomer. On the contrary, the popularity of this battle and the rewards from fans filled the Mad Lion with fighting spirit. As the battle began, Yi Chen had already filled his entire being with fighting intent. The Mad Lion stood still, signaling Yi Chen to attack first. The provocative gesture did not anger Yi Chen, instead, it made him unconsciously smile. I like this kind of overconfident opponent. Yi Chen, holding dual swords, took the initiative. What incredible speed! The crowd gasped. So he was still hiding his strength? What is the limit of the masked war god? By the time the Mad Lion sensed something was wrong, it was already too late. He had been suppressed by Yi Chen's frenzied sword techniques. Why? Is the force so great? This is definitely not just the power of a martial master. The Mad Lion was secretly shocked. Yet, instinctively, he began to defend himself. A single sword could hardly contend with dual swords. The terrifying, lightning-fast blades fell like raindrops, striking violently. The dazzling sword shadows made many spectators exclaim in delight. He unlocked a new fighting style. So strong, so violent, I love it. In front of the screen, a girl in a floral dress gazed at the dominating figure, deeply captivated. I've decided, this masked war god is my faith. Butler, in 10 minutes, I want all the information on this masked war god. Yes, miss. 5 minutes later, the butler returned. Did you get it? No, even with the connections from the sword network and in reality, we cannot uncover this boy's identity. His identity information is classified as SS-level secret. The master might have a way to know some information, but we can't find anything. Upon hearing this, Yuro was not disappointed. Instead, Yi Chen's image in her eyes became even more mysterious. Mystery is a trait that attracts many young girls. Then you can leave. By the way, first register an account for me, and then top it up a bit. I want to get on the rich list of the Sword Network game. The butler did not hesitate at all. This was the little princess of the Yu family, and the master had instructed that as long as it did not involve the family's foundation, all other requests must be fulfilled. Becoming a wealthy player in a game posed no pressure at all for the Yu family, one of the 10 richest families. 087 offline? Are 100 rockets enough? If not, bring another 100. Awesome! Yi Chen had never experienced such a thrilling battle. In the world of martial arts, speed is invincible. He used a frenzied sword technique to severely suppress the veteran martial master, the Mad Lion. Damn it! Why is this kid so fierce? The Mad Lion couldn't help but curse Yi Chen's mother. This kid is too abnormal, especially since he couldn't unleash his full strength. Yi Chen's sword was too fast, he could only desperately defend and couldn't counterattack. For a full 10 minutes, no one knew what the Mad Lion had gone through. It was so dark that the Mad Lion would call it the darkest 10 minutes in his live-streaming history. He was brutally beaten by a martial artist for 10 minutes. During that time, he had no chance to fight back, and even after being knocked off the stage, he couldn't forget those cold, clear eyes. Yi Chen stood in place, panting. Impressive, I've found my limit. Yi Chen also knew that he had attacked first. If the Mad Lion had been prepared, he definitely wouldn't have been able to defeat him. This was just a spar. In a real life and death battle, he might not win so easily. I won? Wow, that's amazing. Kid, you're invincible. Rich list no. 9. Miss Yu Ro rewarded 10 super rockets. Suddenly, a colorful barrage swept across. The rocket launch effect appeared in the live stream. Yi Chen was stunned for a moment, his back end showed a lot more zeros. Thanks to Miss Yu Ro for the reward. This reward was indeed substantial. He had encountered a rich lady. He spoke? His voice is quite magnetic, he sounds like a handsome guy. The mute streamer is not mute. There were quite a few gifts, all from some girls, but none were as many as Miss Yu Ro's reward. Those 10 super rockets, although discounted by the platform, still amounted to a huge sum for Yi Chen. No wonder so many people wanted to be streamers these days, it turned out to be so profitable. After defeating the Mad Lion, the opponents he matched with lost their challenge. As long as the opponent's realm was below the 5th stage of Martial Master, they couldn't defeat Yi Chen. After testing his abilities, Yi Chen had a clear judgment of his combat power. He could no longer recklessly accept challenges from martial artists stronger than the Mad Lion. Focus on completing tasks. There were rewards for 10 consecutive wins. First, complete the task objectives. After defeating 9 strong opponents in one night, Yi Chen welcomed his final battle. Finally, it's my turn. If I defeat the masked war god, I will become famous. That martial master was still daydreaming. Little did he know, Yi Chen chose him precisely because he could perfectly suppress him and steadily secure the reward. There were no more martial masters underestimating Yi Chen now. 10 martial sects, among which one is a 7th tier Mad Lion, and the rest are all genuine martial sects, including several 3rd and 4th tier martial artists. None of them are easy opponents. For the last one, Yi Chen chose a boxer as his opponent. As the battle began, the boxer aimed to take the initiative, but he was too excited, seemingly forgetting Yi Chen's speed in drawing his sword. You have no chance. The cold words echoed in the boxer's ears. Then, he truly had no opportunity to fight back. Just like the previous opponents, he was severely suppressed by Yi Chen's swift sword. After 2.5 minutes, the white light disappeared. In front of Yi Chen appeared the panel for 10 consecutive victories. Trial passed, rating, SS, reward, sword intent battle armor. This rating, just one step away from the highest reward. I've already defeated a 7th tier martial sect, yet it's still not the highest reward. Sword domain, your requirements are too harsh. Due to the fact that the 7th tier martial sect did not exert his full strength at the time, you are suspected of opportunism, hence unable to achieve the highest rating. Sword domain scoring is fair and just. Yi Chen shook his head, is this even possible? However, an SS level rating is still quite good. His attack power is strong enough now, but in reality, his defensive capability has not yet reached the martial sect level. It's just that, because his attack power is too ferocious, he didn't give his opponents a chance to strike back. In fact, he is just a fragile target. As long as someone can withstand Yi Chen's attacks, they could easily turn the tables on him. I only choose martial artists with average defensive capabilities. I'm not foolish enough to seek my own demise. Yi Chen received his reward and prepared to log off. However, the top-ranked little rich girl made her move. No one else added him, but he accepted the friend request from the top-ranked little rich girl. The friend function was turned off? The little rich girl sent 52 planes, flooding the screen, prompting Yi Chen to add her as a friend. Miss Yu Ro, are you logging off? Yi Chen, yeah. Miss Yu Ro, 10 rockets, want to play another round? Yi Chen didn't reply. He was thinking. Miss Yu Ro, not one to mince words, directly rewarded him with 100 super rockets. The screen started flooding again. Miss Yu Ro, is that enough? 100 isn't enough, let's do another 100. After all, she wasn't short on money. If she ran out, she could just ask her dad for more. It wasn't her own money, so she didn't feel the pinch. Yi Chen didn't waste time and directly started the next match. 088 The first clash with the Starry Sky race, the goddess calls late at night. Martial General 3rd tier? Yi Chen was puzzled that he would match with such an opponent. Perhaps after completing the task, the sword domain no longer made things difficult for him. It matched him with an opponent of normal standards. So those 100 rockets were a sure win. What? This damn system matched me with a Martial General 3rd tier, isn't this just sending points to the masked war god? Speechless, this is just giving away points. No way, streamer, let's play another round, this one doesn't count. All the viewers, including Yi Chen, felt confident of victory. He had already taken down 10 martial sects in a row. How could a Martial General level martial artist not be easily handled? Martial Master level? Besides Yi Chen's confusion, the opponent also looked down on him. The first genius of the Chen family in the Star Sea, actually got matched with such a weakling? Chen Tianyi didn't regard Yi Chen as a threat. His eyes held a look of disdain, as if he were a noble lineage looking down at an ant. Both of them looked down on each other. After the battle began, both their expressions changed. Yi Chen was surprised. Not bad. Where did this genius come from? The martial general level is comparable to a martial sect. With one sword strike, he could instantly tell whether it was a donkey or a horse. Chen Tianyi felt the force transmitted from the weapon in his hand, causing his tiger's mouth to ache. He had never taken Yi Chen seriously, looking down on him with his nostrils flared, but inside, he was shaken to the core. How is this possible? In such a low-level plane, there is actually such a genius? I am ranked among the top 1,000 geniuses in the Star Sea. How can a plane with such thin spiritual energy give birth to such a talent? Chen Tianyi came from the distant Star Sea, believing himself to have a noble bloodline. In such a low-level plane, it was impossible to produce a strong genius. But after battling Yi Chen, he was stunned. What is your name? He asked. Yet Yi Chen did not respond to him. One-star river sword was not enough. With the Milky Way sword in hand, he severely suppressed Chen Tianyi. Answer me, and I can tell you some secrets about the Star Sea. I can take you into the Star Sea. After being suppressed by a warrior of a lower realm, Chen Tianyi changed his initial thoughts. If he could use such a genius, he would probably exceed his mission when he returned. Yi Chen, upon hearing Star Sea, paused for a moment but continued to fiercely suppress Chen Tianyi. This one seemed to be a warrior from the Star Sea. Beyond this realm, there existed the vast Star Sea Alliance. I don't need you to take me, outsider. This is over. The Xia Kingdom is not a place for you to run wild. In a hidden corner, a young man in black removed his hat and angrily slammed his wristband onto the ground. Masked War God? You will regret rejecting me. A message was sent back to the Star Sea. At the same time, Yi Chen logged off. He took a hot shower and lay in the large villa. Wow, I received 666 rockets in one night, along with a bunch of gifts. Even if I split it with the platform, I still have over 2 million? That's insane. The charm of the internet lies here. Yi Chen didn't think too much about it. Live streaming was a way to earn extra money quickly, but it felt unreal. A little rich girl wants to meet me offline? I'll decline for now. In this day and age, one fears that online she is a little girl, but offline she is a big, hairy man. Turning off his phone, Yi Chen, who had fought all day, took out the set of Sword Intent battle armor. Though called battle armor, it was actually a piece of soft inner armor. When worn, after activating the Sword Intent, the inner armor transformed into a set of black dragon scale armor, covering his face as well. Pretty cool, and the defense has increased a lot. This villa was equipped with a device to test combat power. Yi Chen tested the Sword Intent battle armor, which relied on his understanding of the sword path. Although the defense did not reach the level of a martial sovereign, it had the defensive power of a peak martial general, greatly enhancing Yi Chen's current weaknesses. After testing the battle armor, Yi Chen prepared to sleep. This day had been too exhausting. A text message came in. Brother-in-law, the finals are tomorrow, it's up to you. The champion will receive a limited edition Super Giant Panda, the kind that can fill an entire room. I really want it. Yi Chen smiled upon seeing the message. Zhang Daili, you really understand the psychology of little girls. Zhang Wei was the only one who knew about the masked war god. He knew it would be easy for Yi Chen to win the championship. Fearing he might not participate in the team battle, he added an extra reward for the champion. He couldn't handle Yi Chen, but could he not handle Yi Chen's little sister-in-law? No problem, I've got this. After replying to the message, Yi Chen prepared to sleep. But a phone call kept him from resting peacefully. Who is it? I hate it when others disturb my sleep. He could tolerate his sister-in-law, but he had to scold back fiercely. When he saw the name, his expression changed, and then with a smile, he answered the call. Bing bing, it's so late, what's the matter? 089 College Entrance Examination Advanced, Dragon Sword Body Yi Chen, the Martial Arts College Entrance Examination has been advanced, I'm here to inform you. A cold female voice came from the other end of the phone. Oh, I see. When is it moved up to? It's moved up by 2 months. The college entrance exam is next week, so you better be ready. Okay, we agreed on this, don't forget. Yi Chen's tone carried a teasing note. Lying in bed, dressed in pajamas, Bai Ruobing's face turned slightly red. Her memory was quite good, and she certainly remembered what she had said back then. But at that time, she never thought Yi Chen could get into the martial arts university. However, during the previous martial god training camp, Yi Chen's displayed strength had already surpassed her own. So the meaning behind Yi Chen's words was quite clear. Hello? Are you there? Bing Bing, you are the goddess of our second high, the top fighter, the class leader of the talented class, and the daughter of the white sword god. You wouldn't back out, right? Bai Ruobing picked up her phone from the bed, just in time to hear Yi Chen's words. This made her even more shy. After hesitating for a moment, she said in a slightly trembling voice, I definitely won't back out. The message has been received. I need to sleep now. After saying that, she didn't give Yi Chen a chance to respond, leaving only the sound of beep 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 from the phone. Yi Chen shook his head and went to sleep. Taking the college entrance exam early, wasn't that just confirming their relationship in advance? When Bai Ruobing became his girlfriend, didn't that mean he could lie on this 10 by 10 meter big bed in the future? That image was too wonderful and stimulating, he could only imagine it. Closing his eyes and opening them again, he woke up to the next morning. Pushing open the door, a fragrant smell of eggs and beef wafted in. Xiao Chen, you're awake. I've made breakfast. Yi Wanqing was already dressed. I'm heading to the research institute. Yi Chen asked in confusion, even after all that, you're still going? No time to rest? Research can't stop. The restoration speed here in Magic City is still quite fast. We can resume normal research today. Some key projects can't be followed up on, but it won't take long before everything is back on track. After saying that, Yi Wanqing left. Yi Chen opened his phone, scrolling through martial arts news while eating the fried eggs and steak his sister made. I found myself. On the trending search list, the masked war god had surged to third place. The speed of information spread online is really fast. What happened yesterday is trending today. Yi Chen didn't expect such a huge impact, so he turned off the friend request feature. As a result, dozens of martial gods were looking for him. Well, a martial master can defeat a martial sovereign. Although it was in the Sword Network, that's still quite impressive. Yi Chen then realized what a significant thing he had done. Fortunately, Zhang Wei hadn't betrayed him. With no urgent matters today, Yi Chen entered the sword domain. At this moment, the sword domain was no longer the same as when Yi Chen first entered. After passing the previous trials and collecting the bloodline of the One-Eyed Clan, Yi Chen had already gained the recognition of the sword domain. His identity had changed to that of an administrator, granting him more privileges within the sword domain. The second layer of the sword domain was also unlocked. The first layer was for alien races, but the second layer was not for alien races, but a sword technique library? Yi Chen stepped into the second layer, where countless books appeared. These books were uniform in style, covered in dust, and had not been read for a long time. Collect a new race's illustrated guide to gain a chance to select a sword technique. He could choose one book. But there are no hints. How do I choose? Rely on luck? Yi Chen looked at the dazzling array of books, feeling troubled. Close his eyes and feel? It seemed there were no hints either. Moreover, these books couldn't be touched. Their exteriors were all the same, concealing their true appearances under the cover of the sword domain. Then, I'll leave it to fate. It was useless to be conflicted, he would leave it to destiny. Moreover, anything produced by the sword domain is bound to be a masterpiece. The conditions for selecting sword techniques are not simple. Yi Chen casually picked up a book beside him, and as his hand touched it, the book vanished into thin air. Yi Chen was momentarily stunned, then smirked and sat cross-legged on the ground. Closing his eyes, he began his cultivation. He didn't know how long had passed, but when he opened his eyes again, he found himself outside the small tower. The red fox was napping beside Yi Chen, while Xiao Xin shrank his body, swimming through Yi Chen's hair, turning the hairstyle he had just arranged in the morning into a bird's nest. Because of their blood connection, when Yi Chen opened his eyes, the aura released by the golden dragon on his body stirred the surrounding weeds, yet it had no effect on the mouse and the fox. He swiftly caught Xiao Xian, pinching the green fur around its neck. A head can be severed, blood can flow, but a hairstyle must not be messed up. Xiao Xian, you've touched a man's reverse scale. I will punish you by not allowing you to eat gummy bear cookies for 3 days. Upon hearing he couldn't eat gummy bear cookies, Xiao Xian immediately displayed a pitiful expression. The little guy took cuteness to the extreme, leaving Yi Chen helpless. That anthropomorphic expression, with tears welling in its eyes, made it impossible for Yi Chen to punish it. Having received his master's forgiveness, the little guy put away its act. Yi Chen didn't mind, as his strength had once again increased. The Qiu Long sword body is different from the sword god body, the sword god body belongs to a passive domain, while the Qiu-Long sword body can enhance one's own defense. After cultivating the first layer, parts of the body can transform into a dragon, developing dragon scales. Upon reaching full mastery, the entire bloodline can be modified and evolved, allowing one to directly transform into a dragon human, enhancing combat power by hundreds of times. Something felt off. A team capable of beast transformation. Upon first acquiring martial arts, there is a chance for a free upgrade by one layer. After exiting, Yi Chen immediately used it. He could originally only transform his arms into dragon form, but after mastering the second layer, golden dragon scales appeared on his face as well. Not bad. After dragon transformation, it can be used directly as a mask, no need to wear a mask anymore. The skin transforming into dragon scales eliminated the discomfort of wearing foreign objects. This was a good thing for Yi Chen. After leaving the space, Yi Chen realized that it had already grown dark outside. Looks like I've been in the sword domain space for quite a while. Fortunately, he hadn't missed the evening competition. If he were to sign in at the last moment again, his sister-in-law probably wouldn't let him off so easily. Entering the sword network early, Yi Chen saw that dozens of teams had already arrived on site. Brother Yi Chen, over here. The three little ones waved at Yi Chen. The four girls formed a beautiful scenery. Although Bai Ruolin was reluctant to admit it, her looks were quite striking. In fact, she was the most eye-catching among the four. Seeing Yi Chen approach, Bai Ruolin clearly became much more excited. She didn't even notice how much she was talking. Brother-in-law, I gained 10,000 fans from my livestream yesterday. Bai Ruolin excitedly clenched her fists, unable to suppress the smile on her face. Impressive. Yi Chen casually gave a thumbs up. He secretly checked his own screen. Compared to Bai Ruolin's 10,000 fans, he had gained 1 million overnight. You're also a streamer. How's your fan growth? Show me your panel. Me? I haven't started streaming yet. Yi Chen's words were somewhat hesitant. Bai Ruolin showed an I understand expression. I know. Bai Ruolin patted Yi Chen's shoulder, comforting him. It's okay, I won't ask anymore. Yi Chen knew Bai Ruolin had misunderstood, but this was fine. Otherwise, if she probed deeper and found out he was the masked war god, her expression would probably be quite something. This way was best. Bai Ruolin instead felt sympathy for him. This made Yi Chen stifle a laugh, feeling both amused and helpless. The other three young girls also gathered around Yi Chen, asking him questions unrelated to the battle. The other competitors nearby looked on with envy. Yi Chen, however, was quite relaxed and didn't mind at all. Half an hour later, the match began. Let's go, it's time to enter. There were a total of 16 teams, and this match was also being broadcast live. However, the number of viewers in the live stream was far less than what Yi Chen had last night. Yi Chen continued to wear a mask, but it was a different one this time. Upon entering the battle space, another team appeared across from them. What luck, we ran into a seed team right at the start. A strangely shaped young man placed his finger on his lips. He had scales on his body, resembling a snake. The other warriors were similar, each exhibiting varying degrees of beast-like features. This was not uncommon in the sword network. As long as one had money, they could experience a taste of the opposite sex in the sword network. Bai Ruolin and the others were not concerned, but Yi Chen, standing behind the group of girls, furrowed his brow. These people don't seem like purchased game items. They look more like some kind of martial arts technique or a special bloodline. With countless gene sequences, possessing a special gene sequence that allows for beastification was quite normal. However, Yi Chen always felt that things were not that simple. Suddenly, he recalled what happened yesterday. These people had the same gaze as that prodigy from the Starry Sky Alliance. 091 The Five Sacred Families. Yi Chen's strategy as the second daughter of the martial god, Bai Ruolin had an extraordinary perspective. Although she couldn't directly see the special traits of these individuals like Yi Chen could, the martial god bloodline flowing in her veins hinted to her about the uniqueness radiating from these warriors. She frowned and leaned towards Yi Chen, saying, "Brother-in-law, I find these people very strange. We should be careful." Yi Chen nodded, further confirming his inner thoughts. He replied, "They may be strong, but don't worry, I promise to help you win the dolls, and I will definitely do it." With the mask on, the slight curve of his lips that was visible reassured Bai Ruolin greatly. She murmured softly, "I know how you won over my sister. If you had met me earlier, who knows?" Yi Chen was unaware that his unintentional words had stirred the heart of a girl who should not have developed feelings for him. The few individuals across from them were indeed the prodigies from various races across the starry sky, just as Yi Chen had guessed. Their demeanor was very relaxed. They didn't regard Yi Chen and the others at all. One boy dressed in tiger stripes said frivolously, "That kid Yen who actually got defeated by a human prodigy, how weak. Haha, he usually boasts so much, but he only made it to the top 50 in the last competition, not even as good as a hair on my leg. A warrior with a deadpan expression frowned and said, Yen, who is not weak. Even if there was an element of underestimating the opponent, it shows that the human youth is very strong. To achieve that level in such a place with thin spiritual energy, I can't compare to him. The tallest and most robust young man then approached. He had dragon patterns carved on his forehead, and his scales were faintly visible, with a purple-gold dragon tail behind him. He slowly spoke, his tone carrying an air of superiority. I is right, although Yen, who is a bit arrogant, his strength is not too bad, otherwise, he wouldn't have been sent here as an advance scout. The youth who made him falter must be the most dazzling genius among the human race. The match is about to start, the opponents really are weak. Let's just casually take a championship and have some fun? A few of them looked at Yi Chen and the others, eager to try. Let's just play around. We have other important tasks this time. However, winning a championship first is quite a reward. The sword network system in this world is also quite mature. The few of them didn't take this competition seriously. They had already secured their spots in the finals. Yet Yi Chen felt a bit of a headache. This battle was a must-win. Triggered Hell-level trial, defeats several prodigies from the Starry Sky Alliance. Information on 5 prodigies from the Starry Sky Alliance has been uploaded. A supreme will descended in an instant, then vanished. The people present felt no change. Only the dragon-patterned youth felt a moment of disorientation. What's wrong, A.O. Shingzi? A boy with a deadpan expression named a Yi frowned, sensing something was off with his friend. A.O. Lai shook his head. Maybe I didn't rest well. I just came out of the Holy Land and I'm still a bit unaccustomed. It's nothing. A.O. Lai didn't think too much about it, just attributing that feeling to his lack of adaptation to this body. He clenched his fists, a slight smile tugging at his lips. The Holy Land is indeed great, I can now push for that position. A.O. Lai and the others didn't take their match against Yi Chen and the others to heart. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had quietly gathered the girls. This battle is very important. When it starts, you all need to stack the strongest buffs for me. Yi Chen instructed the 3 support girls. Beside him, Bai Rulin raised an eyebrow. What about me? Sister-in-law, you're very important. You will fight that short, chubby guy. Bai Rulin looked in the direction Yi Chen pointed, seeing a chubby man with brown hair, resembling a bear. A bear-type beastman, with an S-class gene sequence of the Earth Violent Bear. The 3rd elder's son of the Bear clan from the 5 Saints family, Xionggang. He relied on strength. Bai Rulin, being a speed-type warrior, was just the right counter to him. She could relieve some pressure from Yi Chen. 092 The advantage is mine. God-level buff God of War descends. I'm very important. Bai Rulin's sharp gaze fixed on the boy in front of her. She made the chubby guy blush. 3rd brother, does that little girl across from us like me? Why is she staring at me so intently? The tiger-striped boy glanced at Bai Rulin, then at the shy 5th brother, feeling a bit speechless. But as a sworn brother, he didn't want to discourage the 5th brother. If he were to say, she's obviously glaring at you, with your 200-pound frame, she probably just sees you as a fat cat. What are you thinking all day? Don't you have any self-awareness? Such inner monologue was definitely not to be spoken aloud. With the 5th brother's fragile heart, he might lose a brother over it. The tiger-striped boy averted his gaze, nodding lightly, maybe. Perhaps the girl really likes someone like you? This remark sent the little chubby guy's adrenaline skyrocketing. He turned to look at Bai Rulin, her graceful figure and unique aura. This quirky and lively charm made the little chubby guy's face turn red. I have such a beautiful girl liking me? The tiger-striped boy felt relieved. Let the misunderstanding be a misunderstanding. Although his 5th brother was a bit off, his family was relatively well off. He didn't think much of it, but he didn't realize that his words would change the course of the upcoming battle. Bai Rulin glared at the little chubby guy, her inner thoughts completely focused on holding the opponent back at all costs. That fierce little gaze even scared her. The battle began. On Yi Chen's side, it felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. Because the 4 girls unconditionally trusted Yi Chen. Yi Chen had said that these guys would be their biggest obstacle to obtaining the dolls. This made the girls anxious. The competition itself wasn't important, but those were limited edition dolls. Were they short on money? Of course not. The daughter of a martial god, along with a few others, were all daughters of ministers and wealthy merchants from the Xia kingdom. Otherwise, how could they play together? This doll is something that money can't buy, and that's the key point. Whether it's to show off to her girlfriends or to cuddle with at night, it's all very delightful. Those few genius youths from the Starry Sky Alliance didn't take them seriously at all. In their eyes, Yi Chen and the others, these low-level plain warriors, weren't even worthy of carrying their shoes. Bai Ruolin had latched onto the chubby boy from the very beginning. This made the chubby boy extremely excited. He was just about to speak, but Bai Ruolin didn't give him the chance. A fragrant breeze swept by, and the rapid strikes that fell like rain forced the chubby boy into a passive defense. Both of them were very excited. Bai Ruolin was happy to focus solely on the chubby boy, and the chubby boy felt that being alone with a goddess was a kind of enjoyment. Yichen casually glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw that Bai Ruolin had successfully blocked a combatant, which made him feel much more at ease. The first phase of the plan had succeeded, and now it was his turn. The remaining 4 big guys were left for him to deal with. The 4 of them had yet to realize the seriousness of the situation, as the 4 girls took turns bestowing buffs on Yichen. Colorful buffs stacked upon Yichen. He had never felt so powerful. Powerful? It seems the advantage is mine. Yichen smirked, and 13 buffs appeared on him, while Wan Baobao exerted her strength once more. A dazzling, multicolored halo appeared beneath Yichen's feet. This buff was once again extraordinary. God of War descends, all attributes enhanced by 200%, with a 5% chance to be immune to all damage. The description was short, but the effect was strong and domineering. Some additional minor buffs also increased Yichen's strength by 30%. It should be noted that Yichen, without hiding his strength, could already defeat martial sect experts. With his enhanced power, he became even more terrifying. Although he could defeat martial sect experts, the few individuals before him from the depths of the cosmos were not inferior to the opponents Yichen had faced in the past few days. Each one possessed at least the strength of a martial sect, and they were not to be underestimated. His judgment was not wrong at all. The few prodigies from the 5 holy families were already formidable. Not to mention, the warriors from the Starry Sky Alliance generally had a higher quality than those from the lower planes they inhabited. As soon as Yichen made his move, he went all out. The girls didn't even see Yichen's actions. Brother Yichen, so fast. What was that just now? Like a shooting star, so beautiful. The girls' eyes were filled with little stars. Brother Yichen is so steady, he could have taken them out with a single sword strike, yet he still wants us to add buffs for him. Wan Baobao said disdainfully, "Are you stupid? Brother Yichen doesn't want us to be mere decorations. Although we could handle it alone, he still let us participate a bit so we wouldn't seem useless. So that's how it is." The other girls looked at Yichen with even more admiration. Different people viewed Yichen's sword moves differently. The girls' strength was insufficient, so they could only see the silver shooting star flash by. But in the eyes of the prodigies from the 5 holy families, it was a different scene. The originally calm individuals had their expressions changed drastically. What kind of move is this? So fast, 4th brother. Did he just take him out? The others were astonished. The leading young man with dragon patterns had a deep silver river reflected in his pupils. 093 golden silk goo worm, damaging Long Ao Zhou's foundation. Everyone present failed to see Yichen's movements. Except for that young man with dragon patterns, Long Ao Zhou. He was also the highest in cultivation among the 5 holy families, the eldest brother of their group. The others only felt that Yichen was impressive but couldn't see his techniques. However, Long Ao Zhou completely kept up with Yichen's movements. But precisely because of this, he was more shocked than others by Yichen's strength. He, a warrior from a lower realm, has actually reached the level of a martial sovereign. If I'm not mistaken, that is definitely something only a martial sovereign can achieve with the release of spiritual energy. Not only the release of spiritual energy, but even ordinary martial sovereigns cannot control their energy to this extent. Only a martial sovereign who handles it with ease can reach such a level. To materialize sword energy and form a galaxy, even he himself could not do it temporarily. This does not mean that his strength is inferior to the other parties, but in terms of control over spiritual energy, Yichen was already on par with his teacher. To think there are such extraordinary talents in a lower realm. A wave of jealousy exploded in Long Ao Zhou's chest. Being humiliated by the prodigies of the Starry Sky Alliance was one thing, but to be outdone by the natives of a lower realm was another. This made the usually aloof Long Ao Zhou feel insulted. The other 2 prodigies felt the same. Their eyes were filled with rage. 4th brother, you little brat, you don't have the martial ethics to fight us head-on, relying only on sneak attacks and tricks? The other 2 glared angrily at Yichen. No longer keeping a low profile, their beastly transformations became more pronounced. The unique marks of the 5 holy families were also clearly displayed on their bodies. Yichen did not waste words, sneering disdainfully, raising the long sword in his hand, and slashing down against the wind in front of the 2. The 2 did not react in time. But behind them came a dragon's roar, the sound of a purple-gold dragon echoed, and a noble aura swept Yichen's sword aside. That murderous intent was also dispelled by this dragon's roar. Elder brother. Ninth brother. The two felt a gust of wind pass by, and a heart-pounding sensation instantly vanished. They looked up, and the nonchalant dragon-patterned youth's face was filled with caution. You two are no match for this young man. I underestimated him. I didn't expect such a genius to exist in a lower realm. Long Aojo's words made the pupils of the two widen. They naturally believed their elder brother's words. For such a proud youth to acknowledge another's strength meant that the young man wearing the golden dragon-patterned mask had power comparable to their elder brother. This was a presence ranked in the top 10 among the youth of their generation. In the Starry Sky Alliance, with millions of races, to be in the top 10 was undoubtedly to be a monstrous existence. And to think that such a genius had emerged from a lower realm, how could they not be shocked? You are worth my acquaintance. What is your name? Long Aojo became interested in Yi Chen. Just like that person back then, he also developed an appreciation for talent. Originally, Long Aojo was not very satisfied with the behavior of those geniuses. But seeing Yi Chen so powerful, if he could become his ally, he might one day become the leader of the Purple Gold Dragon clan. However, Yi Chen frowned and spoke. What are you? I have no interest in you at all. Could it be you are from Brokeback Mountain? My orientation is quite normal. After saying this, Yi Chen crossed his arms, pretending to tremble in fear, as if he had seen something disgusting. This made Long Aojo's gaze turn icy in an instant. You little brat, are you refusing a toast and asking for a penalty drink? Long Aojo's anger had reached its peak, and the ground beneath his feet shattered under the pressure he released, forming a small pit. He had never suffered such humiliation in the Starry Sky Alliance. The five holy families could only be considered a mid-level race on their own, but their unity, with the Purple Gold Dragon clan at the forefront, was enough to rival upper-level families, and even contend with some weaker super families. Put away your cheap pride, this is the Great Xia. Yi Chen's teasing expression faded, and he spoke word by word. Great Xia? Long Aojo muttered. Then he heard the screams of his two brothers behind him. Damn it, all you're doing is making me angrier. I'll give you one more chance. If you willingly submit to me, I can grant you freedom. Otherwise, don't blame me. Long Aojo had a secret technique he originally didn't want to use, because he greatly admired Yi Chen's character. The martial way is closely related to one's temperament. Yi Chen was able to cultivate to such a level in a lower martial realm, so his martial heart must be incredibly steadfast. But if he were refined into a puppet, he would lose that temperament. Submit? You must be out of your mind. Yi Chen's disdainful words made Long Aojo sigh. What a pity, such a genius. But I don't need disobedient dogs. A cold glint flashed in Long Aojo's eyes as a small purple gold bug, like a silk thread, drilled into Yi Chen's head. Yi Chen instantly broke out in a cold sweat. But soon, that golden silk thread bug was ruthlessly suppressed by the sword domain in Yi Chen's mind. Not only that, the sword domain directly severed the connection between the golden silk thread bug and Long Aojo. This golden silk thread bug was actually a secret technique of the Purple Gold clan, a life bug that Long Aojo had nurtured since birth. The sword domain directly claimed it as its own, cutting off the connection and causing Long Aojo to suffer a backlash. Long Aojo spat out a mouthful of essence blood, his face filled with disbelief. You have a supreme treasure? It wasn't a supreme treasure, there was no way to explain it. You're not from the lower realm? Long Aojo's strength had greatly diminished at this moment. This was no joke. If his earlier actions had succeeded, he could have controlled Yi Chen in reality as well. Conversely, after suffering the backlash, he had genuinely lost his life bug, and his cultivation was significantly crippled as a result. You know too much, go die. Yi Chen pretended not to be from the lower realm and took Long Aojo away with a single sword strike. If it hadn't been for this turn of events, Yi Chen might have needed a tough battle to deal with Long Aojo. The aura he sensed from Long Aojo was not at all weaker than that of a peak martial sovereign. This battle had been obscured by the domains between the two. After the fight ended, the women finally saw Yi Chen walk out gracefully. I knew brother Yi Chen would be fine. That guy isn't even as good as a hair on my brother Yi Chen's leg. Indeed, he looks okay, but his temperament is far inferior to brother Yi Chen. I'm scared, those people have too much hair. I don't like it. It was still Yi Chen, this ethereal sword-type youth, who was more favored by the girls. As Yi Chen walked out, the turtle boy was shocked. He didn't even dodge by Ruolan's attack. The brother actually lost? How is that possible? The turtle boy's worldview seemed to collapse. Yi Chen smiled as he walked towards him. Nothing is impossible. With a light and effortless sword strike, even several of his stronger brothers couldn't withstand it. The turtle boy stopped struggling. Bai Ruolin pouted in dissatisfaction. Brother-in-law, this battle lasted less than a few minutes, you really tricked me. Though she said that, Bai Ruolin was also deeply shocked inside. Even this turtle shell martial artist, she couldn't handle alone, and the other four, just by their aura, were incredibly powerful, yet they were so easily dealt with by Yi Chen. Even his martial outfit remained clean and tidy. Only Yi Chen knew this was an accident. This cheap brother-in-law became even more mysterious and grand in Bai Ruolin's eyes. 094 Long Aogyo, drenched in sweat, activated the plan of the 5 holy families ahead of time. Trial completed, evaluation, SSS level, full level evaluation. Yi Chen was a bit excited about what reward he would receive. This was the first time he had perfectly completed a trial task. A product of the system must be a fine product, a perfect level reward would surely be. Having refined the golden silk goo worm of the purple gold clan, he extracted the golden silk goo technique, abyss level. Yi Chen was overjoyed. The information about the golden silk goo technique was transmitted into his sea of consciousness. He then felt a wave of fear. What a terrifying goo technique! If it weren't for the existence of the sword domain, I would have already been controlled. This is controlled on a mental level. I had no ability to resist at all. Long Aogyo had only learned the surface. In contrast, Yi Chen had obtained the complete inheritance of the golden silk goo technique. You can manipulate martial artists whose mental strength is not higher than 3 levels above yours through the golden silk goo worm. Of course, a nurtured golden silk goo worm could only control one martial artist. Long Aogyo learned an incomplete inheritance. He could only manipulate one martial artist, so he had been holding on to this opportunity since his birth. It was only when he encountered Yi Chen that he was willing to take action. Yi Chen was different. Besides the one golden silk goo worm that Long Aogyo had given him, he possessed the complete inheritance and 3 other golden little worms. However, their levels were relatively low, and they could only subdue martial artists whose mental strength was equivalent to or lower than their own. Theoretically, the stronger my mental strength, the stronger the martial artists I can subdue. The goo worms can level up, and they can also split and be nurtured. For example, Yi Chen could split one of the golden silk goo worms in 2, but the cost would be that the target controlled by the goo worm would be 1 level lower than his own mental strength. The golden silk goo worm itself could absorb mental treasures to evolve. As long as Yi Chen had 1 goo worm left, it could continue to reproduce endlessly. Even if he used them all up, it was fine. He could refine mental treasures to form goo worm embryos. Just as Yi Chen was studying the golden silk goo technique, they encountered their next opponent. This opponent was not very strong. Yi Chen said to Bai Ruolin, "Go for it, I'll be here to back you up." "Ruolin, this battle is up to you." Bai Ruolin nodded excitedly, her eyes bursting with fighting spirit. The last battle had been too frustrating. She wanted to vent her anger on this team. Yi Chen also looked down on such opponents. Anyone below the martial sovereign posed no threat to him. If nothing unexpected happened next, the championship was basically in the bag. There were no martial sovereigns in this level of competition. Those few prodigies from the Star Alliance were not at the martial sovereign level, but their strength had already reached that of a martial sovereign, just like Yi Chen. On the distant side of the starry sky, within the purple gold dragon clan, in an exquisite and grand room, a handsome young dragon opened his eyes, revealing a look of confusion. He then spat out a mouthful of purple gold blood, and his whole body fell from the bed. Raising his head, he saw his handsome face in the mirror had turned extremely pale. A few strands of white hair had appeared among his flowing purple locks. The golden silk goo worm was his lifeblood, and after being refined, his strength had been weakened a level. The anger in his eyes flashed away, returning to his usual calm demeanor. He got up and walked towards his father's room. Standing in front of the door, he paused. A voice came from inside. "Xiaojiu, come in." There was a hint of surprise in that voice. Long Aogyo nervously pushed open the door. He didn't expect. At that moment, his father's study was filled with people. He was quite familiar with these people. Besides some elders from the clan, there were also elders from the other 5 sacred families. "Xiaojiu, you're back." His father had a loving gaze, which was something he only saw during great joyous occasions. His usually stern father was so amiable that Long Aogyo felt unaccustomed. Not only that, but the other elders also looked at him with very gentle expressions. Without giving Long Aogyo a chance to apologize, the other elders began to speak. "Ha, as expected of the prodigy of our 5 sacred families, you secured victory so quickly. Of course, how can a genius from a lower realm be compared to our Starry Sky Alliance? Elder Z, it seems your family member has improved in strength. I believe he has a good chance in the upcoming youth competition." A flurry of compliments poured out from several elders without reservation. Normally, Long Aogyo would be quite pleased. These were all high-ranking figures from the 5 holy families. But now. These words made Long Aojo feel trapped, drenched in sweat, as if sitting on pins and needles. They all thought they had returned victorious, but in reality, Long Aojo's back was already wet, yet he still suppressed the urge to curse, clearing his throat twice. What's wrong, Xiaojiu? Are you feeling unwell? No, father. I have something to tell you all. Go ahead, do you want a reward? I can reserve a spot in the holy pool for you, as you mentioned last time. The elders have no objections, right? Long Zilin said to the other elders of the 5 holy families. Of course not. Long Aojo felt a wave of panic. Not only the other elders but even his father was adding fuel to the fire. He anxiously said, "Father, that's not what I meant. I wanted to say." Long Aojo gritted his teeth, his face pale as he said, "Father, esteemed elders, I was defeated by a genius from a lower realm and lost the golden silk goo worm." You said you were defeated. Long Zilin's smile gradually faded. What did you say? Long Zilin raised his voice, standing up from his seat, glaring at Long Aojo. The atmosphere in the room instantly turned icy. Long Aojo knelt on the ground, his proud head bowed. "I'm sorry, father, esteemed elders, a genius from that lower realm called Blue Star appeared and defeated us 5. Long Aojo looked up, meeting Long Zilin's gaze, his face pale but resolute. Long Zilin's expression darkened as he sat down, pondering for a moment before asking Long Aojo, was it another genius from the Starry Sky Alliance? Which one? There aren't many martial artists who can defeat you and devour the golden silk goo worm. Did we have a traitor in the 5 holy families? Did our plan leak, and the enemy families found out? Who could it be? Was it those from the Heavenly Tao Alliance? No, they have always been neutral. Or those women from the Phoenix clan? No. The one who defeated me was a male martial artist, Long Aojo replied. Regardless, we must find that person. It seems the plan needs to be initiated early. Let's contact those from the Blue Star realm ahead of time, and find out who harmed my son and make him return the golden silk goo worm. This is a secret technique of our 5 holy clan, it cannot be studied by others. 095 We are the champions. It's the last match. We're about to get the limited edition dolls, yay finally coming to an end. Aside from the initial team from the 5 holy families, the other teams that followed were quite ordinary. The girls were incredibly excited. It was the same for Yi-Chen. Defeating this last team would allow the girls to obtain limited edition dolls, and Yi-Chen could receive rewards from the sword domain. A win-win situation. Everyone stepped into the battlefield with ease. As they entered, the surrounding environment of the 2 teams began to change. A group of martial artists was submerged by the sea. I didn't expect it to be a water map. If you can't swim, you'll be in big trouble. You can only consume your internal spiritual energy to sustain yourself. Ha, look, the opposing team, several girls are surrounded by spiritual energy resisting. In this match, the advantage is ours. Isn't this too amateurish? As a martial artist, one should be able to adapt to various harsh environments. Just in this water area, they took out 3 members of the opposing team. The finals are secured. The team facing Yi-Chen had quite a high level of skill. All members could perform underwater breathing techniques, allowing them to obtain oxygen without consuming too much spiritual energy. Their underwater combat was not much different from fighting on land. In contrast, Yi-Chen's sword god body completely disregarded the water, moving as if on solid ground. Bai Ruolin, as the daughter of a martial god, naturally possessed a special breathing technique, far superior to that of the opposing team. The other 3 women appeared to be struggling, but in reality, they were not simple at all. It looked like they were unable to resist, with spiritual energy leaking out. In fact, this was due to special equipment. The leaking spiritual energy had been stored in advance. The opposing team thought Yi-Chen and his group were weaklings, but the result was that each of them was extraordinary, and in this environment, they were actually enhanced. Let's make our move, quickly end the battle and secure the championship. The others nodded, working in perfect harmony. The 5 of them hardly spoke of martial ethics. They had fought their way through by relying on steady and solid strategies to win the matches. Perhaps there were no standout martial artists among them. However, at that moment, viewers watching the live broadcast of the match gasped. It's actually a combination technique. Incredible! No wonder they made it to the finals, with the formation boost. These 5 are likely members of the same family. Without more than 10 years of synergy, this wouldn't be possible. The power of a combination technique is not just 1 + 1 + 1, this strike surpasses their own realms, reaching at least the martial sovereign level. As expected of the ace team I have my eye on, they're ruthless. One move could take out the support position of the opposing team. So steady, not giving the opponent a single chance. The audience marveled at the exquisite cooperation of that team. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. This is something. If I were hit by this move, I would definitely lose a layer of skin. Yi Chen watched the incoming thunder with calmness in his heart. The thunder had a wide range and great power. But it poses no threat to me. Yi Chen's confident smile, though unseen by the audience, along with his graceful movements as he dodged the thunder while holding the three women, left everyone in shock. Is this a monster? Is he cheating? You tell me this is a martial general? Freak. So handsome, there must be a handsome guy under that mask. Yi Chen's leisurely movements captivated the female martial artists watching the live broadcast. It was simply too elegant. Yi Chen not only successfully evaded the attacks but also moved with such ease that every strike aimed at him ultimately landed on the afterimages created by his high-speed movements. Awesome. Amazing. Bai Ruolin was left dumbfounded beside him. During the previous battle with the Five Saints family, she had been fully immersed in the fight and couldn't spare any attention to watch Yi Chen's battle. She had only known that Yi Chen was formidable, but she never expected that they were no longer on the same level of martial artists. With just this movement technique, Bai Ruolin completely couldn't comprehend it. She realized she had underestimated her brother-in-law's strength. Perhaps my sister isn't as strong as my brother-in-law. She had always thought no young man could match her outstanding sister. Now, she no longer thought so. She even felt that this brother-in-law was simply too dazzling. Domestic violence might no longer exist. The five opponents were in disbelief. Impossible? Who is that masked person? A martial general shouldn't be able to dodge our combination technique. Is this the man with four younger sisters? Terrifying. Yi Chen had a little girl in each hand, and hanging from him was another. The little girl, one baby, had her arms wrapped around Yi Chen's neck, suppressing the urge to pull off his mask. Her heart was pounding. She wanted to speak, but her nervousness nearly drained her of strength. The thrilling scene just moments ago had brought the three little girls into close contact. It was 100 times more exciting than riding a roller coaster. Are you all okay? Yi Chen's voice was gentle, like that of a caring older brother, and only then did the three little girls realize that the battle was over. We're fine. Yi Chen Gu. The three little girls were set down by Yi Chen. I hate bullies who pick on girls the most. After saying this, Yi Chen moved. He wasn't trying to show off. He just wanted to finish quickly and go home to rest. Although the five-person combination technique was impressive, none of them were even at the martial sovereign level. To deal with such a combination, one had to break their formation before they could react. As long as one of them was defeated, the formation and combination technique would naturally lose their effectiveness. This was Yi Chen's way of using their own tactics against them. There was no reason. If they could think of a tactic, Yi Chen could too. He moved, and the Liuhua sword was even faster than his actions. When everyone saw Yi Chen disappear from his spot, that was fast. Huang Qian, you little brat, not only did you sneak attack, but you also targeted the girl. The only pretty girl in the team was ruthlessly taken down by Yi Chen. This incited the anger of the other four. Their anger was not just because Yi Chen had killed a teammate. The five of them had studied formation since childhood. Although the four could launch their own exclusive combination technique, its power would be greatly diminished. Yi Chen didn't care about their impotent rage. He shouted loudly, "At a buff." As soon as he spoke, blessings from the three girls descended upon Yi Chen. After multiple battles, a certain level of tacit understanding had developed. Good timing. A pair of fiery wings appeared behind Yi Chen as he soared into the air. He swung the Liuhua sword downwards. Several sword energies descended like a flaming phoenix. Is it over? Is that it? The finals? That was barely 2.5 minutes. I want a refund. This was a lonely watch. The red phoenix was extinguished by the sea. As the water source disappeared, golden raindrops fell upon them, enveloping them in warmth. Congratulations on winning the 13th Martial King Cup Championship, receiving the Golden Martial King Treasure Chest. Congratulations on becoming the MVP Martial Artist of this session, receiving a Master Level Adventure Gift Pack, received Golden Champion Buff. 096 Early College Entrance Examination, many excuses from Bai Ruobing Ding Dong. Yi Chen opened his eyes from a deep sleep, awakened by the doorbell. I'm so tired. Continuous battles. Yi Chen, dressed in casual clothes, woke up from the large bed in the mansion. The consecutive battles over the past 2 days had drained his energy significantly. Behind his seemingly effortless victories lay a high demand for physical control. There's also an upside. My control over my body has reached a new level. Although he was awakened, with Yi Chen's current strength, as long as the consumption wasn't too great, he could actually go without sleep. Yi Chen opened the door. Excuse me, is this Yi Chen, Mr. Yi? Upon opening the door, Yi Chen saw a delivery guy in a Sword Network company uniform standing at the entrance. Yes. Yi Chen nodded. The delivery guy handed the heavy package to Yi Chen. It can't be. Yi Chen realized that Sword Network's confidentiality measures were quite thorough. Even a package required his fingerprint and face for identification and authentication to open. The materials of the packaging box were not simple. Yi Chen recognized it as B-grade metal. The official Sword Network is really wealthy. Wow, I thought I had already overestimated the extravagance of the Sword Network. But I didn't expect this box to be a spatial storage box. Opening the exquisite black box, a doll that was the same height as Yi Chen emerged. It was quite cute. And there were 3 more boxes. This must be the reward for the winner. The physical rewards were credited the next day. The bonus had already been transferred to Yi Chen's card, and the remaining rewards weren't of much help to him. Inside were some gene potions and some battle armor equipment. Yi Chen couldn't use them, so he would sell them to those wealthy players later. He had just seen that his number 1 little rich girl wanted to buy the doll he had won at a high price. He shook his head. Girls have no resistance to these fluffy creatures. After putting everything away, Yi Chen had originally prepared some snacks and seeds to spend a happy afternoon. A phone call shattered the joyful atmosphere. Miss Bing Bing, what's up? Listening to the noisy sounds coming from the phone, Bai Ruobing asked, what are you doing? Why is it so noisy? I'm watching a movie. Do you want to come? My cat can do backflips. Yi Chen thought, holding the doll, that this could also be considered a backflip, even if it was manual. There's half an hour until the college entrance exam, and you're still at home watching movies? You're so relaxed. I heard you won the Marshall King Cup championship and got carried away? Although Yi Chen sometimes liked to joke, in Bai Ruobing's eyes, he was still quite diligent. She had heard from her sister that Yi Chen was very strong now, and from her description, it seemed he had far surpassed her. She felt a bit unconvinced, but even her sister had never acknowledged her, yet when it came to Yi Chen, she showed that kind of admiration, which made Bai Ruobing inexplicably angry. I forgot, I'm coming right now. Send me your location, and I'll find you. I'm right at your doorstep. Oh, that one? This one now. How do you know? None of your business, I just know. Yi Chen didn't dwell on the question, went to wash his hands, and splashed some water on his face before heading out. When he opened the door, a cool face appeared before him. Although he had been with his sister these past few days, the aura of a sister was still incomparable. The two of them took a car to school. They were in Bai Ruobing's car. Bing Bing, you really care about me, coming all the way to my house to find me? Bai Ruobing was momentarily stunned when she heard Yi Chen's voice. Turning to see Yi Chen's mischievous expression, she replied lightly, it's just my duty as class monitor to come find you since you didn't show up. Don't misunderstand. After saying that, she continued, Sister Wanqing has it tough. If you miss the college entrance exam, she'll be the saddest. I understand. Not only did she come to find him, but she also let him sit in the passenger seat. If he were just an ordinary classmate, Bai Ruobing wouldn't care about his well-being at all. Women, after all, always have excuses. Bai Ruobing didn't speak, but her slightly flushed earlobes betrayed her. When the two returned to the exam classroom, many students had already entered the exam hall. Why are you so late? Hurry up and go in. The exam is about to start. Song Jing, standing at the school gate, quickly reminded them, Yi Chen, don't think that your strength is good enough now and get complacent. Give it your all in this college entrance exam. Song Jing's words contained concern, but Yi Chen also sensed a hint of something else. He nodded at Song Jing, though he didn't quite understand. He would give it his all in the exam. Teacher Song, I will do my best. One must have a sense of reverence for martial arts. I won't be complacent over a small achievement. There are always people better than you. Seeing Yi Chen's serious attitude, Song Jing nodded in satisfaction. She jokingly scolded, you little rascal, usually so playful and cheeky, but when it matters, you're quite serious. Go on, keep chatting and you'll lose your exam qualification. Then I'll go in. Yi Chen waved his hand and walked side by side with Bai Ruobing towards the examination hall. The two were assigned to the same exam room. By the time they entered, the other candidates were already waiting for them. Candidate 031 Yi Chen, Candidate 033 Bai Ruobing have arrived. Everyone is here, let the exam begin. Everyone put on your helmets and enter the assessment space. Yi Chen was familiar with this, it was similar to connecting to the Sword Network consciousness. Once everyone donned their helmets, the college entrance examination officially began. Yi Chen found himself in a closed space, but he felt no fear at all. The system is confirming candidate identity. Confirming. Xia Country, Magic City, Yi Chen, identity confirmed, correct. The assessment will officially begin in 3 seconds. The martial arts college entrance examination used artificial intelligence for the assessment. The exam was divided into 2 parts. Written exam begins, time 120 minutes, a total of 100 questions. Please confirm if you are ready to start the assessment. Let's start. I'm ready. Yi Chen confidently chose to begin answering questions. Please identify which of the following images is the 3-headed hellhound? The first question was a giveaway, and Yi Chen suspected it was an insult to intelligence. Apart from the first image, the other 3 were clearly not dogs. Choose A. Yi Chen answered quickly. In just 5 minutes, he had completed half of the questions. Of course, the difficulty of the subsequent questions gradually increased. Question 92, military warfare question. If the myriad races invade and you become the commander of the Great Xia, what would you do? Below the question, the invading races were listed, numbering in the hundreds. The military strength of the Great Xia was also described to Yi Chen. If an ordinary martial artist saw the dense data, they would have been overwhelmed. But Yi Chen's mental capacity had long surpassed that of an ordinary martial artist. Interesting, this year's martial arts written exam actually has subjective questions. In previous years, the exam consisted solely of objective questions, which required martial artists to answer based on their memorized martial arts fundamentals and history to pass. However, this year's questions included military subjective questions. Yi Chen wrote down his answers on the exam paper with ease. Besides this question, several others also revolved around the Great Xia facing crises of life and death. Yi Chen wrote down his insights as if he were playing a game. Until the last question. What do you think martial arts is? This question was very open-ended and simple. Isn't this just an essay? At first, Yi Chen thought so, an essay with no word limit. He initially intended to give a perfunctory answer. His path was the sword path. The sword path. As he began to write down his insights, Yi Chen realized that his understanding of the sword path was still too superficial. Originally, he was among the fastest candidates in the nation. But on this last question, as he wrote, a fighting spirit erupted in his eyes. A sword appeared out of thin air in his hand, using the sword as a pen to answer the question. His writing was vigorous and powerful. After sketching out the final period, he realized he had written a 10,000-word essay. The sword in Yi Chen's hand vanished, and he gasped for breath. I have broken through. He felt a bit tired, but during his contemplation, his sword path had advanced. This essay can also be considered a sword technique. Yi Chen was very satisfied. He didn't know how many points he would get, but his sword path had grown stronger by a fraction. That was enough. Candidate Yi Chen has finished the written exam and submitted the paper. Confirmation of submission received. The martial arts exam can begin. Shall we start immediately? The cold mechanical voice echoed in the space. Let's take a 5-minute break before starting. Yi Chen sat cross-legged on the ground to rest. He took out a steak he had prepared in advance from the sword domain and began to feast. Normally, answering questions wouldn't consume so much energy. But he had created a sword technique while writing the essay. The National College Entrance Examination was underway. Meanwhile, the grading teacher was scoring the candidates' papers. Wang Shuhan was the teacher responsible for grading this time. What is this nonsense? If we really did it this way, the Great Xia would have been destroyed by the myriad races long ago. Ridiculous. With such weak strength, playing it so conservatively deserves a 0. To win against the strong with the weak, one must burn the boats, otherwise, there's no chance at all. Since this was the first time the written exam was conducted in this format this year, most martial artists' answers were not ideal. These kids have only been in the academy, they lack experience. Wang Shuhan, whose name sounded scholarly, was actually a martial saint. He served as a commander on the border. The questions this year were set by him. After half an hour of grading papers, he was about to be driven mad. The Great Xia was facing a crisis, but among these young martial artists, only a shallow stack of papers on his left could be considered talented. Among them, only a few were selected and set aside. After reading this one, let's take a break. This was one of the last few completed answer sheets, and Wang Shuhuang had little hope left. The excellent papers were mostly at the front. Those who finished last were generally the poor performers. The originally lazy border commander began to feel something was off as he graded. This kid has some talent, he got all the objective questions right. But I still need to see how he handles the questions I set. Wang Shuhuang felt a bit surprised. The earlier questions only indicated that this martial artist named Yi Chen had a good memory and worked hard. But this method is different from my thoughts, but if it proceeds this way. Wang Shuhuang began to simulate Yi Chen's strategy for the human race in his mind. He was astonished to discover Wow, this kid is a talent. His strategy is even more brilliant than the one I chose. To be able to devise a more detailed and rigorous plan in such a short time, the casualties for the human race would be 5% less than mine. Based on a simulated number of 100 million, letting this kid be the border commander could save 5 million lives for the human race. Upon careful calculation, it was even more astonishing. Wang Shuhong suddenly woke up. He opened his eyes wide and began to carefully review Yi Chen's exam paper. He found that this guy not only scored full marks but exceeded the requirements for every question. Some of his ideas aligned perfectly with his own. Many of the solutions surpassed his own. Genius. A natural talent. Yi Chen? Even if he scores 0 in the martial arts exam, I must recruit him to our military camp. With such a talent in command, the human race will have a better chance in the face of crisis. Wang Shuhong was extremely excited. He was no longer looking forward to the final martial arts essay. A person's energy is limited, and with such talent in military command, his martial arts achievements might not be very high. As long as he understands well enough, it will be fine. After all, to become a commander, a certain level of martial power is also needed. Wang Shuhong had already begun to think that if Yi Chen truly had no strength, he would still support this talented young man. But when he opened that essay, he stood there in shock. This. His hands trembled with excitement, and the exam paper fell onto the table. Then he hurriedly picked it up as if it were a treasure, carefully brushing off the dust and placing it aside with great caution. He took out a golden seal and stamped it on top. This scene was just witnessed by the other teachers who walked into the grading room. "Commander Wang, who told you to do this?" Wang Shuhong turned around and heard a questioning voice behind him. Just as he was about to explain, the paper on the table was snatched away by the newcomer. 098 Heart Demon Trial. Should I also take the cold and ruthless route? The other invigilating teacher who scolded Wang Shuhong held the paper and questioned, "Teacher Wang, can you explain why you did not follow the rules and privately awarded a full score on this paper?" The moment the golden seal was stamped, it meant that Yi Chen's paper received full marks. "Commander Wang, I have always respected you. You are a veteran returning from the battlefield, but how can you make decisions based on your own preferences? This is biased." Even a female teacher expressed some disappointment in Wang Shuhong. "How can you do this? We are teachers, fair and just. Whether it's a full score or not requires our rigorous and consistent evaluation." Everyone was dissatisfied with Wang Shuhong's behavior. Wang Shuhong also realized he had acted hastily. He explained, "Please don't rush, this is my mistake. But you should take a look at the paper first." Facing the accusations from everyone, Wang Shuhong remained completely calm. Seeing his composed expression, even crossing his legs, made the other teachers feel puzzled. Could it be that there's something special about it? Wang Shuhong's confident demeanor piqued their interest in the paper. Yi Chen? That name sounds familiar. Familiar? I find it quite ordinary. I just graded several papers with the name Yi Chen. Not bad. The thought process for these subjective questions is something I've never seen before. Even the teachers who didn't understand battlefield skills felt that Yi Chen's answers were extraordinary. The more they looked, the more engaged they became, and they began to discuss intensely. Wow, a genius. Not to mention, the handwriting is grand and imposing, not like something a student would write. It already has the charm of a calligrapher. A normal person can't write like this without decades of experience. Pleasant to the eye, beautiful handwriting is not just for show. His analysis of the Great Xia Kingdom is even more astute than ours. The teachers were all amazed. Wang Shuhong couldn't help but smile. "I need to interrupt you all." Everyone withdrew from their discussion. The female teacher was dissatisfied. "This student is indeed unique, but it doesn't warrant impulsively awarding a golden seal, right? Commander Wang, you." Wang Shuhong smiled confidently, "Stop discussing. His analysis of the situation in the Great Xia Kingdom and his tactical skills are even beyond me, truly groundbreaking. You need to ask him for specifics. I'm very curious about him too. After reading his answers, I feel like our military strategists in the Great Xia Kingdom are lagging behind him by 20 years. This evaluation was quite high, and they all knew Wang Shuhong's status in the Great Xia. An expert in this field actually felt inferior to a high school student? My goodness. Teacher Wang, that's a bit exaggerated, isn't it? Wang Shuhong shook his head. Not exaggerated at all. Some people are just born for this. The male teacher frowned. "Commander Wang, I cannot deny that you are an expert in military skills. You can specially recruit Yi Chen, but you still haven't explained the matter of the golden seal. Of course, this is my mistake, but if you all look at this paper, you will feel the same as I do." Wang Shuhong did not explain in detail because he had also pressed the seal in a daze. In a state of half-belief, several teachers turned to the last page. A vast and overwhelming sword intent instantly swept through the entire small classroom. If Wang Shuheng hadn't controlled it in advance, the test papers on the desk would have already scattered. This sword energy was strong, but not strong enough. All the teachers present were at least martial emperors. The power contained within this sword energy was not formidable, yet everyone was even more shocked. No wonder. Creating a sword technique, even for us, is not that easy, let alone an S-rank sword technique. I can't help but feel assimilated by this soaring sword intent. Fortunately, our realms are sufficient to suppress it. If it were some weaker martial artists, their sword paths would probably be affected. The male teacher who had been the angriest earlier was now the most appreciative. He specialized in sword techniques himself. Good seed, Yi Chen, I will remember this name. I, Zhao Longhu, want to take him as my disciple. After he finished speaking, the previously relaxed Wang Shuheng became angry. Zhao scoundrel, weren't you just denying my decision? Yi Chen is a born tactical mentor. His sword path talent is strong, but in the entire sword realm of the Great Xia, there are still those who can compare. But his commanding ability is truly epic-making. The two began a heated discussion about Yi Chen's sword path and military talent. Yi Chen was still unaware that two pillars of the Great Xia were nearly at each other's throats because of him. After resting for a while, he began the martial examination. I didn't expect creating a sword technique to consume so much. Yi Chen didn't expect that answering a question would nearly exhaust him. The martial examination was actually simple. There were three main sections. The first assessed the martial artist's basic qualities. The first item was the martial artist's physical fitness. The martial examination simulated a training room space. What an advanced training room! It can record values through my attacks. This test only required Yi Chen to throw a punch. The speed of his strikes would determine his physical explosiveness, speed, strength, and so on. Yi Chen didn't know the specific score, but it's hard for anyone to reach the martial zone level in the college entrance examination, right? Yi Chen held back but still controlled his strength at the early martial zone level. He couldn't be too weak. His goal was a high score. I can hide my strength, but I can't embarrass the teachers. Yi Chen knew that this martial examination was not that simple. He could conceal his abilities, but he couldn't perform too poorly. After the first item ended, the second assessment began. Control, assessing the martial artist's control over their strength. This section posed no difficulty for Yi Chen. I've already mastered the sword domain assessment in the 1000 forging tempering method. This control assessment is like a college student doing 1+1 for me. Before Yi Chen even exerted himself, he passed the control assessment entirely. Is this it? I wanted to hide my strength, but just as I got a bit interested, it ended. The second item was completed with absolute excess. Having completed the assessments, he directly entered the third test. Practical training. This space will simulate your full strength to conduct a trial of inner demons. Interesting, fighting against a version of myself? Opposite Yi Chen stood a man who looked just as handsome as him, materializing out of thin air. However, his face was as cold as frost, showing no expression. Am I this handsome? Should I also adopt a cold demeanor? Yi Chen's aura was more sunny and laid back, but the inner demon opposite him, being a machine simulation, lacked human emotions. No matter how Yi Chen spoke, the simulated version of himself maintained a blank expression. Facing his life-sized model for the first time, Yi Chen felt quite curious. After the novelty wore off, it was time for the first battle. This assessment allows for failure, with a total of 3 challenge opportunities. As soon as one fails, the assessment ends. Let's begin. Test the strength of this Yi Chen. Yi Chen sensed an aura from the opponent that felt familiar. Similar realms, similar appearances, but I wonder how strong they really are. One test would reveal all. The opponent, a machine, launched an attack even faster than Yi Chen. Yi Chen remained calm, assessing the machine's inner demons. After a while of sparring, Yi Chen discovered the machine's characteristics. Similar realms, both at the martial general level, but the strength difference is too great. This imposter's understanding of the sword path is still at an elementary stage. Despite having the same realm cultivation, the imposter not only had a low level of swordsmanship but also failed to replicate any sword techniques from the sword domain. This is boring. I could easily defeat him when I was at the martial master level. I expected more. I'm a bit disappointed. There was no challenge, and it didn't even serve to sharpen Yi Chen's skills. He only engaged for so long to gauge the opponent's strength. Dodging a sword strike from the machine, Yi Chen raised his hand and pierced his own throat with a sword. Watching myself die right in front of me is a bit strange. As Yi Chen fell and then revived, he appeared before himself again. Challenge successful, inner demon strengthened. An identical Yi Chen appeared once more. Come on. For the second one, Yi Chen lost patience, striking out with a sword, not giving the imposter a chance to react, and took him down. Similar realms, just imitating the realm. There's no challenge for me at all. The realm does not represent a warrior's true strength. Yi Chen's true strength had long reached the martial sovereign level. The machine's simulation ultimately had its limits. Yi Chen understood this level. For warriors like them who could battle across realms, it shouldn't be too simple. But for warriors with poor understanding of martial arts, it was as difficult as crossing a chasm. Yi Chen dispatched every inner demon puppet with a single sword strike until the last one. He wanted to finish the assessment and go home to eat. But this time, the sword missed. Oh, Yi Chen felt a bit of interest, but just a bit. The final inner demon was somewhat strong. This assessment space simulated a part of Yi Chen's divinity. His sword path was partially replicated. Thus, it had the strength to evade Yi Chen's lightning-fast sword strike. It would have been better if it had done this earlier, then I won't hold back. After one sword was dodged, Yi Chen was not angry but rather intrigued. He abandoned sword intent and adopted pure strength. Yi Chen utilized the puppet inner demon in this space to hone his body technique. This space lacked sharp sword energy, only the most violent and primal chaotic attacks. Yi Chen began to use this inner demon puppet, which had a slight understanding of the sword path, to sharpen his own sword skills. At this realm, his understanding of the sword path was already deep enough. The only shortcoming was, he had advanced in realm too quickly, which caused his body to not keep up with this intensity. Yi Chen was now using the assessment to refine himself. This idea was quite mad, but under his frenzied swordplay, the inner demon Yi Chen could only defend desperately. Yi Chen's understanding of the sword path far surpassed that of the imposter. For the first time, Yi Chen struck with such ease. Even if he died, it wouldn't be a true death. He felt no pressure, needing no stability. He still had 3 chances for mistakes. In this state, Yi Chen treated the inner demon as a whetstone to level up. He didn't know how long he had been fighting in the battle space. Until the time ended and he was kicked out of the assessment space, Yi Chen finally realized. His hand involuntarily reached out, almost injuring Bai Ruobing. Fortunately, he reacted in time. Bai Ruobing frowned. You're the last one to come out of this exam room. That shouldn't be the case. This assessment wasn't particularly difficult, was it? Bai Ruobing had defeated her inner demons early on and exited the assessment space. She had originally thought Yi Chen would wait for her, but after a long wait, once everyone had left the exam room, Yi Chen still hadn't come out. It wasn't until the assessment time ended that Yi Chen was kicked out of the space. Bing bing, do you have time to practice a bit? Yi Chen still wanted to capture that feeling. Right now, Bai Ruobing was the only one available. Do you want to spar with me? Is that not allowed? Then forget it. Then let's go, see you at the usual place. After saying that, Bai Ruobing turned and left, leaving behind a graceful silhouette. Yi Chen, sensing a connection, followed her to the back mountain. The two had developed a certain tacit understanding. Bai Ruobing walked quickly, but Yi Chen soon caught up, and they headed towards the exclusive training room in the back mountain. Bai Ruobing had already changed into a white martial arts uniform, looking sharp and refreshing. Yi Chen also changed into a black martial arts uniform, holding a wooden sword in his hand. He suddenly spoke to Bai Ruobing. I'm going to make a move now. You should defend with all your strength. As soon as these words were spoken, Bai Ruobing was about to say something, but she felt the atmosphere in the training room change. A sharp sword aura surged within the training room. Bai Ruobing's nerves instantly tensed. What a domineering and fierce sword aura. Yi Chen didn't give Bai Ruobing time to react. He wanted to improve himself while the feeling was still there. Without any warning, Yi Chen's sword came crashing down like a storm. There were no flashy techniques or sword skills, just the most straightforward and unadorned slashes and thrusts. In the world of martial arts, speed is invincible. Yi Chen's attacks were like a torrential rain of pear blossoms, leaving no room for breath. Bai Ruobing could only struggle under such immense pressure. This was the first time she had been completely suppressed by a martial artist of the same age without any ability to fight back. The most humiliating part was that Yi Chen didn't use any spiritual power. He completely relied on brute strength to overpower her. This alone shattered Bai Ruobing's inner pride like glass. She felt like a training dummy, merely defending. The more Yi Chen fought, the more excited he became, deepening his understanding of the sword path. Haha, I'm almost there. My attacks are naturally infused with fierce sword aura now. Yi Chen was overjoyed. But he didn't notice that Bai Ruobing's martial arts uniform had turned into tattered cloth under his sword aura, falling to the ground. When Yi Chen sheathed his sword, the entire training room was filled with a fragrant breeze. Bai Ruobing's fragrant shoulders were exposed to the air. Her snow-white skin was clearly visible. She blushed, hugging her arms, and fell silent. Bingbing, are you hurt? Bai Ruobing looked a bit dazed, then quickly regained her determination. Shall we have another round? Okay. A man shouldn't only think of his own pleasure. Seeing Bai Ruobing's reaction, Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He realized that his previous actions could easily shatter a martial artist's mindset. Fortunately, Bai Ruobing was not an ordinary person. She quickly adjusted her mindset. She transformed her attitude, treating Yi Chen like a teacher in seeking guidance. Unknowingly, the two entered a state of selfless martial arts exchange. When they finally came to their senses, it was already dark outside the window. Yi Chen glanced at his phone. It was 3:30 a.m. My home is nearby, how about? As soon as Yi Chen finished speaking, he felt something was off and quickly added, Bingbing, I didn't mean it that way. My home is closer to here, and there are many empty rooms. My sister is also at home. If I dare to act like a beast, my sister would be the first to take me down. Besides, I'm also afraid of Bai Jianchen, he might raid my house. Bai Ruobing said nothing, wiped the sweat from her body, changed into another set of clothes, leaving only a faint silhouette. Then you lead the way. I'll call my dad. Yi Chen originally thought he could deepen his relationship with Bai Ruobing. However, Yi Wanqing and Bai Ruobing hit it off immediately and started chatting, leaving Yi Chen out of the picture entirely. He could only listen to the laughter and chatter coming from next door, while watching his favorite movie felt utterly bland. The next day, Yi Chen woke up early. As he stepped outside, he happened to run into Bai Ruobing, who was wearing his sister's pajamas. Bai Ruobing, clearly a size larger, had a cold expression that made her look quite adorable. What are you looking at? My ice Bing is really beautiful. Bai Ruobing was taken aback for a moment, then said indifferently, who belongs to your family? When the results come out in a few days and you apply to schools, you'll belong to my family. Don't forget our promise. Yi Chen hadn't forgotten at all. This beautiful wife who was free to take, why not take her? Bai Ruobing, keep my word, but don't think you can do anything excessive with me. No problem, I respect women very much. But since we're already a couple, isn't it normal to do some things that couples do? Yi Chen slowly leaned closer, noticing Bai Ruobing's snow-white neck turning red. Her fair skin made the blush even more apparent. The results haven't come out yet, so don't get too happy too soon. Bai Ruobing pushed Yi Chen away, her hurried steps showing her panic. Both of them understood each other well. Yi Chen wasn't anxious. It was already in the bowl, how could it run away? He was in a great mood. Not only had his swordsmanship improved, but his relationship with Bai Ruobing had also warmed up a bit. At least now, when Bai Ruobing faced him, she wasn't as cold as she was with others. Even his teasing words made her shy. When the aloof ice queen gets shy, what does that have to do with being a silly sweet girl? The college entrance exam results were supposed to come out in 3 days. Yi Chen was planning to take a break. He had just comprehended the sword path and won the Sword Network Martial King Cup. Yi Chen wanted to give himself a holiday. But the early announcement of the results shattered his plans. The results are out already? When Bai Ruobing called him, Yi Chen was still holding the controller, playing the newly released game Pacheo. They're out. How did you do? Didn't you say you didn't clear the last level? Which school are you planning to apply to? Anything works. Wherever you go, I'll go. Yi Chen's casual words left Bai Ruobing stunned for a moment. Are you sure? I want to apply to the top martial university in Modu, and the minimum requirement is a perfect score in the martial exam. You didn't pass the last level, so you can't get in. No way? Can't my good score in the written exam work? Passing the written exam is fine, but every year, the martial university only accepts students with perfect scores in the martial exam. Yi Chen originally thought he could choose any university in the country. After all, there weren't many martial artists with the combat power of a martial sovereign at this stage. As a result, because he was too absorbed in himself and didn't resolve the last heart demon puppet, he couldn't attend the same university as Bai Ruobing? That was awkward. Silence filled both ends of the phone. Well, let's talk about it later. Bai Ruobing hung up first. Yi Chen scratched his head and decided not to dwell on it. He would check the results first. Maybe he could find a way around it. Although my martial exam results are average, if I perform well in the written exam, I might be able to apply for other majors at the martial university. I don't necessarily have to apply for a martial arts major. Finding a way around it wasn't impossible. Yi Chen wouldn't morally bind Bai Ruobing to attend the same school as him. A true man must rely on his own efforts. Even if it doesn't work out, that's fine. The agreement has been reached. Choosing a school closer to Bai Ruobing is also acceptable. What's the situation? The grades are blank. The top scorer of the college entrance examination, a grand promise painted by the president of the Great Xia. What does it mean? The the grades can't be found. Yi Chen checked 3 times, and his grades column was completely blank. He even suspected that there was a problem with the score-checking system. As a result, when he asked Bai Ruobing, her scores were already out. Candidate, Bai Ruobing written exam score, 632, total score, 750, written exam ranking, National 1009, Magic City 82 martial arts exam score, 1399 martial arts exam ranking, National 12, Magic City 4 comprehensive score, 2031 national overall ranking, 98 Magic City region ranking, 37. Congratulations, Bing Bing. You did so well. The top martial arts university in the Magic City will definitely be fighting to recruit you. The written exam score could be ignored, just based on her 4th place in the martial arts exam, plus her identity as the daughter of the martial god. She could go wherever she wanted in the Magic City. Bai Ruobing, however, did not seem overly delighted. She didn't perform as well this time, but it was within her expectations. It was just a normal performance. Yi Chen, your score hasn't come out yet? You didn't do well and are trying to trick me, right? I really didn't. I even sent you a screenshot. If I had done well, you know my personality, I would have announced our identities on social media right now. Yi Chen, you are too much. Through the screen, Yi Chen could almost feel a murderous aura. Just joking, don't be angry. The scores really haven't come out. How about I ask my dad? Bai Ruobing vaguely felt that Yi Chen had scored better than her, but he had improved too quickly, and being careless, he didn't do very well in the final trial of the Heart Demon. After saying that, Bai Ruobing hung up the phone and really went to ask Bai Wuxiang about Yi Chen's scores. Bai Ruobing walked out of her room and headed towards Bai Wuxiang's bedroom. Dad, Bai Ruolin, who was in the living room grabbing snacks to take back to her room, still had a lollipop in her mouth. Sister, Dad left early, he said he had something to take care of. By the way, he also has an envelope for you. A golden envelope was placed in the living room. After finishing her sentence, Bai Ruolin returned to her bedroom. Bai Ruobing walked up to the envelope and slowly opened it. After reading the contents of the envelope, a hint of confusion appeared on her face. She then called Yi Chen. The line is busy. At that moment, Yi Chen was connecting the call. On the other end of the line was the voice of a middle-aged man. Hello, why can't I find my college entrance examination scores? When Yi Chen made the call, the ordinary customer service had already transferred the line to a military camp. The man put the call on speakerphone, holding Yi Chen's report card in his hand. Candidate, Yi Chen written exam score, 750, total score, 750, written exam ranking, National 1, Magic City 1 martial arts exam score, 1900 martial arts exam ranking, National 2, Magic City 1 comprehensive score, 2650 national overall ranking, 1 Magic City region ranking, 1. This is also why Yi Chen couldn't find his own scores. The top scorer in the regional college entrance examination, the national top scorer, except for a slight mistake in the martial arts exam, which prevented him from becoming the top scorer in that category. But in the minds of those grading the papers, Yi Chen was already the undisputed first. The man patiently replied, "Congratulations, Yi Chen. Because you ranked in the top 10 nationally this time, your scores are temporarily not entered into the system. Moreover, you are still first." First? Wait a moment, I will open the permissions, and you will be able to check it. Although it was a bit strange that this customer service was a man, he didn't doubt the professionalism of the other party since it was the official hotline. Don't hang up just yet. Yi Chen, your tactical skills are quite advanced. Are you interested in joining us at the front lines as a commander? I can directly apply for an entire division of troops for you. An entire division? About 50,000 men, just to test the waters. If you perform well, I can apply for more. 50,000 men? That's no small matter. It definitely isn't just empty talk, given the tone of the other party. Who are you? Me? I am Wang Shuhong, the current commander-in-chief on the front lines of the Summer Kingdom. I have the ability to make that application for you. I've read your articles and tactics, and I believe you have the potential to surpass me. Your theoretical knowledge is quite advanced, and I think your joining us could bring significant changes to our great summer. Perhaps in the future, you could change the situation. Such words are indeed high praise. Yi Chen was somewhat taken aback. He had merely replicated some military theories he had seen on forums in his past life, adding a bit of his own understanding. He didn't expect that the military theoretical knowledge in this world was still in its infancy. Seeing Yi Chen silent, Wang Shuhuang continued to explain, since the invasion of spiritual energy, everyone has focused on enhancing martial power. Recently, military literacy has only just begun to develop. Yi Chen, you are a talent, but you shine even more in the role of a commander. Commander Wang, you flatter me. Your invitation is quite sudden. I would love to contribute to our summer kingdom, but I have a prior agreement with Bai Jianchen and have already joined the Demon Suppression Army. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Wang Shuhong was quite satisfied with his eloquence. However, upon hearing about the Demon Suppression Army, he scoffed. The Demon Suppression Army is just a small team under the entire Great Summer military. With a single command from you, such a team will follow your orders. Moreover, once you establish your authority in the military, in a few years, Bai Wuxian will also have to follow your command on the battlefield. A commander is far more important than these soldiers. There was something Wang Shuhong didn't say. The young man still lacked experience. On the battlefield, everything revolves around the commander. The perspective is too narrow. All generals are merely pieces. In chess, the commander is the most important. After listening, Yi Chen pondered for a moment. Wang Shuhong's words stirred something within him. Don't worry about Bai Jianchen. The commander is more important. With a word from me, I can have you released from the Demon Suppression Army, and you need not worry about Bai Jianchen's retaliation. I also know a bit about your situation with Bai Jianchen's daughter. I've told Bai Jianchen, how can a small officer from the Demon Suppression Army compare to the commander of the entire Great Summer? Bai Jianchen has high standards for himself and even higher standards for his son-in-law. If you become the commander of the Great Summer, your status could even surpass his. As long as his daughter agrees to you, you will already have a head start. Wang Shuhong truly lives up to his title as commander. His words are well structured. Not only is his military literacy the highest in the Great Summer, but his ability to paint a grand vision is also top-notch nationwide. Although Yi Chen knew that Wang Shuhong was deliberately saying these things to invite him, he couldn't deny that these conditions were quite tempting. I'll think about it and give you a response in a few days. No problem. From Yi Chen's words, Wang Shuhong sensed a youthful desire for fame and fortune. After hanging up, Wang Shuhong was not angry. Instead, he recognized Yi Chen even more. 102 Mysterious Invitation, Choices. After hanging up the phone, a deputy commander at the Marshal Saint level standing behind Wang Shuhong couldn't help but speak up. This kid really doesn't know what's good for him. Brother Wang, you value him so much, and he still wants to think about it? He could hardly believe that a young person would actually refuse the invitation of a commander. It wasn't even a refusal, just considering it seemed excessive. Back then, he had been specially recruited in a similar manner, and at that time, he only wanted to continue his research at a top martial arts university. It was Wang Shuhong who had the foresight to invite himself into the special department ahead of time. However, just now, listening to Wang Shuhong's high regard for Yi Chen from behind, he felt that he was treated much better than he had been back then. Upon entering, he could directly command an army of 50,000. He had started from a small team of 50 and had climbed step by step. It took him 10 years to become Wang Shuhong's deputy. Seeing the jealous expression on his deputy's face, Wang Shuhong smiled. Just look at this exam paper and you'll understand. He is a talent. And not just a military talent, he is also a genius in the sword path. It's normal for him to hesitate. It's typical for such a prodigy to have pride. What I value most is his unconventional military talent. The current Great Xia is too stable. Can it really withstand the impending crisis? At the same time, Wang Shuhong gazed out the window, a hint of worry in his eyes. His deputy picked up the exam paper stamped with a golden seal and began to examine it closely. The more he looked, the more astonished he became. Outsiders see the excitement, but insiders know just how valuable this exam paper is. It had been a long time since Yi Chen had felt excited about anything. That phone call just now was indeed very tempting. To let me command 50,000 people right from the start. If one didn't know better, they might think it's a small number. But I know the dangers on the front lines. 50,000 martial artists above the martial master realm, each one stronger than I am. They really think highly of me. Putting aside the issue of pleasing others, this kind of trial and error cost shows they value me greatly. Martial artists at the martial master realm are not common. In their entire school, excluding prodigies like him and Bai Ruobing, it would be good if a few could even reach the martial master level. Even in the entire Magic City, the number of martial artists who can grow to the martial master realm in a year is quite limited. The pressure is immense. Becoming a battlefield commander is also the goal of countless passionate young men. I'm quite interested, but the true strength of a martial artist still lies within themselves. Yi Chen's inner resolve was based on his own strength. Just as he was contemplating, the doorbell rang. Who is it? Yi Chen looked through the peephole to see who it was. His gaze fell upon a familiar figure. Upon seeing it, he opened the door. Bai Jianchen? Bai Wuxian was not polite. He entered and sat down on the sofa. Yi Chen went to the fridge to get Bai Wuxian some tea. What would you like to drink, Sword God? Juice or soda? Young man, drinking iced beverages every day, just give me a glass of plain water. Yi Chen poured a glass of water for Bai Wuxiang. Then he sat down opposite him. Before Bai Wuxiang could speak, Yi Chen took the initiative. You, Bai Jianchen, just now Commander Wang called me. You came because of this matter, right? Bai Jianchen frowned. I know about this matter. I respect whatever choice you make. Although your talent in the sword path is not weak, a commander holds significant meaning for our Xia country. In the entire military district, there are no more than 1,000 martial artists with the title of commander. A commander is even comparable to a martial god. I can't guarantee that you will definitely become a martial god in the future. Saying this, Bai Wuxiang's heart had already begun to lean in a certain direction. You are the top scorer in this college entrance examination. I am here to deliver an invitation. Remember to attend. This does not conflict with your decision. He took a sip of water and pondered for a moment. No matter what decision you make, do not neglect your training as a martial artist. The martial way is fundamental. On the battlefield, the commander is the first target of the enemy. Even Commander Wang is at the martial saint realm. His strength is not weak. Yi Chen nodded. I understand. I will give you a response once I have made a decision. With Bai Jianchen's words, Yi Chen's heart also found its resolution. Even Bai Wuxiang felt, would he choose the position of commander? This seemed to be another path. Then I'll take my leave. Bai Wuxiang left even faster, and Yi Chen couldn't even catch a glimpse of his figure. Teleportation? The door didn't move, but Bai Jianchen had vanished from the spot. Yi Chen smiled wryly. Isn't knocking on the door a bit redundant? In front of the martial god, this S-class seaside villa was as fragile as paper. Bai Wuxiang moved as if in a realm without obstacles. A man remains a youth until death. Bai Wuxiang had to show off his strength. This invitation must be something special, for Bai Wuxiang to come in person. After reading the contents, the golden invitation automatically burned and was destroyed. With his memory, he had long memorized the contents of the invitation. 103 Fire of Inheritance, Starry Sky Sanctuary. Hearing the noise, Yuan Qing, dressed in a spaghetti strap nightgown, rubbed her eyes and walked into the living room. Turning on the lights, she saw a sneaky figure at the door. Xiaochen, where are you going so late? The half-closed door was shut again by Yi Chen. I'm hungry, going out to buy a late-night snack. Oh, then go ahead. Yi Wanqing didn't think much of it. It was only after she returned to her room that she felt something was off. If you're hungry, you could just order takeout. Why go out specifically? Could it be Xiao Chen has grown up? Yi Wanqing smiled slightly. Yi Chen was indeed going to find Bai Ruobing, but the development of events was different from what she imagined. Getting into a pink sports car, the two drove towards the suburbs of the Magic City under the night sky. Yi Chen, you received the invitation too, so your ranking in this college entrance examination must be in the top 100, right? Yi Chen nodded. Then what was your rank? First. Bai Ruobing's hand trembled slightly, her red lips parted as if to speak but ultimately said nothing. As they neared the meeting place, she finally spoke. Weren't you defeated by the final inner demon? Were you lying to me all along, just to make me sympathize with you and worry about you? The two had been progressing quickly, but because of this misunderstanding, Bai Ruobing's gaze became distant again. Yi Chen explained, I indeed didn't defeat the final inner demon. I had no need to lie to you. If I were to deceive you, the lie would be exposed when the results come out. Do you think I'm that foolish? Hearing Yi Chen's words, Bai Ruobing was taken aback. Indeed, there was no need to lie to me. Then that's settled. My martial arts exam score was only deducted by 1 point. Defeating the inner demon isn't important. The key is. What is the key? I don't know. Let's go in first. Bai Ruobing felt as if countless ants were crawling on her, as if the most crucial part of a movie had suddenly been paused. Finally, both of you have arrived. Pushing open the door, Yi Chen and Bai Ruobing saw many martial artists of similar age standing in an abandoned warehouse. All 100 people from the invitation are here. Good. You are the top 100 martial artists in this college entrance examination of our Xia country. Many martial artists had rushed to the Magic City from all over the country. Some had arrived days earlier by magic airship and subway. Yi Chen and Bai Ruobing, being locals of the Magic City, were the last to be notified. Everyone was shocked. They observed each other. You are all the dragons and phoenixes among the people of our Xia country. Besides you, there are many other geniuses in our Xia country. All martial artists under 20 are eligible to participate in the Fire of Inheritance program. You 100 are the national top 100 this year and will compete with the other selected talents for the final 100 spots. Martial artists who successfully enter the top 100 will qualify to participate in the Fire of Inheritance program. The rest can return home. Standing at the very front of the formation was Bai Ruobing's father, Bai Wuxiang. At this moment, he was incredibly imposing. His stern face bore no trace of a smile. "If anyone wishes to withdraw, you may do so now." As soon as these words were spoken, no one moved. Everyone present was a prodigy. They were not fools and understood the immense importance of this fire plan. If successful, they would gain more resources from the Xia Kingdom. "Very well. Put on your helmets and enter the virtual network." The speaker was one of the top 10 martial gods of the Xia Kingdom, and no one felt he would harm them. Everyone donned the specially designed virtual helmets and entered the virtual network. However, they did not know that they were not connecting to the Xia Kingdom's network, nor to the entire Blue Star's network, but to the distant depths of space, within the vast starry sea, the starry virtual network. Yi Chen was the first among the 100 to awaken, and he was also the first to sense that something was off about this network. The virtual network feels so real, so magical. I can feel my cells pulsating, as if I am truly cultivating. This conclusion shocked Yi Chen. Virtual was just virtual, but within the virtual, one could genuinely cultivate. This exceeded his imagination. At the very least, the virtual network environment in the Sword Network could not achieve this. The other prodigies gradually awakened, and many also sensed the oddity of this virtual network. "Welcome to the Starry Virtual Network. Since this is your first entry, we will now assign your IDs." Soon, Yi Chen saw a line of text appear before him. "ID binding successful. Your starry number is 7281931XXX. Current dimension, Blue Star Dimension, 2-star Dimension. Race, Blue Star Human. Martial arts level, Apprentice level 6. Yi Chen and all the prodigies present felt a jolt in their hearts. He was capable of bearing this. Long ago, in the Sword Network, he had encountered other races in the universe. You will soon enter the Starry Tower with another 900 human beings to challenge it. The top 100 who meet the minimum standards will qualify to enter the Starry Sanctuary and study alongside the prodigies under 20 years of Bone Age in my Starry Alliance. When you are ready, click Confirm. If you do not click Confirm within 10 seconds, you will be forcibly exited from the Starry Network. At the same time, the other prodigies of the Xia Kingdom, as well as prodigies from all over the world and all races under 20 years of Bone Age in the entire Blue Star, received this message. Yi Chen and Bai Ruobing exchanged a glance, both firmly confirming in their consciousness. "Go for it, Bing Bing. Although I don't know what this Starry Sanctuary is like, since Bai Wushang values it so much, we must meet at the peak inside." Bai Ruobing nodded gently. Then, everyone transformed into fragments of starlight and vanished from their original spots. In an instant, a vast treasure tower appeared, surrounded by countless martial artists from various races. Among them was Yi Chen. He looked up, feeling extremely shocked inside. This treasure tower actually. The familiar figure of the Fire Phoenix clan's Feng Ruo reflected in Yi Chen's eyes, resembling the sword domain in his consciousness. What a coincidence! The appearance is too similar. This sword domain and this starry tower are completely alike. The sword domain and the starry tower standing in the starry sky couldn't possibly be crafted by the same person, right? And Yi Chen now only had access to the first 2 layers of the sword domain. If he wanted to unlock the true function of the sword domain, he would need to continuously enhance his strength. Curious, he shifted his gaze back to reality. So many people? I am surrounded by other races. Upon entering near the starry tower, I was separated from Bai Ruobing and the others. From here on, he could only rely on himself. Each would fight their own battles. Yi Chen looked around, surrounded by countless races, all as confused as he was. The universe is vast, and there is no shortage of wonders. Humans with bull-like heads, snake gods, with the upper bodies of normal women, and a massive dragon beast with 4 heads, each resembling a different animal. Some of the races Yi Chen had seen in textbooks existed here. There were also many cosmic races he had never encountered before. They densely surrounded the starry sky tower. Yi Chen estimated that there were at least tens of thousands of warriors. But didn't they say that our human race has 1,000 people chasing after 100 spots? Yi Chen wondered. A serene-looking beauty from the Fire Phoenix clan approached him. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. A beautiful woman with red hair and a pair of stunning fiery wings walked towards him. As she walked, her fiery wings trailed red arcs of flame, drawing the attention of countless warriors around. That's a warrior from the Fire Phoenix clan. In ancient times, the Phoenix was a legendary beast. After the cosmic explosion and mutation, the Fire Phoenix clan, inheriting the Phoenix bloodline, though not the purest, is still a prestigious family. Stop looking, I'm the one you're looking for. Feng Ruo stood gracefully before Yi Chen, her height and long legs making her only half a head shorter than Yi Chen, who was over 1.8 meters tall. Yi Chen was surprised and pointed to himself, receiving a nod from Feng Ruo in response. What do you want from me? I think this is our first meeting. Feng Ruo chuckled lightly, her fiery charm causing the surrounding male warriors to hold their breath. However, Yi Chen showed no reaction to the beautiful woman's flirtation. Seeing Yi Chen's calm demeanor, Feng Ruo became intrigued by this talented warrior from a lower realm. She unexpectedly wrapped her arms around Yi Chen's arm and playfully complained, "Yesterday in the Shanghai hotel room, you called me baby, and now that you have me, you turn your back on me?" Those big watery eyes made Yi Chen almost believe her, if he hadn't truly never met this woman before. Sure enough, Yi Chen noticed various killing intents nearby, and male warriors cast envious and jealous glances at him. Yi Chen knew explanations were futile, so he pulled Feng Ruo aside. Then, taking the opportunity, he embraced the tall beauty from the Fire Phoenix clan. This startled Feng Ruo. "We have never met. Why are you publicly slandering me?" Yi Chen's hands tightly wrapped around Feng Ruo's waist. This was in a virtual network, where no harm could come to others. Otherwise, Feng Ruo would have taught this rude guy a lesson long ago. "You, let go of me." Feng Ruo's ears turned red. She appeared charming and flirtatious, but this was merely a facade. Apart from her family, she had never been so intimately close to a strange man. A kid from a lower realm, yet his strength surpasses mine. She struggled, but it was completely useless. Instead, their bodies pressed even closer together, making her feel both embarrassed and angry. "Didn't you say we? What does this count as?" Feng Ruo glanced around. The others, due to her initial words, assumed they were in a romantic relationship, so no one stepped forward to stop them. Yi Chen lowered his head, and due to the angle, the surrounding warriors even thought they were doing something shameful. Feng Ruo's voice trembled slightly. "You, Yi Chen, let go of me." How do you know my name?" "Of course I know. A genius warrior from a lower realm defeated the genius of our cosmic starry sky, Long Aojo from the 5 holy families. Although that guy is quite annoying, his talent is still impressive. Your name has already spread in our upper family circles." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's pupils constricted. The Sword Network? Had his information been leaked? Yi Chen frowned, instinctively thinking of Zhang Wei, but then shook his head. He shouldn't have exposed his identity. But it was true, the gap between a low-level martial arts realm and the entire universe was vast. In an instant, he let it go. Seeing Yi Chen's expression, which was initially shocked but quickly returned to calm, Feng Ruo also calmed down. "You seem to have accepted this fact? The universe is mysterious and vast. I am just a native of a low-level martial arts realm. It would be easy for you to find out my identity. Weakness means I can only be beaten." Hearing this, Feng Ruo nodded. "Yi Chen, you are very clever. Don't worry. Not all races in our starry universe are barbarians. Although there are quite a few barbarians, I climbed up from the weakest branch. I won't underestimate you. You were able to defeat Long Aojo in a low-level martial arts realm. Once you step into the starry sky, your talent will surely be realized. I was initially just interested in you, but after meeting you, I want to invite you to join my Fire Phoenix clan and become my Feng Ruo's man." "Your man?" Yi Chen carefully examined the woman before him. Compared to Bai Ruobing's icy demeanor, her fiery pride was also very attractive. Due to her explosive personality, her figure was even more striking. What are you looking at?" Feng Ruo placed her hands in front of her, preventing Yi Chen from making contact with her body. "Of course, I wouldn't become a true partner with someone as rude as you. I just want to find someone to help me escape my family's arranged marriage. You just happened to defeat Long Aojo, making you a very suitable candidate." Yi Chen felt this scene was quite similar. Previously, Bai Ruobing also had the intention of using him as a shield. "Are all you girls using the same tactic?" "What?" Yi Chen said softly, but Feng Ruo didn't hear. "Nothing. Could it be that Long Aojo is your fiancé?" Feng Ruo showed a surprised expression. "How did you guess?" "Sure enough," Yi Chen said calmly, "with so many cosmic races around, yet no one knows me. And you keep mentioning Long Aojo. The fact that I defeated him in the Sword Network just happened recently. Only the 5 holy families would know." He paused. "Moreover, family scandals are not to be aired. Those who know this news must be closely related to the 5 holy families. Also, your expression of disgust when mentioning Long Aojo gave you away." Yi Chen's confident smile made Feng Ruo break into a smile. "Impressive, you deduced all this from just these clues. I take back what I said earlier. Although you come from humble beginnings, if you can place in the top 100 in this Starry Tower trial, I might just give you a chance to pursue me." "Top 100? I mean the top 100 of all youths under 20 this time, not the top 100 of your realm. My Feng Ruo's man must be an extremely powerful existence." Looking at Yi Chen's calm face, Feng Ruo felt that this guy from a rural realm might really have a chance. She had some good feelings towards him. Although the opportunity was slim, she extremely disliked Long Aojo. His character was terrible. On the surface, he was polite, but in reality, he was a cultured scoundrel. Behind the scenes, he had done countless immoral things. Feng Ruo's connections were not weak either. She had long known about the dirty deeds Long Aojo had committed, forcing beautiful female martial artists of low status to have relations with him, breaking apart complete families, occupying married women, and even keeping dozens of female martial artists from low-level realms as mistresses. All of this could be discovered with just a little investigation. His family naturally knew, but since he was exceptionally talented, the 5 holy families had considerable power in their local area. Such a marriage alliance would bring many benefits to their Fire Phoenix clan. Naturally, she sacrificed her personal interests for the sake of her family, but she was unwilling to become a victim of a political marriage. Yi Chen was her opportunity. Yet Yi Chen, sorry, I'm not interested. I already have a girlfriend. Although Feng Ruo was indeed beautiful and had an extraordinary temperament, she also came with considerable trouble. Just entering the universe, he was unfamiliar with everything. He was reluctant to easily agree to Feng Ruo's terms. Feng Ruo felt a sense of relief as Yi Chen withdrew his hand from her waist. Yi Chen was not prepared to get involved with Feng Ruo and was ready to leave. Feng Ruo furrowed her brows. Stop. Her stamping and pouting were of no use. Yi Chen did not look back and continued to leave. I'm sorry, Yi Chen, I underestimated you. Would you be willing to make a deal with me? Feng Ruo realized she had overestimated her charm and underestimated Yi Chen, who was different from the lecherous geniuses in the universe. A deal? This piqued Yi Chen's interest. Just treat this as a deal. If you win, you become my fiancé, Feng Ruo. You will also enjoy the benefits of my Fire Phoenix clan. Empty words. You, a genius of a family, have the right to decide these things? You can't even control your own marriage. You wouldn't be giving me an empty promise, would you? Yi Chen remained unfazed. Faced with the delicate and pitiful Feng Ruo, his mind stayed clear. Hearing Yi Chen's calmness, Feng Ruo put away her girlish demeanor, truly lacking in romance. Yi Chen smiled. His heart was like a mirror, no longer swayed by such tricks. Feng Ruo crossed her arms in front of her, revealing a lazy posture. This was her true nature. I can't decide, although I am also a genius of the Fire Phoenix clan. However, if the marriage partner's value is significant enough, I can fight back. My husband must be powerful, and the offspring born in the future will have strong genes. If you can really break into the top 100 among the 100,000 talents, I can ask my master to help. Of course. I need your help. If you can't make it to the top 100, all of this is meaningless. But what benefits do I get? Pretending to be your boyfriend, I won't gain anything and will be resented by the 5 holy families. Yi Chen looked at Feng Ruo's curvaceous figure from head to toe with an invading gaze, making her blush. But thinking about marrying that scoundrel, she became generous. If you can really meet the requirements, even if it's just pretending, I wouldn't mind having some intimate gestures with you. Consider it a reward for your help. Feng Ruo lightly bit her red lip, and in that moment, Yi Chen truly felt her shyness. This was getting serious. Yi Chen had a high level of understanding in the sword path, his sword heart clear, directly pointing to the heart of the matter. He could roughly sense whether Feng Ruo was sincere in her words. Feng Ruo secretly glanced at Yi Chen. He stood straight, exuding a sharp sword intent that seemed ready to soar. He was also more handsome than that Long Aojo, and most importantly, his aura was quite attractive. Feng Ruo could only see such qualities in her teacher's friends. She thought to herself, no matter what his true martial arts realm is, Yi Chen has a deep understanding of his martial path. The Starry Sky Tower does not only assess martial arts realms. Talent and future potential are everything. He might really surprise me. Although the hope was slim, as long as there was a 0.001 chance, Feng Ruo wanted to give it a try. Deep down, she was proud and did not want to be manipulated by her family. To say such things meant she had truly been pushed to a dead end. Yi Chen was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. I certainly want to aim for a high rank. The rewards must be substantial. In martial arts, one must be relentless. I, Yi Chen, would not stoop to take advantage of others. Just now it was just a joke. Now let's have a serious talk. What benefits can you give me? 10 minutes later. Feng Ruo's expression relaxed a lot, and she cheerfully waved at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you can't lie to me. You have to fulfill what you promised. I'll do my best. Yi Chen also had a smile on his face. After all, it wouldn't be a loss. The benefits Feng Ruo promised would definitely give him a significant boost in strength. From Feng Ruo's words, Yi Chen also learned about the vastness and enormity of the universe. In Blue Star, in the Great Xia Kingdom, I am already the best. But how do I rank in the universe? Having the sword domain, being number one among the younger generation in the Xia Kingdom was quite normal. But the universe was mysterious, and every martial artist had their own adventures. Yi Chen looked up at the starry sky tower, towering into the clouds. He began to feel excited. A fragrant breeze swept by, and Yi Chen felt a coolness on his face. Coming back to his senses, that graceful figure had already walked away with a light step. Humph, consider this interest. If you dare not fulfill it, this young lady will send someone to Blue Star's Xia Kingdom to tell your girlfriend that you are fooling around outside and got me pregnant. Don't take it lightly, that guy Long Aojo can come down. I have my own means to descend to Blue Star. Yi Chen was both amused and helpless, preparing to wipe away the makeup marks on his face. This was Feng Ruo's true character, bold in love and hate. His luck with romance was quite good. Why can't I wipe it off? The lipstick mark on his face, however, was impossible to remove. Feng Ruo turned her head, revealing a proud smile. Hee, I used a famous brand lipstick from the universe. You can't wipe it off without special makeup remover. Work hard to get into the top 100, or it won't be easy to explain to your girlfriend when you go back. Feng Ruo played a little trick. As a citizen of the universe, she was relatively open-minded. For powerful male martial artists, having multiple wives was quite normal. For powerful females, having multiple husbands was also normal. If Yi Chen really became strong, she wouldn't mind sharing her husband with others. It was just that Long Aojo's style was too terrible, which made her feel disgusted inside. But she didn't know. Yi Chen's face was terrifyingly dark. He hadn't panicked before. Feng Ruo didn't know that Yi Chen's relationship with Bai Ruobing wasn't close enough to that extent. This is forcing me to take first place. His face was flushed, and the mark was still so obvious. Yi Chen stopped struggling and quietly rested for half an hour, being absorbed into the Starry Sky Tower. 106 Tower Climbing Trial, the special nature of the Starry Sky Tower. No. 7281931XXX Martial Artist, your trial begins. First level of the Starry Sky Tower, opening. Current ranking, 99129. 100,000 young talents under 20 were assigned to independent trial spaces. Rankings were determined based on the height of the tower climbed and points earned. Trial time, 10 minutes. 10 savage bulls appeared in front of Yi Chen. Each one was about the first level of an apprentice. The classification of levels in the Starry Sky universe was somewhat different from that in their Xia Kingdom. Yi Chen's current martial arts realm was the 6th stage of the martial general, corresponding to the 6th stage of the apprentice level in the universe. The first 3 realms in the Xia Kingdom were considered low level in the universe. According to the information recorded in the cosmic network he connected to, the martial sovereign realm corresponded to the master level. Jumping out of the apprentice level allowed one to serve as a teacher in a martial arts school in the Starry Sky universe. Before the martial god realm, all are called grandmasters. Only after becoming a god can one have the power to expand territories in the vast Starry Sky universe. On Blue Star, the martial god was already the highest realm. And this was merely the appearance of a divine core within the body, allowing one to wander the stars. My current permissions are still very low. I can only access this simple information. Starry Sky Alliance, you probably want us natives to be dissatisfied, right? Having witnessed the mystery of the starry sky, one naturally yearns for the cosmos even more. Yi Chen admits that even with a steadfast nature like his, it is inevitable to long for the universe. After all, their blue star realm belongs to the mid-low tier, with thin spiritual energy, and the highest one can cultivate is to the martial god realm, which is classified as a first-tier powerhouse in the universe. Among 100,000 geniuses, if you break into the top 10,000, you can become a cosmic citizen and gain the same ordinary citizen rights as various races in the starry sky. If you rank below 1,000, you can obtain second-tier citizen rights, allowing you to choose a 30-square-meter residential area in the galaxy where Blue Star is located. For those above 1,000, every rank you advance grants better rewards. Of course, the top 100 is where the real luxurious rewards lie. Third-tier citizen rights, and you can join any sacred place for cultivation. Entering the top 100 allows you to engage in a true genius battle with warriors from other star towers in the entire universe. Now, among the 10,000 of them, they are merely participating in the genius battle within the galaxy. The entire universe has hundreds of star regions, vast and expansive. Yi Chen's heart is also filled with longing for these rewards. I will do my best. Yi Chen is confident in his strength. In the Xia Kingdom, he would definitely be among the top 3 of the younger generation. But in the entire universe, even with his sword domain, the opportunities are endless, and the spiritual energy is far more abundant than that of Blue Star. The Star Tower trial begins, rewards unknown, determined by tower climbing levels and rankings. Below 1000, there will be penalties. Extra rewards? He must be within the top 1000. Yi Chen has some confidence in this. He believes he can still make it into the top 1000 of the entire galaxy. He is only troubled by how to reach the top 100. After all, this is not the entire universe, just the galaxy. Below the galaxy, it is divided into several star systems like the Milky Way and the Kanglan system, each with dozens of planets. If there's a chance, let's give it a try. Yi Chen's eyes burst with fighting spirit. In the Xia Kingdom's college entrance examination, others have not reached Yi Chen's limits. He scored so many points simply because the total score limit was right there. If it weren't for his desire to achieve a perfect score, it would have been within his grasp. Even the sword domain feels that breaking into the top 1000 would be about right. The previous few tasks were not easy for Yi Chen. Liu Hua, Inha. Two swords appeared beside Yi Chen. In the Star Tower, there was no need for him to hide his strength. Since his identity in the sword network had already been exposed, Yi Chen decided not to conceal his power. He would unleash his full strength to strive for a better ranking. Yi Chen made no movements, only Liu Hua and Inha moved, a silver flowing long sword and a red flame, one red and one silver, like two streams of light, dismembering the 10 massive barbarian bulls. First level cleared. The 10 barbarian bulls died, transforming into invisible starlight that merged into Yi Chen's body. This is. Yi Chen was delighted. I didn't expect that breaking through the Star Tower would have such benefits. Although not much, these phantom beasts actually transformed into very subtle insights into the sword path. My sword has become even more complete. It's just a pity that the quantity is too small. If I were to follow this quantity, I would need to kill at least 1,000,000 phantom beasts to enhance my current sword path insights. The martial arts realm is linked to the path Yi Chen cultivates. He practices the sword path, and to elevate to the corresponding realm, he needs to have deep insights into the sword path. Yi Chen's current sword path realm is equivalent to the sword path insights of the martial king realm, so although he has not stepped into that level, he can unleash the might of a martial sovereign in the martial general realm. This means that for Yi Chen, cultivating to the martial king is smooth and unobstructed. It only requires the accumulation of spiritual power to reach that level. And in the Starry Sky Tower, fighting can actually lead to insights into the sword path. Although subtle, it was enough to excite Yi Chen. I need to climb higher and higher. Yi Chen was still unaware that others who killed these phantom beasts received no rewards at all. When the phantom beasts were slain, part of the shattered energy transformed into Yi Chen's sword path insights, while another part was absorbed by the sword domain within Yi Chen. And those cosmic figures observing Yi Chen and other prodigies had not noticed at all. After all, sword path insights and phantom beast energy were invisible to them. This energy was merely a fraction of the vast energy within the Starry Sky Tower. No one would pay attention to this dissipating energy. Just relying on the power of the Starry Sky Tower, it absorbed the external spiritual energy in the blink of an eye, replenishing itself. Thanks to Brother Nan for the Great God Certification *1. Thanks to my interpretation techniques urging symbol *1 and to the other brothers for generating power for love. 107 rankings of prodigies from various races on Blue Star. Xia Country. Our Xia Country has a full 1,000 slots this time, while the entire Blue Star, including other human races and myriad races, only has 1,000 slots. The other races are already dissatisfied with us. The martial gods of Xia Country were all gathered together. A young man dressed in white, gentle as jade, pressed his sword onto the table. All discussions ceased. Everyone looked towards the one seated at the head, Changxing Jian. He was very gentle towards the human race. But when it came to the myriad races and other races, he snorted coldly, no longer the usual gentleness. This is because our Xia Country has performed exceptionally well, thus occupying an important slot in this cosmic trial of talents from myriad races. If they have any dissatisfaction, let them come. Our Xia Country does not cause trouble, but we are not afraid of it either. The other pillars of Xia Country's martial gods nodded frequently. Their leader, Changxing Jian, usually appeared restrained, but when it came to major issues, he was never ambiguous. Let's not discuss this for now. It has been 3 days since the trial began. How is the situation of our Xia Country's prodigies? I just returned from Chaos City. The prodigy battle is very important. If our Xia Country's human race performs well this time, our Xia Country's fortune can be enhanced. It's going well, although no one has broken into the top 1,000 yet. In these 3 days, 200 of our Xia Country's 1,000 prodigies are still undergoing the trial. Changxing Jian frowned. It's a stronger ratio than the last session. 3 days outside, but 3 months have passed inside the Starry Sky Tower. I hope someone can break into the top 1,000 of the galactic star domain this time. Let's adjourn. Keep keep a close watch on the Starry Sky Tower's prodigy trial. If anyone can break into the top 1,000, they can freely choose a martial god-level human pillar as a teacher, and the top 5,000 can enter our human race's holy land for baptism. Understood. Got it. The others left the conference room. However, Changsheng Jian did not leave. He continued to wait in the conference room. 5 minutes later, a similarly powerful warrior walked in. Deputy Zhang, please have a seat. Seeing is better than hearing. Changsheng Jian, you must have crossed into the sect master realm and become a planetary level powerhouse, right? To cultivate a planetary level in such a spiritually thin place is a sign of exceptional talent even in the universe. Changsheng Jian smiled slightly, just some fortunate encounters, nothing to boast about. The Sword Network is actually a virtual network of the universe, with a branch established on Blue Star. Zhang Wei is from Xia country but also grew up in the universe. Very few people know this. Changsheng Jian is considered a. Let's get down to business. You should be able to check on Yi Chen's ranking, right? Speaking of Yi Chen, Zhang Wei's smile brightened. Yes, he is currently hovering around the 8,000th position. Changsheng Jian frowned. 8,000th? It shouldn't be that low. I've watched his recordings from the college entrance exam and martial arts exam. His understanding of swordsmanship has the potential to break into the top 1,000. Don't be too hasty. Yi Chen was almost at the bottom a few days ago. He suddenly surged in the last few days and has now climbed to over 8,000. Oh no, now he's already over 6,000. Besides me, many people have started to notice him. Changsheng Jian's brows relaxed, and he rarely showed a pleased smile. This little guy, I knew he wouldn't let me down. Back in my day, I was ranked over 800 and received the blessing of the cosmic source laws, allowing our human race in Xia elite to become the foremost among the blue star races. We almost became the #1 race back then. Those myriad races feared us so much that they united against us. This time, we'll see how far Yi Chen can go. Zhang Wei had already left, and Changsheng Jian gazed out the window, as if trying to see through the continent, looking towards the towering star tower in the universe. Neon country, damn it, this time only one of our people is left. At all costs, use secret methods, we must break into the top 1,000. Back then, it was that Changsheng Jian from Xia who made it into the top 1,000, receiving the blessing of the cosmic source. This led to the suppression of our other human races for hundreds of years. This time, our Neon country must rise. Mao country, a few bushy-haired martial gods sat around a round table. Xia country has secured 1,000 spots in the star tower, far ahead of us. A blonde, blue-eyed female martial god said lightly, "First speaker, my disciple Altos has sent me a message that he has had a fortuitous encounter in the star tower, obtaining a treasure in a certain secret realm. He is now ranked 3,000, with a chance to break into the top 1,000. Very good, this is a great opportunity for us to surpass Xia country. Notify everyone, keep the news under wraps. I do not want what happened to Xia country hundreds of years ago, when they were besieged by the myriad races, to happen in our nation. Besides the human races participating in the Star Tower, Myriad Races Alliance this time, we only secured 500 spots, but in this session of the Star Tower, we have the most in the top 10,000. Among them, there are 9 people in the top 5,000. The prodigy of the Tuoshi clan, Shirley, is ranked 4299. The prodigy of the Qilin Tiger clan, Wan Hao, is ranked 4100. The genius of the Flying Leopard clan, Bo Wu, is ranked 3999. The genius of the Golden Line Worm clan, Chongde, is ranked 2960. The prodigy of the Earth Dragon clan, Huang Xian, is ranked 2871. The prodigy of the Drilling Mouse clan, Chong Tian, is ranked 2500. 3 prodigies have entered the top 2000. Hearing the report, the beast god sitting at the forefront of the myriad races opened his eyes. Not bad. The elders of each race should use secret methods to inform their prodigies that anyone who breaks into the top 2000 will receive great rewards. They can enter the sacred land without charge and obtain the position of elder. Those prodigies from the myriad races in the Star Tower worked even harder upon hearing this news. The prodigy of the fist-fighting Mantis clan, Ming Tian, is ranked 1888, while the prodigy of the Flowing Flame Giant clan is even more valiant, born with divine strength, and has only been on Blue Star for 15 years, making him the youngest prodigy from our Myriad Races Alliance to enter the Star Tower, ranked 1592. Lu Hua, I know. This kid is impressive. Recently, he single-handedly defeated the martial artists who bullied his clan. 1 against 100, he shocked our Myriad Races Alliance. I didn't expect his comprehension of the Great Tao and overall strength to be among the top 2 of our prodigies under 20. What a pity, Bloodhand is not inferior to Lu Hua in talent. That detestable Xia human who severely injured Bloodhand, what is his current rank? The old beast god squinted and asked. Reporting to the Golden Flame Beast God, that prodigy is named Yi Chen, and he is currently ranked over 5,700, not very conspicuous. Each race has some means to obtain information from the Star Tower. Anyone ranked within the top 10,000 can obtain cosmic citizen privileges. On Blue Star, there are also some veteran warriors who have means to connect with the universe. More than 5,000? The human race might be hiding their strength. Humans are cunning. The Changxing sword before didn't show its true power, yet it became famous in the genius battle of the Starry Tower, and now it's the leader of the human race in the Xia Kingdom. After hundreds of years of keeping a low profile, but I know all the past. That person should not be underestimated. Under the 9th Demon Lord, they haven't fallen, so they must be extraordinary. Ha, old beast god, don't worry too much. My restriction technique, unless a powerful being from the universe intervenes to resolve it, will slow down their cultivation progress significantly. It must be because of the restriction I left behind that this genius has been half crippled. The old beast god nodded, let's hope so. If you hadn't intervened, this human genius would probably be quite terrifying. The other demon lords nodded in agreement. The human race is indeed a remarkable species. Their bodies may not be strong by nature, but in terms of understanding the laws and talent, they far surpass our beast race. It wasn't just the myriad races discussing Yi Chen, as one of the top 3 in the human race of the Xia Kingdom, others were also paying attention. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had just finished dealing with the phantom beasts on the 33rd floor.